This audiobook contains 95 censored sentences and 475 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. They all turned to the center of the place where they saw a monster with 7 heads and 10 horns. Its bodous characteristics came from different animals, making Xander nod his head as the saying really lives like father like son. Trihexa was made by the Watcher, so his body was quite weird for a beast, but normal for the outer gods. They made their way towards the rampaging beast that wanted to escape the 1,000 seals that was placed on it. So the one he posses is chaos, huh? Xander said while looking at Trihexa. Great Red is dream. Ophis is infinite while Trihexa is chaos. Ophis and Great Red stared at Xander waiting for his instructions. Huh, let's go back. I lost my interest, Xander said while yawning as the two just nodded their heads before returning to the dimensional gap. They arrived there where they saw Valley and his team collecting Gogmagog with their huge hands. They just ignored them as they continued their feast in silence. It was already evening when Xander returned to the Citri mansion. He raised an eyebrow as he saw Sona waiting for him at the entrance gate. Did you wait all day? Xander asked while Sona just shook her head. It's been just a few minutes since I was here, Sona said, making Xander smile. Let's go inside, Xander said as he took Sona's hands and entered the front door. Xander saw the members were just relaxing at the lounge. It was summer anyway, so student council problems are out for now. Did you already eat dinner? Xander asked as they nodded their heads. Xander took his phone as he felt it ringing. He answered the call as he waited for the caller to say a word. Xander, are you busy? Xander heard the voice and then remembered the black-haired girl that he was always pushing. He closed his eyes before making his mind up. No, I'm not busy. Do you want to go out? Xander asked, making Yutaha surprised. Who the hell are you? Yutaha asked as Xander's eyebrow started twitching. Sigh, I know that I mistreated you before, but is that really a proper way to respond? Xander asked while sighing. You're really Xander? Yutaha asked as Xander hummed in acknowledgement. Then, tomorrow. Let's have a date, Yutaha said, immediately afraid that Xander might change his mind. Yes, Xander said as he smiled at her hurried reply. They talked for a few more minutes before they hung up the call. Xander turned his attention to Sona, who noticed his gaze. Sona, let's talk. Sona immediately stood up as she can feel that they might talk about something important. They went to Xander's room, where Xander just made Sona sit on his bed. What is it, Xander? Sona asked while taking a long breath. You see, there's this girl who liked me. Before Xander could finish his sentence, Sona completed it. But you also started to like her, right? Sona sighed out loud, making Xander frown as he felt a huge guilt weighing on him. And no, it's not like TH, Xander was about to explain when Sona shook her head. No, I understand. You should already know it, right, Xander? Our feelings are too potent that we can even feel each other's emotions, Sona said, while placing her hand over her heart as she recalled the emotions of Xander she felt at that day. Xander's eyes went wide as he slowly lowered his head. I'm sorry. He'll reject her. I don't want to bravado our relationship just because of a girl. Xander made up his mind. He was about to call Yutaha when Sona suddenly pulled his hand. I didn't say anything yet, right? Sona said while smiling at him. Xander was surprised by Sona's actions as she pulled him aside. You do know that demons allow multiple marriages, right? Even though I already predicted that something like this would happen, I didn't expect it would happen so soon, Sona said while raising one of her fingers and gesturing towards Xander. You mean that you already resolved yourself with something like that? Xander asked with a baffled look on his face. He didn't expect that Sona already thought of their future already. Yeah. I just hope that you would not bring too many. I might not control myself before breaking them, Sona said with a sweet smile on her face that made Xander, an eldritch being, shiver in fear. Yeah. I also dislike this type of thought, Xander said, while patting Sona's head. They stared at each other before smiling and went back to enjoying their meal together. Centurado, Xander paused to take in the scene before him. Beautiful, he said softly as he reached towards Sona. Sona felt flustered and looked away, unsure how to respond. Centurado, Xander paused as he greeted Sona, gently holding her close as they shared a warm moment together. Sona smiled as they connected, feeling comfortable and at ease in each other's company. Xander noticed Sona's reaction and grinned as he reached out toward her. Sona paused Xander for a second. "What are you doing?" Sona asked while Xander just smirked before playfully grabbing her barato. As if she got her answer, Sona became aggressive as they started playfully wrestling and pushing each other away. "Cinchuredo, it seems like you were already ready for tonight, huh?" Xander said playfully. Sona was embarrassed by Xander's barato comment and tried to shush him. "Xander, stop that. Cinchuredo, 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 cinchuredo. Do devils have natural talent on this?" Xander asked as he could feel Sona slowly starting to learn his fighting style, and she now knew his weakness as she began attacking it. Xander shivered from that sudden attack as his focus started to waver. "Cinchuredo, cinchuredo." Xander laughed at her expression before stepping closer and gently guiding her forward. Sona was surprised by his actions as she held onto something nearby, feeling a rush of nervous excitement about what was about to happen. "That won't be too much trouble, right?" Sona asked, worried that things might move barato too quickly. "Cinchuredo, cinchuredo, 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 cinchuredo." Xander smiled as Sona held him close, sharing a quiet moment together. Sona took a deep breath and smiled warmly. She gently held her stomach while Xander moved away, leaving them both feeling peaceful and content. "Cinchuredo, cinchuredo." He looked at his chest where he saw Sona, sleeping with a cute look on her face. Xander took a camera from storage before taking a picture of the beautiful scene. Xander started patting Sona's head as her eyes fluttered. She slowly opened it as her gaze went to Xander. "Good morning, Sona," Xander said with a bravado. Sona remembered the embarrassing prank they had pulled yesterday, and her bravado turned bright red. "Did we really do that?" Xander just grinned at her, making her blush again. They went downstairs where they saw a huge commotion happening. A lot of maids were moving around while they smelled food being cooked in the kitchen. They went towards the dining room where they saw it being decorated along with the red rice being laid on the table. "Congratulations, Lady Sona, Lord Xander," the servant said while smiling happily. There are even others who had tears in their eyes. "Wadash, what is this?" Sona exclaimed while her face turned red. Lord Citri and Lady Citri just smiled at them as Sona looked away, unable to meet her parents' eyes. "How did you know?" Sona asked while looking at Tsubaki's eyes. Tsubaki closed her eyes before explaining. "Actually, no one in the household slept last night because of a loud noise." Tsubaki couldn't finish her words as Sona immediately interrupted her. "Don't say it," Sona said with embarrassment on her face, as she couldn't believe she had accidentally made such a disturbance that kept everyone awake. "Let it be. You also loved last night, right?" Xander said, making Sona pinch his side. "You shut up too." Everyone just laughed at their antics, as Xander couldn't help but smile at this peaceful scene. Chapter 51. Honestly, even I can't read this one easily as it felt too forced. I apologize for that. After that incident at noon, Sona felt no calmer than before. In fact, she had grown so bravado that she wouldn't have minded if someone had asked her about her previous evening. The servants had cooked too much red rice, so they shared the extra with the common folk. Because of that, everyone already knew what happened, or at least the idea of it. When they went out of the mansion to train, Sona was received by the common folks with congratulations, even though they didn't really know what happened. Xander remembered something. He was too happy that he forgot about his date with Yudaha. He opened his phone and was thankful that it wasn't the appointed time yet. He wondered what kind of date they would have since it would start at the 2 p.m. Xander returned to the mansion to change his clothes. He already considered this place as a second home, and he was also accepted by the servants, so he didn't hold back and treated it as his house. He changed clothes and saw that it was already 1:45 p.m. He immediately said his goodbye to Sona and went to the human realm. Xander used his car to drive towards the place that Yudaha selected. He arrived there where he saw no one, so he waited for a few minutes before he finally saw Yudaha. "Yo," Xander said while smiling at her. "Whoa, this is really creepy. Are you really Xander?" Yudaha said while crossing her arms under her chest. Maybe? I just chose to not be limited by my past common sense. Xander said some things that Yudaha didn't understand, but chose not to delve on it. Well, this Xander is more acceptable, Yudaha said, while nodding her head. Now, entertain me, Xander Yudaha said, while lightly smiling at Xander, who just shook his head. Yes, Xander drove in the road while Yudaha was just feeling the wind. She was happy with this situation, so she just closed her eyes to enjoy this time. Xander stopped the car, making Yudaha confused as they were still in the road, and there's an alley beside their car. Wait here. It'll just do something, Xander said, while patting the head of Yudaha, who just looked away with light blush on her face. Yudaha was interested when she saw Xander entering the alley, so she went out of the car and followed him. She became wide-eyed as she heard the screams of pain in the alley. Yudaha's curiosity got ahead of her as she slowly went deeper into the alley. She was shocked by what she saw, a gray-haired woman in a torn dress, crying on the floor, while Xander was demolishing the thugs with a serious look bravado that Yudaha had never seen before. After finishing that, Xander went to the gray-haired girl's side as he took his jacket before covering her body with it. Are you okay, Dash? No, that was a bad question. Let's go, Nayuta, Xander said as he took the girl in her arms and started carrying her to the car. Sorry, Yudaha, our date was already interrupted by something. Xander apologized. As Yudaha just stared at him, what Xander didn't know that there was a weird joy in her eyes. Yudaha shook her head. Don't worry, is she your friend? Yudaha asked while pointing at Nayuta, who was snuggling to Xander, who just nodded his head. Nayuta finally realized who saved her as she started snuggling to Xander, as if losing all the trauma that she just experienced now. Did they do something to you, little girl? Yudaha asked, even though she doesn't interact with other people. She still has common moral value, so she immediately asked, worried that she might be scared. Don't worry, old woman, I'm fine, Nayuta said, barking to Yudaha, who got a vein on her forehead. Oh, you're challenging me, little girl? Yudaha said while raising an eyebrow at the Nayuta, who didn't back down either as sparks emitted on their eyes. Stop, you two. Still you're strong, huh? Nayuta, Xander said, while complimenting Nayuta, who creepily changed her mood, immediately making him wonder just how far did the students bullied her for her to be this strong. You did your best. Rest for now, Xander said as he patted the girl's head with a sad smile on his face. Nayuta's eyes went wide before tears suddenly fell on her eyes. She started bawling while Xander just patted her back while slowly using his healing ability to heal her traumas. Yudaha was surprised by what happened. She realized that Nayuta was just raising a front just to not make look under Xander's eyes. Censuredo, Yudaha, but can we send her to her apartment? Xander said while sending an apologetic smile on Yudaha, who just sighed before nodding her head. Xander looked at Nayuta's ID to know where she lived. He drove her to her apartment and left her there with a letter and a hot porridge. That porridge has healing properties that would heal even severe traumas that can't be erased from a person's life. Xander's healing magic is strong, as it can even heal a person in state of madness or insanity from a great old ones. Xander returned to his car, where he saw Yudaha waiting with closed eyes. Let's go. You're probably hungry, right? Xander asked while Yudaha just bluntly nodded her head. Xander drove them to a near restaurant that was owned by Citri family. The staff were surprised when they Xander, as they immediately called the branch manager with telepathy. Every workers that are working here are servant devils that are under the Citri clan. The manager immediately arrived at the place and received Xander, who was surprised. Manager San, does everyone in the household know my name or my face? Xander asked the manager, who is currently leading them to a VIP spot. Yes, Lord Xander. Lady Seraphal made sure that every person knew about the Lord's man, the manager said as Xander's bravado started bravado. Yudaha didn't expect that they would arrive at a luxurious restaurant. She was scared at first that Xander might not have an appointment and would be forced to leave because the place was full. But that didn't happen, as even the manager went out to receive them. Yudaha just watched as every staff bowed their heads to Xander, who just nodded to them. She started wondering if Xander's identity was really just an author and mangaka. They entered the VP section, where the design is much grander than the one outside. Yutaha started appreciating the view, as this was the first time she came to a luxurious restaurant while also in a VIP room. Xander nodded his head at the decorations, which made the manager sigh in relief. He was scared that Xander might not like the venue. Xander and Yutaha sat while a waiter arrived to take their orders. Xander ordered his as he asked Yutaha what she wanted. "Yutaha, did you choose something already?" Yutaha closed her eyes before affirming his words. The waiter left with their orders as they just chatted. "How did you know that girl?" Yutaha asked as Xander just made a face that indicate, "Are you serious?" He shook his head before answering. "Don't you remember that girl that you called that name at the party?" Xander pointed out, making Yutaha look away with a HMP. "That girl, huh? I thought she was just someone random. I didn't know she had a hard life," Yutaha said with an uncomfortable look on her face. "Let's not talk about Nayuta," Xander said, as Yutaha just accepted it. "Then let's talk about why the sudden change of mind," Yutaha said, while looking at Xander with narrowed eyes. Xander didn't reply, as he just imagined Sona standing close beside him, her presence impossible to ignore. "Did you finally break things off with your partner?" Seeing as Xander ignored her question, she asked again. "Huh? No," Xander replied, as Yutaha's face scrunched. "Are you serious? You're out with me while your partner has no idea?" Yutaha asked while Xander just smirked. "That's the problem. You see, my girl knows that we are having a date right now," Xander said, making Yutaha dumbfounded. "Huh? How on earth?" Yutaha couldn't comprehend what she is hearing. How could a woman let her man have a date with another woman? "I persuaded her. It was a long night yesterday," Xander said with a tired but content expression bravado, while Yutaha just raised an eyebrow at his words. "Why, you mean you finished it?" Xander just laughed at her reaction as Yutaha tapped her feet under the table. "You're going to be mine soon," Xander said, giving a sweet smile to Yutaha, who took the damage as she looked away with blush on her face. The food finally arrived as they ate in bliss while still chatting with each other. After eating, Xander wanted to pay, but the manager insisted that he shouldn't. Xander didn't back out before the manager mentioned Serafall taking them out if they really made Xander pay for his meal. Xander could only accept as they went out of the restaurant. "Where are we going now?" Yutaha asked as Xander just smiled. He opened the door as Yutaha entered before he drove toward the particular place. Yutaha stared at it while tilting her head. "Chinema, how normal. I thought you would bring me to a more special place," Yutaha said, while Xander just shook his head. "You will see why this place is special," Xander said, as he called someone for a minute before going back to Yutaha's side. "Let's go," Xander said as they saw a staff that led them inside the threader. Yutaha was surprised that they are the only people inside. "What movie is this?" Yutaha asked as Xander didn't answer. He just took a seat while patting the other seat beside him, which Yutaha accepted. "This, you see, is my book. I animated it," Xander said as Yutaha's eyes shined. The movie started as Yutaha was met with a beautiful scene of a meteor falling to town. This is the first time she saw an anime this clear and detailed. The monologues of the two main characters interested her because she could feel the emotions they put into their words. She was also amazed by the colors of the stars, which made the movie even bravado beautiful. She became fully immersed in the movie while Xander simply watched her. For Xander, this movie is the same quality with his past lives one, or even better as he made this thing using his skills. Yutaha gained a lot of inspiration just by watching the movie. She wanted to start writing right now, but also didn't want this masterpiece. Yutaha watched it until she was surprised to hear Xander's voice singing when the two are starting to lose their memories. She became even more amazed as his voice is not rough. Instead, it was pleasing to the ear. The thing that Yutaha loved the most in this movie is the stunning visuals. She never thought that the anime visuals would reach this level already. It was already the ending scene where the two saw each other at the train. They started running until they met each other at the stairs. They walked past each other before one of them turned. "Hey, how often have we met?" Taki asked while Mitsuha turned with tears on her eyes. "I thought so too." Mitsuha, while tears keeps falling on both of their eyes. The scene turned upwards as they asked, "Your name is—" The scene ended with Yutaha being dazed. "That was beautiful," Yutaha muttered while Xander just smiled at her. "Isn't it?" I poured my soul into making this, Xander said as he closed his eyes and smiled proudly. Do you think my supporters would love this? Xander asked as Yutaha stared at him. Too much humbleness could become arrogant, Yutaha said while sighing at him. Xander took his phone before placing his hands on Yutaha's barato. He brought her closer to him before taking a picture. Wah! Yutaha was surprised as she didn't have time to compose herself before the picture was taken. Aren't you lucky? You're the first person who watched the movie except for the producers. Yutaha nodded her head before kissing Xander on the cheeks. That's my reward, Yutaha said with a smirk on her face. Xander smiled at that as he replied. Then I gotta do better, right? Xander asked. You bet, Yutaha said playfully as she took a picture of the smiling Xander. This movie is to be released tomorrow. You can brag about it, Xander said, while Yutaha just shook her head at Xander's childish words. She took her phone before posting in the internet. She tagged Xander to make sure the fans would grieve more. She nodded her head with a satisfied smile on her face after posting it. They went out of the theater as it was already night. Yutaha was about to take her laptop to start writing, but Xander suddenly stopped her. No can do. We still have one last place to go tonight, Xander said as he entered the car. Yutaha tilted her head, but didn't refuse. Yutaha saw that Xander was driving them out of the town. The car arrived in a mountain where Yutaha finally asked, Why are we here, Xander? Yutaha said, while Xander just smiled. You would see something the same quality as the movie we saw before. Yutaha could only nod her head. After walking for 5 minutes, Yutaha started breathing heavily from the exertion. Are you serious? Xander said, while looking at Yutaha, who was trying to catch her breath. Hey, I'm a woman. Centuredo. Xander took the picnic towel and laid it on the ground. They sat on it, as Yutaha gained an understanding of what they would see tonight. Close your eyes, Xander said. Yutaha smirked. Are you going to surprise me? Xander didn't back down either. Oh, you're very curious, he said while smiling and gesturing toward the surprise. Yutaha immediately surrendered as she stopped trying to tease Xander. She closed her eyes, as Xander ordered. Xander stared at the space before taking one meteorite. He made it fall to the earth while using an illusion to make it so that it would leave blue trails on its back. Open your eyes now, Xander said as Yutaha opened her eyes. Yutaha's eyes immediately widened as she saw the same scene in the movie. She gawked at the beautiful meteorite falling to the earth. She thought that this would be the best day of her life, but she didn't expect that it wouldn't end yet. Xander raised a finger before cutting the meteorite into half, one still flying while the other falling to their place. Xander, Yutaha said as she was alarmed by the meteorite falling in their place. Yutaha thought that it would be the end for the two of them, so she immediately hugged Xander and shared a deep, emotional bravado with him. Xander accepted it warmly, holding each other close while a beautiful scene was happening above them. Xander used magic hands before taking a picture of the scene. If we're going to die anyway, I would love to confess my feelings before I die. I love you, Xander, Yutaha said with a sweet smile on her face. Xander just smirked at her before raising a hand. The meteorite that was falling suddenly stopped at its place, as Yutaha stared at it with a dumbfounded gaze. I like you, but unfortunately, we're not going to Barato today, Xander said as he slowly lowered the meteorite before placing it on the ground. Xander, what was that? Yutaha asked as she couldn't believe what was happening right now. It's simple. I am a magician, Xander said as he snapped his finger before an explosion occurred in the sky. He waved his hand as a tornado appeared, destroying part of the forest. Yutaha froze as her mind stopped working. She couldn't comprehend what's happening right now. Xander saw this, and as for your words earlier, Yutaha blushed as she said the thing in the moment because she was scared to be alone. I also love you, Yutaha, Xander said while placing his forehead on hers. They stared at each other before Xander gave her a soft bravado. That was enough for the both of them to share their feelings with each other. Yutaha felt that this day is really the best. They stopped hugging each other as Xander carried Yutaha back to the car. He started the car as he sent her back to her apartment. Remember to visit me sometimes, Xander, Yutaha said as she narrowed her eyes at him. Xander just nodded his head as he embraced Yutaha one last time before she finally went up. Xander sighed as he felt that the last 2 days were bravado, too much for him. If he kept doing this, then he might collapse from exhaustion. He opened his phone and saw many notifications. He went to the social media and saw Yutaha's post being bombarded with comments. Many of the fans were in dismay that Yutaha was the lucky one that Yogurai-sensei invited, making Xander smile, as this was probably what she wanted. "Another good day, huh?" Xander said before teleporting at his room in the underworld. Censuredo, and a magic circle made from bloods of various dangerous beings. There's a certain person mumbling some chant while bowing his head to the magic circle. He seems to be summoning something, as the look on the man's face is that of a fanatic believer. Suhek, Horsko, DLKWS. Nah, Isins. He kept repeating the same chant until darkness suddenly shrouded the room. An eye suddenly appeared while the man started trembling in fear and awe. He didn't dare to turn his head towards the being, fearing that he would turn insane. He also considered himself unworthy to stare at the being's form. "I will spread madness in this world. Bestow me your strength," the man said, as the being merely stared at the man with bored look on its eyes. It came here since it felt that this was the place where one of his kind appeared. The being lost the presence of his kind, so his interest immediately got lost. Usually the moment a being like this appear in a simple world, everyone in the world would turn insane without exception. But since he's new to this world, his perception of reality was haywire. Its powers were weakened to the point that it could only use 5 of it. It gained an idea. Since it can feel some powerful beings in this world, it gave one ability to this ant. Although the man could only live for a few days since the power was too strong for the man's soul to handle. Great Red and Ophis were still busy in their feast to notice a weird entity with just a weak powers. Xander opened his eyes. He stood up while looking at Sona. He saw that Sona's face became uncomfortable the moment he left her hold, so he placed a pillow on her arms to replace himself. Sona's face gradually relaxed as Xander smiled. Xander yawned while going downstairs. It was still early, as only the servants were awake. Xander didn't bother them at their work as he walked to the kitchen. Xander just cooked as the people in the mansion slowly woke up. They gathered at the dining table where they ate before going to their own work. Xander said his goodbyes to Sona as he teleported to his house at the human realm. Xander drove his car towards the one particular in that he hasn't visited for a long time. Xander immediately went inside without knocking as he saw Misaki relaxing in the living room while watching something. He took a look at the T.V where he saw his movie playing. Misaki kept replaying scenes that was hard to do as she studied it seriously. "This is the most beautiful and most difficult animation I have ever seen," Misaki muttered as she stared at the T.V seriously. Misaki's serious demeanor wasn't something that Xander is used to. He made his presence known. "Misaki," Xander said as Misaki just froze before turning her head at him. "Xander, I thought you died." Misaki immediately went to her previous bubbly personality as she started to cling on Xander. Xander just pushed her as he asked, "How is it?" Misaki started calming down before she answered seriously. "To be honest, I never thought that animation would reach this level. It was beautiful and complex beyond words." Misaki started pointing out the parts of the movie while Xander just listened without interrupting her. Misaki finished her explanation as she saw Xander smiling at her. She got embarrassed that she lost control, so she immediately ran upstairs. "You came from Ash Iron, right? It'll get her," Misaki said as Xander just chuckled. Seconds later, Mishiro ran downstairs while looking for Xander. She saw him at the living room watching his movie. "Xander!" Mishiro shouted as she lunged at Xander, who just catched her. "Where have you been?" Mishiro asked while Xander could only apologize as he knew just how long he didn't visit this place. Xander ruffled her hair while talking. "I was busy with something important. I'm sorry that I didn't have time to visit you," Xander said as Sheena could only stare at him. "Hm. Let's see. How about a bonkachin?" Xander said as he took a bonkachin from his pocket. Mishiro's attention was drawn to it before she immediately shook her head. Xander saw that Mishiro didn't want to look like an easy girl, so he said something that surprised the girl. How about becoming my assistant? You could draw the background for my manga. Mashiro immediately accepted it, while also taking the bombkachin from Xander's hands. They went to Mashiro's bedroom, ignoring Misaki, who could only sigh before walking back to the living room and started studying the animation again. Xander was surprised that Mashiro's room is clean. He remembered that Aoyama was currently taking care of her, so this was just acceptable. Mashiro immediately took her tools before giving it to Xander, who just sat on the chair before started drawing. Mashiro just waited while watching Xander do his work. Mashiro was learning Xander's skill by imagining it as a picture before making a 3D scene on her head, which she started drawing it. It didn't take a long time before Xander handed Mashiro the paper. He explained what place it is so that Mashiro would be able to imagine the thing she would draw. Mashiro immediately drew what Xander told her. Their compatibility was so good that it looked like they were partners for years. They finished half of the second volume before they stopped as Mashiro was already tired. Wait here, Mashiro, Xander said as he went downstairs to cook some food for Mashiro. She was working hard, so a reward is needed. Xander isn't petty enough to ignore the child's stomach when it was already calling his name out. Xander returned to the room, where he saw Mashiro staring at their work with fondness on her eyes. He smiled at her while giving Mashiro her portion of the meal. Xander didn't forget to cook some for Misaki too, as that girl would throw a tantrum if she was excluded. They were eating when Xander suddenly felt something trying to connect with his mind. He accepted the telepathy as Xander heard Sona's voice. Xander, the underworld is being attacked, Sona said as Xander immediately turned to Mashiro. I'm sorry, Mashiro. A urgent business has occurred. We'll come back tomorrow, I promise, Xander said as he gave Mashiro a bunch of bombkachins who just nodded her head. Xander went outside of Sakuraso before using his car to drive to a no-camera place. He teleported to the Citri mansion where he saw Sona waiting for him along with Serafal. Xander, something happened, Serafal said as she went to Xander's face. Xander pushed Serafal's face, explained. Serafal nodded her head as she explained. Earlier this morning, I received a news about someone with some rather disturbing powers attacking one of the major cities in this place. From what I heard, the person can use the lifespan of any being and used it as a powerful weapon, Serafal said as Xander raised an eyebrow. If that was all, then wouldn't it be easy for you to defeat? Serafal sighed at his words as she completed her explanation. The problem is, when I say he can take lifespan from any beings, I mean everything. One ultimate class devil went to confront the man, but was left drained the moment he appeared on his eyes. Apparently, he can took the lifespan of anyone he know, and he can even use the magic power in that lifespan to make an invincible army of abominations, Serafal said as she remembered the freaky things she saw before. Xander's interests were drawn by that as he smiled at Sona. Sona got his attention as she also smiled, making Serafal scared because she can feel they were planning something dangerous. Serafal went in front of them before raising her hands. No can do. You want to confront that being, Serafal said as the two looked at each other before nodding. Don't worry, Nisama. That thing is not a problem for us, Sona said, but Serafal did not back down. Sona had no choice but to use her magic. She raised her hand and released a blast of ice. Serafal stared at the ice with a surprised expression. Sotan, you've become strong, Serafal said as she slowly lowered her hands. She knew that she was getting behind Sona in terms of ice mastery, but she didn't expect that she would be surpassed too soon. Serafal, I will protect your sister. Nothing can harm her as long as I am here, Xander said. Serafal stared at him for a few seconds before nodding her head. Please take care of Sona-chan, Xander, Serafal said as Xander just nodded his head before teleporting to the place where the man was rampaging. They arrived and saw a hooded man laughing while hundreds of thousands of captives were surrounding him. The man, as if sensing their arrivals, smiled maniacally at them. "Ho, guests have arrived," the man said as Xander just sighed at this man. Xander stared at the humans. He entered the information dimension and saw that they were made using the lifespan of the devils that the man consumed. Xander felt that they are strong. Strong enough to fight against Kaneko in one-on-one fight. That was how strong those beings are. This is probably the reason why the demons didn't send any reinforcement yet. Something like this would only destroy every reinforcement they send, especially when the main enemy is stupidly broken. Sona, would you like to fight an army of strong humans? Xander asked while giving a snarky grin at Sona. This is probably the time to consider practicing my AoE ability, Sona said, also smiling while she started walking towards the crowd of oncoming human fighters. The humans felt that their god made an order, so they immediately ran towards Sona, because of how fast the place they were standing are already full of holes. Sona raised an eyebrow at their movement, but started using normal ice. She waved her arm as thousands of humans suddenly froze. But a second later, they broke for being frozen without any visible damage on their form. Sona was amazed by their durability as she started to make it rain. A heavy downfall suddenly appeared as everyone being touched by the rain suddenly fell away. Sona was even surprised that instead of losing numbers, they were just standing up again. The huge amount of Barato that was used to make them could be used as a regeneration. Sona raised her Barato before planting it on the ground. The movement made half of the enemy army stop as they all froze from the ice that appeared on the ground. Sona didn't hesitate before making every ice crack before they turned into just ice particles. Sona then remembered that she has a particular ability that can solve these things in just one use. Sona took a long breath before releasing it. The cold air that was released on her Barato froze the hundreds of thousands of armored humans on the battlefield. Sona then turned some of the ice into water before using absorption on them. She absorbed all of the Barato of the army as they started falling immediately. Sona suddenly felt a huge strength entering her. The person who made these things couldn't use the Barato inside his Barato, as it would place Barato burden on his mortal soul. Sona turned her attention towards Xander and the hooded man who just watched her Barato. After the show, the man finally turned to Xander with a wide, unsettling grin. Barato. I am a god. There is no one who can handle the power that was given on me, the man said. Xander raised an eyebrow as he heard those words. Can you tell me who gave you the powers? Xander asked as the man just ignored him. The man raised his hands before using 500 lifespan. He already absorbed a lot of Barato from the devils that he defeated before, so this much is not a problem. He threw the lifespan towards Xander's position. Boom! A large explosion occurred as the land where Xander was standing was devastated. Cinchureto, boom! Another explosion occurred as the man was about to sigh in relief when a sudden, powerful kick landed hard on his stomach. The blow Barato his defense and sent an immense shock through his Barato. Launched backwards by the impact, the man struck a building behind him, losing all senses of where he was. He was barely alive. He used some lifespan to regenerate his body, though because of losing his senses he can barely do it. Xander stared at the man before saying, You got some nice powers you possess, but it doesn't mean much when the user is a novice. You didn't know the limit of your ability, you just used it in a crude way. The man glared at Xander. It doesn't matter how strong your powers is when your physical is shabby. You have to build those fundamentals first. Xander shook his head. The man hadn't seen his attack coming. He already used some life force to strengthen up his reaction speed in response to potential danger, but they have been all useless against Xander. The man finally gained his senses as he used his powers to try take Xander's lifespan. But the moment he tried to do that, Cinchureto, too bad he met him. Xander turned his attention to Sona, who just watched the fight with observing eyes. Did you like the show? Xander asked while Sona just smiled. Certainly. That was quite a good lesson, Sona said as they returned to Citri Mansion with the Fanatic Man with them. Xander also needed to take care of the thing that gave this man its powers. This is his domain, so anyone trying to play with his plane will perish. Sona also became so strong that her strength already surpassed that of Seraphol. She even took a large amount of vital energy just now. So her class should be Satan class already. Xander just congratulated her before they arrived at the Citri Mansion. Xander, Sotan, what happened? Seraphol asked, but immediately went stiff when she saw the rampaging man being dragged by Xander. Here Xander said while giving the man to Seraphol. Seraphol poked the man a few times before confirming that it was truly finished. though she saw the huge footprint on its stomach as she wondered if it was the reason for its downfall. "Did you kick him into unconsciousness?" Serafal asked while Xander just scratched the back of his head. Kind of." Sona just chuckled as knew what happened. "Thank you. I'll give this man to Ajuka-chan to let him study its power," Serafal said as she was about to teleport when Xander stopped her. "It's an eldritch being's work," Xander said. Serafal got serious as she nodded her head. She teleported to Ajuka's place while Xander started to stare at something in the air. His eyes didn't change, nor he was using clairvoyance. He was just watching the being who did it. The being was hidden so well that even Great Red and Ophis didn't notice him. Eldritch Horror's POV, the abomination, stared at last place where Xander was in this particular space. Within this space, things mixed together to create a truly chaotic vision. Multiple locations overlapped, indicating where it was possible for it to interact with three-dimensional space. It searched for Xander, a feat possible with its senses attuned to this additional dimension. It didn't take too much to find Xander. Warping space, it approached the appropriate coordinates by drawing its desired destination closer to itself. It found Xander there, conversing with the black-haired girl. The being has no interest in such worthless being. Nonetheless, it couldn't ignore it either. It stretched its hand towards Xander. By erasing this person, a lot of trouble would be avoided in its next victim. But then their eyes met. The man was looking at the being without faltering. That was impossible. There is no way an ant could see in this dimension. No matter where it looked from within this three-dimensional space, it was impossible to see someone in the abyss. And yet it could tell that Xander was watching at him. Impossible. Is that man also the same being as me? The moment it wondered that, eyes appeared before him. Within this other dimension, this being occupied, countless eyes suddenly opened all around him, as if they had been waiting there closed the entire time. The being instinctively understood that they belonged to Xander, allowing him to see even in this space. And then it suddenly understood. Xander had only been letting it run free. This world, this alternate dimension, was all a part of Xander. If Xander wished it, it would lose all of its freedom here. Thanks to the power it possessed, the being recognized it in an instant. So it's really a higher dimension being, The being started to panic. No matter how it used its powers, the world would not bend. In this world where it should have been able to swim freely, it had been frozen solid. It couldn't so much as move a finger now. "What are you doing?" "We are the same," the thing said as Xander didn't reply. He just stared at him. The being suddenly felt all of his powers drained from him as it turned into a mortal. It widened its eyes as it couldn't believe that there were others out there that could do that. It firmly believed that only those in Azathoth's family tree could do something like that. The being, which had now become a man, was disgusted by what it had turned into, could only cry out in distress as he began to sense something strange within that realm. The man caught a glimpse of one of the watchers as his mind slowly unraveled. He was left there, lost in confusion, as time drifted by while watching the whole world move. That's the story of the being who tried to Barato in this reality. Chapter 53. Xander stopped staring at the being as he returned his attention to this dimension. "Then everyone, let's eat?" Xander asked, as everyone nodded with an excited look on their face. Xander cooked for them, and after eating, he told Sona that he still has to explain the supernatural world to Yutaha. Sona nodded her head as Xander returned to his house at the human realm. Xander appeared in the human realm as he used magic to clean his house. He went and placed his car on the road as he drove it to Yutaha's house. The moment Yutaha heard the engine of his car, she immediately ran outside of her house to meet Xander. Xander smiled as he saw Yutaha excited to see him. He waved his hand at her, who just smiled. "Hello, beautiful lady. Would you like to play with me for the day?" Xander said with a playful smile on his face. Yutaha stopped before returning the same playful smile. "Where do you want to bring me, handsome?" They chuckled before they embraced each other. Cough, cough. Yutaha was startled by that noise as she remembered that she is still on her house. She turned her head where she saw her mother watching them with a smile on her face. Yutaha's mother went to their side before observing Xander. "Are you Yutaha's boyfriend?" she asked kindly which Xander nodded his head. Yes, I'm Xander Ranvil. Nice to meet you, Kasimagakakusin, Xander said while lowering his head. Yudaha's mother shook her head before bowing it. Thank you, Xander Cohen. My daughter is quite a troublesome girl that she couldn't make a friend. Sincheredo, I can already handle myself, Yudaha said, as her mother only raised an eyebrow at her. Xander found their conversation extremely interesting. They said their goodbyes to Yudaha's mother and immediately went to Xander's house. They arrived at his house and entered it. Xander made Yudaha sit on a chair while he brewed some tea and took some cookies from his storage. Xander sat in front of Yudaha as he started the conversation. What do you want to know first? Yudaha closed her eyes for a few seconds before answering. In your book, did you write it using magic? Yudaha asked. That was important to her, since she needed to know if Xander is just using shortcuts while other authors tried their best. No, there is no magic that could do something like that. Other races also play with human society, but you didn't see any good works, right? Xander said, as Yudaha nodded her head. Then, can you start explaining to me the supernatural world? Yudaha asked. Xander started explaining to Yudaha that the various mythologies exist in this world. He kept a slow pace to not overwhelm her mind. Yudaha slowly digested the information as she started to get amazed by this world. Xander saw that as he proceeded to explain about the 3 factions of the Bible. He explained the war that happened 500 years ago, which made Yudaha weirded out that there really is a Big G in this world. Big G. Is he still alive? Yudaha asked, as Xander merely shook his head. He died, sealing something dangerous, Xander said, as Yudaha was disappointed a bit. Then if other races still roam this world, how can the humans fight them? Yudaha asked. Xander smiled at that. It's because of sacred gear, Xander said, as Yudaha tilted her head. Sacred gears? Xander nodded his head as he started explaining what the sacred gear is all about. He also explained about how broken the Longinus-type sacred gear are. Yudaha got excited about the weapons of humanity. Xander, Yudaha exclaimed as Xander understood what she wanted. Unfortunately, you don't have one, Xander shook his head as he informed the girl. Yudaha frowned before asking, is there other way humans can fight the other races? Xander smiled at that as he explained about the human magic. There is, though you need to be smart to do it, Xander said, as Yudaha slumped at the table. Doesn't this mean that I can't do anything special? Xander just smiled at her reaction. No, there are other ways. Do you want to learn magic, Yudaha? Xander said with an interested smile on his face. Yudaha immediately gained her energy as she asked, really? Xander just nodded his head as he touched Yudaha's hands before teleporting them to Underworld. Yudaha was surprised by what happened as she stared at the weird purple sky. Where are we? She asked as she started appreciating this new view for her. Underworld. The territory of devils and fallen angels. Yudaha got excited by Xander's words as she pulled his clothes, wanting him to show her the civilization of this place. Xander nodded his head as he teleported them to the land of Citri. They just walked in the side road as Yudaha kept looking at the devils. They have some things that are different from humans, so she just watched it in fascination. So this is devils. Yudaha muttered as Xander just took her hand. He gave her a tour in this place, as he was already familiar with it. Yudaha brought a small note with her, where she kept important information that she would use on her novel. After the tour, Xander teleported them to the place where Sona and her peerage trained before. What are we going to do now? Yudaha asked, still enthusiastic about what will happen. I'm going to help you absorb magic power. It'll use another system, so you can adapt to it, Xander said as he placed his hand on Yudaha's back and began channeling a small amount of mana. Yudaha felt a warm energy flow into her from her back. At first it was uncomfortable, but she can feel her body adapting to the mana, making her wonder how that happened. Don't lose focus. Try to control that warm feeling, or even just try moving it, Xander said, as Yudaha immediately did what she was instructed. She tried moving it, but was having a hard time doing it. The viscosity of the mana was strong that she couldn't even move an inch. However, that problem was also fixed when her body started adapting to it. She couldn't help but ask, Xander? What's happening to my body? Yudaha asked. Xander answered her question. It's just my ability, As long as I teach someone, they would immediately adapt to what I'm guiding them. Xander explained as Yudaha finally realized why she felt unusual. She turned her attention to controlling the magical power within herself, and after 5 minutes, she finally succeeded. Yudaha, a human, could handle the magical power of the devils. Xander doesn't have a problem with his mana, since he can expand it using Command T, or even halt the mana consumption of a target. Xander sensed the faint mana within Yudaha's aura, then carefully expanded it. Yudaha felt a warm surge of energy flow through her, as if she were standing in the middle of a bright summer day. Xander nodded his head as her body immediately adapted to the new amount of magic power Yudaha possessed. Now that you know how to use your magic power, started imagining what you wanted to appear, devil magic or good, because they only need to imagine, Xander said. Yudaha then imagined a small fire appearing in her hands. She was confused when the fire didn't appear. She then realized that she hasn't used any magic power yet. She raised her hand again before using magic powers while imagining the fire. A small fire appeared on her hands, and she didn't even felt any heat. She stared at the fire with awe in her eyes. Is this magic? Yudaha asked, still in trance, while Xander just nodded his head. This is enough for the day. Just practice. Your human body wouldn't be able to adapt too much changes in just a day, Xander said, denying the hopeful expression on Yuda's face. Yudaha could only accept as she looks at him with dissatisfied eyes. In a room, many divine person could be seen discussing with calmness on their face. This scene is quite disturbing, as inside that calmness, bottled rage was kept hidden. Hermes, do you have the information already? Poseidon asked as a person with just one arm replied. No, but I have the clue. Hermes replied as one of the gods got angry. Clue. After all that time? Only clue. Ares screamed, but was stopped by Poseidon, who just glared at him. I heard of the news that Underworld was being attacked, so I went there. I saw a girl using ice magic freezing hundreds of thousands of high-class devils. Hermes' words made them remember the leader of the group that attacked them. The gods started gritting their teeth while their aura rampaged all around. Who is the girl? Zeus calmly said. Even though he looked so calm, he is actually the most mad one. It's the heiress of the Citri clan, Sona Citri, Hermes said. Zeus stood up as he stared at the remaining Greek gods before saying, Get ready, we're going to war. Everyone immediately bowed their heads as they went to their new-made home to get their divine weapons. There's one god who kept quiet the whole meeting. It was a god with skeleton body and blue burning eyes. Even though Hades doesn't interfere with Olympus, he is still part of it. He was also angry at what happened to the mountain as plans started to form on his head. Every Greek god were waiting for this moment. The humiliation they received were too much for their pride to take, especially when the news of their defeat was spread in the whole world. They swore that they will pay back the cursed race 100 times than what they did. You're also going to send your servants, right? Hades, Zeus said while staring at Hades, who just stayed silent. Xander suddenly has a feeling that something would happen soon. He remembered that he still need to make weapons suitable for the girls. Xander already collected the raw materials from the 2 dragons, so all he needed was to build them. Xander went to Sona's peerage as he started thinking what weapons should he make for them. He's going to make it connected to the soul or pseudo-sacred gear. Tsubaki, what weapon do you want? Or do you still want to use Naginata? Xander asked as Tsubaki just nodded her head. How about you, Tsubasa? Tsubasa thought about it for a moment before replying. Knuckles would do, Lord Xander. Xander nodded his head before turning his attention to Tomo, who immediately stated, I want Nodachi, the same one Sasaki Kojiro used. Tomo said as Xander accepted it. Rhea? Xander asked Rhea, who just smiled. Gun please, Lord Xander. 2 twin guns. Xander nodded his head. Before Xander could ask, Momo mentioned hers. I want a staff. Lord Xander just listed it before turning to Sona. Give me some comfortable gloves, Xander. Sona said as Xander left the place. He went to Dimensional Gap. He was surprised when it was still raining foods when there are no people here. He didn't bother with it, and before he took a slab, he made it grow before using it as a table. Xander started making the weapons without a care in the world. Craftsmanship skill acquired. For every weapon, He merged Great Red's tooth and a Barado's tooth from the Barado. The Barado, there have concepts in their claws and Barado, so every weapon that he's going to make would have the concept of piercing on them. He also used true Barado on the weapon, making them lethal to eldritch beings. Their weapon can now nullify anything as long as they pour mana on it. Xander first made Tsubasa's knuckles. He added gravity controllability on the knuckles. His main reason for doing that is to make Tsubasa's punches even more deadly. Xander would also like to train her by multiplying the gravity on her hands. She need to get used to it before it can become something she can use. Next is Rhea. Her request is simple, especially when Xander already has an idea what to make for her. He just made the same one Shiba Tatsuya used and upgraded it. Rhea can now enter deeper in the information dimension using these guns, as they would filter unnecessary informations for Rhea. The gun also made Rhea's calculation ability stronger. Xander proceeded to Tsubaki. Xander made it so her Naginata would double the potency of her abilities. If before, when she touched Hermes' hands using Raffraflesia, she only took his arm, now it would immediately overwhelm all of his defenses, with true nuts included on it. Even Hermes' divinity would be amazed by her power. Xander made Tomo's katana next. The only thing he did with it is make it unbreakable while giving it the properties of enhancing her understanding of Tsubaime Geishi. He also made it extremely sharp that a normal sheath wouldn't be able to handle it. Xander kept in mind to tell Tomo that not to use the katana unless meeting special enemies. Momo's staff was next, so Xander started thinking for a bit to what he should make for Momo. Xander ended up making Megumin's staff, but he added some effects on it. The user can double the power of the explosion magic it would release, and it also has a magic regeneration ability. Its regeneration ability is so strong that Momo wouldn't need to problem the mana exhaustion from firing explosion magic infinitely. Lastly, Xander made two things for Sona. One which she requested from Xander, and the other is a thing that Xander forgot to give her before. Xander made the gloves while imagining Velzard, a true Barado who is so overpowered that it could defeat billions with just releasing its aura. The primary use of her gloves was simple, to freeze. But not just simple freezing. He wanted her ice magic to grow while wearing this glove, so he made it. He simply wanted her to reach Velzard's level of freezing. Xander finished making the weapons. He also made it so that someone wouldn't be able to take the weapon from their soul. All of the weapons were enchanted with a true name soulbind, and they were also made from dangerous beings, so their power is enough to reach Longinus if used seriously. He wiped his forehead and smiled at his finished products, especially Sona's other equipment. While Xander was working on the weapons in Dimensional Gap, the Maus were having a meeting with grim look on their faces. Why did the Greek mythology declare war on us? Falbium asked while the others shook their heads. So far we haven't found any clue yet. The only thing we knew is that they are enraged by something Surzex said as Ajuka started thinking carefully. Enraged? Is this thing connected to the downfall of Olympus? Ajuka asked. The others gained an understanding from his words, but also equal worry. Does that mean someone in the devil race did the destruction of Olympus? Seraphol asked, as the others didn't shrug that thought. Who could have done that? As far as I know, only you and Surzex could do something like that, Falbium said, while Ajuka just nodded his head. They said that it was a band of 6, so that suspicion is already off the mark, Ajuka said, while shaking his head. Anyway, the Greek gods are preparing for war. We also need to do the same. Seraphol, can Xander participate in this war? Surzex asked hopefully, as he knew that Xander's strength could change the whole situation of the war. Seraphol just shook her head at his words. I couldn't reach him, and this is our own problem. We don't need to involve someone unrelated to this situation, Seraphol said, unusually serious. Surzex realized what he just said as he apologized. That was too much of me. I apologize. You're right. We couldn't involve Xander in this when he's not even part of our race, Surzex said, as everyone relaxed. They started returning to the topic. Did someone already send in person to negotiate? Falbium asked as Surzex nodded his head. Apparently, they won't accept anything except war. Their face grim at that. It's about time to solve some problems. Ready the troops. The war already started the moment they declared it. We don't have time to talk here when their plans are already happening, Sirzek said, as the other three began to ready to prepare. Serafal remembered something as he turned to the others. Everyone, how about bringing the enemies to my family's territory? Serafal said, making them surprised about it. Are you sure that's fine, Serafal? The uses of the city core could be released in other mythologies, Ajuka asked. He was disappointed when he found out that the city core that he received was just a duplication and even have some defects. Don't worry, Xander mentioned that right now, the only person who could dent the barrier is the Trimutree, Serafal said, as they were baffled at her words. You mean only those three could damage it? Sirzek asked. The one who replied wasn't Serafal, but Ajuka. Probably, I know the potential of that thing. The only thing I don't know is whether it has limits, Ajuka said, as Serafal teleported everyone to Citree clan's territory. They arrived and saw only wasteland on it. They remembered that something like this happened before. Did your father not give you permission, Serafal? Sirzek asked as Serafal and Ajuka just shook their heads. No, the Citree domain is their, Ajuka said while pointing in front of them. He knew this feeling as he already tested this authority. He was just surprised that even he couldn't sense except for the small disturbance in the air. Next chapter would be some war, chapter 54. War. The four Maus arrived at the Citree territory and was received by an empty land. Serafal called her father, who immediately accepted it. Father, I'm going to test the durability of the barrier, Serafal said as Lord Citree just gave his permission. He knew that Serafal couldn't do damage to the barrier, so he just let her. Now it's okay. Go all out and don't worry about the surroundings. Rhea-chan would just fix it for us, Serafal said. They were interested about the fixing thing, but they put it off as they needed to test the barrier now. They started attacking it with everything they got. Sirzek using pod, the same thing that could erase anything as long as it's practiced. Ajuka tried to analyze the barrier to make a hole on it, or controlling the world around the place, trying to destroy it. Falbium is just being Falbium. Nothing they did damaged the barrier. Not even a dent has appeared on it. They stopped when they felt that they couldn't damage this barrier. Doing something that could exhaust their strength is just foolish. They saw Serafal calling someone for a second before the devastated land returned to its former glory. What was that, Serafal? Ajuka asked, clearly interested in that process of returning the land to what it was. HM? That was just one of Sona-chan's servants. She handles information too well that this is the result. Ajuka immediately realized what she was talking about, so he got closer. Does that mean her control of information is too strong that she can alter it? Or maybe even erase it? Or perhaps she can just restore thing, or... Serafal stopped Ajuka, who was asking too many questions. Stop. Ajuka-chan, this is not the time. You can ask about them later on. Ajuka realized that he was getting into it, so he stopped. They stared at the barrier before nodding their head. It's decided. This will be the main battlefield. Serafal, please let us talk to your father, Sirzek said, as the other two stared at her. Okay. Serafal teleported them inside the mansion, where she saw that many servants was already waiting for them and was bowing their heads. Welcome, Lord Satans. They raised an eyebrow at that, but just nodded their heads. Father. Serafal went to Lord Citrae's side before hugging him. What can this old lord can do for you gentlemen? Lord Citrae said while slightly bowing his head. The three still has upper ranks than him, and he respected them for fighting in the front lines 5 centuries ago. Lord Citrae let them inside before they started talking about the problem that the devil race is currently facing. It didn't take long before Lord Citrae accepted their proposal. Lord Citrae values the devil race as much as he valued his land. Being selfish in this situation could do nothing. He just asked for a favor in exchange for using his land, which the three accepted with some thoughts. They left the land as Lord Citrae started informing his residents that they would be temporarily under Astaroth clan's residence. Some protested that they don't want to leave the Citrae land, but Lord Citrae shut them up when he mentioned returning them back after the war ended. Lord Citrae teleported every household to Beelzebub's territory, which is hard to enter because of Ajuka's many complex barriers surrounding it. The Citri clan is now deserted except for the mansion of Lord Citri. Father, what's happening? Sona asked while Lord Citri sighed. Va, Zona. There's going to be war. Sona immediately turned his attention to her father. Who's the enemies? Sona asked as Lord Citri closed his eyes. Apparently, it's the Greek gods. Lord Citri said, making Sona widen her eyes. Ill fight, Father. Sona said with conviction on her voice, making it hard for Lord Citri to refuse her. What's your reason for participating, Sona? He could only ask as Sona looked away with blush on her face. This war is actually our fault. We were the one who destroyed Mount Olympus. Lord Citri was slack-jawed at that as he started massaging his head. Did you kill many god there too? Sona nodded her head with a shy face. Sona was ready to be reprimanded, but was surprised when Lord Citri suddenly embraced her. You've gotten strong, Sona. You made me proud. Sona widened her eyes at Lord Citri's words before returning the hug. Era, they are bonding without me. Lady Citri suddenly arrived and smiled at the two of them. It was decided that both Citris would participate since it was their daughter's fault. Sona called her peerage before asking Rhea where the enemy is going to attack. She sent them there until she was only one left in this place. She knew that the main fight would be held here, so she's going to participate on it. She would let her servants deal with the gods that are not in the battlefield, so the damage would be at least lessened. In the middle of Citri territory, two armies could be seen facing each other. I'm surprised that they accepted our proposal of using the Citri clan as a battleground. It will be troublesome to pit them until they have no choice but to come here, Surzex said as Ajuka nodded his head. I guess they are too prideful to not confront the weak demon race in face-to-face battle, Ajuka said. The tension in the air is making new warriors suffocate, but those who are hardened are already used to this air. Some even loved it. The 12 main gods aren't here? Oh, there is Ares, but where are the others? Surzex said as Ajuka started thinking of possibilities. They're attacking other cities now. I can feel plenty of gods trying to break my barrier now, Ajuka said as Surzex called his father. It was confirmed that they are indeed being attacked. We already expected this, so we left our peerage, but can they really handle them? Surzex was worried about that. It's not like he was not confident on his peerage, but they were fighting multiple gods. That was already a hard fight to win. A magic circle suddenly appeared on their side as Azazel emerged from it. You probably don't need to worry about that, Azazel said, making them tilt their heads. Why, Azazel? Surzex asked, because Sona Citra's peerage is already waiting in there. Azazel's words made them even more confused. They're strong. At least each of them is stronger than me or every gods that appeared in other places, Azazel said, as they took this seriously. When did they become that strong? Ajuka asked. Xander's work, Azazel merely said, as they understood the situation. If there is something you can't understand, then blame it to Xander. That is their motto. Are you sure you don't need mine and Michael's help? Azazel asked as Surzex refused their help when they offered it. Surzex and Ajuka shook their heads, making Azazel sigh. They turned their attentions when the Greek gods suddenly released their auras, making the devil army shiver. The four mouths also flaunted their assurance to the army. Ares suddenly shouted as every god began moving. Ares and his army, riding horses, sprinted towards the Barato army while breaking several sound barriers. Ajuka didn't let them. As he raised a barrier, Ares didn't take the barrier seriously as he just smashed on it using brute force. Everyone immediately entered the battlefield as devils started retreating. The gods thought that they were scared, so they grinned while chasing them. Ares raised a javelin before throwing it at an ultimate class devil. The devil dodged and was about to counter when the javelin still embedded on his shoulder, putting a hole on it. Gods suddenly started massacring the devils until they entered the Citri barrier. Ajuka started moving as he controlled the battlefield using his magic and made several disasters that damaged some gods. Every god needs thousands of devils just to kill one, so they brought a lot of them. Seraphal started moving as she used her ice magic, freezing a bunch of gods' armies. The gods stopped for a second before they turned red in wrath. Kill her, Ares said as he pointed at Seraphal, who was confused by this situation. She shook her head as she stared at Surzek's erasing gods, as if they were pebbles on the road, befitting of one of the top 10 strongest beings in the world. Serafal was suddenly surrounded by hundreds of thousands of enemies. They're just cannon fodders for Serafal, so she just made a block of ice then dropped it at them. Only 7 of the 12 main Greek gods are alive, as the others were killed during the destruction of Olympus. Only Ares is here, as the others were attacking multiple locations the same time as this war is happening. When the demon race entered the city core's barrier, they felt power entering their Barato, so they got excited and started destroying some armies of gods. Ares appeared beside Serafal, then suddenly punched her, catching her by surprise. Serafal flew kilometers away as Ajuka tried to restrain Ares on the spot. Serafal stood up again while coughing heavily. Gods can't really be underestimated. She wiped her Barato before rushing to Ares and slapping him in the face while ice magic glowed on her hands. Ares got planted on a mountain and froze. He quickly used his divinity to break the ice on his Barato. While Surzek was defeating gods with ease, a sudden call reached his mind. He answered it and began shaking. Ajuka noticed and ordered his forces to enter the barrier. The gods tried to break through, but all their power was unable to damage it. Ajuka made a barrier for himself as the ground kilometers away from Surzek suddenly vanished. Everything was erased on the spot. Silence, a creepy silence, emerged in the loud battlefield as only a few of Ares' army survived. Ares stared at this dumbfounded. He never thought that his army would fall so suddenly. No, erase would be the better term, as nothing remained in Surzek's surroundings, and nothing at all survived the overwhelming attack. Zing! The devils stared at Surzek with awe in their eyes. They finally saw the real strength of the current Lucifer. They saw how he erased the army of gods with just one move. Azazel stared at this while shaking his head. They've done it now. Are they trying to destroy the world? Only Azazel know about what's happening, as he know just how Hades move. Ares got enraged that his army was annihilated, so he rushed towards Surzek, who just looked at him with calmness. But he can see inside his eyes that there are immense rage on it. Surzek waved his hand as Ares' body started collapsing. He tried to use his divinity to stop it, but it was no use as Surzek is using half of his powers now. And no, it'll kill the Citri before I die, Ares said as he poured all of his divinity on his javelin before throwing it at Serafal, who got tanked the attack by stacking hundreds of ice wall in front of her. Cintureto thanked God that monster was finally out. Even my book couldn't handle his destruction. The man took out a book from nowhere and started reading it. On Beelzebub territory, Poseidon was attacking the barrier, slowly crippling it out. He stopped when he sensed someone appearing on his view. He saw a girl wearing a uniform while Katana was on her side. He raised an eyebrow, wondering who this little girl is. "Who are you?" Poseidon asked while looking at Tomo bored. He also has an army he brought with him. Among those army includes the Deep Ones. The Deep Ones are creatures underwater. They are ruled by Mother Hydra and Dagon that are said to be lesser great old ones. They are immortal and are known to create hybrids with humans. Poseidon possessed some Deep Ones on his army. "Old man, you're not cute at all, just like your army," Tomo said, making Poseidon pissed as a mere mortal dared to diss him, especially comparing him to his army of human frog hybrid. Poseidon ordered some of his servants to get rid of the trash. 10 Deep Ones went to Tomo, but they suddenly stopped as they were struck down. Shatechi Tomo returned her katana to her sheath while smiling. They still haven't received their weapons from Xander, as he was still making them now. Poseidon was starting to get irritated by this ant as he ordered Barato nuisances to take down Tomo, but just like before, they all fell when they entered 20 meters from her range. Poseidon narrowed his eyes. 20 meters. Is her sword mastery that strong? Poseidon thought. Poseidon took his trident from somewhere before waving it towards the sky. The sky suddenly turned dark as a large storm arrived. This would make his domain bigger, as every drop of water is his body. He threw his trident at Tomo, who tried to take it. "Heavy," Tomo thought as her arms started shaking. "Thunder." The sky was crying, indicating Poseidon's emotion about this war. The trident returned as Tomo was pushed 50 meters away from her spot. "Yua, that was heavy, I guess." Cinchuredo, he immediately raised a water barrier before Tomo could get to them. Tomo stopped just short of it, sensing that entering it would break her. Poseidon finally started taking the situation seriously as he flew toward Tomo, breaking a few sound barriers in the process. Tomo got ready as she clashed with Poseidon. Poseidon's strength was greater than Tomo, but her speed excelled him. She was putting pressure on him by cutting some parts of his body. Poseidon was enraged as he finally realized that this girl was one of the brats who humiliated their whole pantheon. Poseidon barado his trident as a large earthquake occurred, disrupting Tomo's balance. Poseidon is not only the god of seas, but also a god of earthquakes. Poseidon seized the moment and struck Tomo's barado, causing the girl to cry out in pain. That hurt!" Tomo screamed as she held her shoulder that has a small hole on it. While Tomo was grunting, one deep ones arrived and tried to hit her, but she dodged as the fist entered the land, destroying it. Tomo took a large breath to calm herself. "I guess it was playing too much." Tomo inhaled air as she steadied herself, focusing on a technique she devised on her own, not from Xander, ready to unleash it now. Thousand Slaying Slash. The moment Tomo said that, the land suddenly changed. Crack! Crack! The earth was bisected as the land turned dust from the many slashes that Tomo delivered. Only Poseidon was left as his eyes widened. If he didn't build a barrier last second, then he might already be in dust now. The whole place was devastated beyond words, and the deep ones lay defeated on the ground. "Wave!" Poseidon called out as he raised the power of his water and started flooding the land. Tomo was surprised when she suddenly sensed Poseidon's presence nearby. She immediately raised her katana, but was blasted 100 meters away. She stood up, but flew again as her body started to sustain injuries. She began analyzing what is happening until she got her answer, as in the corner of her eyes, she saw Poseidon's body forming from a droplet of the rain. Tomo used Sword Domain and slashed all droplets on her ranged as Poseidon lost his ability to exchange place with water. He raised his arm as a tsunami arrived and started ravaging the place it run to. Tomo took a long breath. "I'm gonna end this," Tomo said as Poseidon got angry at Tomo's words. Mere human thinking that she could defeat him, Poseidon raised his power to maximum as he added Earthquake on his trident, making it glow. He pushed divine power on his arms, making it buffed. He assumed a lunging stance, as Tomo also assumed Sasaki Kojira's stance. Cinchuredo. It seems like his parallel self experienced the same thing. He stared at Tomo, who is breathing heavily while smiling. He closed his eyes while muttering something. "Thank you for the challenge." Barado turned light particles as it flew to the sky. Tomo paid her respect by bowing her head. Barado. Share your thoughts. Chapter 55. War 2. After Tomo completed Sona's orders, she rested in Astaroth's territory, where she was received with grateful eyes. The land could be changed, but the lives could not come back, so although they love the land, they still value their lives more. Tomo thanked them as she made her way to the Astaroth mansion. She was exhausted and only wanted to rest, her whole barado aching from using the technique. So the moment she reached her room, she immediately fell asleep. Meanwhile, outside, a green-haired young man was keeping watch over the mansion, unaware that the night would bring unexpected events. Xander finished making all their weapons as he suddenly felt the whole multiverse unstable. He thought that another outer god was messing things again, so used clairvoyance and saw the reason for it. To be exact, humans. Apparently, this DxD world has an paradimension. A paradimension is a parallel reality that has extremely small deviation from the parent dimension. In short, it was a parallel world that made a decision different in this world. Xander needed to stop the growth of many paradimensions, as the multiverse couldn't handle too many of it. Once the multiverse reached its limits, it would trigger a ZK-class cross-reality failure event. The reason why humans are the reason for this is because each paradimensions are made by human decisions. In the morning you wake up, you decide to stand up. You decide to drink water. You decide to take a shower. You decide to play computer. In every decision you made, a power dimension is also built at the same time. So imagine billions of humans making thousands of decisions a day. The amount of power dimension existing in this multiverse already surpassed mere trillions. It seems like the multiverse couldn't handle it any barato, as it was already shaking. One of the other dimensions decided that the only solution to this problem was to eliminate humanity so that no one could make any barato decisions. And in that way, they saved the entire multiverse from being barato. Their only hope is for new Homo sapiens to grow until they reach the place the last humans achieved. Because in their multiverse, only 57 universes were made, and among those 57, only one planet has beings that can think. They destroyed humanity to make the multiverse stable. If Xander was just a normal psychopath, then he wouldn't hesitate to choose destroying the humans to keep the multiverse safe. Unfortunately, Xander has human morals and has the ability to destroy anything and everything. Xander watched as the power dimensions made some power dimensions on their own. Humans are really scary, Xander said before he closed his eyes and muttered. The multiverse stopped for a moment, as if sensing what's happening. It can feel the parasites in its body becoming nothing as it felt stable again. In just one moment, many quadrillions of power dimensions were erased from existence when Xander uttered the word. Xander only left this dimension. He knew that the next cleaning up would be in millions of years, so he got satisfied with this. Xander warped to Citri territory and was confused by what he saw. Agar's territory Tsubaki arrived at the Agar's territory. Rhea informed her that the gods would arrive here in 20 minutes. She has no time to play, so she immediately went to the Agar's clan. Lord Agar's was signing some papers when he heard some knock on his study room. Come in, he said while a servant appeared and bowed his head. Lord Agar's, a servant from Citri family, came here to inform you something. Lord Agar's raised an eyebrow at that. Let that person wait for a few minutes, Lord Agar said. The servant has a complicated look on his face as he talked. She said that it's something important. She also mentioned that it involves your domain. My lord, the servant said as Lord Agar's stopped his hand. He stood up and walked to the lounge where he saw Tsubaki sitting while waiting for him. You're the Queen of Citri heiress, right? Lord Agar's asked as Tsubaki bowed her head. Indeed, I am Sona Citra's queen. I came to inform you that Greek gods are currently flying towards your territory, Lord Agar's, Tsubaki said. Lord Agar stopped as he remembered one news that he received just earlier. So it is true. The Greek gods really declared war on us. Lord Agar's closed his eyes as he asked Tsubaki. Thank you for informing me, young lady. I'll evacuate the citizens. Immediately Lord Agar's was about to order his servants when Tsubaki suddenly stopped him. I'll stay here to fight Lord Agar's, Tsubaki said, making Lord Citri raise an eyebrow at her. Tsubaki flared her aura as Lord Agar's widened his eyes. He took a breath to calm himself before nodding his head. Please, he said before telling his servants to prioritize evacuating the common folks. The evacuation didn't take long before Lord Agar's prepared his troops. After 15 minutes, the Agar's army stiffened when they sensed the destructive aura of the gods. Tsubaki saw many gods being led by two main Greek gods, Apollo and Hermes. The two flew while having a serious look on their faces. They didn't do anything special, but just ordered the minor gods along with their army to attack the Agar's clan, who only has some weak barrier. In just a few seconds of bombarding, the barrier broke as they were about to enter. Sikvera stared at the gods with frightened expression. She couldn't fathom how Sona's queen could face those beings without faltering. She turned her attention towards her father, who has a grim look on his face. He used time on his whole territory, as the time in the territory is much faster than the outside. He looked at Tsubaki, who just nodded her head before assuming a weird stance of clawing the air with her two hands. Tsubaki brought her hands down. Zone! Everything cracked outside the barrier as the gods was alerted. They saw the land, sky, and even space cracking. Many of the minor gods were hit by the crack as their body broke like they were brittle glass that was dropped. They were scared by this, as this power is the same as Poseidon possess, though her mastery is much better than his. They turned their attention and saw Tsubaki doing something. Apollo ordered one minor god to dash towards Tsubaki and stop her. The unnamed god sprinted toward Tsubaki, but his form broke apart the moment he came within 30 meters of her. Hermes widened his eyes at that ability, clenched his jaw, and immediately channeled his divinity through his barato. Hermes moved on speed of light while covering his body with divinity to protect himself with Tsubaki's corrosion. "Little girl, you damaged me last time. This time it won't happen." Hermes said the last time he was messing around and just used minimal speed. He just didn't expect that he would be trapped and didn't immediately use his divinity. He appeared beside Tsubaki, who was surprised by his speed. Hermes slapped Tsubaki using his staff before going back to Apollo's side when he noticed that the space was starting to melt. Tsubaki was sent flying for a few meters before she stood up without any noticeable injuries, though the land was ravished with his attack. Did this girl grow stronger than last time? Hermes thought as the last time he hit her, she was still damaged, but now even a scratch couldn't be found anywhere on her. Tsubaki melted the space around her to stop Hermes from doing it again, but her expectations were destroyed when Hermes delivered his blow to her body without getting close to her. Hermes smirked at her dumbfounded expression. "Did you forget that I am a messenger god? I can send my attacks to anywhere as long as I have divinity," Hermes explained as Apollo elbowed him. "What are you doing explaining to the enemy?" "As expected, you aren't elegant at all," Apollo said before raising his finger. Light appeared on it as it flew at Tsubaki with speed faster than light. Boom! A large explosion occurred with that simple attack as Apollo raised his chest. "I am the god of sun, Apollo. Under the sun, I am invincible," Apollo proclaimed, but was cut by Tsubaki, who appeared not damaged by his attack. "Who decides that?" Tsubaki smirked and clenched her fist, throwing a powerful punch. The air cracked as Apollo was struck and sent flying. Apollo appeared 50 meters away from his spot, visibly shaken. Hermes saw Apollo being injured by the girl as he ordered the other gods to attack the territory while they battled Tsubaki. The minor gods nodded their heads before flying toward the city. They got angry when they saw that there is no enemy in this place. Centureto, a minor god of fire, tried to fire some big fire attack that is stronger than the Phoenix fire. The attack hit the barrier and immediately slowed down. Every spell that entered the barrier would get their time slow. It will take an hour before their spells could land on the mansion. Tsubaki covered her whole body with quake and started doing close combat with the two gods. Even though Hermes was faster than her, her body was clad in tremor, making it hard for Hermes to damage her. Apollo got angry that he was injured as he raised his hand before a small sun appeared on it. He threw the sun at Tsubaki, who just used quake on Naginata before thrusting it at the sun. Crack! 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 The sun cracked before breaking as it exploded, making a hole in the ground. Tsubaki smiled at that before she was hit by multiple hits on her body at the same time. She kneeled as she saw Apollo smirking at her. "Too bad, little girl. I could control a lot of properties of the sun, including the sunlight that is currently shining on your body," Apollo explained as Tsubaki understood what happened to her. She melted everything that is connected to sun before closing her eyes. "Is this the time?" Tsubaki muttered before she opened her eyes. "I'll just let you know that my ability already evolved from before. The reason I'm not using it is because it's very dangerous. So brace yourself," Tsubaki said before drawing her coat tightly around herself. SHSSS. A strange sound was suddenly heard as everything in the place began to fade away. The minor gods were overcome when Tsubaki's ability reached them. Apollo and Hermes also felt themselves weakening. "What did you do?" Hermes shouted as Tsubaki merely smiled. "My ability evolved to something rather terrifying. I can now dissolve and corrode anything without touching them. Just thinking of corroding things will do." Tsubaki gave a wide smile. Tsubaki's ability was coming closer to a concept. She just needed to practice at Barato and maybe face a critical challenge before it would really break the limit of a skill and reach conceptual. Sikvera stared at Tsubaki with shock in her eyes. She saw her battling powerful beings and overpowering them without problems. The only thing that held her back was the two powerful gods that cornered her. Lord Agar's was also shocked, but regained his calm because he already witnessed many miraculous things in his life. That doesn't mean that he is not shocked, though. He just suppressed it since he still need to face the problem of their land being Centuredo. Don't worry about the damage, Lord Agar's. My fellow servant could fix it tomorrow, Tsubaki said, as if sensing the troubled thoughts of the Lord. Thank you for that. Overall, I am grateful to you for protecting my territory. Send my regards to the Citri family. Tell them I would never forget this debt, Lord Agar said. Gremory territory Rhea was watching while the Rias Gremory's peerage were fighting against the army of gods. She came here as a backup, but it seems like she wasn't needed. Issei was growing stronger every minute. He was desperate when he heard that the Gremory was being attacked by gods. So his sacred gear responded to his feelings, making his power grow absurdly. Rhea wondered why Rias Gremory isn't here yet, and only Kaneko Tuju was tanking the attacks of Zeus. That's right, Kaneko is currently having a one-on-one fight with Zeus. Zeus was amused that a little kitten wanted to fight him by hand, so he accepted it and was surprised. This cat can actually fight with him equally, using only arm strength. Ever since Kaneko saw the disappointed look on Xander's eyes when he mentioned that she didn't grow strong, she consulted Kuroka to teach her Senjutsu. She already accepted her Nekashu part and trained with it, making her strength rise considerably. Even Tannen couldn't compete with her in terms of strength. Kaneko was currently having a hard time fighting the chief of the gods, as Zeus didn't even use his authority of the sky yet. They were only fighting using bare hands, as their battle brought destruction on Earth. Kaneko was getting worried every second that passed, as she hasn't heard a word from her Bucho yet. Not just her, every member of the peerage were also worried. They couldn't focus fighting Zeus' army, as their thoughts would always divert to Rias. Because she was out of it for a moment, Zeus' fist hit her stomach as her body was planted in the ground. Don't get distracted in the middle of a fight, little girl, Zeus said with an intense expression. It had been a long time since someone could fight him equally, so he was excited right now. Kaneko immediately stood up. She felt a rib break, so she used Senjutsu to heal it. Her cat ears suddenly appeared, while Zeus just raised an eyebrow at her. Kaneko used Senjutsu to strengthen herself. She stepped on the ground, leaving a huge dent on it as she arrived at Zeus' place. She planted a punch on his face, blasting the god to a nearby building, destroying it. Rhea also informed them about the god's arrival, so just like Lord Agar's, Zeodicus immediately evacuated the people to a safer place. Kaneko stopped as she saw Zeus standing up with a savage smile on his face. I love it. Kaneko opened her eyes at his reaction as her face turned disgusted. You're disgusting, old man Kaneko said before punching him again, making Zeus flew away. Zeus immediately stood up and blocked Kaneko's punch. Zeus raised his divinity to match their strength and began fighting Kaneko with a determined smile. Kiba cut through the enemies using the wooden blade Xander had given them. With his balance breaker, he changed the properties of the holy blade into a demonic blade, making it extremely dangerous to holy beings. Every enemy he struck cried out in agony as the curse of the sword reached deep into their very barato. They were overwhelmed by the torment, collapsing almost instantly, and some were even barato by its power. Centuredo Asia was just healing when they got hurt, while Issei was beating the enemies to pulp because of his frustration. His instinct is telling him that something happened to Rias, but he can't just leave her when his Bucus territory is in danger, especially when Zeus is the one attacking it. Zeus not using his authority when fighting Kaneko doesn't mean that he would just let the others take down his goons. He also used thunders to strike some of Gremory's army. Rhea suddenly saw a new information appearing on Information Dimension as she called Zeodicus. Lord Gremory, it seems like Lady Rias was kidnapped. Zeodicus' eyes turned serious as he asked, who did it? Rhea's eyes turned numbers for a moment. That moment wasn't noticed by others, as it only took 0.1 second to analyze the data. The perpetrator is a Grim Reaper? Zeodicus' eyes turned red as he screamed, Hades! Zeodicus calmed as he immediately ordered a servant to call Serzex. He was not confident in confronting a god by himself, so the best way for him in this situation is call for his son. Rhea just watched while wondering why Xioticus didn't ask for other informations. What she didn't know is he just didn't know about her ability at all. Zeus smiled largely when he heard Xioticus scream. It seems like the task was finished. We're now going to proceed to the next plan, Zeus said. He wanted a grand escape, so he controlled the air and used his authority to deny their ability to use his sky. Everyone fell because the sky became out of their ability to use. The air turned dangerous as he was about to defeat everyone there. Nope, we can't have you do that, Rhea's cute voice was heard. Rhea was about to do something when two guns suddenly appeared on her face. Her face brightened as she took it. She can feel her analyzing ability getting stronger. She pointed one of the gun at the sky and pulled the trigger. Zaish. Zeus' authority of the sky was erased as everyone can fly again. The heavy air also vanished as if everything was just an illusion. Kaneko gave Zeus a last punch before backing out. She knew how strong Sona's peerage has become, so she knew when to retreat. What? Zeus shouted as he felt his authority being erased. He cannot be called God of Cosmos if he doesn't have the authority of it. Zeus turned his attention to Rhea. He made the legendary bolt appear before throwing it at Rhea, who just pulled the trigger again. The next moment, the bolt vanished without any trace of it. Zeus tried to call the bolt back, but was hit by a dreadful feeling. His trusted partner is not coming back. It could only mean two things. One is someone with higher authority of lightning than Zeus touching it, or it was erased in existence. And it was probably in Thor's hands and other fanfic. Cinceredo, she looked in the information dimension about that technique and erased it. She also pulled the trigger as Zeus was erased in existence. The battlefield turned silent as the minor gods tried to look for Zeus. Their bodies suddenly shivered when they felt a strong feeling of destruction arriving. They turned their heads to the source of it and saw Surzek's Lucifer glowing in red as his whole body was clad in power of destruction. Share your thoughts. Chapter 56. War 3 Mysterious Man's POV. The man stared at everyone with a confident smile on his face. He was scared of Surzek as he couldn't write anything on his book while Surzek was there. Hello, everyone, the man said as everyone stared at him with cautious eyes. No response, huh? I don't care either way, the man said as he opened his book. The devils felt hostility from this man as one of them fired an arrow imbued with mana at him. The man wrote something on his notebook as the arrow vanished in the air. They felt that they are facing another troublesome enemy again. Ajuka observed the man as he gained some clue to what the man's ability is. Ajuka made Seraphal attack him as chunks of ice appeared in the air and attacked the man. But just like the arrow, the ice vanished when the man suddenly wrote something on the book. The man smiled as he wrote something on the book. A random devil suddenly moved as he dashed to the man, but halfway in sprinting, he suddenly fell, collapsing the moment it hit the ground. Ajuka scrunched his forehead as he used the wind to see what the man was writing. He saw what he wrote, and it appeared in the reality. Ajuka was alarmed as he went to Seraphал's side. Seraphal, don't use magic. Ajuka shouted as Seraphal listened. Barato on its own. And when she used her magic powers, it backfired and injured her internally. Ajuka widened his eyes at this unreasonable phenomenon. Seraphal, Lord Citri and Lady Citri appeared at her side and supported her falling body. Everyone, don't move away from that barrier, Ajuka said, making the devils stop from getting out of the barrier. The man smirked at Ajuka's action as he saw something appearing in his book. The man raised an eyebrow at that before doing something that made Ajuka question the power system of this world. He simply rewrote the sentence and made it favorable for him. Just like what the man wrote, Lady Citri used space magic, but she was surprised when it suddenly vanished in the air without explanations. Lady Citri tried again, but it didn't work. That guy, he can read the future and alter it, Ajuka said, making the listeners shocked. There was something like that in this world. That power could change the world itself. The man suddenly saw Sona appeared as his book turned blank for a moment, making the man scared. But he immediately gained his confidence when the words returned. He saw some new words appearing. The man chuckled before touching the words as he changed it, making it advantageous for him. Lord Citri raised his hand. He was wondering if the city court could bypass that law and damage the enemy, but just like the same as others. It didn't work. The man saw the new future as he tried messing with it. He wanted to know what the others' reaction when their lovely heirs would die with just a few words, especially the man who was watching him do his work. The man looked around the area. There were any number of possibilities. He tried to write a few lines on his book. It was hardly literature, but he had no obligation to make the story interesting. But the second half of the sentence immediately disappeared. So, freezing her on her own ice wouldn't work. There were still plenty of options, though. Centurado or attacked by monsters. Those kind of graphic descriptions were plentiful and obviously suggested as Barato, but a direct mention of it had never shown up. That's kind of strange for a first-person story, isn't it? He tried to make light of it. If he was the writer, there was no way that he would write about his own death. At any rate, all he had to do was remove the line. He quickly traced the letters, erasing them. He would have to focus on setting up a development that wouldn't accidentally result in his own death at the same time. But before he could think of a new scenario to write about, the letters reappeared. He erased them again. What's going on? I'm supposed to have the strongest ability to see the future and changed it. It wasn't the ability to make things go however he wanted, but it should have been enough that, with a bit of clever thinking, he could get out of any situation. But the book was no longer permitting any other development except for his own death. No matter how many times he erased the words, it would just displayed another way of saying that he had died. Zhang, what am I supposed to do? The text was no longer even forming sentences. The words were repeating so rapidly that the man couldn't erase them fast enough. But his entire power relied on using the book, so he couldn't just throw it away. That's right. If I destroy it, he immediately Barato out the page, shredding it to tiny pieces. It would stop being a novel that way. Tearing out each page, he ripped the entire book apart. He could very well lose his ability by doing this, but his slowly approaching demise was far more frightening. Anyway, I should run. He had no idea why. But he knew if Sona arrived at his spot, he himself would die. So he turned away and started running in the watchful eyes of every devils. However, a terrible premonition stopped him in his tracks. He needed to run, but he couldn't help but worry about the thing behind him. He knew he didn't need to, but he felt driven to turn and look back. Every instinct told him not to do it, yet a similar instinct told him it was wrong to ignore the source of his fear. The man turned around. Nothing had changed. The only thing in the ground were scattered pieces of his book. There was nothing else. It was all on his head. He tried to convince himself that. Suddenly, letters appeared on the ground. Words describing his death spilled out of his book's remnants where they covered the floor. In an instant, the words have crawled the land and up to other buildings. The persistence of those words seemed determined to tell him there was no way he could escape it. With the sound of a step, someone appeared on his back. He slowly turned around and was met with Sona's cold gaze. Freeze! That was the last thing the man heard before his whole body turned into a statue before crumbling apart. Grimory Territory Surzex arrived at the place, making the minor gods shivered at his cold gaze. Zeoticus shook his head, looking at his angry son, but he didn't do anything as he shared the same hatred towards the imbeciles that attacked them. Reyes saw that Surzex was about to do something. Everyone please return here. Lord Lucifer is doing something. Every devils who heard her words immediately stepped back far enough while the gods turned pale at that. Surzex was usually a peaceful person, but if someone did something to someone he cares for, then he wouldn't show mercy even if it's the same race. Surzex raised his hand and waved it. Every gods who were still in the battlefield was erased in existence just like that. No form of barrier was about to stop his power, showing just how strong Surzex Lucifer is. The devils awed in that, especially Issei, as he didn't saw the power of Surzex yet. Issei turned his attention to Zeoticus and asked, Zeotitu-sama, where is Bucho? Zeoticus closed his eyes and explained. Rias was kidnapped by Hades. Everyone on Rias' peerage shivered as their aura started bursting out of their bodies. Especially Issei, who was the most devastated about the news. His chain mail started to change as Rhea saw that something would happen if it continues, so she made Issei sleep. Surzex went to Rhea's side and asked, "You're Sonus Bishop, right? I heard you handle information. Do you know what my sister is?" Rhea thought for a moment before smiling. "Certainly, Lord Lucifer. Lady Rheas is currently at Dimensional Gap, being held by Hades himself." Surzex nodded his head and teleported with Rhea at the Dimensional Gap. Both of them were dumbfounded when they saw large things falling at them. They thought it was enemy attack, but they smelled that it was kind of appetizing. Rhea raised an eyebrow before saying, "This is all food, Lord Lucifer." Surzex was baffled at that, but just shook his head. This is not the time to think about food. Rhea understood what his intention are, so she led him to a place where a kingdom was placed. "Theirs, a kingdom on Dimensional Gap?" Surzex asked as Rhea just smiled. "Two to be exact, Lord Surzex." Surzex was surprised again, but started focusing on the kingdom. He felt Hades' aura lingering on this land as he tried to look for Rhea's one. "Is Rheas here?" Surzex asked. Rhea nodded her head as she pointed at one of the rooms in a castle. Surzex nodded his head and immediately went to it. He covered his whole body with destruction, so anything that would hit his body would vanish. Many Grim Reapers noticed their arrival as they immediately started attacking them. Surzex didn't pay attention to them, so Rhea could only handle those cannon fodders. Rhea started analyzing a Grim Reaper's data. She raised her gun before pulling the trigger, erasing hundreds of Reapers in a second. Surzex was amazed at that. He knew that it didn't have any destruction properties, so he wondered how Reapers were erased in existence. Meanwhile, Hades, who was in the throne room, waiting for Zeus so that they could start the second plan. He was confident that this kingdom of his would not be found out, as the existence of distance and space does not exist in Dimensional Gap. Person who tried to look for him would take at least months to find this place. Hades suddenly felt something bad is going to happen. Cinceredo Hades left his castle to battle the two as thousands of magic circle appeared on his back and Barado spheres of Barado. Surzex saw that as he dodged. Flames of Purgatory, huh? Surzex shook his head before confronting it with power of Barado. The blue orbs and red orbs started hitting each other as they canceled every strike. "How did you know this place?" Bat King Hades said as Surzex didn't reply. Hades was angry as he used the souls of the fallen and formed weapons with it. These weapons are very lethal because they ignore physical body and immediately destroy the soul. Surzex looked at Hades with calm gaze as he let the weapons hit him, though it has no effect as they instantly broke the moment they hit his aura. Cinceredo, she can't form or use any magic right now, so she could only squirm on the spot. Rheas was alarmed when she heard the window opening, but immediately sighed in relief when she saw Rhea standing there. "Rhea, what happened?" Rheas asked as Rhea erased the rope that held Rheas. "Lady Rheas, you were kidnapped by Hades. Your brother is currently fighting him outside," Rhea explained as Rheas got worried about her servants. She was informed that a war was coming, so she was about to teleport when a Grim Reaper wearing Hades' helmet suddenly took her by surprise. "Is the war still happening?" Rheas asked while thinking how unreasonable the Greek gods were, pouring their anger at their race for nothing. "Yes. Don't worry, Lady Rhea. The damage are minimals, and most of the Greek gods were already dead," Rhea said as Rheas sighed in relief. "Wait, where are we? How is my servants?" Rheas asked as she felt weirded by this place. Rhea smiled and answered, "We are currently at the Dimensional Gap. They thought this would be the best place to hide their traces, and as for your peerage, they're doing fine. Just worried about your well-being right now." Rheas relaxed at that. She watched as Surzex battled Hades while slowly destroying the god. Surzex felt her sister's presence vanish as he closed his eyes. "Lord Lucifer, Lady Rheas already went to the Gremory territory," Rhea said as Lucifer smiled. Rhea pointed one of her gun to Hades before pulling the trigger as the god suddenly began falling. "What?" Hades was dumbfounded by what happened as he tried to comprehend what happened to him. He suddenly lost the feeling of his divinity, making him scared. Xerxes went to Hades, who is now powerless. Hades took a helmet and was about to put in when it suddenly turned into light particles flying in the air. You pest! Hades finally realized that Rhea was the one who erased his divinity. Tell me, Hades, what did you plan? Xerxes asked while stepping on Hades' skeleton. It's already too late, Bat King. We already expected this to happen. That monstrosity has probably arrived in that place. We were just stalling time so that you wouldn't arrive faster than how that being destroyed the Citri territory. Hades sneered at Xerxes, who got alerted and turned to Rhea immediately. Rhea used clairvoyance before it was blocked by something. It was like a broken T.V was being played on her mind. Seeing Rhea's shocked expression, Xerxes immediately erased Hades before teleporting with Rhea to Citri clan, where they saw something that surprised both of them. Momo and Tsubasa just finished their work without any problem, as the gods they fought were just some simple gods, though the territory was still damaged because of their strength. Tsubasa just kept striking the gods, while Momo bombarded them with explosion magic. They also received their weapons during the fight, making it much easier. They returned to the Citri clan and saw their king defeat a man who could change the future. Sona had already mastered the clan's special ability, so dealing with that kind of overwhelming power was easy. They were about to go back to the mansion when the world suddenly stopped. The space started trembling while many devils who saw the being started screaming. Sona, Seraphol, and their parents were safe because they were protected by Xander's barrier. So the source of that man's power has arrived, huh? They saw a huge being with disgusting body proportions, an interdimensional being to be exact. Where's Xander? Sona said, while worrying about what would happen from now on. Everyone in Sona Peerage was already in the territory, except for Tomo, who was missing. Sona noticed that Tomo's presence was missing. She was about to ask when she suddenly felt it on the enemy's side. They turned their heads and saw Tomo with red eyes, while smiling creepily. Hello there, Tomo said with a creepy voice. Chapter 57. War 4. For those who don't want to read this, then skip ahead. Why bother reading something you can't stomach? Xander arrived at the Citri clan, where he saw thousands of devils that turned insane because of the presence of a monster. No, not just these devils, but everyone in Underworld turned mad. Xander isolated the whole Citri territory from the world before healing every devils and fallen. He teleported those inside the being's range so that they wouldn't turn insane again. Xander went to Sona's side, who was overjoyed with his presence. Xander, you finally arrived, Sona said, as Xander asked what happened. Did something happen in just a day? Sona immediately explained everything that happened, making Xander twitch his mouth. They really found out that it was us? Xander asked while Sona just shook her head. Xander turned his attention to Tomo. He raised an eyebrow as he saw a parasite on her body. He stared at it before doing something. Meanwhile, in a unique dimension where nothing could be seen, there were thousands of bodies were sleeping while standing. Slowly, one by one, they opened their eyes. The real identity of these peoples are just from one person. Everyone here was being controlled by one person because that person wanted to destroy something unreachable in his current state. He spread his influence across many beings, resulting in this army of overpowered beings. Each one of them is stronger than Shiva, making them a powerhouse in their own worlds, and there are thousands of them. They started talking as they discussed about the new world they found. There's a new girl, right? Her abilities were amazing, yeah. It was Barato, amazing, making a technique that ignores space and time. Is her ability really that special? Well, you can't doubt it, since he's just a person who can use a certain technique. What about the boy with the unusual spiritual presence? We learned nothing, so we need to continue investigating. Intriguing. I'd like to determine the source of his power. There are a number of vessels connected to that person. As consciousness were awakened, were currently conversing. Their location was an empty space, meant only for them, and it contained nothing else. Being permanently awake in a space like this would be dull, so they normally just slept. Only when of particular note happened were they simultaneously activated to discuss the situation. Fundamentally, all they did was talk. They didn't normally create plans, nor they did give out orders. For any problems in the real world, They were happy to leave the solutions up to the vessels who lived there. This was no more than a storage area. The only thing that ever changed was the arrival of the new vessels, and that wasn't likely to occur again for some time. After a while, they decided to return to sleep. And then eyes appeared. What? In this space where no one but the man should have been able to enter, which should have rejected everything from outside, eyes had begun to open. Lines ran through empty space, opening vertically to reveal them. The movement was like that of eyelids lifting. They continued to appear one after another, filling the entire space. What's going on? How did they get here? You are the man on the new world. It was little more than a hunch, but the being felt something of the man's atmosphere from them. I see. So you have come to kill me. I never expected someone to be able to find this place. But what of it? Did you think this was my core? Killing me here would change nothing. I exist all throughout the multiverse. I do not exist in the shape of a single person alone. There are versions of myself that are so small as to be invincible like tiny insects. The power that allowed you to reach this place is astounding. I recognize that. But did you think such a thing would be sufficient to stop me? No matter how many times you defeat me, there would always be more. I am beyond number. I am everywhere, no matter how many of me are gone. As long as even one fragment survives, I will continue to multiply. I am already prepared to face great losses. The storage area was important, but it was not the foundation of his plan. Even if every vessel stored here was killed, it would not be a problem in the long run. The being had constructed a system to multiply and disperse himself all but infinitely, with sufficient redundancy to make himself, for all intents and purposes, immortal. The being reached out with his mind and tried to confirm what was going on at the real world, but there was no reply. That was odd. He was constantly in a state of mutual observation. In order to deal with most unlikely of occurrences, a warning should have been sent if anything had happened. But no warning had come. The being in the real world had just gone quiet. What did that mean? He didn't understand. The simple answer to that question was right in front of him, but he couldn't face it. What's happening? Even among humans, there should be at least more than a billions of me. If even a single one of them, one single creature were alive, I would have received an alert preposterous. The majority of them were normal humans. Without my own consciousness having awakened, most of the people containing the being's essences live their entire lives without even knowing it. That was both a precaution against danger and to facilitate the development of diverse characteristics based on different environment. There should have been no way to know that the being existed within, or any way to check. And even if it was somehow discovered, they were just normal humans. No ordinary person would have been able to kill someone just because they had potential to be dangerous. The being had that much faith on humanity. He had thought that humanity was, at its core, good. But this man was different. However he had found them, however he had accomplished it, every single vessel in many worlds had been eliminated. Over 1 billion people, livestock, wild animals, insects, plants, and even minuscule bacteria, everything that had carried his barato was gone. And the mentioned ones are not on Earth. The being began to feel fear. He wasn't afraid of that power. He was afraid that he might actually pass away. Until that point, he had no reason to fear one of his vessels perishing. If it did, its memories would simply be passed to and inherited by another. By spreading memories to many others, he could grow to any number of people. But now that redundancy was gone, if he perished, it would be over. Everything would disappear. All his efforts and studies would all have been for nothing. For the first time in 1,000 years, he felt the fear of everything ending. Before, death had been a phenomenon that was wholly irrelevant for him. But now it had come to him. An irreversible end was staring at him in the face. Hey, all those people you killed, they were innocent, ordinary people. Do you feel nothing for them? That was all he could think to say in desperation. He hoped to make the man feel at least a small amount of regret, but the crowd of eyes showed no response. They didn't seem to possess a spirit that could be shaken by such things. Please spare me. There should be no reason for you to end me now. I understand your power. I will never bother you again. How long did you think I have struggled to build this up? If you came all the way here, you must want something from me, right? What is it? Money? Power? He'll give you everything. I have everything you could want." Right until the very end, the being never understood what those eyes were thinking. In the end, the being was completely defeated. After Xander Barato, the parasite, he teleported Tomo's body to his side as the peerage took care of it. Xander stared at the broken monster with interest on his eyes, though there was also an irritated feeling on it. He swore to teach the two lazy dragons a lesson for letting beings like this enter this world. Xander conceived that this body was just an avatar of the real outer god, so the madness induction it could do was lesser than the original that could make everything in this universe insane just by being in its presence. The being was screeching while the others just closed their ears to stop the screech from entering it. Though it was no use, as it immediately settled on their mind, making them mad. Xander touched the air as the sound waves of the screeching turned tiny with Command T. He then turned to Sona and smiled. "Do you want to fight that thing, Sona?" Xander asked. Sona immediately nodded her head. She wanted to test the extent of her powers, and the perfect Genuine pig appeared itself in front of her. Xander already gave everyone their weapons, as only Tomo was the exception because she was currently unconscious right now. Sona equipped the comfortable gloves before she felt her powers being enhanced, while her magic was strengthened by the true artifacts. Everyone also equipped their weapons as they smiled excitedly. If before they were scared of such being, then right now they're just excited to face such being. Sona waved her hand as the monster was froze by the ice she conjured. It was stopped for a moment before it started moving again. Every step it took made the reality shake. Thankfully, Great Red made the world of DXD more durable the moment he got the power up. So now even if a strong outer god were to hang out in this world, it wouldn't be ruined just by the outer god stepping on it. Though the stars outside this planet were wiped out immediately with every step the being took. Momo focused her attention to the monstrosity before using of her mana and blasting explosion magic on it. Tsubasa also punched a nuclear punch on the being the same time Momo threw explosion magic. The combination of the two made an immense energy that turned into a black hole. The being was pulled into the Barato for a moment before it adapted to it, making them narrow their eyes. Facing beings like this are troublesome after all, Sona said, as she froze the Barato, making it stop before she erased it. Tsubaki concentrated her power before using it on the monster's body, melting a part of it. Tsubaki increased the intensity of the corrosion as the being's body was melted. They were about to sigh in relief when the melted body instantly turned to its former appearance again, though this time it gained the resistance to corrosion and dissolvation. The being waved its hand as the world bended. The law of space changed, and everyone couldn't fathom where's the real way anymore. In everyone's view, the world was constantly changing. They tried to walk forward, but ended walking sideward. They tried to raise their arms, but it dropped instead. They couldn't understand what was happening as their minds were slowly being overwhelmed by the being's unreasonable move. Momo immediately used her barrier magic through her staff that was enchanted with true power. The crazy view stopped on their perspective as Sona massaged her head. "Can we really kill a thing like that?" Sona asked as Xander just shook his head. "Well, in your current level, it would be impossible," Xander said, as Rhea entered to Information Dimension to look for data about the being. She couldn't find anything, so she stopped because she would just be overwhelmed by datas in her mind. Sona and her peerage back out as Xander stood in front of the abomination. He smirked before muttering a word that led to the being's demise. Interdimensional beings POV. Based on Heavenly Record Eater, this being was omnipotent and could do anything, but grew bored of everything. After trying to live as a human, it became disappointed because humans were too fragile and could Barato in a single war. The being made an avatar that could handle one of its power, enough to not destroy the world it would step on. He controlled the avatar, giving abilities to random humans. Eventually, he got called Random Omnipotent Being by the people he gave abilities to. One day, he was suddenly interested in a reality that has a strong being that killed the Watcher that is the same class as his avatar. He was curious about the world, so he gave one ability to a random mortal. That ability was to see the future and changed it. just that he didn't expect that there would be beings that could nullify the ability with a stronger ability. He got excited thinking that he might cross a challenge in that world, so he sent his avatar to wreak havoc until the strongest being would eventually appear to stop him. It's just that it didn't expect that it would immediately appear just the moment he arrived. The avatar walked for a bit before stopping. The ROB suddenly realized that it would die in 15 seconds from now on. All the ROB could comprehend was that its future had been decided. Why is this happening? It simply could not understand the meaning. Questions flooded its mind, but it could not formulate a thought. In its confusion, 7 seconds of its remaining lifetime had already been consumed. 8 seconds left. Beyond that point, it was no longer able to see the future. It instinctively knew that's where time ended on it. The random omnipotent could manipulate time. If the amount was just a few seconds, then there was no difficulty in traveling through time. 20 seconds should have been enough to prevent the incident before it ever happened, placing it 20 seconds before the event. When it went back 20 seconds, it realized, but it didn't notice an anomaly. It was still 15 seconds ago that the random omnipotent being had noticed its death. In other words, the cause of death must have occurred 15 seconds before death. It's only logical that if you go back 20 seconds ago, you should be free from the causality of death that was supposed to happen 15 seconds ago. However, the imminent death had caught the random omnipotent being and would not let go. For the first time since its awakening of consciousness, the random omnipotent being felt scared. Something invincible had entangled within the random omnipotent being. It was impossible to perceive, and the random omnipotent being's avatar knew no way to remove such thing. It was too unreasonable. It was beyond, unable to overturn events by going back in time. The random omnipotent being immediately abandoned its avatar. It left its body as the eldritch being who wreaked havoc in Underworld. It returned its will back to its original body, the body in which could destroy anything and everything in existence. In that body, the random omnipotent being awoke. It remembered that it was no longer a puny eldritch being, filled with omnipotence. The passage of time had become ambiguous. Despite that, it became angry. It could not allow such thing to happen. I was the one who ran away without dignity. It would be best if this reality were to cease to exist, as if to cover up its frightened and fearful state. The random omnipotent being filled itself with rage. It reached its overpowered arm towards the little reality. At that moment, the random omnipotent being thought it heard something and came to a realization. Right now was 15 seconds after noticing it would die. In the end, the random omnipotent being wished that it never touched the little world that it thought was interesting. Surzex arrived at the battlefield the moment Xander uttered the word. He was surprised when the monstrosity suddenly stopped moving. Rhea also appeared after him as she went to Sona's side. Lady Sona, I am back, Rhea said as Sona acknowledged her presence. Rhea, you already copied the previous state of every land that became a battlefield, right? Sona asked. Yes, Lady Sona. I have the copy of all the data of the previous land before it was devastated by the war, Rhea replied as Sona closed her eyes. Return every land to its former glory, Sona instructed as Rhea just accepted before going to the information dimension and began arranging the datas. Every lord of the attacked territory was surprised when their land began to fix itself. They remembered the herd of the girls who fought on their territory before and nodded their heads. They were indebted to Citri. They would repay them when the war already subsided. Rhea did everything in just a few seconds before bowing her head to Sona, who just smiled at her. Good job, Sona said. The land of Citri was returned to its former state as the people were in awe when they saw this. Xander went to Serafal, who was still lying on the ground, clearly struggling from the lingering effects of the battle. You okay, Serafal? Xander asked while Serafal just glared at him. Xander chuckled before healing Serafal, who immediately stood up. Lady Citri sighed when she felt that she didn't do anything in this war except for defeating some minor gods using her space magic. Lord Citri was not downhearted as his barrier protected many people, and he also used the attack mechanism of the city core to destroy the army of gods. Seraphal was disappointed in herself, because even though she was already halfway to Super Devil, she still can't escape conceptual abilities. Ajuka smiled when he saw that the war finally ended. He controlled his magic before making the air of the whole underworld connected to his throat. I hereby declare that the war ended. The Greek mythology now ceased to exist, Ajuka calmly said before the whole underworld was beaming in happy atmosphere. Every citizens were cheering for their win against those arrogant and disgusting gods. Wah! Yes, those gods sucks. Azazel smiled as he already expected this. Although he didn't expect the arrival of the two monstrous beings, it was fine since Xander and Sona fixed those problems. Michael, who was managing the heavens, smiled at the report that was given to him by a lower angel. The devils are prospering as it goes, Michael said before shaking his head. Surzex also smiled at this. Even though they still don't know the reason why the Greek gods poured their anger on their race, it was still relieving that they won the war with just minimal losses. It could not even be called losses, as the enemy was just too strong for the Barato clan. Xander chuckled at this situation. Even though they were the reason for this war, they were the one who benefited to it most. Xander told Sona to wait for a few minutes before teleporting to the plane where the Watcher used to live. He saw the two there drunk and was just floating without the care for the world. Xander arrived at both of them before slapping them with Whale's tail, making them sober up immediately. Great Red grunted as he was woken up in such a nasty way. Ophis also shook her head, erasing the pain for a moment. They turned their heads to Xander and tilted it. They were questioning why he did it when they were just relaxing without doing anything to gain Xander's dissatisfaction. It's exactly that reason. Why are you just relaxing here when various of outer beings were entering this world? Xander yelled at them as the two immediately returned the world a day ago. They watched as the events happened, though they couldn't see the being anymore as Xander killed it. They can still see the damage those being caused, making them look away embarrassed. Okay, I'm starting to get pissed at you too. If you don't do your work from now on, then it'll just use that seal guy to replace both of you. He'll even let his chaos concept devour both of yours. How's that sound? Xander said with monotone on his voice. The two got scared at his words as they immediately nodded their heads. Great Red huffed, showing his acceptance to the situation as Xander returned to the Citri mansion with satisfaction on his face. It's fine if you didn't understand what is happening. Don't fuss yourself. Chapter 58. The next day, Xander went downstairs from his room and saw Sona reprimanding Tomo, who just lowered her head. Tomo saw Xander as she started begging him with her eyes. Xander chuckled before ignoring it. She needed to learn her lesson. Why did she immediately rest it in a place without reporting to Sona first? The Astaroth family was currently being questioned right now, as Tomo was last found on Astaroth Mansion before she was corrupted. While investigating, they noticed that the heir of the Astaroth family was missing, so they concluded that he was the reason for Tomo's change. They also connected him to Cow's brigade because doing something as corrupting was not within his ability. The Astaroth family was punished because of the actions of their heir. They currently don't have the authority to make a Mao with their family genes. Ajuka would be the last, as he made some groundbreaking things that benefited the devil race. Xander stayed with Sona for the morning before going to the human world in the noon. Xander was driving his car on the road when his phone suddenly vibrated. HM, Machida, why are you calling? Xander asked. The 2 whole volumes he sent was already enough to last for 2 months. Xander, did you not hear the news? Machida said while sighing. Xander stopped the car before searching the news. He saw that the ACG community is giving him an award. Xander closed the website before replying. What is this supposed to be? I don't want something like this, Xander said, as Machida sighed. She already expected him to respond like this, so the surprise wasn't that big. Becoming something like a mascot is troublesome. I would rather use my time to play with Yudaha than to attend a lame ceremony like that, Xander said. Ho, you really got closer with Shurchan, huh? Machida smirked as Xander just shook his head. Well, I got permission, so not pursuing her would be stupid, Xander just replied proudly, making Machida sigh. You have 2 girlfriends right now? Xander affirmed her words. Anyway, I am not coming. Please inform them. You're my editor, right? Xander said, and immediately hang up the call. Xander drove to Yutaha's house. He went to the front door before ringing the doorbell. A few seconds later, a large muscular man appeared on Xander's view. Where you, kid? The man asked as Xander didn't back down, but instead stared at him with challenging eyes. Kusanagakaka, Yutaha's boyfriend. I came to get her father, Xander said as a vein threatened to pop on Yutaha's father. Don't call me father, he shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the other people in the house. Understood, Dad, Xander said, and the man grimaced at the word. You brat. Stop that, the man said, placing a firm grip on Xander's barato. He wanted to test how strong Xander was. As a soldier, he can't just let his daughter's barato off easy if he's weak. He was surprised when he didn't feel Xander move an inch. Instead, his own hand only ached from the tight squeeze. And I just made up this thing. While Yutaha's father was testing Xander, Yutaha perked her ears when she heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw her mother gesturing downstairs. She immediately understood it and went downstairs where she saw Xander and her father staring at each other. Father, stop, Yutaha said, making the man close his eyes before taking away his hand from Xander. Yutaha stepped between them and led Xander into the room, ignoring the father whose barato were barato. Xander, next time please inform me if you're going to come here, Yutaha said as she sighed at her father's actions. They went to the living room and sat at a table. Yutaha was about to talk when Xander beat her to it. My name is Xander Ranvil. I am your daughter's barato. Please give us your blessing, Mother, Father Xander said. Mr. Kasumigakaka was pissed as he stood up by slamming the table. Who is your father? I haven't acknowledged you yet. He was about to talk barato when he felt the gaze of his sweet barato. Dear, please stop being a child, Mrs. Kasumigakaka said with a sweet smile on her face. Anivu, Xander-kun, can you handle my daughter? She asked, worried because she know her daughter is. Yutaha was in disbelief. She stared at her mother with unbelievable eyes. However, she just shook her head as this was an important discussion. I believe I can. I already met some women that are worse than her, Xander said, as Yutaha's father got triggered again. Are you saying my daughter has a terrible personality? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Xander closed his eyes before answering yes. The room turned silent at his words before Yutaha started chuckling. She loved just how blunt he is. She has a worse attitude, but I love her because of how she is. Yutaha just closed her eyes as if expecting this while the two calmed down. Okay, I'll give you my consent, but please take care of her properly, Yutaha's mother said, making Yutaha shy. Understood. Yutaha slapped Xander's arm. Oi, oi, I still haven't said my side yet. Kid, you're strong, right? Yutaha's father began taking this seriously. I believe so, Xander said, making Yutaha barato her eyebrow. This guy can destroy meteorites as if it's nothing, and I believe so. I'm a soldier, a higher rank officer one. I want to enlist you in the army for a week. Can you do that? Yutaha's father asked as Xander closed his eyes before nodding his head. What should I do in there? Xander asked as Yutaha's father thought about it for a moment. Just try keeping up with the trainings there. If you are still alive next week, then you pass, he said, as Yutaha just sneered at her mind. Xander would probably just do it without even sweating. Understood, old man Xander said as Yutaha's father took a long breath, trying to control himself from dropping a fist on Xander. After the introduction, they just started eating while talking with some random conversation. Xander excused himself along with Yutaha as they needed to practice more about her control. Yutaha's mother called Xander for a second, making Yutaha question what she want. Xander returned to Yutaha's side, who just asked. What did she say? Xander didn't reply, but instead opened his hand. Yutaha blushed at what she saw. She slapped his shoulder as they entered the car. Xander, what are we going today? Yutaha asked as Xander thought for a moment before answering. I'm going to visit someone. Yutaha raised an eyebrow at that. Girl? Xander just nodded his head, making Yutaha sigh. What's your relationship with her? She asked as Xander immediately replied. Owner and companion? Yutaha stared at him like looking at the trash. Don't get the wrong idea. You can see it for yourself, Xander said, while humming. He already cooked many bomb kitchens before leaving this morning. He intends to bring Mashiro out, since he was always ignoring him because of his busy schedule. They arrived at the dorm, where they saw Nanami hanging some clothes on the backyard. Xander went to her. Aoyama-san, hello. Is Mashiro here? Xander asked while greeting her. Aoyama remembered him, as he was the one who made Mashiro break her character. Ranvil-san, she's probably drawing right now. You could just enter, Nanami said, as Xander nodded his head. Xander went inside with Yutaha, who just raised an eyebrow. What is this place? Xander took his shoes before answering. You probably already heard of this place. This is a dorm, an infamous one at that. Rumored to handle aliens, Yutaha started thinking until she arrived at the answer. Sakurasu. Xander just nodded his head while heading upstairs. Xander opened the door without knocking and saw Mashiro, who didn't notice the door opening as she was focused on drawing. Xander and Yutaha went inside and went to Mashiro's back. Yutaha widened her eyes when she saw what Mashiro is drawing. Mashiro is currently making the backgrounds for Xander's drawing. Who's this girl? Yutaha asked. Xander smiled and just took Yuta's phone. He searched a name on the internet before returning it to Yutaha. Yutaha stared at her phone with disbelief on her face. A world-class painter is being used as an assistant? Xander just smirked at her reaction before getting close to Mashiro, who suddenly smelled a familiar smell. She widened her eyes before shouting, Xander! Mashiro turned around before hugging Xander, who just smiled while patting her head. Yutaha was weirded out by this, but just remembered that Xander mentioned something about this. So this is the close bond they share. Yutaha nodded her head. This was acceptable for her. At least she can see that Mashiro didn't realize her feelings yet. Or more like she still don't understand it. Wow, you're really working hard, huh? Xander said before inspecting the finished drawings. He nodded his head before saying, do you want to hang out with us? Mashiro instantly nodded her head without asking anything. Xander handed her a still warm bomb kitchen before asking her to change clothes. After changing clothes, they went out of the dorm as Xander told Nanami that they're going to play. Nanami nodded her head. Xander was with a girl, so she was reassured that nothing will happen, and Xander seems like a nice person. Xander drove the car as Yutaha asked, where are we going now, Xander? Xander smiled before answering. To the mall. I want some new clothes, Xander said, as the two girls nodded their heads. I want some too, Xander Mashiro said, as Xander smiled at her. Don't worry, they'll pay for everything you want. Xander was not having a problem with money. No, he's indeed having a trouble. He's getting a headache looking for things to use his money. It was already overwhelming that it might have already surpassed some big companies. Yutaha just stared at him as Xander patted her head. Of course, you're included too. How could I forget about you? Xander then gave her a friendly pat on the barato, and Yutaha smiled. Xander sang Don't by Bryson Tiller as the girls just listened. Centurado, a group of three beautiful persons walking side by side, gave a lot of damage to their hearts. What song was that, Xander? Yutaha asked while sneering at the passerby. Mashiro held Xander's hands to prevent her from getting lost. That, I call it don't, cool, right? Yutaha just nodded her head. They bought many things, making Xander sigh as he was the one holding their things. After their shopping, they entered a cafe to relax since the girls are already tired from all the walking. While sipping their coffee, Mashiro asked a thing, Xander, do you have some new work? Yutaha also perked her ears at that. She was interested in any new things from Xander. I do have a thing in my mind, but I am still drawing the Gotobun, so I have no time for it. Do you want to draw it, Mashiro? Mashiro instantly nodded her head. Okay, I'll write the manuscript. I'll send it you later at night, Xander said, as they continued drinking their coffee. They finished playing for the day as Xander returned Mashiro to Sakurasu while bringing Yutaha to Underworld. Xander started teaching Yutaha what she needed to avoid when using magic or the restrictions in using it in public. Centurado. Let's start with the neck, Xander said. He touched Yutaha's head before planting the information about how to form a barrier and memory manipulation. That two spells were something every supernatural being possess. They couldn't play properly in the human world if they don't know about those two spells. Yutaha got the informations before she raised her hand as a small barrier appeared on it. She started experimenting the spells while Xander just watched it. Xander, are supernatural beings strong as you? Yudaha asked. She saw him destroying a meteorite with just a simple wave of a hand. She was wondering if the others could do the same. I would say no. Only two beings in this world could almost reach my physical power. Though they would lose immediately when we fight, as I could just erase their concepts without problems. Yudaha nodded her head, even though she didn't understand the last part. Does that mean you are the strongest in this world? She asked as Xander just nodded his head. Yudaha's determination became strong as she began practicing more seriously. Of course, she wasn't slacking in her novel, as she gained a lot of inspirations when she is with Xander. In a military office, a tired person could be seen signing some papers. Based on the black circles under his eyes, he didn't sleep for a few days already. Sigh. Those damn terrorists are really troublesome, the man said. Right, they are confronting a huge syndicate that was on loose many years ago. They found their lair and started their operations. Unfortunately, a lot of soldiers died while the big boss just escaped in their radar. Right now, they found a new lair. Because of the soldier they planted on the enemy's number, they're preparing many soldiers to attack the base in the middle of the forest, so he's signing many soldiers' papers. One man entered the room. Based on his actions, he was a much lower rank than the man who was signing. Sir, I have some orders from Major General, the man said before placing the documents in front of the officer, who sighed again. The exhaustion made the officer just shrug the man's words. He just signed many documents until he was drowsy. He didn't notice that he placed the new document to the soldier that is being sent to the battlefield. Xander got himself ready as he brought many things with him. A week of training in the military might be interesting to others, but to Xander, who is a part of the supernatural world, is boring. Although he can't deny that he has some interest on it. What kind of man is not interested in military stuff? He purposely brought a big bag so that the others won't be suspicious of him just bringing a small bag. He went to the place where Yudaha's father sent him. He didn't use his car, as that would make the others misunderstood him. 1 hour later, Xander was in daze, as he is now in a van full of soldiers who are nervous in this upcoming battle. Xander snapped out of his dazed state and wondered why he was sent here. Hey, can you tell me where we're going? Are we going to the training camp? Xander asked the person beside him, who is holding a rosary on his hands while praying that he would live after this battle. What? Training camp? We're going to fight some terrorists. How did you not even know that? Xander was even more confused at the man's words. Did the old man trick me? Xander thought, but didn't dwell on it. I see. Thank you, Xander, thanked the man, who just nodded his head. Xander looked at the rifle that was given to him beforehand, before a menu notification appeared on his mind. Gun mastery skill acquired. Sigh. How did this happen? Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, the big boss was relaxing in his room when it was suddenly opened by one of his goons. Boss. The big boss turned his attention to the man with an inquiring gaze, looking annoyed if it wasn't important. We found a rat in our numbers. The boss' eyes widened before he immediately stood up. Take the important ones, we're leaving. The big boss said. The subordinate immediately went outside and began taking care of their goods. The rat was also already taken care of, so they just informed those higher-ups. They ordered the goons to surround the base. They intended to use it as a bait so that they could escape without any problems. The van that Xander is riding in suddenly stopped, and they began to leave the van in formation. So Xander just followed them. Though the formation broke apart immediately when one of their teammates was hit in the barato. Gah! He yelled as everyone scattered. Xander also didn't follow the others as he set his own pace. He moved alone toward the enemy base, confronting any opponents he encountered. Xander sensed a hidden hostile presence and quickly neutralized it. In the mountains, 2 snipers watched the army approach their territory. They broke formation after taking out 1 soldier. That was easy. One of them sneered at the inexperienced soldiers. Do you want to bet on who can hit a target barato accurately? The other sniper said as the man nodded. The first sniper moved closer to Sniper 2's scope as Sniper 2 watched. The Sniper 2 was confused when the Sniper 1 didn't shoot in a long time. They were partners for years, so he knew how skilled Sniper 1 is. So him not shooting an enemy in 10 seconds was confusing to him. Oi, man, Why did you stop? Sniper 2 asked as he shook Sniper 1 body. He was surprised when it suddenly fell in the side, as if the man was unconscious. He went to his side and started checking his body. He was dumbfounded when he saw that the man was already dead. He got scared. He saw no bullet entering the man's body, but he still died. He took his sniper and looked on the sight. The moment he did, he shrieked when he saw a soldier staring at him. What was that? Sniper 2 shouted. He looked at the sight again, but this time, instead of just staring, a muzzle was already pointed at his way. He panicked and was about to shoot when a bullet suddenly struck his head. In the end, the man died with a frightened look on his face, not understanding what just happened. Xander saw that the pest already died. He rushed to the enemy's base as bullets flew towards his body. He kept dodging them, making the terrorists shock at this action. Xander saw a man getting close to him. They thought that if bullet does not work, then use knife. The terrorist was skilled. Xander could give him that. But alas, it was useless, as Xander quickly disarmed the terrorist and threw him aside. Xander rushed again as he struck the terrorist in the chin. Cinchuredo Xander engaged another hostile combatant, knocking him out with a swift strike. Xander then secured a weapon and, after a brief confrontation, neutralized the enemies one by one with precision. The army finally arrived at the base as they saw Xander taking down the enemies. Xander heard an engine starting, so he went to the back of the base where he saw a luxurious car starting and was about to go. Xander immediately dashed towards it before stomping on the car's wheel, destroying it. Xander didn't open the door. Instead, he broke it and seized the big boss by its head. What? The boss was shocked at this, but because he was already experienced in things like this, he immediately pulled a pistol from his suit. He was about to shoot when his wrist was suddenly gripped by Xander. Xander tightened his hold, overpowering the man until he cried out in pain. Xander struck the man, knocking him unconscious. He placed him on the ground before pressing on, taking down each target with precise control shots. Cinchuredo Xander gripped the knife hard before sprinting to a nearby terrorist who paled, cursing his luck as he raised his pistol. Xander bravado the weapon and forced it away before overpowering him with a swift move. Good day, Xander said with a fierce grin bravado. Xander took hold of his hand and twisted it, causing the man to collapse to the ground in agony. The other terrorist, realizing what was happening, acted quickly to end the situation. They would rather go down fighting than suffer the same fate. Xander didn't stop and proceeded to overpower the rest of the attackers who crossed his path. The army just watched as one man eliminated a base of 500 terrorists. This became a topic in the military, as they wondered who the soldier is. In the report, it was stated that the soldier fought like a barbarian, eliminating anything that comes in his way. After 10 minutes, the place was finally silent as Xander stood in front of the pile of fallen enemies he had arranged. Xander nodded his head at his work, while the others could only stare at him with awe and fear. They felt lucky to witness something like this in their life, while the others were unfortunately there to witness the grim aftermath. Some started vomiting as the view was rather disturbing. Everyone stiffened when they saw Xander walking to them. Xander went to the person that looked like important and asked a weird question. So, where's the training camp? Xander asked as a confused look appeared on everyone's faces. Chapter 59. 30 minutes before Yuda's father that is named, Hiroshi was reading a newspaper in his house while his barato was currently cleaning the dishes. He suddenly felt his phone vibrate as he saw a call was coming. He wondered who this was. He was a high-rank officer, so only those special people could get his number. Right, dear? Today is the day Xander Cohen would be sent to the camp, right? Hiroshi didn't accept the call yet, as he prioritized his wife first. Yes, I deliberately sent him to a simple training camp since he is still a high school student, Hiroshi said, as his wife, who is named, Hannah, sighed in relief. Hiroshi saw that their conversation had stopped, so he took the call and placed his phone on his ear. Major General, something happened. A loud voice appeared at the other side as Hiroshi winced in annoyance. What is it? Hiroshi asked with sternness on his voice. The kid that you wanted us to train. He was sent to the battlefield. Hiroshi immediately stood up as Hannah and Yudaha was surprised at his actions. What did you say? Hiroshi was mad right now. Lieutenant Colonel Hanton accidentally placed his documents to the soldier who were about to fight that syndicate boss. The man explained as Hiroshi started shaking in anger. Forget that man. Barato him. And give me the information about the plan right now. When are they leaving? Hiroshi shouted urgently, making the two who were watching him surprised. Actually, they already left. They are probably at the location right now. The man said. Hiroshi kept talking to the phone until it ended. He began to calm himself. Raging in this situation would only make him worse, dear. What happened? Hannah asked while Yutaha also stared at him. Hiroshi was thinking whether to tell them about this, but eventually gave in. Xander is in a battlefield right now, Hiroshi said, making the two widen their eyes. What? How did that happen? Hannah asked as Hiroshi took a long breath before explaining. Some guy messed up and placed Xander's documents to the soldiers who would fight section. So right now, he is in van that would attack the syndicate's lair, Hiroshi explained as he waited for Yuta's outburst. But instead of her, it was Hannah who got angry instead. Who was that guy? What would happen to Xander from now on? Hannah said while raging. Hiroshi saw Yutaha was still calm and couldn't help but ask, Are you not worried about your boyfriend? Yutaha sighed at his words. No, actually, Imbarado worried about the terrorist, Yutaha said. Her words left them confused as they stared at her with questioning looks. Yutaha ignored their gazes and asked, Father, can you ask someone to connect your phone to what's happening right now? He replied, Wait, I'll call them right now. And as for the guy who messed things up, he'll make sure he's dealt with, Hiroshi said before taking his phone and calling someone. After 5 minutes, Hiroshi's phone was connected to one of the soldiers' cameras. Hiroshi ordered that soldier to watch Xander. Yutaha chuckled when she saw Xander's confused look while being in the van. She nodded her head when he saw him adapting to the situation. They suddenly heard Xander mutter, Did the old man did this? Hiroshi's lips started twitching when Yutaha and Hannah stared at him with narrowed eyes. I didn't do it, he just simply said as the two nodded their head. They also saw the panicked look on his face when he was informed of what happened, so they just accepted it. The camera showed that the van stopped, and everyone went out of the car. The soldier just kept his attention to Xander as per ordered. The three saw one of the soldiers being shot before everyone dispersed, making Hiroshi shook his head in disappointment. The man followed Xander, who separated from the group. He stopped for a moment when he saw Xander rushing to the enemy base. Hiroshi was angry at this as he ordered the man to move. The soldier moved, and as the three saw Xander staring far at a mountain, they saw him raising his rifle before shooting something. Only Yutaha understood what happened there, as the two could only tilt their head in confusion. The soldiers started following Xander, who kept shooting enemies as if having a stroll in the road. What happened in the next 20 minutes made the three amazed while also scared. They saw Xander dodging bullets, while moving at a speed that is fast in a human's eyes. They saw Xander stomping a car's tire, destroying it while breaking the same car's door and taking the boss with its head. They saw him breaking a gun with his bare hand before slapping the boss. They then saw him massacring the enemies with ease. Hannah stared at Yutaha with worry on her eyes. Yutaha, are you sure you didn't pick a former mercenary as a boyfriend? Yutaha just chuckled at her words and shook her head. No, mother. I know what he can do, Yutaha proudly said, making her mother sigh. While the two were talking, Hiroshi was watching the scene with a big smile on his face. He was excited to see something like this. If before, Hiroshi acknowledged Xander's strength, then now he fully accepts Xander as his son-in-law. This showcase of strength was enough for him. No, it was more than enough. Destroying a base that has 500 mans on it, and each man has a gun too. Hiroshi was sure that this thing would be talked in the circle, so he was already planning how to introduce Xander to them. Yutaha smiled when she saw his father nodding his head in satisfaction. How is it, father? Is he worthy for your beautiful daughter? I'm sure you are still not satisfied, right? Sigh, I could only break up with him. Yutaha said as Hiroshi started panicking. No, he's great. In fact, when are you going to marry? Don't break with him, Yutaha, and her mother chuckled at that. You still hasn't got used to our daughter's mouth, dear? When Hiroshi heard that, he realized that he was just being made fun, so he closed his eyes before continuing to watch Xander destroying terrorists left and right. Hiroshi already sent his military car to take Xander since he can see that the fight was almost done. After Xander asked that, a lot of soldiers that have higher rank than the soldiers here appeared. "Lord Xander, please." "This way," one soldier said as he guided Xander to a car. The others could only watch as Xander was being led by the officers. When Xander was already inside the car, he questioned the officer. "What happened?" The officer explained what happened as Xander understood it. "So, my document was swapped in others?" "That's good. If the old man purposely placed me in here, then he might receive one special blow in the head from me," Xander said as he started relaxing. The car he was in was luxurious, so he asked for a drink because he got too excited when fighting those enemies. The officer didn't reject his request, as he already knows Xander's relationship with his boss. He also witnessed the battle, so his respect for him is high enough to accept his order. "Where's this car going to?" Xander asked while the officer, who is named Tatsuya, replied. "To the house of Major General Hiroshi." Xander nodded his head as he napped for a bit, as it was still a long travel. They arrived at the place as Tatsuya shook Xander to wake him up. Xander woke up as he stretched his arms. He went out of the car and saw Hiroshi waiting for him with a big smile on his face. Xander stared at this dumbfounded, especially when Hiroshi suddenly embraced him. "That was good, my boy, kuahahaha." Hiroshi laughed while patting Xander's back. Yudaha chuckled when she saw Xander's dumbfounded expression. Xander turned his head at her and tilted it. "Actually, we saw you fight in that forest. Father was impressed with your skills, so he's acting like this," Yudaha explained as Xander just sighed. Hiroshi stopped and talked with Tatsuya briefly before the car left the house. "So, what did you think of it all, old man?" Xander asked while Hiroshi just laughed. "Bet I did." You brat Hannah stared at the two of them before sighing. "It was cool, right? I bet you never saw something like that before," Xander bragged, gaining a pinch in the side from Yudaha. "Huh, I did something like that when I was still young. It was even more dangerous than what you did." The two started bickering while the woman's just sighed. "Huh, man, can I be your daughter's official boyfriend now?" Xander asked as the two nodded their heads. "Protect my daughter. She is precious to us because she is our only child," Hiroshi said, while Xander accepted it with determined look on his face. "Then, I want you to go to stupid training camp, right, old man?" Xander asked as Hiroshi nodded his head. They talked for a bit before Xander left the Kisamigakaka household. Xander teleported to the underworld and saw a confused Sona. "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you were going to training camp for a week?" Sona asked. She was handling some documents. "Actually, that was canceled since I was sent to the wrong camp," Xander said, before explaining what happened. Sona was surprised at that. She thought that it was an unexpected happening that would only work on novels. "How about you? What are you doing?" Xander asked while watching Sona signing some documents. "Sigh, these are the benefits that the Citri clan received on this war," Sona said, as Xander remembered that there was indeed war that happened. He was not in the war, he only arrived at the last, so it was still new to him. Xander was amused by this situation. They were the one who caused the war, but they were also the one who benefited from it. Does this make them corrupt leaders? "Sona, would you like to join me for a strategic discussion?" Xander asked as Sona stared at him with eyes, saying, "Are you serious?" Sona sighed before replying. "The war just finished. Are you already preparing for a new one?" Sona asked. Xander stared at the window with melancholic look on his eyes. "Well, I wasn't there when you fought, right? That was too bad. I hope I was there to witness it," Xander said as Sona just pinched his side. "You're kidding, right? I bet you just wanted to fight. And since when did you become a battle junkie?" Sona asked while staring at Xander, who just scratched the back of his head. Xander didn't succeed in persuading Sona, so he just went to Human Realm to see what's interesting in there. He opened his phone and saw many news about a movie anime. Xander raised an eyebrow as the movie's plot was like a copy from his own work, except for the animation that is still average. Xander was interested in this, so he called Machida. "Hello, Machida-san." Machida heard Xander's voice as she raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong, Xander?" Machida asked as Xander went straight to the point. "Who is the one who made that thing? Your surname? And how on earth did that work get the approval to turn into an anime?" Xander asked, making Machida sigh, as she was also surprised when she saw that information. She didn't expect that someone would shameless plagiarize Xander's work and just change some things. That was the work of the other publishing company. I think they wanted to spit on our face by making that, as they knew that our company didn't make the Your Name Machida explained. Huh? Were you a child? Xander said bluntly. Like, what on earth are they doing? They could get sued for doing something like that, especially when some of the names weren't even changed. Do you want to sue their company? Machida asked as Xander scrunched his face. As if I would do something as troublesome as that. It'll let Serafall handle it, Xander said, as Machida wondered who the new name was. Serafall? Who is that? Machida asked as Xander just thought of the mouse shouju. Nah, she is my sister-in-law. Remember the company that released my movie? She owned it, Xander said. Xander didn't talk with Machida for too long and just hang up the call. He then proceeded to call Serafall and informed her about what is happening. After that, Xander put down his phone. He suddenly gained an interesting idea. He called someone as the call connected immediately. What's up, Xander? A woman voice asked. Arary, want to go watch some movies with me? Xander asked. 1 hour later. Xander was waiting for Arary when he suddenly saw a familiar man in a road. He placed a mark on that man's soul as he knew that he would be going somewhere after this. Xander didn't stay in this place and just took the liberty to find Arary. Xander saw Arary, who is not wearing a disguise, since it's just a simple meeting, not go to Akaba. Yo, Arary, Xander said while waving at her. Arary was confused why Xander is here, but just replied. Hello, Xander. What movie are we watching today? Arary said with a light blush on her face. The thought of just being the two of them watching movie is embarrassing her. Oops, that a bad path. I have a girlfriend, you know, Xander said with a cheeky smile on his face, making Arary pissed. Shut up. Enough talking. Let's go. Arary tapped Xander on the barato as she said this. They went to a nearby movie theater, while Arary watched Xander walk ahead. She wondered what they would watch, since no special movies have been released yet. Arary was dumbfounded when Xander chose her surname, a movie she had never heard of before. Huh, why did you choose this? Isn't this just a poorly made copy of your work? Arary asked as Xander just shook his head. I want to know if they did a good job plagiarizing my work, Xander said, as they entered the cinema. Xander raised an eyebrow as he saw a lot of people already seated waiting for the show to start. Xander took a picture secretly as he sat on a seat with Arary. Hello, can I ask something? Xander asked the person next seat. HM? Oh, what is it? The person replied. Why did you decide to watch this movie? Xander asked as the man chuckled. Actually, I was surprised by their guts to plagiarize Yogarai-sensei's work. I just wanted to see if it's good, the man said, as Xander nodded his head while thanking him. The movie started as the two just watched. While watching it, Xander's eyebrow couldn't help but twitch. The hell is Mutsuhai and Teiko? And instead of a meteor, the reason for the destruction of the town was because of an alien spaceship dropping in there. Iriri's face also started to scrunch as she can't handle this movie. They turned it into a sci-fi. Mitsuhai became an alien fighter that was recruited by an underground society. Teiko was just a normal high school boy, though the ending was the same. It was too forced that Arary couldn't help but turned her face into that of a disgust. A lot of people also couldn't handle it, so they left the cinema when it was still of the movie. Xander forced Arary to finish it so that he can give a proper review about the movie. The movie ended as all of the people in the cinema sighed in relief. Their bodies shook as they remembered that thing they just watched. One guy said, I'm probably going to get a nightmare from watching that thing. The same reaction was heard on everyone who watched the original Your Name. They couldn't help but compare the two, making the movie feel disappointing for them. The others who still didn't watch the original tilted their heads. What's the problem? Isn't it great? One guy asked while the others stared at him as if he was a monster. Surely, the taste of the people in this world is changing. Xander should be thanked for that. If before they would just accept a movie like this and even grant an award, now they couldn't even fathom the reason they watched it. Dude, you need to watch the original. One person gave an advice to the one who asked while patting his shoulder. Xander shook his head and turned his attention to Arary, whose face had gone pale. She was muttering something like, I can't believe I survived till the end. Xander just smiled at her and asked, Did you like it? Arary? Arary shivered and turned at him with hateful look on her eyes. Xander, what abomination did you make me watch? Xander just laughed while patting her head. Don't touch my head, Arary said while pushing Xander's hand. Xander took his phone out and posted something on his social media account. Yo Gairai Sensei, just watched the best movie of the year. Xander posted it with a picture of the movie. Fans immediately began to comment on his post, as they wondered if it's really that good. They put that post on their notes before booking an advance seat on the cinema. They didn't know that they would meet their worst nightmare tomorrow. In exchange for bringing Arary, Xander gave her another drawing of his that has his signature. Xander also already sent the manuscript for Mashiro to draw, so he was complete for the day. In a dimension higher than the Earth, a woman could be seen watching many worlds with a bored look on her face. This woman was a former human that gained power that made her equal to transcendence. Her ability is to get stronger every millisecond, and the power-up she could get is terrifying. If it's based on levels, then she could gain hundred thousands of level in a second. Because of her ability, she was extremely bored. There are no additional challenger fighting her. She wanted to fight those being in a higher plane of existence, but she was also scared. She was just a human before, so she know the feeling of an ant trying to fight a human. She might be able to sow damage, but it would just leave a red mark and itch. The human wouldn't die. In her case, she is a bullet ant. She can kill a human, but not before the human could stomp on her first. Her ability also cannot be counted as every level up. She would gain a new ability, various abilities, just from simple healing to concept manipulations. She already battled beings that concepts don't work to, so she was war-hardened woman. She was in her usual routine of looking for a new world to play, but it seems like she was unlucky today. She saw a celestial foundation that lost its watcher. She tried to look into that world using her nigh omniscience eyes, but immediately pulled back when she felt a pain on it. She got angry at what happened, so she tried again, this time covering her whole existence with various of defensive concepts. She was shocked when 4 beings were watching her from that world. One is a being with various heads. She can understand why he can look at her, as she immediately knows his origins. He was the son of the previous watcher of that plane of existence. The other 3 shocked her, as it was just 2 lizards and 1 puny human. She couldn't comprehend how a lower planes being could see her. It was like watching anime and your favorite character suddenly started talking to you. It was unnerving. The woman stared for a second before she heard a sound enter her mind. Are you done? She saw the little girl talking to her. She was even more shocked at this. They could ignore all of the defense she placed on herself. She pulled back immediately and started to think about it. She doesn't want to fight those beings as she knows nothing about them. But her pride couldn't be healed from its humiliation. The mere thought that she was the one who backed away made her angry. The girl started forming some plan while the 2 dragons just continued eating. I want Ray's relationship with Arary. I gotta admit, if there's one thing I'm good at, then it's gotta be making stupid and forced stuff. I just can't understand it. Chapter 60. Xander smiled when he saw Great Red and Ophis doing their works. He was also surprised by Trihex's challenging gaze to the woman who just watched right now. Xander smiled when he thought about how that woman would move. She knew that she couldn't touch the 3 beings that threatened her existence. So the only option she has is to take down the most weakest of the 4 of them. In her opinion, that is. She needed to at least to something to tame her pride from the humiliation she suffered. Being treated as a joke by beings from lower plane? How about she just take something like that and sleep peacefully? Xander was sure that she would come here. He only needed to wait. The reason why he is so sure is because he saw how the woman started rampaging after what happened, destroying thousands of worlds that are unfortunate enough to be in the area. Xander was excited to what thing would that woman bring. He sent a message to Great Red and Ophis to let the thing the woman would release and just stop the main body from entering. Xander was satisfied as he went to the underworld and started training Sona. He brought Sona to the dimensional gap and began training her resistance to attacks that the enemy might possess. Effects that is in the lower section don't have any effects on her anymore, such as petrification, charm, poison, rotting, and etc. Xander intended to make Sona resistant to things like instant death, time stop, chaotic space, nothingness, and even void. Of course, that instant death resistance is just some measly thing to Xander. Xander has an immortality nullification. The being of immortality he could nullify is those beings in the Class 1A. The current him with the seals still intact could be placed at 2B. Sona, are you ready? This would be the most chaotic training you will experience, Xander said, as Sona prepared herself. Yeah, I'm fine now. Let's start the training. I don't want to be helpless against those beings, Sona said, as Xander nodded his head. Then let's start, Xander said. Xander said as he slowed the time in the dimensional gap, where the concept of time is vague. Sona slowly felt that her actions are slowing down. Even her thoughts are slowing down as Xander's abilities could affect everything. The same happened to her heartbeat, mana flow, comprehension, and many more. Xander immediately used his teaching skill as words of wisdom escaped his mouth. Sona listened. Her comprehension returned to its former state the moment Xander used his skill. Xander saw that Sona was getting used to this time, so he slowed it again. Sona can feel her sense of everything slowing down again. She was weirded by this thing, as she was used to normal. She needed to get used to this thing again. Xander kept slowing the time as Sona's mentality was disturbed by this. Normally, Sona would not be affected by time stop, just like how the leaders didn't get affected in the original. But Xander's time stop is not just physical. He was also stopping everything that exists in that plane. Xander kept training Sona until she can finally move normally in a time stop. That does not mean that she was completely unaffected by it. She still needs to practice more to achieve that freedom. They proceeded to the next, which is instant death. Of course, he didn't use his instant death, as that would destroy everything. There would be no Sona left in every dimension, even if he go to the original Earth to make the author write Sona's character. That would be useless, as the creator wouldn't be able to remember any character named Sona. Basically, it would erase her entire existence from all realities. Instead, he just raised his arms before shoving it to the side. The moment he took his arm out, a young girl's head could be seen. Ophis, Sona shouted, momentarily startled by Ophis' presence, before recalling Xander's existence. Ophis stared at Xander with dull eyes. I need you to defeat her and bring her back. Don't erase her entirely, Xander said, as Ophis nodded her head. Ophis considered the task ahead as Sona braced herself. Sona felt being pulled away from the world. She can't see anything. She can't feel anything. Even her thoughts is slowly vanishing. She was about to succumb to death when she regained her sense of self and started panting. The experience of death is not a happy one. She even started doubting if she was even real. This training might be the worst one, as making a person get used to death is rather terrifying. Xander formed a conceptual barrier that would not make Sona's saying go away or make her morals vanish. So even if she got used to dying, she would not treat it as a meaningless thing. She would not get arrogant at the thought of being an immortal, so that Xander wouldn't lose the being that he loved. If that really happened, Xander wouldn't know what to do, because his love for Yutaha couldn't be compared to his love for Sona. After doing that for a few more times, Sona gained the ability to resist fatal attacks. She would not fall to any power that Ophis unleashed, though the ability Ophis used against her was the weakest of its kind. At least she had already acquired the resistance. Xander then continued as he returned Ophis back to the Watcher place. They kept training like that for a whole day before Sona finished acquiring every skill. Xander laid the unconscious Sona down to rest as he worried about something. I guess we won't have time for a break tonight, Xander thought as he started to realize that their schedule might be too demanding since they had been practicing nonstop every night. Xander went to Human Realm and just slept. The next morning, Xander woke up and immediately checked on Sona. He saw her still sleeping even though she should already be awake at this time. Sona was strict with her schedule, so she would always do things on time. Xander informed the people in the mansion that Sona would sleep for 3 days so no one should disturb her. They asked questions about what happened, but Xander just assured them that her mind was just exhausted from all the things she was doing. They could only accept it. They just followed Xander's words and didn't disturb Sona. though they did check her from time to time. Xander went to Yuda's house and was greeted by Hiroshi, who was waiting at the door as if knowing that he would visit today. "What happened, old man?" Xander asked while tilting his head at the man. "You're coming with me today," Xander Hiroshi said before taking Xander's hands and pulled him in the car. "Wait, Yuda, huh?" Xander said as Hiroshi shook his head. "My daughter is still sleeping. Don't disturb her." Xander felt a deja vu feeling at this. They arrived in a hotel where Hiroshi made Xander changed into a suit. He also fixed his hair, making Xander look rather clean. He doesn't really care about his appearance, as Sona didn't complain about it, but now that he saw his appearance, she could help but feel in awe about it. Xander finished cleaning himself up as Hiroshi led him to a big door. The door suddenly opened as a person announced their arrival. "Major General Hiroshi and Xander Ranvil has arrived." They walked in while Xander looked at Hiroshi with questioning gaze. "What is this? Just know that I hate parties like these. This place reeks of politics," Xander said as Hiroshi's lips twitched. "I just wanted to introduce you to my colleagues," Hiroshi said. Everyone's gaze turned to their figure as they started observing Xander. Xander hated this gaze, so he glared at everyone while releasing some of his aura. They immediately turned their head, scared by his aura. They shivered when they felt him staring at them, as they finally started believing the reports they received. Hiroshi didn't hold himself as he laughed bluntly in front of everyone. They could only look away while shame is written on their face. "Did you really brought me here to brag, old man?" Xander asked as he started to get displeased with this situation. Even though there are some supernatural beings here, they still couldn't handle Xander's aura. It was something frightening even for them, who were proud of themselves. Hiroshi stood in front of everyone before pulling Xander in front of everyone. "This is my son-in-law, Xander Ranvil. You may know him as the person who caught the madman who kept giving us problems, but he also have a special identity. He is none other than the man who made the movie that everyone was hooked on," Hiroshi said while smirking at everyone who was baffled at his words. "What? That man is that Yogai-Rai. He's young." That. Hiroshi got lucky. TCH various reaction erupted from the place as all of them stared at Xander again. This time there was no doubt in their eyes or scheming eyes. They just stared at him with awe at his abilities. "Sai, Yogai-Rai here. Don't try to use me or you'll regret it," Xander said, making some of them accept his words. But there are also some people who just shrugged it as a young man's word. Hiroshi sneered internally as he can see what these old foxes thought. Hiroshi trusted Xander enough to bring him here. He was not afraid that he might be deceived, as Xander's aura can frighten them. One being used hypnosis in the whole room as the other supernatural beings got alerted. The man who's a Yukai walked towards Xander as he was interested in his aura. He was about to place his hand on Xander's cheeks when Xander suddenly gripped it before breaking his wrist. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands. It's disgusting," Xander said. The hypnosis was broke as everyone got confused by what happened. They just saw Xander holding an officer's wrist before flunging him in the corner of the room. "Sai, these people never really try to understand others. Anyway, you're not going to live a happy life for now on," Xander warned as he stood firmly over the man. "What are you doing?" one man asked before trying to remove Xander from where he stood. Xander didn't move as he glared at the old man. "What are you doing? Can't you see him cleaning mess?" Xander said as he strengthened his legs, making the Yukai grunt. "Sai, so they did it, huh?" Hiroshi said as he shook his head. As a high-rank officer, he already knew about the supernatural world. He also knew about those beings that is in the circle. "And when I said that I hated being used, it includes you too," Old Man Xander said as Hiroshi shivered. "I want to do something like that," Hiroshi said with a sigh, making Xander nod his head. "That's great. Then I'm done here. This place is disgusting," Xander said, while spitting on the floor. He walked away as everyone could only stare at his wide back. "Forget that place," Xander said as he walked in a hallway. He was just walking when someone suddenly bumped on him. "I'm sorry. I didn't look at the way," Xander just apologized before continuing. He didn't see the widened eyes of the man he bumped into. That face, that hair, and especially that eyes. It looks exactly like as the man muttered some incomprehensible words as he dashed from the place to report something. Jana's POV Xander teleported in Underworld, where he suddenly faced a woman with sword on her waist. "Who are you?" The woman smiled at his words. "The will of heaven made me to put a stop on you. I already searched some things about you from this world, a power beyond measure." "Huh?" the woman said, making Xander raise an eyebrow. "Heaven's will? Who in the world is that?" "Anyway, I am Jana, the person who is here to end this between us," Jana said. The woman stopped time. Technically, that wasn't exactly what was happening, but it appeared that way from her perspective. Of course, Jana herself could still move. The air around her moved enough to allow her to breathe, and she could touch anything she liked to allow it to move as well. An ability to bravado with a single thought was a considerable threat, but if the power relied on the man's conscious choice to activate it, the solution was clear. Offer no chance for it to be activated. Stop him before he realized the danger he was in. She made this conclusion using the information she gained from the people of this world. But if time is stopped, such a power became irrelevant. Jana's ability to do just that was enough to resolve almost any situation he found herself in. But as convenient as it was, it did have its weaknesses. While time was frozen, she couldn't use any of her other skills or magic. Anything he threw would freeze the moment it would leave her hand. So if she wanted to defeat someone in that state, she had to approach and attack them directly. Jana walked around behind Xander. With time halted, her adversary wouldn't be able to see him anyway, but she figured it was best to use extreme caution. Stepping close enough for her sword to reach, she paused. From her perspective, the man was trapped in time. There should have been no brain function. He shouldn't have been able to perceive any hostile intent, and, therefore, shouldn't have been able to react to an attack. If any issue arose, it would be because her enemy was resilient enough to survive a strike from a conceptual blade that could slice anything. Jana's earlier inspection had found no traces of conceptual items, skill, or other such effects of the man. He appeared to be an ordinary supernatural creature, meaning a single slash would be enough to bring him down. She would follow with a decisive strike, ensuring the fight would be finished. Although the first attack would stop him, she would take no chances. Jana drew her sword. Then their eyes met. Huh? With no warning, eyes had appeared. In the space between Jana and the man, they begun to open up in front of her. They weren't just eyeballs, but full of eyes, furnished with eyelids and set, as if within a face. A chill ran through her as the eyes continued to appear one after another. It was hard to tell how much time had passed while everything was frozen, but in what seemed like a briefest instant, the space around her was filled with eyes in numbers beyond counting. Eyes, each and every one of them, was staring fixedly at her, watching. As Jana began to tremble in fear, the pupils moved, tracing her faint movements, observing every minute detail. Even so, Jana raised her sword. The eyes followed the tip of the blade as it cut upwards through the air. They were watching her carefully. What would happen if she tried to bring the sword down? There was no way they would allow it. She was certain that they would strike back at her somehow. This was the line. If she turned her sword even slightly towards a man, she would be killed. She was absolutely sure of it. And she realized that if she were killed, it wouldn't something simple as death waiting for her. It would be far worse. She finally comprehended the bizarre situation she was in. The eyes were more than enough to clarify the danger, forcing her to understand. Their gaze bore on to her, compelling her to grasp what was happening. And then she realized something else. The nature of the man had nothing to do with the flesh and bravado standing before her. Even if she were to strike the stranger down with everything she had, his true self wouldn't suffer so much as a scratch. This being was beyond human understanding, against whom resistance barely passed as a joke, whose enormity could only be recognized as absurdity. A monster. This was a being she should have never come in contact with, but that was a fact no one could understand until contact was made. It was like a bad prank thought up by a truly wicked person. There was nothing she could do. Jana released her power, while Xander just stared at her boringly. Time flew again. Xander was staring at the kneeling woman, head bowed, as if there is no strength in them. "They'll just say it once, if you want to fight, then bring your real body here," Xander said. Jana slowly lifted her head, the exhaustion on her face making her look like an entirely different person. What are you? I don't really have an answer to that except that I'm not normal, Xander said. Jana began to laugh hysterically as she lifted a finger to the side of her head. Xander just watched this woman turn insane. With a loud bang, the woman collapsed. She fell onto the ground. Well, that was boring. The impact of seeing that being had left Jana in a state of shock. It was normal. Her senses were always in a state of chaos afterwards, like the inside of her head had been scrambled. Her vision was filled with wildly vivid colors, her hearing overwhelmed by white noise. A nauseating smell assaulted her nose, and it felt like something was seeping into her body through each and every pore. The feeling of drowning in this chaotic mess was a side effect of killing her avatar's self. She had no idea what she had just seen. But now that she knew such being existed, it didn't matter. All she had to do was avoid it next time. It wasn't something any creature could hope to challenge. She knew that no matter how many times she tried, she would always lose. Her churning senses finally settled, and she found herself back in the higher plane. She had time to consider her situation that had caused her bravado, thereby minimizing her disorder and reducing the chance that she would destroy many worlds again. Jana opened her eyes. First, she needed to know how badly she had messed things up, and then their eyes met. Jana screamed, sparing no though of appearance. She should have escaped, but still she was being watched by countless eyes. No, this is wrong. This is a different plane of existence. She suddenly realized something. Rather, she was forced to notice. She had indeed returned to this place where time and space doesn't exist, but the eyes were still there. That could only mean one thing. Those eyes had existed everywhere, right from the start. Whether it was a curse or some kind of corruption, she always maintained her memories whenever she traveled dimensions. And now that she had noticed those eyes, she could never unsee them. No matter how far she traveled, she would still know that they were there. There was nowhere she could run. Jana, even though has a madness resistance, didn't last long as her sanity vanished. Heist, that was boring. Even her true form turned insane. How fragile was that thing's mind? Well, I couldn't blame her, as she was just a human billion of years ago, Xander said, while shaking his head. He immediately forgot about the woman's existence, as she was already of no use to him. Xander went to Citri Mansion, where he saw everyone was already checking some documents. You're still not finished with that? Xander asked, as they shook their heads. Is Sona still not awake? Xander asked while staring at Sona's room. He saw her still sleeping peacefully without care of the world, so he smiled. I guess I should take some sleep too. It's been a long time since I relaxed, Xander said before lying on the sofa before sleeping. The girls could only stare at him as they sighed and just smiled. Chapter 61. Xander went to school as it already started. He didn't immediately go to his classroom as he wanted to visit Kaneko first. It's been a long time since they met, so Xander was wondering if she is still doing good. He was about to go to the old building when he encountered the student council. Sona, what are you doing here? Xander asked as Sona stopped and stared at him. Perfect, I was about to call you. Let's go, Xander, Sona said as she took Xander's arms before they walked towards the Occult Research Club. Anyway, what is happening, Sona? Is something interesting going on? Xander asked. Sona kept walking as she replied to Xander. Yes, today Rias and her servants are going to fight Ninyora Astaroth. Although I think there is more to it, as when Isama was acting weirdly when I asked about it, Xander tilted his head before remembering the arc where Issei achieved Juggernaut Drive. This will be interesting, Xander said, as Sona just smiled at him. I knew you would say that. They chuckled as they continue. They arrived in front of the classroom where they saw Rias and her servants getting ready. Yo, Rias-san and friends, Xander said, while waving his hands at them who were surprised by their presence. But before they could reply, a blur appeared in their view as Kaneko tackled Xander, who just catched her. Whoa there! Did you miss me that much, Kaneko-chan? Xander asked. Kaneko nodded her head while smiling at him. Gur, I can't believe Kaneko-chan could smile like that, Issei said while gripping his shirt and comically crying. Kiba just patted his back as he shook his head. Xander was talking with Kaneko when he noticed something. Did they transfer here? Xander asked while pointing at Irina and Zenobia, who were standing guard in his presence. They knew how strong Xander was, but they still weren't sure if he was truly an ally or not. "Don't worry, I'm not going to harm you, you know?" Xander said, while waving his hand at them. Yeah, Xander Cohen is great, though it was disappointing that he only accepted one woman, Aquino said, while placing her hand at her face. Sona was irked at that, as she elbowed Xander. "Actually, this guy has another girlfriend. She's human, though," Sona said. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Xander, who just tilted his head. "What? Xander has another Barato. Dang, the Eichmann struck again?" Various reactions Barato from that one sentence, as Xander just smiled at them. "Do you have a picture of her, Sona?" Rias asked, curious to what kind of girl made Xander's heart move. Sona narrowed her eyes at Xander, who just took his phone while shaking his head. Xander gave them his phone, where his picture with Yudaha was displayed. They were riding in a car, while Yudaha was resting her head at Xander, clearly asleep. "She's beautiful, but Aquino can give her a run on her money," Rias said, as everyone nodded. "Well, I didn't pursue her because of her looks. I just loved her, and in my opinion, she is more beautiful than everyone." Except Sona. Xander inserted the last one as he can feel Sona's gaze. "Is she aware of the supernatural world, Xander Cohen?" Aquino asked while looking at Xander. "Well, I already introduced her to it. I even teach her some things to keep herself safe from hooligans." Everyone just nodded their head. At least she knew about their world and didn't back down. I forgot it's time for the rating game," Rias said. Azazel arrived as he explained something to Rias before they were teleported. "Are you sure you want to do this gamble, Azazel?" Xander said while staring at the scene where Rias and her servants were surrounded BT Cow's brigade cannon fodders. "I need to do this for complete annihilation," Azazel said, as Xander raised an eyebrow. "This is not like you, Azazel. You know that they would not be eliminated with just this, right?" Xander said as Azazel just chuckled while shaking his head. "You really know me," Azazel said before teleporting. Sona, who was listening to their conversation, has caught up on it. She finally knew the bad feeling she felt about this rating game. They're being used as baits? Sona wanted to confirm as Xander nodded. "Shall we go as well?" The fun could only be found there, Xander asked as Sona and her peerage just smiled. They arrived at the scene where Issei promised Aquino as date if she won the battle between the nuns. Sona shook her head at the twos, bickering just for the attention of a man. She hoped that she wouldn't experience something like that in the future. Rhea raised an eyebrow before nudging Tomo, who just looked at her. Rhea pointed at someone as Tomo widened her eyes. Kaicho. Sona didn't say anything and just accepted it. Tomo thanked her while she took a large breath before appearing in front of Siegfried, who was shocked at her speed. "Shocked? Let's have a rematch," Tomo said as Siegfried just smiled. 6 arms emerged from his back as the two started battling. Though it was clear that Tomo surpassed Siegfried in everything, making Xander bored at their fight. Xander didn't want to watch a new ship sailing. "Should we enter now, Xander?" Sona asked as Xander just shook his head. "No, there are still interesting things that would happen from now on," Xander said as he pointed towards Issei, who is battling Diodora, who suddenly appeared all of a sudden. There was nothing interesting in it, as it was just a one-sided beating from Issei. What Xander wanted is to see the transformation of the Juggernaut drive itself. Sona raised her arms and was about to stop Asia's transportation towards Dimensional Gap, but Xander just stopped her. "There is someone who would save her," Xander said as she lowered her arm. Sona and her peerage raised an eyebrow as they saw Issei's aura started growing. "What's happening, Xander?" Sona asked as Xander just explained the Juggernaut drive to them. Issei transformed into an incomplete Juggernaut drive as he started howling. He destroyed Shalba Beelzebub without sweating as they just watched. A lot of portals suddenly appeared as Surzex, Odin, and Azazel arrived. "Oh, you're done with your problem there?" Xander asked as Azazel just smirked. "They were talking too much that we just ended it," Azazel said as Surzex shook his head. Ophis suddenly appeared, making them stiff as they stared at her. "Ophis," Odin muttered as he slowly raised his Gungnir ready to retaliate in case of battle. "Don't worry. She already retired from her position as the leader of Cow's brigade," Xander said, as Ophis stared at Azazel before talking. "Azazel, It's been a long time. Azazel's barato twitched as he massaged his head. Does that mean Rizavim is now handling the brigade? Surzex asked as Ophis nodded her head. I would have preferred if Ophis was the one handling the organization. Azazel said with a sigh. Sona and her peerage went to Rhea's side as Xander didn't stop her this time. Something will happen later. Please get ready to it, Xander said as his guts started tingling again. They got alerted by Xander's words before they nodded their heads. Xander watched as Zenobia was crying about Asia's death. So they still become friends even when I took the Holy Sword Arc itself, huh? Xander thought as he could see that everyone was getting along, except that it was not time to be happy as they were devastated by Asia's loss. A portal appeared beside them as Valley appeared on it. Biko, Kuroka, and Arthur, who was carrying Asia, followed. Kuroka didn't hold back before lunging at Kaneko, who just dodged. Barato, you've been cold to your sister, yeah? Barato pouted as Kaneko looked away, embarrassed by her sister's antics. Now is not the time, nay, Sam. Kaneko stopped speaking when she saw Asia in Arthur's arms. She immediately ignored the pouting Barato and walked over to Asia. Asia! Zenobia started crying while talking to Asia about them being friends. Kuroka, who was ignored by Kaneko, went to Xander's side. Xander, yeah. Kuroka wanted to take Xander's arm, but immediately stopped when her feet suddenly froze. Please keep things appropriate in front of this crowd, Sona said while adjusting her eyeglasses. Enya. Barato could only back down, looking slightly annoyed. She glanced at Xander, who stood up straighter as if proud of what Sona did. Anyway, Xander, why are you here? And why is Ophis sitting with you? Barato asked curiously while being wary of Ophis, who was just eating cookies from the plate that Xander gave her before. We're waiting for the thing that would appear later on, Xander said as he also took some cookies from the plate and started eating. The leaders sighed at them, because they looked like just watching a show while relaxing at their home. Vala transformed to his Juggernaut Drive form as he started to fight Issei. Even though Issei's form is still incomplete and his mind was unstable, he could still fight against Vala easily because he was stronger than his canon version. He trained a lot when he realized that his strength was just too weak for him to live in this world. The two started wrestling each other as Xander just watched in interest. The others could not see the battle between the two as they were moving at speed almost reaching that of light. After a minute of holding back, Vala finally snapped and used his full power, striking Issei with a powerful punch. Issei fell, creating a large crater, and his armor broke. As he slowly stood up, his barato trembled, and he stared in shock at Zenobia holding Asia. He walked towards her and confirmed that she really exists before smiling greatly as he hugged Asia. Asia, you're alive, Issei shouted. She was saved by Vala's team at the Dimensional Gap, Rhea said. Issei thanked Valley, who just shook his head. Get stronger, Hayadu. You're my rival, right? Vala said as Issei smirked. You too. Don't fall borado. I might just surpass you, Issei said before they bumped their fist. Everybody stopped as they stared at the new arrival. This is what I was waiting for, Valley said, looking at Great Red's majestic appearance. Ophis and Xander's eyebrows started to barato at Great Red's action. That guy, he's totally loving the attention right now, Xander said as Ophis nodded her head. Great Red snorted as a snort made a damage that was greater than what Issei and Vala did. They winced at that strength as they covered themselves from the violent wind that resulted from his snort. Xander and Ophis also stood up. Do you want to fight it, Ophis? It seems like that thing is angry that its son died, Xander asked as Ophis shook her head. She just wanted eternal sleep. She hated troublesome things, so she would just leave it at Xander. You handle it. It's too troublesome, Ophis said as she teleported to Great Red's head and punched him, making the bragging dragon fall on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they got alarmed by what Ophis did. Are they going to fight here? Azazel exclaimed as everyone turned to Xander, the only one who could understand the two. Valley was excited at the thought of watching the two strongest being in the world fight as he waited for Xander's answer. No, they're just preparing the battlefield. The real battle would start soon after Xander said that. The place suddenly warped before the battleground was turned into the same structure as Dimensional Gap. Everyone raised a barrier to stop the nothingness from consuming them. They just watched as Xander shook his head at their stupid thought of wanting to watch interdimensional beings fight. Azazel saw Xander shaking his head as he raised the threat of this battle to the highest. Sir Zex, old geezer, it's time to stop now, Azazel said, as the two remembered what is happening. They were immersed in watching it that they forgot that an incomprehensible battle would occur here. Xander. Azazel stared at Xander, who just sighed and nodded his head. Azazel smiled excitedly at his gesture as they made everyone leave the place. Even Valley, who wanted to watch the fight, was forced to return. They were all waiting in a single room as a large screen appeared on their view. This is Ophis' eyes. Feel free to use it. She won't participate anyway, Xander said as they nodded their heads. Sona, you train hard, right? Do you think you can handle those kind of beings right now? Xander asked as Sona thought for a moment before shaking her head. I might be able to fight in Great Old One, but those exiled from the stars are still out of my reach, Sona said, as Xander just smiled. If you nodded your head just right now, then I might have to bonk you in the head, Xander said. Everyone watched as the space started twisting, making them dizzy just from watching it. A nauseating feeling entered their body the moment they saw it. Their foreheads was filled with sweat as they forced themselves to stare at the screen. Momo, Sona said before a barrier appeared on everyone's body, protecting them from the becoming insane. The effect of the barrier didn't completely make them immune to the madness inducement, as Momo couldn't hope to reach that level. This being is not the same as they fought before. This one is a real powerhouse. The eldritch horror they fought before was just a dust compared to this monstrosity. Phenomenon and concepts don't work on this. It was just a plaything for it. Now, I don't even consider things like concepts as a dust, as even concepts would bow their heads to this being. Space and time began shaking and started making way for the being, scared that the being would destroy them, especially when its mood is not something to be happy about. Heh, this creature is throwing a tantrum, huh? Though it's indeed my fault that it came here, Xander said, smirking. The reason why Ophis and Great Red didn't stop this being is not because they were lazy to do it. Instead, it was because they could not stop it. They could do it if they devoured the whole Watcher, but they didn't do it as their experience is still not enough to fight against beings like these. The world stopped as the viewers cried out in terror, clutching their heads. They tried to comprehend this incomprehensible being, and this was the result. It didn't even notice them, for their existence could be undone simply by it taking another step. In fact, this world only holds together because Xander is handling it. The monstrosity's mere presence could destroy this world. Many other outer gods were watching this show with interest in their eyes when their place was suddenly filled with eyes. They shivered and wanted to escape to other reality, far away from this one, but no one survived when they heard a single word. Silence. The other planes of existence turned quiet as the others who were watching stopped and did their own things. The usual conflict and chaos didn't bother Xander, as they were harmless to him. Xander returned his attention to the mad being who was currently staring at him. Its stare brought a lot of harmful effects to this world, but Xander just waved his hand as every phenomenon that was about to happen shrunk and turned nothing. Outer God POV, original character, Wild Pose, a being who is floating in the dark tapestry, opened its eyes after its long slumber. Its omniscience made it affect the moment it opened its eyes. It learned what happened in the past uncountable years. All of it were just some minor things like worlds being destroyed and created, some of its kind dying, some hint of someone being awaked. It shrugged all of it except one. Its body stopped. Wild Pose stay stilled as if not understanding something. It tried to see the everything again as the same result appeared. Its spawn had died. It couldn't comprehend how such thing happened. Its spawn was not only an all-knowing, all-seeing, and also, supposedly, an all-powerful being. How could it fall in such a primitive world it could not understand? Does that world have something special that separates it from other fragile realities? With its intelligence, it immediately understood that its son was truly gone. It tried to destroy the events where its son had been lost, but still nothing happened. It denied that its son had passed. It erased the reality where its son was lost. It manipulated causality to bring its son back, and even ordered the time and space to do something to return its son back. But just like the first, nothing happened. Something impossible was reversed and made possible. The thought of their kind dying was not in its head. No, it does not exist in any of the outer gods' head. They treat death like how human treat breathing is. Though the human in this one don't need to breathe to live. Wild Pose stopped its futile attempt and turned its attention to the last place where its son died. It can feel three powerful beings in there, but didn't care as it was used to the thought that their kind were absolute. Nothing could do anything to them. The only thing they feared is the awakening of the blind dreamer. Awakening of it means everything would cease to exist, even them who are not even considered as existence. It was angry at the impudence of the lower being who tried to stare back at it. It took a small step as the being arrived at the DXD world where it saw bacteria not affected by its natural aura. Its anger was raised above something considered normal, as it saw the bacteria not paying attention to it, and instead was talking to another bacteria. The being's anger was overflowing, visible in its monstrous form. It had the head of a sheep with several strange appendages and openings along its frame. It was something a person wouldn't be able to imagine even if they tried to use all of their imaginations. Wild Pose screeched as the concept of sound in this world vanished. Only white noise was responding to the spectator's brain as the concept of sound was erased itself. Wild Pose saw the lizard doing something, as it saw another thing it could not comprehend today. The concept of sound, which should have been erased completely with no point of returning, has miraculously come back. This troublemaker is messing with this world's law. How should I deal with her? Any suggestion, you two? The man talked. Wild Pose naturally understood its words as an all-knowing being. Trivial things such as language is natural for it. It was silent as curse was something never directed at it. Wild Pose started shaking as the laws of physics started breaking. The up turned down, the left turned right. The air's direction got jumbled. Everything was a mess. I guess it's time to end this. It's getting rather feisty, the man talked again. Wild Pose was done with this insect as its thoughts slowly started form a word. That is, this insect is dead. Normally, any being would be erased just with the outer god's thought, but the insect was surprisingly still standing. Wild Pose was about to do something again when it suddenly lost its omniscience. It can suddenly feel, making it tremble at this otherworldly sense. The being slowly understood what's happening to its body. It is turning into a mortal. Since the beginning of its existence, Wild Pose felt scared. It was frightened at this new experience that it's currently facing. Becoming mortal never came into its mind. So the scariness of what's happening is multiplied many times, making Wild Pose shake. Wild Pose suddenly gained the sense of smell as it started breathing heavily, not used to this thing. It was trembling all over as the thought of killing the insect stopped appearing on its thoughts. Instead, it was focused on how to stop this disease from spreading on its body. Slowly, it gained every senses of humans until it just flopped on the ground. Oh, that was boring. The reaction is the same whoever it is, the man talked. Wild Pose realized that the man was the one who turned it into this helpless thing that could not even stand up. It poured all of its last power and used it. The man vanished at its place as the being sighed in relief. It was about to destroy everything in this place to release its frustration when it suddenly froze on the spot. Wild Pose's mind was slowly slipping away as it perished, still terrified of the being that ended it. That was how Wild Pose, an outer god, fell at the hands of our unremarkable protagonist. Chapter 62. Another world the watcher could only stare in silence at the anticlimactic battle. There are flashy moves, just Xander muttering something before the being became mad. Although they were still amazed by it, the damage made by the fight could make their world collapse many times. Ophis and Great Red took in charge of holding the world after Xander was teleported, so it's still not in danger. What the heck is that? Issei asked the question that everyone has on their mind. Sigh. We are probably lucky that there is someone like Xander in our world, Sir Zex said as Azazel nodded his head. This is the second time something like this happened. The first one, they were helpless against it, as they couldn't even damage the being before it broke Kuo Town with just moving. Valley was shaking in excitement at what he saw. Now he's determined to reach the white dragon god to fight against beings like those. Valley, I know you wanted to fight, but you shouldn't try fighting that man, Albion said to Valley as he thought about it. They didn't see Xander do something except waving his hand and muttering something. What happened earlier, Albion? Why can't I hear anything? Valley asked. Everyone also listened to their conversation, interested in the sudden loss of their hearing sense earlier. It's not a problem with your ears, or someone made you deaf. The abomination just shrieked a little, and the concept with sound got obliterated itself. It couldn't handle that thing's voice, Albion explained. Drake also confirmed that, that's right. That was an intense battle. Many laws got broken during that being's rampage, added Drake. Touching those things, huh? I think only Shiva and the two dragons could do that. Even I, an old man who lived in long life, couldn't do something like those, Odin said while caressing his beard. Everyone started to realize that something amazing might have happened there, but they were too weak to understand it. Albion, if I become a white dragon god, could I also fight against beings like those? Valley asked. Dolly, Vuddy, it's not a problem to you, a holder of my ability. Just don't get lost in the way, and you will reach that level, Albion said as Valis smiled. While the others were talking about how amazing the fight were, Sona in her peerage was silent. They were waiting for Xander to return, but the thing never happened. Sona turned her attention to Ophis and asked Ophis-sama, "Can you tell me, where did Xander get teleported by that being?" Sona asked. "To the dark tapestry." Ophis replied, as if it's not a problem. Azazel, who heard the place, started shaking. Dark tapestry. He wanted to confirm as Ophis just nodded her head. Azazel, do you know that place? Sona asked as Azazel looked down first before explaining. Dark tapestry is basically the home of all outer gods. It is said to be the darkness between the stars where other interdimensional beings believed true madness lies. If you want another term, then it will be the ultimate void. Sona was alarmed at that. Does that mean Xander was thrown in the den of those beings? Sona asked while trying to control her emotions. It's not a problem. Death would just erase all of those beings in there with a thought, Ophis said, making Sona calm a bit, but Azazel was the one who has a strong reaction on that. Do you mean Xander is that strong? Ophis didn't reply, but just nodded her head. Sona waited for Xander's return as the others were still talking. Meanwhile, in the void, Xander was floating. He wrapped his Barado in true shells to stop it from dissolving into nothing. Even though this mortal Barado restricted Xander, it was still important, as it was the only way he could interact with humans. If he bring his real Barado to a lower plane like DXD, then the result would be worse than what Wild did. Void, did that troublesome one bring me here as its last card? Xander said as eyes started opened in this world. Sigh, these fools never learn, huh? Xander said before erupting his real aura from his Barado. Those outer immediately fled as they warped to other dimensions. His aura is potent enough to scare those beings. Though he didn't cover the whole dark tapestry with his aura, especially in the middle, as it will wake the blind, foolish god from its slumber. Xander wouldn't want that. Everything in reality would be undone, and only the sleeping chaos and Xander would be left. Xander was tired, so he didn't challenge some beings in here. Instead, he started to take a tour of this place. 100 years later, Xander was bored, as he couldn't find anything interesting in this place. Those beings who tried to threaten him when he first came to the void still didn't return. They probably know that he is still wandering on it, so hiding is their best move for now. The thought of hiding from some ant creature humiliated them, but they prefer their lives more, so they threw that pride away. Xander was floating in this chaotic place when he suddenly saw a hole on it. Xander got curious, so he entered the hole. The next moment, Xander woke up in a cold place. He looked around and saw everything was ice. He didn't remember something like this in DXD, so he tilted his head. He raised an eyebrow when he sensed two intense aura battling here. He was interested to who owned such aura. Xander looked at the other dimension and saw only a minute had passed at the DXD world. He took a pen and started writing to his friends there. He teleported each of the letters to their house. Like Mashiro, Yuta's parents and Nayuta Xander also give a letter to the people who watched his fight against Wildsop. After doing that, Xander report Sona and Yutaha in this world, making them surprised. Yo, Sona, Yutaha, the two heard a voice before jumping at him. Xander wanted to catch them, but got a punch in the gut instead. TCH, you didn't visit me this day. Why didn't you return immediately? Xander's lips twitched at their words. The two stopped before staring at each other. They started inspecting if the other one is really worthy, while Xander just watched amused at this. After a few seconds, they closed their eyes and nodded their heads. Sona Citri, a devil Sona, said while giving her hand for a handshake, which Yutaha took. Kusumakaka Yutaha, a human, they stared at each other for a few seconds before smiling. Whoa, and here I was hoping for an intense battle would occur, Xander said as he received another punch in the gut. Anyway, where is this, Xander? Is this another realm like Underworld? Yutaha asked, as she only know about the human realm and Underworld. Sona also listened, clearly interested. Nope, we are on another world right now, Xander said, making the two girls stopped. Huh, another world. Xander just smirked and nodded his head. How about our family? Won't they worry about us? Sona asked while Yutaha also agreed. Don't worry, here Xander said before projecting a screen which showed the reactions of the two places. In the supernatural world, they were Barado calm as they were used to things like this every day, with on Serafal rolling in the ground, throwing a tantrum about Sona's kidnapping. Who? Yutaha asked as Sona just looked away with a blush on her face. It's her sister. She tends to be very overprotective of her. Xander explained to Yutaha. In Yutaha's house, her parents were also reading the letter as Hiroshi started fuming. That brat. How dare he take my dash? Yes. Hiroshi was about to rant when he read the last part of the letter. What did you write in that letter, Xander? Yutaha asked, intrigued by her parents' reaction. I just mentioned him taking you on a vacation, Xander said with an innocent bravado as the two stared at him with a gaze like, are you serious? Anyway, that's that. Let's take a look at this world. You can already sense that battle, right? The two nodded their heads as they can feel the battle close by. They teleported there and saw one dragon and a demon fighting. Only Sona and Xander can see the fight as Yutaha was still new to the supernatural world. The two were dueling at blazing speed as their clashes reshaped the terrain. Sona studied how the draconic fighter wielded the same magic she possessed. Meanwhile, Yutaha grew restless, so Xander handed her the third volume of Gotabun, and she happily began reading. It seems like the two were battling for a long time already, so their fight is nearing its end. I don't want to admit it. You're not worthy of brother's attention. The Barado shouted before her claw tore the space in front of her. The demon just dodged at the last second before slapping the Barado. I gained his attention since I'm special, the demon said before he was pummeled to the ground by the dragon's charge. The two were on their last feet. They took a long breathe before pouring everything they got and throwing at it at the other. Boom! The world shook as a large explosion occurred between the two. The dust subsided as the two can be seen lying on the ground, catching their breath. You're strong, the Barado said, right? The demon smirked before he started laughing. You got a nice battle today. So he was happy. It was boring fighting against humans. I'm interested to see what you'll be doing. I'll observe you closely from now on, the dragon said, as the demon stopped before saying do what you want. Xander nodded his head at their battle, but his attention was drawn to Sona and Yutaha, who started glowing. Huh? What's happening? Xander asked as they didn't answer. Their attention was held somewhere else. After a few seconds, the glowing stopped as Sona explained what happened. Apparently, a thing called Voice of the World granted me a unique skill. Yutaha also nodded her head, indicating that she also received one. Xander was about to ask them when a blue-haired maid suddenly appeared before trying to attack them. Xander just plunged his feet at the maid, who was surprised at that as she was blasted away. Hey, that was rude. We are talking here. You're not an animal, right? Then think like a person, Xander said, before waving his hand, making the green-haired maid fly from the impact. You want to challenge me too? I know I'm skilled, but am already spoken for, Xander said as Sona and Yutaha sighed at his words. The two maids didn't listen to his words before they rushed to him. They were primordials, so their strength was unmatched in this world. Their speed broke many sound barrier as they arrived at Xander's side. They started engaging in hand-to-hand fight against Xander, who was amused at their thoughts. Xander used Guru Fist before large nuclear explosions occurred, blasting the maids far away as the dragon and demon finally realized something is happening. They stood up and saw the two primordials fighting against a man who were playing with them. The demon raised an eyebrow at the man fighting. He never sensed this person in this world before. The dragon stared at Xander before saying, "Those three are not from this world." The demon tilted his head at that. They were also not from this world. The demon was just summoned in the central world by an empire which he destroyed after the contract. Coincidentally, the empire is this land that they're standing on now. The demon wanted to make this his territory, but he met the enraged Barado. Xander noticed something teleporting at Sona's side and kicking the demon who was staring at Sona. "Oi, don't try to attack my friend." "Cinchuredo, I don't want unnecessary death," Xander said, as the demon gestured the maids to stop. "I'm Xander Ranvil, Visitor." "Pleased to meet you," Xander said, while smiling at the demon and dragon who also introduced themselves. "Guy, and that dragon is Velzard. Want to fight?" Guy said with an excited smile as Xander shook his head. 2 months have passed since then. Xander became friends with the two as they acknowledged his strength, though they won't admit that Xander is stronger than them because of their huge pride. They accepted being called as equal as Xander didn't bother with it. When dealing with prideful, you just need to adjust to them. Velzard started training Sona, her new unique skill, which is called Freezing Point. Sona didn't explain the ability to him, so he could only look forward in the future. Xander was the one training Yutaha. He trained her unique skill erase to reach the level of erasing greater demons. It seems like Yutaha's constitution changed the moment her soul traveled in this world. She became a high human, and her perception of time became something like a devil. Even now, she didn't feel a lot of time has passed. Instead, it feels like only a day had passed since they entered this world. Sometimes Yutaha was getting bored as this place has no entertainments. Xander just made light novels using the skill memory and gave it to the content-hungry girl. Though Xander was wondering why a lot of his books were going missing every day, he investigated it and saw the two maids slipping the books into their storage pockets when no one was watching. The strange influence of Xander's books caused the two maids to start behaving like someone out of a novel, similar to Yutaha. Xander was free today, as Yutaha was in her room and reading books while Sona is practicing with Velzard. Yutaha got used to the temperature of this place and now treated it as normal. While Xander was lying on a comfortable sofa, watching Guy's empire growing, he suddenly saw Rain walking in the backyard. Rain stopped and turned her attention to Xander. "What is it?" Lord Xander, there no expression on her face, but she panicking inside. "What does this monster want? Is he going to destroy the world now? Or did I piss him somewhere?" A lot of thoughts were running on her mind. "Can you tell me interesting stories about the underworld?" Xander said, making Rain sigh in relief inside. "I apologize, but am currently on an order from Lord Guy," Rain said, wanting to distance himself from Xander, as their previous encounter had left him feeling uneasy. It's not like when they fought Guy. They could still counterattack, but this guy was just playing with them. What scared them more is his aura. Xander deliberately released some of his aura when they fought to scare them, but the effect was worse than he thought. Xander shook his head before taking his trump card. He raised a book in the air as Rain immediately went to his side. "But since it's Lord Xander, I could just do Lord Guy's order later," Rain said before slowly taking the manga and tucking it in her subspace. Rain started talking about the underworld as Xander just listened to it. He gained some knowledge that can't be found in the book as his interest was slowly increasing. Rain also explained the 7 primordial demons, including their properties. After explaining, Xander's interest soared as he thought of something. "Do you have any Hell's Gate here?" "I want to explore that place," Xander said, while looking at Rain, who just nodded her head before telling Xander the location. Xander thanked Rain as continued napping. He would just go to that place later. It was still early anyway. Meanwhile, on one place in the Central World, a certain true Barado was worried about something. An anomaly had entered the world, and it was something he could not hope to fight. It was like Ivorage, but worse. He thought that the world would be destroyed in just few seconds after being stepped on it, but he was confused as it was already 2 months and nothing still happened. Veldanava was wondering if he needed to seal someone again. Though he doubted that he could seal that being who entered his world, he just hoped that it's a being that can be reasoned and not easy to irritate. Veldanava closed its eyes as he saw the being taking an afternoon nap without care of the world. He immediately stopped and returned his attention to taking care of the world. It seems like the 4th true dragon would be born soon. He needed to suppress the damage it would result, so he is preparing the place. Veldanava just let Xander roam around the world as the man didn't seem to dislike this world. Another day for the omnipotent creator dragon, Veldanava. This is AU, and this arc is heavily influenced by Sloth's Rise, so you might find some things that you can find in that FIC. I love that FIC BTW, even his death at the hands of the Eldritch Asahi. Chapter 63, another month have passed as Sona can now freeze important things. Their unique skills are rather broken, though that was most of unique skills do. Yudaha's skill is also slowly evolving, becoming rather terrifying. Xander told the two what Rain explained to him, as they also got interested in hell. Today, the 3 of them would go to hell with the guidance of the emotionless maid, Misery. At least the 2 are strong enough to handle archdemons. They will not fall easily if they are surrounded by a lot of them. Xander made sure of that. That's why he only came now. Misery brought them to a nearby Hell's Gate. To be precise, it is the Hell Gate that John guarded. Xander was interested in meeting primordials, not just Diablo, as he feels weird to him. They entered and saw a dark world with rotting land. They turned around and saw thousands of demons were walking without any direction. Most of them has yellow hair indicating their origins. One demon noticed their arrival. "Oh, we have some guts to spill today," the man said while giving a maniac grin. Xander raised an eyebrow at that. The demon didn't last long before it was erased from existence by Yudaha. The other demons got alerted. They observed them carefully and shrieked when they saw Misery standing Barado them. "Key, why is that woman here? We need to inform boss," a demon said, but before he could run, his whole body froze and turned into dust. "This skill is really handy," Sona said, as it became easier for her to use ice this way. She also needed to thank Velzard of this. Sona and Yudaha turned their attention to Xander, who just smiled and nodded his head. The air around the 2 calmed down before their auras erupted on their body. Some demons ran, but most of them got excited of that display of power. They were from a yellow faction. They want back down to a challenge. The yellow faction started releasing their auras, destroying everything in the land. The aura in Tenshura world is not the same in DXD, where it would only intimidate the enemy. In this world, aura alone can destroy armies if the user is strong. Any archdemon could level in small country if they just release their aura. That's how scary the aura in this world is. The 2 adapted to the situation as their auras could now erase high-class devils. Thousands of demons rushed toward them, and Yudaha erased many of them. Many soon noticed her weakness. Her erasure ability could only target what was directly in front of her. They stomped the ground, creating large craters as they appeared Barado her. One demon was about to strike Yudaha down when he suddenly froze. He tried to get out of the ice, but it was erased by Yudaha, who didn't even look at the demon. Sona waved her hand as a large portion of the land turned ice along with the demons who are in the area of effect. Yudaha began spamming her skill, erasing tens of thousands of demons. One demon miraculously dodged their attacks as he used magic and threw a fire that exploded like a nuclear bomb. Boom! The demon grinned wildly at what happened. "Destructions are really the best," the demon said before his whole body got obliterated. The hordes of demons was never ending. Most of the demons here don't really die, as they would just revive themselves in this world. They are just spiritual being here, so reviving is a simple thing. The only thing they need to be careful of are beings that can erase even their souls. The never-ending demons were starting to tire the two. They were spamming their skills for a few hours now, gaining various experience from this battle. Yutaha, are you still fine? Xander asked, worried about her. He didn't ask Sona, as she was a devil before they arrived here, not like Yutaha, who was just a normal human with a weak stamina. Fine, Yutaha said before using a ray skill again, taking 2,000 demons. It seems like her mind was tempered along with her soul the moment she arrived at this world. This much combat doesn't even faze her anymore, though she still holds on to her human morals, which is a good thing. Sona was about to summon rain and add a freezing effect to it when her instincts suddenly warned her. Yutaha also sensed something was about to happen, so they raised their guard. They heard a woman's voice appeared above. Gravity collapse. A chill entered their Centuredo as a large implosion occurred. Boom! The land was leveled as Sona can be seen standing with a serious look on her face while Yutaha was ragged but still fine. Hey, they're still alive? The voice appeared again. It seemed amused that they were not down by that nuclear magic. Huh! Sona shouted before freezing the woman's arm. The woman was surprised that she was damaged by a measle ice attack. That tickled me a bit, the woman before she shook her arm, destroying the ice. Sona widened her eyes at that. She raised the denseness of her ice before it started to spread on the woman's body. The woman shivered at that before using her aura to destroy the ice to its core. The woman stared at Sona with interest on her eyes. You're worthy? I am the primordial demon of yellow. You can call me John, John said before throwing nuclear magics at them, blasting the two away. Xander catched their bodies before healing them. Now the two were back to their peak. They glared at John before they clashed. Yutaha can see that John is stronger than her, so any attempt of erasing her form was out of the question. Instead, Yutaha just erased every spell that John released, making the delinquent frustrated. You jerk, John said before using her superior speed to arrive before Yutaha. She raised her hand before striking toward Yutaha, but before her fist could land on its target, an ice wall appeared defending against her fist as the shockwave destroyed the surroundings. Ku! Heavy Sona muttered before Yutaha escaped from the site and released her control on the magic. John's fist broke the ice wall and almost hit Sona's body. Centuredo, the reason she was scared was because she could feel that every demon the person defeated wouldn't return to their previous state. John threw another gravity collapse at Xander, who just touched the air as it vanished. John's barato twitched at that as she changed her target to Xander. She dashed, moving so fast it looked like teleportation, to Xander's side before throwing a punch charged with magic. Xander simply took a stance before returning the attack, striking John twice and catching him off guard as the blow sent him staggering. John grinned and shouted, "Let's get at it. I'll give you a good beating." Xander just shook his head as he started pummeling John. 15 minutes later, John was lying on the ground, bruised and worn. She chuckled before it turned into full-blown laughter. She stood up before kneeling. You gain my approval. Primordial yellow now bow to you, John said dramatically as Xander just stared at her before waving his hand. No thanks, I don't need subordinates, Xander said as John was dumbfounded. W8. I'm strong. You could use me to handle troublesome fights, John said as Xander thought for a bit before shaking his head. You'll die trying to save me. My enemies are stronger than Veldanava, Xander simply said as John was even more baffled. Stronger than Veldanava? Is this person serious? The corners of Xander's barato couldn't help but barato from John's doubtful eyes. Xander slapped John's head before she flew away, though she didn't stand up as she was comprehending the memories that had been implanted in her mind. John's eyes widened when she saw things that could make her insane just by being in its presence taken down by Xander. And the scary thing is he only needed to think about it before they fell. Xander stared at John, who he thought would give up after this, but was dumbfounded when not only wasn't he discouraged but got excited instead. Can I really fight those beings? Then Barato reasoned to follow you, John said as Xander sighed. Xander kept ignoring John as he took Sona and Yutaha to other places. The woman didn't give up and kept pestering Xander, following them everywhere while constantly annoying them until he finally gave in. Yes, John exclaimed before getting close to Xander's side. "Where are we going, Xander?" Yudaha asked while crossing her arms, as Xander thought for bravado. "You don't really have a location in mind." John saw that as she invited Xander to her castle. Xander accepted the invitation as they teleported towards the place. "What is this mess?" Yudaha asked while looking at the castle that looked old and very run down. "My castle. You have a problem with that?" John asked while snarling at Yudaha, who did not back down. Sona was hurt by John's comment, comparing her to a primordial Barado, she remembered. Veins were about to pop on John's head, while Yudaha just displayed a smug look on her face. "Darn, you." They started insulting each other as Sona and Xander sighed. They entered the castle by themselves, where they were attacked by another bunch of yellow factions. They were weaker than John, so they didn't need any energy to deal with them. Xander just ignored them before inspecting the castle that is about to collapse. "Hey, this castle. You didn't repair any of this, right? This must be the first castle you have," Xander said while looking at the cracks in the wall. John raised her chin as if proud of it, as she nodded her head. "How stupid. Is your brain made of steel?" Yudaha asked while John got angry again as they continued their bickering. "Where did you come from, teacher?" She was curious, so she asked. That is her personality, which Xander knew. He also loved it, as he loved the blunt type of woman. "Another world," Xander simply said, as John just accepted it. If her teacher says so, then it must be simple as that. "Do you intend to stay in this world for long?" John asked as Xander just nodded his head. Upon seeing that John was satisfied, she didn't want to be left behind when her master was fighting beings like those. "Now we have all of our time. Let's go training." Before Xander could complete his sentence, the three already attacked as he dodged. "Can't wait, huh? Let's break your limits," Xander said while gesturing to them to start already. Sona was calm. Yudaha was smirking while John was giving a maniac smile. They started the sparring while Xander turned on the teaching skill, which enhanced their learning ability. After 3 straight hours of fighting, the girls were exhausted as they panted while kneeling on the ground. "You're really a monster," Master John said with a smile on her face. Halfway the fight, she realized that she was learning rather fast, so she asked Sona, who just explained while bombarding Xander with ice magic. Sona and Yudaha also nodded their heads. Cinchuredo. "How the hell did I even exhaust when I can fight for weeks without stopping?" John wondered as Sona just adjusted her glasses before explaining. Xander's teaching ability is not based on the body. He is directly influencing the soul, so the exhausting would be stronger than just normally fighting. John raised an eyebrow at that. "Is that Sue?" As if you could understand something like that. "You should study first before you try to comprehend something easy as that," John snapped, as she threw a gravity collapse to Yudaha, who just smirked while running away. They started their game of tag, while Xander was pondering about something. Cinchuredo. Somehow, they also didn't get tired of it, as they craved it even more. "Then let's go, Xander. Let's leave this third-rate delinquent here," Yudaha said, while climbing on Xander's back. "Why do you say?" John said as she glared at Yudaha, who just HMPD while looking away. Sona immediately stood up as they teleported back to Guy's castle. The night was spent with the 3 of them together. The next morning, Xander woke up as he went out of Barado. It's been a long time since he cooked, as there are maids doing the job for him, although the taste wasn't the same as the one in a modern world. It was still delicious. Primordials are really useful. They could be anything as long as they practiced it. Chef, maid, cleaner, teacher, etc. They could be called the ultimate multitasker. Xander opened the door to his room and met emotionless eyes staring at him without saying anything. "Is there anything you want to say, Misery?" Xander asked while yawning. Misery hesitated for a bit before bowing her head. "Please teach me how to cook." Xander raised an eyebrow at that. Primordials have high pride, so them bowing to someone else, except for Guy, is already in sight to see. "Let's go," Xander said as he went to the kitchen. He's going to teach her the Tao of cooking, since he is already sick of eating primitive foods. As a modern person, eating something like this could be interesting at first, but that interest was lost when they kept eating it every day. Misery's face brightened as she immediately followed behind Xander. Xander taught Misery a lot of recipes as he just instructed her. She absorbed all the knowledge without problem as a lot of recipes started forming on her head. Xander also taught Misery about farming some ingredients like onion and garlic, anything that is needed for cooking. Misery was grateful to Xander as she bowed her head again. Misery was in trance as she cooked a lot of foods. She only stopped when Xander told her that it is already time for breakfast. Upon seeing Misery doing maid works, Xander started pondering whether to make John a maid or not. All he could imagine was John messing everything up and not doing a proper thing. He shook his head and didn't stay on that pessimistic thought and swore to make John the best maid in the world. Sona didn't use her special skill in any of the fight. She is Barato focused on making her skill grow than to dominate the battlefield. Chapter 64 this is AU, so no complaining about things that I just made. It seems like making John the best maid in the world was impossible after all. Even Xander's teaching skill was getting error when trying to teach John about cleaning. Though it was not in vain as John still learned how to clean, even though it was still basic. If before John would clean a room by making it explode, now she could clean by hands without destroying anything. This is a huge improvement. Xander nodded his head. John was now learning from the two maids while being disgusted by it. Rain just sneered at her as John didn't take that lightly. They started to fight as Misery just sighed at them. They stopped after a few minutes with Misery was already gone. John also learned how to cook as Xander can finally eat modern foods all the time. Her first try at cooking was a disaster. It was just like what happened to Xander. Xander was walking in the ice castle when he met Guy, who was just strolling without doing anything. "Guy, where are you going?" Xander asked. "Nah, I was just taking a stroll since I was bored," Guy said while yawning. Being an immortal could be boring. It was boring for Guy that he just got used to it. "Right? Is there a nearby city here?" "I want to see the human settlements," Xander said, while interest could be heard on his voice. There's a nearby empire south from here. Just don't destroy it. It's rather important," Guy said. "That empire consists of the major population of the world. Destroying it would be bad as a mediator for this world." Xander nodded his head before calling Utaha and Sona, who immediately teleported to his side. "Sona, Utaha, do you want to go to a human settlement?" "I heard there's an empire nearby," Xander said as his words gained the attention of the two. "Let's go, Xander. I'm tired of doing boring things every day," Utaha said as Xander nodded his head. They went outside before flying and going to the place where Guy pointed. They arrived at the place in just a few minutes of flying. Their interest was raised when they saw that they are already advanced from a simple middle-aged place. They went to the gate where a guard was stationed to it. "Halt! What's your identity and where did you came from?" the guard asked. Xander wanted to make an excuse, but Sona beat him to it. "We were refugee from a small village that was ravaged by a demon. Please let us enter," Sona said, as the guard just nodded his head. Utaha was confused as it was too easy. "Did you forget already?" "Xander even taught you those skills first," Sona said, making Utaha understood what just happened. They entered the city as the attention of the people were immediately drawn towards them. The people was wary of them, making the three confused. "Some heretics have come. Should we stone them?" "Centuredo, Xander, what should I do?" Utaha acted scared as she entered Xander's arms, making the man pissed. As expected, heretics are really filthy. "We shall cleanse our land by defeating these heretics," the man said as the people started marching towards them. Even Child followed the footsteps of their parents and started calling the three of them heretics. "Dang, did we just enter the area with religion fanatics with it?" Xander asked. Sona nodded their head, accepting the explanation. "It's time to clean thing." Before Xander could complete his words, the place was suddenly empty as a blonde appeared. "Oi, John, unnecessary aggression is no good, you know," Xander said, shaking his head while the crowd suddenly scattered. "As if you can say that," John exclaimed while pointing at the fallen structures. The people stopped for a moment before continuing marching to them, making the three creeped out by it. "Let's get out of here," Utaha said while clutching Xander's clothes. You're already done? I thought we were just starting," John said as she didn't expect that they would already leave. Dealing with situations like this is Barato tiring than fighting against those beings, Xander said before they teleported, leaving the blonde maid again. After that, The three didn't have any intention of returning to human settlements so soon. They were afraid that they might destroy a country because of their irritation. That is not acceptable, as humans has the most brilliant minds in the universe. They could do anything as long as time and effort are added. They just continued their training as something happened that made the three alerted. The sky in the world turned red as the hole turned hot. The land was devastated as the heat kept getting stronger. Xander immediately looked for Guy and saw him with Velzard already waiting for him. Guy, another true dragon? Guy just nodded his head as Xander warped the two girls and brought them with Guy and Velzard. They teleported to a place where the center of the trouble and saw something curling up while its body heat surpassed that of the sun. The shine was so strong that it blocked their eyesights. Velzard saw a dragon and went towards it. Brother, is this newborn connected with this increase in temperature? Velzard asked while the dragon didn't reply, but turned its attention to Xander. Seeing that Xander is not doing anything and just watching it made the dragon relieved. Yeah, this newborn true dragon would handle everything that is connected to heat or fire, Veldanava said, as he watched the true dragon is finally forming. The temperature increased even more, making the whole place melt with its intensity. The crops all around the world died as water evaporated. Veldanava immediately went to work as he started restoring those things, while suppressing the effect of the true dragon's hatching. A blinding light appeared as a small red dragon emerged from the light. From the way its eyes move, it can understand what is happening in its surroundings as it looked at the two other true WYRMS with fawn on its eyes. Veldanava and Velzard also smiled at the little thing as Veldanava closed his eyes. From now on, you're going to be called Velgrind. The Scorched True WRM, Veldanava said. Velgrind's magicules started skyrocketing as she gained her name. Her aura was released, destroying the place. Another large blinding light appeared, but this time it was followed by a heat so strong that it melted Sonus' ice wall. It was about to burn the whole world itself when Xander muttered a word. D. The heat was disintegrated until everyone could no longer sense any heat left. Announcement. Barato has been born. Is being blessed by the Creator itself. Barato Velgrind gained the ultimate skill Lord of Charity. Rugel. The world voice rang as every person in the world understood what was happening. They wondered what an ultimate skill was, but just shrugged it off. So this is how Barato is born. Huh? It always brings natural disaster, Xander commented. Natural disaster would be an understatement for what happened here, but Xander kept it simple. How'd it go with you, Velzard? Xander asked. It's nothing really. I just froze the whole world while freezing a lot of abstract things along. My little sister would probably do the same, but you just killed the heat, so it didn't happen, Velzard said, while smiling innocently. Xander shook his head while turning his attention to Sona and Yudaha, who was watching the show with awe in their eyes. If we had a child, then something worse would probably happen, Xander said, breaking them from their trance. They digested his words before blushing. Centuredo. You've been observing me, so I was wondering when are we going to meet, Xander said, while looking at the dragon. I was still observing your side in this world. I am afraid that you might just be playing and would destroy this world when you get bored of it. But it seems I was wrong, Veldanava said before handing one of his dragon hand, which Xander accepted. I won't destroy this world, nor I will play with it. I am looking forward to the future of this world, after all, Xander said, while smiling as he shook his head at Veldanava's words. That's relieving to hear. I hope you will not change your stance when the worst happened, Veldanava asked, while Xander just nodded his head. Xander, as the embodiment of death, could see that Veldanava's death was already fixed. Of course, Xander could just prevent that, but he won't do something that has no benefits for him. Xander bid farewell to the other party as they returned to the Ice Palace. Another 6 months have passed. Xander stared at the two before asking a question. Should we make a place on our own? The two thought about if before accepting the suggestion. We've been here for months already. We need to change place, Sona said. Right? I also don't want to be indebted to those too much. Yudaha supported Sona's idea. Xander called Rain, who was just taking a nap. Oi, Rain. Tell Guy that we are going now. We are going to make our own place, Xander said before waving his hand at Rain, who was in daze at the sudden information. They took their items from their room before stuffing it at Xander's storage. They got ready, as they don't want to teleport. They wanted to see the place for themselves. Are you ready? We're finally going to explore this world. It's time to stop our laziness and do some work, Xander asked as Yudaha just sneered. You're the only one who is lazy. We are only waiting for you, Xander gave Yudaha a playful poke on the cheek, making the girl pout at him. They walked for a few miles before they saw the first town they saw. They were already traumatized by their first visit, and they didn't even know why they were called heretics. They entered the town while hypnotizing the guard, but they were confused when instead of being called heretics, they were welcomed normally by the people in this town. Xander was happy with this development, as he also waved to the residents. They were quite a happy bunch. It's as if there was no disaster that occurred before. Xander called out a random person. Excuse me, is this place always like this? Xander asked as the man was confused. I mean, so welcoming to visitors. The last town we visited, we were branded as heretics. The man finally understood what he is talking about. This is normal here, and you're probably just unlucky to step on that land. All of the people there are fanatics. They deemed anyone they don't know as fanatics. Especially when you have two beautiful ladies at your side, the man explained as Xander sighed at the unreasonableness of the people in the last town. Xander was wondering whether he should just blow that place up. Thank you for answering. We thought that it was weird, but it seems like we really just stepped on a landmine, Xander thanked the man as they began touring the town. Should we build our house in this town? Xander asked as the two immediately shook their heads. Thought so, Xander chuckled before continuing the tour. There are a lot of things that are novel to Yudaha, as she only knows modern items, not primitive ones like this. Sona, I have a feeling that we forgot something, Xander said, as the two also started thinking. A bell rang on their heads before remembering. Jean, she was left there, right? Sona said, we don't need that Yankee, right? Yudaha said, while snorting at the existence of John. Xander just raised his arm before striking down to the side, and John fell defeated. Barato. John was surprised, but was glad that she was still remembered. As expected, Cinchureto, the scary thing, is their auras were pouring out, making the residents scared and getting close to them. Sona and Xander didn't bother the two as they continue with just the two of them. Xander saw an inn, so he went to it. In fantasy world, this should be one of the most generic, but also the best place to look. They entered and saw many residents having their lunch while chatting with each other. They were having so much fun that Xander couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Welcome. What is it, young man? An old man from the counter welcomed them as Xander went towards it. Old man, how much for a meal here? They began talking as the girls just waited for Xander. After eating at the inn, Xander was disappointed that he didn't get any cliché encounter of thugs messing with them. But it's not like he was really hoping for it, as he's sure that John would just destroy those thugs without hesitation. They left the town after that, and continued traveling without any location in mind. A few days later, Xander and the girls stopped on their place when a flying lizard suddenly started bothering them. Should we kill it? John asked while bumping her fist together. Normally Sona and Yudaha would reject that proposition as they have no reason to attack a passing Barato, but this Barato has been following them for a few hours. It is even watching them intently from distance. They were wondering if their aura are really there, since many beings still challenge them without caring about it. Go for it, John smirked at that. John vanished from their sights and returned covered in the aftermath of battle while the Barato was defeated. The thing that confused Xander is the Barato was a Barato one. He wondered if he is specifically targeted. They continued traveling, not knowing that they already pissed the newborn true dragon because of what they did. The dragon was raised by Velgrind to become its subordinate. Since she is still a child, she is not mature enough to handle things like this. This is the place, right? Xander asked as the girls nodded their heads. After traveling for many months, they experienced various of things from the human towns. They saw a festival, war, peaceful town, and a lot more. They just kept traveling until they encountered this enchanted place that reeks novelty. So Sona and Yudaha just chose this immediately. They thought of having to build a house in this magical forest would become some kind of legend in the future. They started cleaning the place. As Yudaha waved her hands, then 100 of trees were erased. During their travels, they met many challenging opponents, whom Xander used to help train the group and further develop their abilities. John worried about being left Barado, so Xander began including her in training as well. Once the area was ready, Xander asked them to begin. What kind of house should we build? Castle? Mansion? Or just a normal modern house? I don't really like huge things like castle. I want a mansion that is same as those Japanese one Utaha said. I can deal with that, Sona said. Seeing that it was already decided, Xander then started to build the house using thousands of magic hands. It didn't even take an hour before the mansion was built. Xander also added some ponds and a small garden to make the view more beautiful. Their mansion was built at the top of the mountain in that forest. They did that so they can watch the whole place peacefully. After doing that, they relaxed inside the mansion when they suddenly sensed a violent aura coming towards their way. Utaha built an erasure field in the house so that it would not get destroyed in case a battle occurred. Centuredo, as if sensing what John just said, the small Barado turned its attention to her before blasting a small Barado breath that hit John and made her fly. John got embedded into a nearby mountain before she stood up while seriously injured. It was even a miracle that she survived a breath from a Barado. That hurt. It'll really teach you a lesson, little punk, John said before throwing gravity collapse at Velgrind, who didn't even dodge as it merely bounced off her scales. No damage could be seen on her armor as she raised her chin, showing off to John, who started fuming in anger. Xander shook his head as this battle could lead to the destruction of this forest. He don't want that. Xander teleported to Velgrind's face before slapping her so hard that she was blasted hundreds of kilometers away from the forest. Velgrind stopped and slowly touched its dragon face. It could not believe that there is something that could touch it. Her sister told her that Barados are absolute. There are no equals for them, so she took it upon herself to establish the Barado of the Barado by Barado many countries. Velgrind was enraged as it started making a Barado again. She released the breath that has the temperature hotter than the sun to Xander, who didn't back down, and just kicked the breath, breaking it. Impossible, Velgrind cried, damaging her. She could accept, but destroying a Barado's breath? That was already beyond her understanding. While she was in her thoughts, Xander kneed the dragon's stomach, raising it to the sky before rushing above its place and punching it to the ground, making the place shake. Coo, that hurt, you insect, Velgrind said before using her ultimate skill to amplify her strength to the limit. She then waved her claw, expecting the small human to be dissected in it, but was surprised when Xander didn't even dodge, but just catched it. Sigh. I guess all true dragons really are arrogant, Xander said before clenching his hand, breaking the claw. Velgrind cried. She could not accept something like this. Velgrind used fire magic while amplifying it. The moment the magic was formed, the land instantly turned lava because the heat was too much for it to handle. Xander just raised an eyebrow before remembering that Velgrind's Rugel could amplify things to its upper limit or even breaking past that limit. A large storm of flame went to Xander. Everything that was on it was evaporated. Xander touched the fire before using Command T to shrink it before it cannot be found anymore. The dragon was dumbfounded by what she saw before she started shaking in anger. Her magicules kept skyrocketing as Xander just stared at her. Whoa, I wish I could battle that Barado whelp, John said as Utaha just sneered at her. As if you could do something like that. Battle junkie John wasn't aggravated by what Utaha said as he knew it was true. She swore to train much harder so that she could also be at that level in the future. The battle continued as Xander also kept slapping Velgrind the truth that nothing works to him. Even though he received no skill when arriving to this world, ultimate skill are still not a problem for him. After 8 hours of beating the prideful dragon, she was finally exhausted and ran away. Xander didn't pursue her, as teaching her a lesson was enough. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, girl, Xander said while waving at them. No, we also learned a lot from the fight. Even though you make it look easy, it's still difficult to fight a true dragon. It seems like we need to up our training, Sona said, as Utaha nodded her head. Master, why did that squirt attack us again? John asked, confused about it. I heard her muttering mid-fight that we killed one of its pet. It's probably the Barado that struck the head, Xander said, reminding them of that encounter. Anyway, the sun is already setting, isn't it time? Xander said with a grin as the group gathered around. They teleported to their new house, wanting to test if it could block outside noise. John would be their test subject, as she was always complaining about the two's loud noises in the night. Velgrind's real birth was 18,000 years ago. I just made it like this since it's easier to write a sentence while Velgrind is still immature. Chapter 65, 1,000 years later, a mansion could be seen in the middle of a large forest that held many savage creatures. Inside the mansion, one man, one woman, and a maid could be seen. We've been here for a long time already, right? Xander asked as Sona just smiled gently. Their relationship didn't deteriorate with time, meaning they truly loved each other. Yudaha isn't here, has already returned to the DXD world because she was bored, and she also missed her parents. It happened 500 years ago, so it's been a long time already. When Yudaha returned to the DXD world, she was confused as only a day have passed. She already lived 500 years in Tenshura's world, but only a day have passed in this reality. The first thing she did when she arrived was to embrace her mother and father, who were surprised by her actions. They also saw that Yudaha matured enough that they could not reprimand her anymore. Yudaha finally felt the warm embrace of her family that she never felt for 5 centuries. Back to the mansion. Don't worry, I have a feeling that something interesting would happen soon as Xander talked about that. They immediately felt 2 strong auras battling somewhere. Master, it's a fight, John said as Xander stood up. They didn't teleport, but just flew at a supersonic speed, arriving immediately at the place where 2 beings could be seen fighting. One of them is a red-haired demon who was smirking, and the other was a golden-haired young man. The 2 were trading blows that shook the world, while the Lucia and Velgrind was watching from the back. You demon, hand over all of your valuables, Rudra said as he pointed his sword to Guy. Guy was amused with this person. All right, you can have it. If you beat me, that is. Guy said as he sprinted to Rudra, who just readied his sword before plunging it to Guy, who just deflected it. Guy threw magic at Rudra, which he sliced with his sword. Napalm burst. Guy shouted as 3-headed dragon appeared on his arm before trying to swallow Rudra, who raised his sword as it began shining. Rudra slashed the 3-headed dragon before he met Guy with a knee to the face. Guy flew before he stood back and delivered a punch to the gut that made Rudra kneel. They abandoned magic and sword as they just went to hand-to-hand combat. They were moving at the speed of light, while their attacks destroyed many mountains. Lucia helped her brother by erecting a holy field to weaken the demon lord. Lucia casted Holy Blade to Guy, who just avoided it. Rudra's swordsmanship reached a level that is already absurd. They were doing their best to handle Guy, but it seems like they couldn't even get an edge to him. The demon was just smirking while taking their hits, as if finding it funny. Guy was just using prideful Lord Lucifer to copy their abilities while devising some counter for it. The place where the 2 was battling was already rigged with large craters that only nuclear weapons could do. Rudra kicked Guy, who catched the feet before throwing him far away. Rudra got smashed to a nearby ice before standing up and charging at Guy. He stepped on the ground, disrupting the balance of Guy before a heavy punch hit Guy on the face. Guy was planted on the ground as he just stood up. Wait, I didn't know your name yet. Tell me, Rudra said while pointing at Guy. Huh? Why we need to talk about something like that right now? We're having fun, right? Guy asked, confused at this person's action. No, it's only natural to know about the enemy's name before having a duel with him, Rudra said as Guy was weirded out. Just Guy said as he was about to ready for the second round when Rudra suddenly stopped. I don't want to fight a guy with a funny name. Since you have a red hair, let's call you Guy Crimson, Rudra said as Lucia widened her eyes. Brother, you stupid. The moment Lucia said that, Rudra got dizzy before he fell to the ground. Guy stared at Rudra baffled before he started laughing. This guy is really amusing. Naming a primordial? Does he have any sense of self-preservation? Velgrind just sighed at the fool's action. Oi, you need to learn to respect those with skills, you know? A voice suddenly appeared as Guy turned his head towards it. Velgrind was alarmed when she heard that voice. She was deliberately avoiding the place to not meet this guy who put a trauma on her. "Oh, you're back, Xander. You didn't even visit us," and that Millennium guy smirked at Xander, who just chuckled. "A millennium is just short for us anyway." "Don't be too petty," Xander said, as Guy's barato twitched. He shot a holy blade to Xander, who just squatted it. Lucia just stared at the two playing while using dangerous things. "Velgrind, who is that person?" Lucia asked while looking at Xander. But she was surprised when Velgrind was avoiding looking at Xander. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lucia asked. Guy was amused by Velgrind's reaction as he raised an eyebrow to Xander, who just sighed. "That child went to my place 1,000 years ago and just tried to burn us. I have no choice but to teach her a lesson." Guy started laughing again, making the short-fused Velgrind snapped. She threw a fire magic to Guy, who just dodged it. "I did not lose. I was just exhausted," Velgrind shouted, making Guy almost choke by laughing too much. "Kuhahaha. You probably don't know, but even your sister is afraid of this guy here," Guy said, while patting Xander, who just sighed. Velgrind widened her eyes at that. She was also relieved to hear that it meant that she really just challenged a strong being that even made her sister scared. Seeing that Lucia is still lost, Guy explained. "He's Xander, my only friend and a strong person on par with us," Guy explained as Lucia slowly understood what's happening. "This is Sona. She's my woman," Xander said as Guy raised an eyebrow. "Where's the other one?" Guy asked. "I returned her. She was bored of this world," Xander said as Guy just chuckled. "Right, it is indeed boring. This must be the only interesting that happened so far," Guy said while looking at the collapsed Rudra. He then turned his attention to Lucia, who was taking care of Rudra. What's his name?" Lucia was shook for a bit before answering. "Rudranamal Nazca," Guy nodded his head. Guy was interrupted when a punch appeared on his face, making him flew far away. "Red, I want some rematch." John before sprinting to Guy. "Huh? When did you get back here, John?" Guy asked before defending himself from John's attack. It looked like he was just playing with her, so Xander smiled. "John, you're going to be called Carrera from now on." The moment those words left his barato, Guy widened his eyes as John's aura started growing. Centurado, he teleported as the place he was before was barato by Carrera's energy ball. Oi, oi, you really want to fight John?" Guy asked while looking at Carrera, who is releasing a tremendous amount of energy because of her evolution. Carrera's form became that of a demon duke, since Xander had already created it for her centuries ago. "Now I am ready. Don't call me that. I just gained a name, right?" Carrera said, while smiling at Guy, who was tired of this. Carrera unleashed a few powerful energy blasts that scorched the surrounding terrain, but was clear that Guy wasn't affected as he just swatted the magic aside. Guy tried to copy her ultimate skill, but twitched his lips. When he couldn't, he turned to Xander, who just smiled innocently at him. Guy also retaliated by shooting Death Streak to Carrera, who just smirked as she used multi-dimensional barrier that blocked the magic. Guy suddenly appeared on Carrera view before doing a dropkick on her. Carrera's knees hit the earth. She widened her eyes as she punched herself in the face. She was basked in the feeling of being powerful that she forgot who she was facing right now. She now stopped doing that. As she stood up, she raised her hand before saying gravity collapse. Guy was hit by a point-blank nuclear magic as he was blasted many kilometers away. Carrera rose from the ground before her mana started rising again. Guy was surprised by the abundance of her mana as he looked at her with excited expression. Until now, Carrera had been fighting solely with her seemingly absolute demonic power, but now she had grasped the true ability of her ultimate skill. She would use this power to defeat Guy. They continued to clash while the others just watched. "Are names important in this world, Xander?" Sona asked while looking at Xander, who was amused by their fight. For monsters, that is, after a monster is named, they gained a lot of power and even evolved. Usually the evolution would look cool, but Carrera suppressed hers, so we never saw it, Xander explained while Sona nodded her head. Xander stared at Rudra, who is still unconscious, before healing him. Every power that Rudra lost when naming Guy was returned. Rudra woke up and saw that he is lying on the ground. He saw her sister looking at him with complicated look on her face. "What happened, Lucia?" Rudra asked. "Sai, did you forget that naming monsters take a toll on a person? Especially when the one you named is a primordial. You need to be more careful, brother." Lucia reprimanded Rudra, who just shrunk at her words. So where is that demon? Rudra asked as Lucia just pointed at the battle. Rudra widened his eyes when he saw another battle happening, and it looked even fiercer than the one they had before. Who is that blonde girl? Rudra asked. She is the mate of that guy, Lucia said while pointing at Xander, who just yawned. Xander noticed their attention and waved his hand at them. Rudra nodded his head as he considered Xander a good guy. Lucia's eyebrow twitched as if she can feel what her brother is thinking. A large explosion appeared as Carrera was sent flying. Xander watched and nodded in satisfaction. Even though Carrera couldn't beat Guy, at least she made the red man serious. Fighting an opponent holding an ultimate skill is hard even for Guy, as he is not the same person as he was in the canon. They kept fighting for a few additional minutes before Carrera finally lost consciousness. Darn, she was hard to put down, Guy said while spitting on the ground. Rudra stood up and pointed at Guy. Guy Crimson, he'll return next time. Yours truly is Rudra Nam Ul. Rudra was about to introduce himself. Yeah. I know your name, Guy said, lazily making the hero party pissed. They then left Guy's domain, while Rudra grumbling that they should teach Guy a lesson for cutting him off. Xander and Guy watched as the group of hero left. That woman, Veldanava, is interested on her? Xander said while tilting his head. Guy's eyes widened as he turned to Xander. Are you serious? Xander just nodded his head as he pointed at the sky. Guy immediately understood what he is pointing at as he sighed. So a being like that is still shackled by the concept of love, huh? Guy shook his head in disappointment. Hey, don't be like that. Who knows, you might one day gain interest in Velzard. The bravado is rather pitiful, Xander said as Guy stared at him with eyes, saying, You've got to be kidding, I don't thought of her like that. She could be my comrade for all eternity, but something like love is just nonsense, Guy said. Heh, talk about being inexperienced. Oh, how about that, Guy, then Guy? Xander said as Guy tilted his head. Who are you talking, Abu Dash? No way, Guy immediately shook his head as he remembered Noir's face. I would rather be cursed than to stay with that freak, Guy said as Xander chuckled. Guy calling someone a freak is special. Noir must have annoyed Guy too much that the man didn't even want to imagine his face anymore. You're a lucky Guy. You will experience joy every day, Xander said as Guy was confused by his words. Xander didn't clear his vague words as he just waved before they vanished. Guy didn't dwell on it as he returned to his palace, where he saw Velzard waiting there with a smile on her face. Guy began thinking about Xander's words. No way. Things like those are useless. I would accept just a physical relationship, but I'll never enter something like that, Guy thought as he sat on his throne waiting for another interesting thing to happen again. Xander returned to their abode while carrying the unconscious Carrera on his bravado. Centurado, she will need to get used to something like this. Breaking her ego might be too much, but it was for the best. She will probably return to her former self tomorrow, Xander said, as Sona just nodded her head. The people in this world is really terrifying. If I didn't possess my unique skill, then I might have lost confidence in myself, Sona said before staring at the sky. Isn't it interesting? The thought of you trying to surpass those beings while still being close to them, Xander said as Sona just smiled. Indeed, this is why she was still not bored in this world. Surpassing them is still a dream right now, since she didn't obtain a proper skill to battle those beings yet. Yudaha could also become the strongest person in this world if she just raised her unique skill to Ultimate One. Yudaha's skill is the most interesting one as it was not in the list of Akashic records, meaning it was unknown even for Veldanava, who made the system of this world. Xander don't know if her skill was influenced by him or she was just lucky, but it was a good news for him. Just do your best. I won't interfere anymore, as that would waste all of the efforts you use to strengthen your unique skills, Xander said as Sona just nodded her head. That is also what she wants. Relying on Xander in everything is dangerous, especially when Xander doesn't even reject anything she wants. She will get used to his pampering if he wants to stop his spoiling. And of course Xander would still leave Sona if she tried looking for others. That's right, this forest really became something what Yudaha wanted, right? Sona said while looking at the never-ending forest filled with magicules. An ordinary person would be overwhelmed just by stepping into this place, as the dense mana would make it impossible to breathe. This became a place where only the powerful could enter, with various dangerous monsters roaming and driving away anything that would dare to approach. Xander and Sona were the ones maintaining this place after Yutaha left. So this place is even more dangerous to what Veldora made in the canon. Yeah, I wonder what she is doing right now, Xander said, as somewhere in another dimension, a certain girl sneezed in front of her parents, making them worried if she caught a cold. Xander is probably thinking of me right now, Yutaha said as she smiled. Chapter 66. Xander and Sona lived in seclusion for a few more months. Of course, Carrera was with them. It only took a day before her energy was returned from being defeated by Guy. She swore to train Barato until she could use her ultimate skill to its limit. She wanted to become strong enough to fight alongside Xander against beings like those. The forest became even Barato dangerous, as even the Dryads are starting to get afraid from the monsters that get created from the Magicules. Many beings on par with Charybdis was born in this forest. Fortunately, they were rather tame and didn't try to get out of the forest. There is a huge white cat that can shake the whole forest with its stomp. There is a snake who has the size of half of the forest. Each of the snake's scales are filled with mana that it can nullify magics with it. Xander was not satisfied with the snake's size, as he ordered it to practice shape-shifting. The snake was forced to learn the skill, afraid of Xander's wrath. In this day, they were just doing their usual stuff, traveling and relaxing in their house. They made a rule that they would travel a day to not get bored easily with their trivial daily stuff. Xander was drinking coffee that Sona made when he raised an eyebrow as he felt a strong being entering the forest. No, it was controlling the forest, and surprisingly, the forest was following its will. Sona and Xander waited while drinking the coffee that was from the DXD world. Xander had some, so he enlarged the whole thing, making their stock of it overflow. The door of their house was smashed as the being entered. What they saw was a beautiful woman with a large rainbow wings attached to her back. It would have been quite a beautiful scene if she just didn't open her mouth. "Hey, you," the fairy said while pointing at Xander. Xander tilted his head while pointing at himself. "Me?" The fairy stomped as she went towards the two. "Yes, you. Are you trying to destroy the forest?" The fairy, as Sona and Xander looked at each other. "I thought releasing mana in the surroundings was normal." Xander asked, "It would be if you didn't continue doing it for a millennium. The beings made from your mana are already dangerous." Cinchuredo, she looked at the two and saw that they were not listening to her. "Hey, listen to me," the fairy said as Xander finally turned his head at her. "You're finally done? I thought it would take longer for you to calm down," Xander said while yawning. They were very energetic yesterday, so they only slept for a few hours. "That's rude. Anyway, are you not going to stop releasing your mana? Can't you see that it would be dangerous if even more stronger beings would be born?" The fairy said as Xander thought about it for a moment. "Nah, it's fine. They're loyal to us anyway, which being wouldn't obey their parents," Xander said, making the fairy infuriated. You're the annoying type, right?" Xander just chuckled at her words. "Xander, she's strong, right?" Sona asked as she can feel her instinct screaming at this girl. "Yup, she is hella strong," Xander just nodded his head as he know who this buzzing fairy is. "Anyway, care to introduce yourself? I am Xander, by the way, and this is Sona, my wife," Xander said while placing his hand to Sona's waist. Sona blushed by the display of affection. Even though it's been a millennium, she still get embarrassed by a thing like this. The fairy grunted before doing it anyway. "I'm the Great Spirit Queen, Ramiris. You need to remember that," Ramiris said while standing proudly. "So Ramram," Cinchuredo, Xander thought as he shook his head before letting her. While they were talking, the door was suddenly opened with a bang. "Master, I am back," Carrera said, but stopped when she saw Ramiris talking with Sona and Xander. She went to Sona's side and asked, "Ujo, who is this?" Carrera asked while raising her eyebrow. Carrera became tame after Xander planted his fist on her brain. She gradually stopped underestimating people. But she still has the arrogance of a primordial, and Xander never really disliked it. So she just let her do her way. She is Ramiris. She says that she is the Queen of Spirits, but I highly doubt that, Sona said, while pointing at Ramiris, who was throwing a tantrum. "Yeah, I would also do the same." Carrera said, having a hard time believing it. You too. I can hear you. You're being rude. We literally just met. And how can you say that you doubt my identity? Ramiris went to their side before ranting again. Xander sighed in relief that Ramiris left his space. A vein was threatening to pop on Carrera's head as she got closer to Ramiris. Huh. As if I would believe in something like that, Ramiris shrieked and back out scared from Carrera's face. She then remembered what she is doing before returning with a mad look on her face. I really am the Queen of Spirit, Ramiris said before something unknown to the three erupted from Ramiris. The three of them was surprised. Primitive magic, huh? Xander commented as he looked at the magic on Ramiris' body. You know about it. I didn't even reveal it in the world. Ramiris was surprised by Xander's comment. She didn't left her labyrinth, so no one should have know about anything about her except for Veldanava. What is primitive magic, Xander? Sona asked as Carrera also listened. They were interested on what it was. Basically, it is the unstoppable magic that is based on will. You wouldn't need to learn manually on this magic, as you need to use will on it, Xander said, as Ramiris nodded her head with a proud expression on her face. Oh, right. You're the Spirit Queen, right? Can you give Sona a spirit to inhabit her body? Xander didn't mention Carrera, as they are some kind of spirit themselves. The Primordial's father is a spirit. The Great Spirit of Darkness, to be exact. No, Ramiris said, as she thought it was a hassle. Then how about this? Xander took something from his storage, the thing that all child would be drawn to. What's this? Ramiris asked as she took the circle thing from Xander's hands. Eat it, Xander smiled as Ramiris was suspicious for a second before taking a bite. What? What is this? It's delicious, Ramiris shouted as she started buzzing all around the house. Sona smiled at that. Kids are really simple. Xander looked at Sona before chuckling. It seems like Sona is treating Ramiris as a child. Sona took the bag of cookies from Xander before waving it at Ramiris, who just got closer. Give me more. Sona just smiled before handing Ramiris a cookie and patting her head. Ramiris immediately started numbing the cookie as she started to realize something. Wait, why are you treating me like a child? She shouted before slapping Sona's hands. She is really a child, Master Carrera said as Xander chuckled. Don't treat your ancestor like that. Carrera cringed at Xander's words before she ran away. Give me some more, Ramiris said while reaching her hand to the bag. Sona slapped her hand while smiling at her. Apparently, I was taught by my parents that I would not always give to others, Sona said, as Ramiris raised an eyebrow. GNG. Okay, let's go. They'll place in spirit on your body, Ramiris said before she teleported them to her labyrinth. Sona and Xander saw that they were not in the house anymore. Xander nodded his head when he saw that the place looked the same in the canon, but more ethereal. Ramiris still didn't fall in this time, so the place was shining a lot. This place is beautiful, Sona said, while appreciating the view in front of her. Ramiris just gave a smug look as she led them to the middle where there were a glittering altar placed in it. Go there. They'll handle the spirit, Ramiris said as Sona went in the middle. Ramiris' eyes began to turn rainbow as various lights can be seen in the ceiling as if a bunch of stars was gathered in one place. One black star suddenly began moving as Ramiris brought the spirit to Sona's body. The process was so simple that they could only stay in daze for a few seconds. That was it, Xander asked as Ramiris huffed. You should be grateful that I even helped you. That spirit is still young, so it doesn't possess a character yet. Take care of it, Ramiris said as Sona nodded her head. This is a power-up, so she would certainly not refuse it. Then, thank you, Ramiris-san. You can take this bag. Sona handed the bag of cookies to Ramiris, who just smiled widely. Cookies is still not discovered in this time, so Ramiris still don't know about it yet. What do you call this? Ramiris looked at Sona with wonder. You can call it cookies, Ramiris' eyes shone after that. Cookies. She went to her own world, ignoring the two who was watching her. Seeing her like that, Xander and Sona didn't disturb her as they returned to their home. They also placed a barrier that would stop intruder from coming in. It would be a scene if Ramiris bumped into it. Xander knew that something like that wouldn't stop Ramiris, especially when she is still the Queen of Spirits. She can use various spirit magic that represents her strength. In the last millennium, Xander and Sona also witnessed the birth of the storm dragon Veldora. Xander was tempted to craft a sword for Veldora, just as Rimuru had done, but he restrained himself. The process of his birth mirrored that of Velgrind, with storms sweeping across the entire world and many lands devastated by the resulting disaster. People were reminded of the true might of a Barado, a power they had long forgotten. "Sona, is the garden okay?" Xander asked as Sona checked it before nodding her head. Since it would be boring to just live in this place without doing anything. Gardening became their habit. They built a garden with their own hands, so it was important to them. Even Carrera doesn't dare to accidentally destroy it, since she knows what would happen. "There was no insects that entered our garden this year. This is an improvement," Sona said while smiling gently. They didn't use any magic or anything else in their garden. Xander killed the possibility of using magic in their garden, so it was impossible to even use mana there. Even Ramiris might not be able to cast a primitive magic in there. "Really?" Xander asked while going to the garden on his own. In the garden, a bunch of marvelous flowers can be seen. They were properly trimmed and no dead leaves can be found. This is the result of their hard work, which they are proud of. They would beat anyone who tries to destroy this divine place for them. The next day, Xander felt a disturbance in the barrier. He looked at it and saw a Ramiris being planted on the barrier. The scene was funny, so he took a pic of it. "What is this? They placed a barrier here?" Ramiris said before making a hole in the barrier using light spirit magic. Sona went to the door and opened it. "I'm thankful for yesterday, but what are you doing here?" Sona asked as Ramiris thought for a moment before deciding. "I decided to abandon my labyrinth. I will make one here. You need to be observed in case you do something dangerous," Ramiris said with a serious tone. Sona looked at Xander, who just nodded his head. "It's her job. Being an administrator of this world is rather troublesome," Xander said, as Ramiris started buzzing. "Beside him, my job is great." Ramiris shouted to Xander while he just yawned. Okay, Ramiris left Xander's side as she started to inspect his house. It was a new thing for her. Modern house looked cool for the people in this age. Ramiris started messing with the things like the refrigerator, switch for the lights, the tap, and many more. She was amazed by each of them, wondering how the two made it. Ramiris went out of the house, saw a garden. She flew towards it as the flowers were something that she never seen before. She was the ruler of dryads who handled the forest, so she already saw many flowers in her life. "Xander, Sona, what flower is this?" Sona and Xander went towards her and started explaining to her. After a few minutes, Ramiris was satisfied with the new information she gained. "Do you know what is the most beautiful flower here?" Xander asked while smiling as the two girls tilted their heads. "It's her." Xander went towards Sona and gently hugged her, complimenting her kindness as the girls smiled warmly. "Xander, there's people." Ramiris' face darkened, watching the two being affectionate. "You didn't really get used to displaying affection in public, huh?" Xander smirked as Sona just looked away. "This is cute in its own way. If they get used to each other, then they would just live a boring life." "Stop. You're going to make me puke," Ramiris said while waving her hands in the air. "This sweetness is too much even for her who loves sweets." Xander stopped for a moment before continuing, ignoring the fairy, who just turned around and started looking for a place. "Yash, I'll use the side of the garden. It's free anyway," Ramiris said before flying there. She was about to use her magic when she suddenly can't use mana. "Huh, what's happening?" Ramiris asked while tilting her head. Her question was answered by the new arrived Carrera. Master made the garden a bane for magicians. He don't want magic to influence his flowers, so he removed it, Carrera explained while crossing her arms over her barato. "What do you mean removed?" Ramiris asked as Carrera just shook her head. "Even I don't know. Oju only informed me about this." Carrera was intrigued by the thing when she first heard it. She immediately went to it and tried to use magic. But to her surprise, nothing worked. Even using abyssal cores didn't solve the problem. She tried overwhelming it with mana, but still nothing happened. Ramiris was interested in it, so she tried spirit magic. The moment the thing broke free from her, it dissipated in the air as if its existence is not allowed. Ramiris was challenged, so she used many spirit magic including space and time spirit magic. She just huffed in frustration when nothing worked. She wanted her trump card that she believes would work. She molded her will as it turned into a black ball on the top of her hand. This ball is super dangerous, as Carrera's instinct was screaming at her. But she didn't move as she knew what would happen. Ramiris released the annihilation magic as she heard a pop before her primitive magic was erased. What? That's not possible. The primitive magic is outside by some Misa laws. It couldn't be erased. Ramiris was flabbergasted at what she saw, while Carrera just smirked. You see, everything they do are absolute, Carrera said. No, it was just a fluke. Ramiris started molding her will again, using other primitive magic, but just like the first time, it disintegrated in the air the moment she tried to release it. Primitive magic don't use mana, so it was not stopped from being made. Only when it was released, it was treated as an anomaly by the garden and eliminated it. Ramiris finally stopped as she admitted her defeat against the formidable garden. She just used the place outside the house of Xander and started to build her labyrinth. Master, I confirmed it. She is really the queen on spirits, Carrera said as Sona and Xander stared at her weirdly. She really didn't accept Ramiris' words yesterday? The three watched astonished by what Ramiris is doing. She was usually childish, so the serious look on her face doesn't connect in their minds at all. The labyrinth was finished in a minute. They inspected it and saw the inside was not the same as the previous one, meaning that Ramiris made a new blueprint on her mind in just a minute. She can become an architect now, Xander thought while nodding his head in satisfaction. Chapter 67. Ramiris smiled as she finished making the labyrinth. She then turned to the three. Let's go. Don't you want to have a tour of my place? Ramiris said as the three nodded their head. They entered the labyrinth where Xander was immediately weirded out. Like Barato, is an air conditioner doing in the ceiling of the labyrinth, cooling the people who enter? Not just that, there are even hundreds of them. The three of them got a headache. Ramiris, take this thing out, Xander said while pointing at the AC in the ceiling. Why? I thought that was a design in your house. Ramiris asked while tilting her head. Just listen to me, this one time, Xander said as Ramiris grumbled about Xander not being grateful. The inside of the labyrinth seems okay for them. Even though there are a lot of modern things that was added inside, it was still in the acceptable line. I'm amazed how she can make something like this in just a minute, Sona said, while arranging her glasses. Right, this is a deep labyrinth too, Carrera supported Sona's words. Carrera was sad that Yutaha was not here anymore, even though she rejected that feeling. She would not admit that she liked that person, so Sona and Xander could console her in their own ways. I'm amazing, right? I'm sure I am. Ramiris proudly exclaimed as she started flying in the place. Then how about those spirits in your previous labyrinth, Ramiris? Xander asked as she just smiled. Don't worry, they will follow me wherever I go. I am their queen after all, Ramiris said while giving a cheeky smile to Xander. Let's return, Xander, Sona said as she can feel the night is already getting close. Censurado. Xander had already raised his combat skill to level 5, making his techniques stronger than any legendary champion. Even though Carrera liked to dominate in a fight, she was surprisingly cooperative during their training sessions. Xander appreciated the contrast, so he just let Carrera enter their nightly sparring match. Where are you going? Are you sleeping already? It's still early, Ramiris asked while the three just shook their heads. They want corrupt Ramiris, as she is still a child in their mind, even though Ramiris is much older than any of them. No, we're doing something important. Just go to our house in the next 2 days. They'll give you a cookie, Sona said before they teleported and left the delighted Ramiris, who started to salivate about the thought of cookies. She already finished all the cookies that was given to her by Sona, and her original purpose of visiting them today was to ask for it. She just forgot it when she saw some interesting thing in the house. The next day noon, Xander woke up as he looked at the two girls resting nearby. They had stayed up Barato late the night before and hadn't taken a break for anything. Xander got up from the Barato and went to the kitchen. He began making lunch as the girls also started to wake up. They smelled the aroma as they walked to the dining room and started to eat. Right. Good morning, girls, Xander greeted the two of them, who just nodded their heads. Are we going to train today, Master? Carrera asked while Xander just shook his head. This place was surrounded by their barrier, so that they wouldn't get interrupted by what is happening to the world. Even if a new true dragon is to be born, they wouldn't be informed by it, as they love the peace they are currently having. Xander raised his hand before a projection screen appeared in the air. In the screen, they can see Guy fighting against Rudra again, who returned. Well, this thing already happened every day, as Rudra couldn't accept the first draw that he made with Guy. Velzard felt something watching them. She turned to the place and waved her hand. She thought that they would back down from a threat of dragon, but it didn't have any effect, as they just kept watching. Xander released a bit of aura to the air as Velzard stiffened. She lowered her hand as she continued watching Guy fight with Rudra. Velgrind also noticed the aura as she raised her guard to the highest. She was alerted by Xander's aura that she went to defensive mode immediately. She didn't felt scared about Xander anymore right now. She just wanted to take revenge against him. She convinced herself that true dragon are the most special in the world. Nothing could fight against them. She made that statement in her mind, ignoring the fact that a person that could fight a true dragon was currently having a duel with Rudra. Guy was having the time of his life. Cinchuredo, he tilted his head to avoid a blow from Rudra. Rudra didn't stop and continued throwing slashes with his sword. Lucia also kept sending holy magic to Guy, who just treated it as nuisance. Guy and Rudra's powers were getting closer thanks to Veldanava, giving Rudra the most special Virtue Series skill. They're having fun, right? Xander asked as Carrera nodded her head furiously. She envied them for fighting that much. What do you mean having fun? They are destroying the place. Ramiris said. She was always thinking about the world, so battle like this that could shake the whole world was worrying to her. Don't worry, it won't break. Can't you feel his presence right there? Ramiris was confused with his words, first before she felt Veldanava's presence watching the fight. Why is he watching? Is he interested in them? Ramiris asked as Xander just nodded his head. Xander, how do you think I would fare against Velzard right now? Sona asked while staring at Velzard, who was watching the fight. I'd say you lost immediately. You won't have a chance unless you evolved your unique skill. Sona was dissatisfied with it, but didn't complain. She knew how hard it is to get stronger without having a challenge. Don't worry, challenge will come. Probably a few years later, Xander said as he smiled and patted Sona's head. Sona closed her eyes and enjoyed the bliss, while Ramiris was scrunching her face. Hey, don't ignore us, Ramiris said, snapping the two from their own world. They continued watching the fight until it ended with another draw. Guy and Rudra was fighting for a few more months before Rudra finally said something. Guy, this is getting boring. Always fighting like this won't bring any result, as it always ended with a draw. So how about a different challenge? Rudra proposed as Guy stopped fighting. He raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in Rudra's suggestion. How? Guy asked as Rudra smiled widely. Instead of fighting with ourselves, how about we build a country and let our subordinates fight? The one subordinate who could climb to the top will be the winner, Rudra said. Guy thought about it for a moment before accepting. Indeed, it was getting boring fighting when conclusion doesn't even show itself. They smiled at each other while having a handshake. Meanwhile, their comrades who were watching that cringed. Lucia was not participating in their fight anymore, as her belly already bloated. She wanted to fight, but Rudra stopped her, making her fight while being pregnant. He is still not that terrible of a brother. Even though he always think of himself as the best, he still care for his comrades who are always there for him. Let's start in a few years, when I already built my empire. You will see how great of an emperor I am. Rudra said as Guy just smiled. They smiled at each other until they were stopped by the two dragons clearing their throat. That's enough, Guy. You also need to build your demon country, Velzard said as they returned to Guy's ice castle. Velgrind also did the same as she dragged the still wasn't finished Rudra. Guy was sitting on his throne when Velzard suddenly asked, how are you going to build your soldiers? Are you going to use your numbers? Guy shook his head at that. No, that is too boring. I need something that could help me fight against Rudra while managing my world. Velzard didn't ask anymore, as wasn't interested in anything else except for her family and Guy. Her love for Guy is the same amount as she pour towards her family. I need something more scary than just normal demons. I got an idea, Guy said before he started smirking. This idea is hard to do, but it was the best for double tasking. Guy, care to tell? Velzard asked as Guy just shook his head. No, it won't be interesting if you know about it. Just wait until I made it. Velzard could only nod her head as she returned to her room. Misery, bring me the thing that Xander gave us. Guy ordered the maid, who just bowed and left. Misery returned with a bag on her hand. Guy took it and started inspecting the thing. Then what is this supposed to be? Guy questioned. This thing just arrived in his palace along with Xander's voice on his head. Lord Xander instructed me how to use this. Please give me a minute, my Lord. Misery said before taking the bag and returning with a cup on her hand. The aroma of the beverage intrigued Guy. He never smelled a beverage this strong before. Are you messing with me? Guy asked as he saw how black the thing is. He wondered if Xander gave him a smelly dirt. No, this is how Lord Xander instructed. He said that you will like it. Misery said while bowing her head and returning to the side. Guy took the cup and hesitated for a second before taking a sip. PFT. Pa. Guy spat out the drink he had just borrado. I forgot to mention, but it is really strong, Rain mentioned as they turned their heads toward her. Well, that's confirmed, Guy said before reaching for the maid's head and holding it firmly. Ouch. I apologize. Lord Guy. Rain apologized while thinking that Guy is rather stiff. He can't even take a joke. Guy dropped Rain and stared at the drink again. He never really tasted it when he first drank, as he was overwhelmed. He raised the cup again before drinking it slowly this time. His eyes widened as he felt his body being energized. Guy started to feel energetic as the boredness he felt vanished. He stood up before going to Velzard's room. He took her before they began fighting. After a few hours, Velzard returned to the castle annoyed as she was suddenly took by Guy and started making her his punch bag. She went to Misery and asked, what happened? Why did that guy turn weird? Misery looked at Velzard before answering. Lord Guy drinks something that was given by Lord Xander. Velzard raised an eyebrow at that. Give me what he drank too, she instructed Misery, who just nodded her head as she made the same thing. Velzard stared at the thing in the cup. Are you messing with me? She has the same reaction as Guy. No, Lord Guy drank this beverage. Lord Xander called it coffee. He said that it has a unique taste that could make the drinker energized. Misery explained as Velzard took the cup with some hesitation. I advise you to drink that slowly, Velzard. Some Misery said as Velzard just followed. Velzard took the cup and slowly drank it. Her eyes widened as she hummed in satisfaction. This is amazing. I could get addicted to this, Velzard said, while moving her hands making the coffee turn circle. Misery was also surprised by Velzard's reaction, but she immediately suppressed it. The one maid couldn't help herself, but thought out loud. Huh, that ice lizard really did that? Rain muttered, but what she said was heard by everyone. The next moment, Rain's body turned ice as Velzard just took the cup and brought it to her room. Misery sighed before breaking the ice on Rain's body. The maid was confused by what happened. You need to compose yourself. You're a disgrace to all maids, Misery said as a vein popped on Rain's head. Huh, no matter how you look at it, I'm much better than you. Rain sneered as Misery narrowed her eyes. Who is the one who couldn't clean? Who couldn't cook? The one who is always running away from chores. Misery started listing all of Rain's bad habits as the blue-haired maid took damage. Cool. At least I have emotions on my face. Not like you who just stand all day and do ridiculous orders, Rain said, making the green-haired maid furious. The two started bickering with each other, ignoring Guy, who was watching them all the time. Are you not done? Guy said while crossing his arms. The maids were alarmed by the voice as they immediately returned to their post. Welcome back, Guy. Some of the two said while bowing their heads. Welcome back. I certainly enjoyed your banter, Guy said, smirking as sweats appeared on the two's head. Guy sat on the throne while watching their reactions with amused look on his face. Are you not going to continue? Guy asked while resting his arm to the armchair. We don't dare, the two maids said as Guy just closed his eyes. Don't disturb me, Guy said as the two nodded their head. Guy began thinking about his plan. He intended to invite Xander to it, while making him infamous in the whole world. He started thinking how to do that, as the two maids just watched with composed look on their faces. A few years have passed since then. Guy still hasn't thought of a way to approach this subject. He was just waiting for an opportunity to show itself. Rudra is also still in the middle of building his army. so there was no clash happening between the two yet. The bad thing that happened are Veldanava and Lucia dying. Normally, Veldanava would not die by anything in this world. He made it after all. But he was attacked by his own made curse. He made it so that true dragons wouldn't be able to build a family on their own because all of their powers would be sent to their child. He made that with the thought that maybe her sisters and brother would stray somewhere in the future and just spread their genes. But sadly, he was the one who got hit by it. How ironic it was that the creator was killed by his own creation. Veldanava didn't immediately died after Malim's birth. The Nazca kingdom was attacked by a warring enemy, while Rudra was out for an expedition. The loss of Rudra's sister and brother-in-law took a heavy toll on his mind. He felt something unusual about the ultimate skill, but brushed it off. All the true Barato were enraged by their loss, though Xander remained calm. When Sona questioned him, Xander replied, "No, he is still alive. As a being of death itself, I know how beings die." Sona and Carrera was confused by that, but didn't dwell on it as they consider it as a Xander thing. Guy and Xander stopped the true dragons from destroying the world and all of its inhabitants, but they still held a grudge against humans. The true dragons are still immature in this time, so Xander could only just shook his head. The world became peaceful after that, as Xander and Sona just lived their lovely life in the forest. In the forest, Xander and Sona was reading light novels while feeling the cool breeze of the wind. This is the best experience for them. They first tried this when Sona wanted to read while appreciating the view of the whole forest. Then after that, this became their new habit. They even built a veranda on this place, as every morning they would drink coffee while bathing from the smooth, fresh wind. Xander used his clairvoyance, as it's been long since he used it. He raised an eyebrow as he saw something happening in the world. The most western part of the world was devastated as two beings fought in there. It was Guy and Malim. Ramiris was in the side, absorbing the aura of Demon and Barato to lower the casualty of the world. Veldanava isn't there to suppress it, after all. Darn, did I miss too much by playing here? Xander muttered as he took Sona's hands before teleporting to the place. Chapter 68, Can You Guys Still Handle the Slice of Life? Xander, Sona, and Carrera arrived at the place where they saw Ramiris was already mutating. Guy, Chaos Dragon, and Malim, who is enraged, are still fighting, leveling the place to the ground. Ramiris felt their presence as she was relieved. "Xander, I thought you would never come," Ramiris said as Xander just chuckled. "We were just too absorbed in our peaceful life that we forget about the world for a minute," Xander said as Ramiris finished her mutation as her core was damaged and she fell from grace. Her mastery of the spirit magic has lowered as she is not pure anymore. Though Xander could heal her, he will not do it. She needed to mature first before she can return to her identity as the Queen of Spirits. "Hey, help here," Ramiris said as Xander looked at Sona and Carrera, who just smiled excitedly. "This is an opportunity, won't you take it?" Xander said as they immediately joined the battle. It became 3 versus 2. Finally, the battle is getting fair. Xander went to Ramiris' side before using magic hands to touch the atmosphere as he started to shrink the aura that is roaming in the air. Ramiris was amazed by what is happening as she kicked Xander's shin. "You could do this. Why didn't you come sooner?" Xander didn't get angry at her antics, as he just treated it as a child's tantrum. "You know how the barrier in our place, right? Even if the world is being destroyed in the other part, we wouldn't be disturbed," Xander said. "Gore, that barrier is a blessing and a curse. Although I want to hate it, I can't." Ramiris gritted her teeth. Xander raised an eyebrow at her before stuffing a new made chocolate on her mouth. "Minya, what is this? Is this another one of your inventions, Xander?" Ramiris wiped her Barato, still savoring the delicious taste. Ramiris ignored the surroundings as she got close to Xander and started asking him for another serving. Xander, give me some," Ramiris shouted while flying all around Xander, making him annoyed. He took a bag full of chocolate, then pitched it far away as Ramiris ran towards it. Nice puppy, Xander smirked as he watched Ramiris chasing the bag until she was out of sight. Xander turned his attention to the fight. He saw Guy stopping before going on his side. "You tired, Guy? It's been 6 days after all, Xander asked as Guy just shook his head. He was full of bruises, and his clothes was destroyed. Even though I copied her ultimate skill, it was still hard to put her back to her usual self, Guy said as his aura started skyrocketing, making Xander raise an eyebrow. Sona took a large breath. This would be the first fight she would have after a millennium. Of course, she fought Xander on their training, but Xander was holding back on her, so she never get a proper experience of a hard fight. She started using her unique skill to contain Malim, who just broke it with sheer strength. Carrera also delivered a heavy blow to Malim's face, but it was not effective. So Carrera changed her opponent to the Barado on the side. But before she could go, Malim moved so fast that they almost lost her and punched towards Carrera, who just crossed her arms before she was blasted. Sona took that opportunity and used the difficult-to-use True Nuts. She covered her hand with it before slapping Malim, making the girl sunk in the ground, leaving a huge crater. Sona then used her unique skill to make thousands of ice weapons appear in the air. Each of those weapons are made with the properties of Invel's ice on it. In other words, they are lethal to anything. Malim didn't back down as she just stretched her arm before releasing it at Sona's attack. The moment her fist was released, most of Sona's weapons are destroyed. Sona widened her eyes when Malim suddenly appeared in front of her. Malim wasn't able to land a hit on Sona's body as she was sent flying by Carrera, who already stood up. That's what I wanted to see, Carrera said, while having an excited grin on her face. Thank you, Carrera. Sona thanked her while getting ready for the next round. They saw Malim standing up as her mana began to increase. Even though I have an abundance of mana, I still can't compare to that, Carrera said, looking at Malim, who made the space twist with just her aura alone. She has infinite of those, after all, Sona said, as Carrera gawked. How is that even fair? Carrera shook her head before readying her fist. She also released her mana to at least reach a level where she can damage Malim. Sona turned serious as she took this thing Barado seriously. Malim bent down before placing force on her legs as a large crater appeared on place she was standing. Guy returned to the battlefield as he soloed the Death Dragon. Malim vanished as she arrived at Carrera's side without her noticing. Carrera's eyes turned needle as she felt the presence of Malim on her side. She was about to raise a barrier when it was too late. Malim released her fist and pummeled Carrera to the ground, making a hole on it. Sona shivered as Malim turned her attention to her. She immediately raised an ice wall that was destroyed by Malim's second blow. Sona was sent flying as she felt some of her bones dislocated. She grunted before inspecting her enemy. She didn't expect the little girl that they saw before would become this strong. Her wrath is turning into energy? Sona arrived at that conclusion as she saw Malim huffing with anger on her face. Malim's face contorted to that of an angry mother who lost her child. Malim is probably the most dangerous existence in this world if angered. Her ultimate skill, Wrathful King's Satinal ability, is to convert the user's wrath into energy. The angrier the user is, the greater the power. Additionally, the power of the user grows the longer the user fights. In other words, in a battle of attrition, the opponent will be at a huge disadvantage against the user. However, the power of a user only grows for as long as the user still has magicule reserves. If the user runs out of magicules, it's game over. Moreover, the longer the battle lasts and the stronger the user gets, the Barado of a user's sanity is chipped away, leading to them becoming nothing but an absurdly powerful creature of rage. Malim overcame that disadvantage using the Magicule Breeder Reactor that she inherited from her father, the Creator. This skill can generate Magicules infinitely. Sona raised her guard as she placed various barriers on her body. Carrera was still in the hole, so she's the only thing that Malim can see right now. Malim didn't hesitate before kicking Sona, who is fragile in front of her. Sona was blasted for 100 miles as Malim ran after her. Sona couldn't do anything as she started to thought of a way to escape this situation. But she then remembered Xander's words. This is an opportunity. Xander's face appeared on her mind. Sona was always relying on Xander that she started to hate it. This is no different from using her sister's name to achieve her goal. She wanted to stand on her own feet. That's why she doesn't want to accept any benefits given by Xander. She got angry at herself for trying to waste this opportunity. No, I don't want to become a burden. She began to contemplate about things as her emotions soared. Her skill felt her emotion as it started to react. After a millennium, the stubborn skill finally reacted. Xander, who was watching it, smiled. Guy raised an eyebrow as he noticed what is happening. Did you predict this? Guy shouted as Xander shook his head and just smiled gently. Nope, I just placed my trust on her, Xander said. You want bravado in what will happen here. It's not like Xander is the one responsible for her fate anyway, so bringing her back is not a problem. He just trusted that Sonus would be able to bring a result today. Conditions met. Initiating evolution. Announcement. Individual. Sonus Citri. The transformation into Demon Lord Harvest Festival shall now commence. Upon its completion, related beings shall be blessed with a gift. The World Voices announcement rang as the whole world listened to it. The souls that Sona gathered in that millennium is getting used. The individual, Sona Citri, is undergoing an evolution, attempting to upgrade the unique skill freezing point. Failed. Attempting again. Failed again. Failed again. Failed again. Success. The unique skill freezing point has been upgraded and turned into ultimate skill divine. Ice King Cthulhu. Sona's body started shining as she gained the ability that Velzard would have obtained in the future. Normally something like this is impossible, as it would need a virtuous sin to make this skill, but Xander just killed the thing that would hinder its growth, resulting her gaining the skill. The evolution wasn't done yet. Announcement. The transformation into a demon lord. The Harvest Festival has begun. Body reconstruction has begun, transforming into a higher species confirmed. Race. Transforming form devil to primordial devil, successful. All parameters have been greatly increased. Ability to change between material and spiritual body has been added. Species abilities are longevity, devil magic manipulation, endless regeneration. Furthermore, with regards to acquired resistances, new ones have been added: physical damage nullification, natural effects nullification, status change nullification, magic nullification, spiritual attack resistance, holy magic resistance, demon magic resistance. Reconstruction has granted the following skills. Now, with regards to daily skills, magic perception, energy detection, strengthening, universal perception, demon Lord's ambition have been added. End of script. Evolution has been completed. Guy widened his eyes at what is happening. No way. How did she become strong so much in just one evolution? He couldn't believe that something like this would happen. Especially when he analyzed the skill, it's not something you can obtain immediately. You need a virtue and sincere skill to fuse so that you can make it. Oi, Xander, did you do something? Guy asked. If there's an anomaly in this world, then it's got to be Xander. Xander just raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. No way. Guy was doubtful with that, but didn't dwell on it as the fight still continues. Guy appeared on the great WRMS back before shooting a nuclear magic on it. It exploded, but the dragon was unharmed. Guy expected that as he stepped on the dragon's back with enough force to break some of its bones. The dragon fired a dragon breather, which Guy immediately dodged. Guy already know their pattern as he's been fighting the two for many days already. This won't be a fight anymore. It would just be in beating. Malim's fist entered Sona's body, or that what should have been happened. The body blurred at last moment as the real Sona was already far away. I still can't control my ability. Sona muttered before raising her hand, decelerating everything in the surroundings. Time, space, flow of mana, speed of Malim, everything. Malim's bravado started to get slow as Sona had an idea. My body reconstructed, right? Is my strength higher now? Sona took a punching stance before she vanished on her place and arrived at Malim's side. She released the fist which destroyed the land along with Malim, who was thrown away. Sona widened her eyes at what happened. She really punched that girl with enough bravado to send her flying? She couldn't do that before. Sona then did something that brought shock to the watcher. She stopped time. In this suspended world, Xander and Sona are the only ones who could move, but not before long. Guy also broke that rule and started to move. Dang, did you stop the time? Guy asked while looking at the world. After that, the true dragons also started to move. they adapted to the change quickly. So they can still move, huh? Sona muttered. Xander saw that as he just smiled. Just get stronger till you can freeze the concept of time. That way they won't be able to move. The three people who were listening were alarmed at Xander's words. He really intend to make this girl a powerhouse? HM understood. He'll eventually reach that place someday, Sona said as her smile returned. She returned her attention to Malim, who has started to move in this suspended world. Malim's magicules are still growing, making everything that is thrown at her not work. The people were surprised when there is something moving underground. They raised an eyebrow as Carrera appeared. Her face was serious as she landed a blow on Malim. Malim was blasted many miles away as she pursued her. Her strength grew when she used one of her skill's ability. It is Limit Break. She broke her limits as her strength grew the same class as Malim. Carrera got her ultimate skill much earlier than Malim, so she knew much more about it than her. Malim finally started moving as she also counterattacked Carrera. The two quite a match as they were growing every second. Malim growing because of her anger while Carrera was growing because of her skill. They both stretched their arms before throwing a fist to each other's face. Boom! A large explosion occurred as the land cracked. The whole place is becoming dangerous as their hits could shatter a continent now. Carrera planted her kick on Malim's stomach as the girl grunted. Malim also returned a slap that shook the atmosphere. Carrera's face turned from that slap as the two began exchanging blows. Their fight was quite intense, not like Guy and Ramiris, who was trying to make Malim calm. They were just pouring their all on this fight, making it especially beautiful to watch. Sona finally started moving again. Sona raised an arm before saying freeze. Malim stopped at her place as she turned into an ice statue. Ramiris also finished her preparations as she suppressed the rage of Malim, who was frozen. Carrera jumped back to not get hit by their attacks. The growth of Malim's magicules was decelerated by Sona, so the process of her getting strong was not working properly anymore. Malim slowly regained her consciousness as the rage in her eyes subsided. Guy also finished the Barado. She collapsed as she was brought to her knees. What a durable little pest. There's no visible damage on her body, except for the bruises, Carrera muttered, while looking at Malim, who didn't get a proper injury in their fight. Though she couldn't say anything to it, as she was also not harmed. She catched all Malim's blow, but still lived. That is a real achievement. Everyone went to Malim's place as she started to cry. Yuwa. She cried, as Ramiris and Guy comforted her. It's really weird to see Guy comforting someone, but he became rather fond with Malim, as she was Veldanava's daughter. She's also a part of his plan now that she became a demon lord. Xander smiled at the screen where the 3 first-generation demon lords are gathered in one place. But now with Sona being there, the 3 became 4. Inside of the house of Xander and Sona, all the people who watched the fight are currently relaxing there. Guy was laying on the bed. Velzer and Velgrind were sitting on the comfortable sofa while arguing about whose fault it is that Veldora grew while always bringing Barado everywhere. Malim was at the dining table along with Ramiris, who got her dress turned black. They were salivating at the food that Xander placed. Malim was sad that her Barado, but she didn't want to revive it anymore because she was scared it would turn into a Barado again. It was even scarier because it was a Barado. She just diverted her thoughts to the food in front of her, and along with Ramiris, she was waiting for Xander's sign. The one who fought were exhausted, so the relaxing place of Xander was a haven to them, especially Guy who fought for 6 days straight without stopping. Sona just brewed coffee to the adults as Xander made a meal for the childs. They appreciated their gesture and thanked them. Do you want to eat too? Xander asked while looking at the others who just shook their heads. Xander, do you have a liquor here? I don't really want to drink coffee right now, Guy asked lazily on the bed. Xander took something from his storage that made Guy jump from the bed immediately. The hell is that aroma? He asked, looking at the barrel in Xander's hands. As the liquor's aroma filled the air, Xander said, "This is a drink made by Barado. Try it." He handed Guy a large cup. Guy took it and drank it without hesitation. What? Guy shouted, his eyes widening. This is the most delicious drink he ever tasted. This is a limited thing. Only dragons can make it, Xander said while also taking a drink on his own. The two started a drinking party while Sona just sighed. Carrera returned from watering the flowers because she sniffed something extremely delicious. She already drank this before as Xander gave her some, so she immediately knew the smell even if she was a mile away. Carrera entered the party as the two just welcomed her. The kids ate the eat-all-you-can portions that Xander made. Malim was hungry because of fighting, so she poured all of her emotions to the food in front of her. They were all delicious, something she never experienced before. "Hey Malim, that's Mina," Ramiris said as she saw Malim taking a fried chicken from her portion. "Nope, since it's in my place now, then it's mine." Malim gave a cheeky smile to Ramiris, who got angry. "GNNN, then this is all mine," Ramiris said before isolating all food using barrier and separating Malim from them. "Oh, no fair," Malim said before she broke the barrier. The two started to fight for the food before Sona went towards them and looked at the two with cold eyes. Misery and Rain were also watching the house with interest in their eyes. So many unknown things were being laid in front of them, waiting to be tested. Guy started talking about his plan to Xander. He extended the invitation to become a demon lord to Xander, who just shook his head and suggested that Sona will be his proxy. Guy accepted that as he planned to spread information about the fight that happened. That way it would solidify the status of demon lord in this world. No beings would dare to fight against it, or would even dare to challenge it. Guy also asked Carrera, but she just said that she was contented to being Xander's side. The atmosphere in the house was quite peaceful as everyone relaxed their mind from everything that happened so far. "How is it? Did you like the evolution?" Chapter 69, a week after the battle. The people in the world was in turmoil as the existence of demon lords was revealed. They were also informed that demon lords fighting was the cause of the world shaking a week ago. Many curious magicians went to the battlefield and saw nothing but ruins on it. No, ruins would be understatement. And demon's aura could level a country, and a lot of it was poured when Guy and Malim was fighting, so the destruction it brought to the land was immense. The names of the demon lords was also released. People kept the names in their mind in case there is something that they would need to avoid when the demon lord's name is connected. Various countries jeered at the existence of demon lords as they made their army march. They wanted to take the fame from defeating a demon lord, but the result was pathetic. They were massacred without even the demon lords appearing. The names are arranged by seats. Guy Crimson, Lord of Darkness, Demon. Ramiris, Fairy Queen, Pixie. Sona Citri, Ice Queen, Primordial Devil. Malim Nava, Destroyer, Dragonoid. That was the order of the seats. The ancient demon lords are now established. People were scared just by seeing their races and titles. Demon lords also took some lands as their territory. People need to pay respect to the ruler of the land before they could live in there. Guy took the whole north for himself. Malim took the border of Jura Forest, while Sona took the whole Jura Forest for herself. The place that Xander and Sona lived for a whole millennium was actually the Jura Forest. They developed it without knowing, only thinking that it's just a large forest that would be destroyed in the future. The most dangerous land was the Jura Forest, as it was the place where disaster-class monsters are born every day like they are just cabbage. The people then heard that the demon Lord Sona was the one who poured her mana to make the forest dangerous. Guy shared every feat they did, making the people Barato scared yet in awe of them. This move of Guy was a declaration for Rudra to start their game already. Rudra immediately moved and sent his Saint-class soldiers to Malim's place since it was close to their kingdom. Malim didn't care about their game and just beat the enemies till they retreated as Rudra changed his plans. Entering the capital of Forgotten Dragon was dangerous, so he went to Jura Forest where Sona was located. Though they didn't even make it to the center of the forest before their army was devastated by various monsters that guard the land. Xander ordered the monsters to guard the land as intruders are hassle. They obeyed without complaining as it was the order from their creator. Rudra returned to his kingdom and upgraded it until he gathered every country and turned his kingdom into an empire. He became the emperor of Eastern Empire as he began collecting talented people to train and make them powerhouses on their own. Xander and Sona didn't care about the game between the two, as they just continued their usual life. Xander still didn't release the knowledge of light novels and manga to Ramiris, as he wanted her to mature. In a particular day, the humans were alarmed by a news. The demon lords will have a meeting. The humans gave name to the meeting as Valpurgis Banquet. The gathering of all the strong beings made them cower, as they thought it represents a bad omen for the future. They just prayed that they wouldn't be included in the wrath of demon lords. Guy also informed the world where they're going to have the gathering. Many people were interested in the so-called demon lords, so they planned to go to the meeting place. They want to know if they really are legits, not just con man who wanted to play with the people's hearts. There are also people who wanted to join the council and was hoping that the demon lords are reasonable. The day of Valpurgis Guy was waiting in the room as he was just closing his eyes. He smiled when he sensed a powerful aura traveling at a speed that defied logic before arriving at the place. I came. Guy smiled at that familiar voice as he turned his attention towards the being. You're early today, huh, Malim? Guy said as Malim just laughed haughtily. Coo-ha-ha-ha. I'm excited to meet the others you see. Guy just chuckled. He still treat Malim a child. Another second later, a disturbance in spiritrons were sensed as Ramiris warped herself to this place. She started flying as buzzing all around the room. Hello, guys. She waved at the others as Malim just smirked at her. I was just a second late. I was busy anyway, and all you do is laze around, Ramiris said as Malim took a step back at Ramiris' blow. The two started bickering with each other as Guy just watched amused. If not for their auras, then people wouldn't be able to believe that they are demon lords. Guy shook his head as he waited for the last one, but even after 5 minutes they aren't there yet. Guy scrunched his forehead as he asked Ramiris, Ramiris, where's the two? Ramiris thought for a moment before calling Xander. Guy peeked at their conversation as his lips twitched at what he heard. Hello? Vander, Sona? Where are you? Ramiris asked as a voice was heard. HM? Is there something, Ramiris? Why are you calling? Ramiris was pissed by his words. Huh? Did you forgot already? We are having a banquet today? Ramiris shouted as Xander just yawned. Oh, right, is it today? Then we'll be there. Please wait, Xander then cut the call as Ramiris closed her, trying to calm herself. After a few seconds, Xander and Sona arrived. They greeted them before taking a seat. Meanwhile, outside the room, 100 meters away from it, a lot of magicians can be seen staring at the room with sweat of their foreheads. The mere pressure the room express is enough to make them back out. They wanted to enter and look at the so-called demon lords, but it seems like they were too naive. Though among those people, there is a person who was staring at the room with serious eyes. He was not fazed by the pressure that is the room emitting. He is also strong enough to beat most of the demon lords. The person was thinking hard about something. Why is Sona Citri in this verse? The man muttered as he thought that he wouldn't arrive in any conclusion unless he looked for himself. He made up his mind and walked towards room, making the people amazed by his guts. He could still walk even though the pressure was strong enough to pulverize any of them. Did another person get transported in this world too? The man muttered some words that the people didn't understand as he walked towards the room. He entered the room and saw 7 people in there. He was weirded out by the one and didn't know the other. The demon lords stopped in their talk as they turned their attention to him. The man ignored the others as he stared at Xander. He felt that this man is not normal, so he was wary of him, though he is still not scared as he was confident on his ability. He stared at Xander for a few seconds before asking, Did ROB also bring you here? Xander raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. No, the one who brought me to another world is gone. I dealt with it, Xander said, keeping his expression casual. The man didn't believe in his words, as he knew just how powerful those beings are. Even with his ability, he wouldn't be able to hope to defeat it. Are you the one who brought her here? The man asked, as the other demon lords are starting to get irritated. Hey, who are you to suddenly barge in like that? Ramiris shouted while pointing at him. Guy and Malim also released their aura to intimidate the gutsy person. Me? You can call me Luke. I came to eliminate the anomaly of this world, Luke said, as the aura that Guy and Malim released suddenly vanished. They widened their eyes as they stared at him seriously. You're not from this world. Ramiris pointed that out as Luke merely smiled. Luke turned serious as Xander stood up. "You're calling me an anomaly, right?" Xander asked while pointing at his body. Luke nodded his head. "I can absorb the power of anything I consume. I can't be bothered to remember everything I've ever consumed, but gods are merely courses for me," Luke said as Xander raised an eyebrow. Xander was surprised when Luke suddenly appeared in front of him. "How did you do that?" Xander asked. "I consumed the distance between us. There's nothing I can't eat." It seems this person could teleport. As if to show how relaxed he was, he didn't even attack. Xander responded in kind. He threw a holy fire at him as he just opened his mouth and ate it. Xander was even more interested in that as he threw a lot of things to the guy. He was curious if he would burst if he overate things, or if he would be overwhelmed by the energy he consumed. So he fed him a lot of things. And that doesn't just mean living things or space either. The man continued, "For example, I can even eat cause and effect. That is my power. I can devour the process and get exactly the results I want." As the monster disappeared, Xander clicked his tongue. "Pathetic. I was interested in your power, but if you're just going to be arrogant, then you're just a waste." Xander spat at the ground, where the man's form was lying motionless with his eyes rolled back. "Oh, I felt that he was really dangerous, and you just took him down like that. You're really broken, huh?" Guy said while stepping over the man's form. Ramiris also inspected the Barado and found out that it was just an empty shell with no spirit or soul inside. "So it looks like your enemies truly don't return, huh?" Guy said. "It's pretty obvious that fallen opponents don't come back." "I thought that was common sense," Xander said while tilting his head. The end was irreversible. Coming back in life was impossible in the first place. Anyone that appeared to have come back to life must not have been truly dead in the first place. That's what death meant to Xander. Nothing that contradicted this common sense could occur within his realm of perception. If someone or something was killed by someone else, there was a chance they were still alive, but if they were killed by Xander, they were absolutely, undeniably dead. There was no way they could come back to life. Well, that was anticlimactic. "Let's continue our banquet," Guy said as they returned to the round table. "What is the purpose of this banquet again?" Xander asked, confused why they are here in the first place. "Huh, didn't Ramiris mention? We are going to have fun. So party," Malim said while jumping in the air. "Shoot, I should have expected this," Xander said as Guy chuckled. "Actually, there's something serious I want to talk about. You know how Rudra has the ultimate skill given by Veldanava?" Guy asked as they nodded their heads. Guy already mentioned that to them. Why? Is there something wrong with it? Ramiris asked while tilting her head. "Veldanava, talk to me about it. There's a thing that is special about that skill. It can open a gate to heaven that would pour unlimited amount of angels," Guy explained as they listened. "You're not saying that it would fall to us, right?" Ramiris asked while Guy just smirked. "Of course no. It just wanted to annihilate everything on the land," Guy said as Ramiris was dumbfounded. "What? There is no way we can let it be," Ramiris said. "That is why this circle was made. Quite ironic, isn't it? We the demon lords are the ones defending the earth while the good-natured angels wanted to destroy it," Guy said as everyone nodded. "When are they going to drop?" Sona asked as Guy shook his head. "That's the problem. Even I don't know," when Guy said as everyone just stared at him. "I'm not kidding." They stopped and started thinking carefully. "We only need to stop the destruction of the world, right? It's not like we need to protect every living being on it," Xander said. "Right? Humans do reproduce a lot. Say, how about we just battle those in the top of the Aracy and just let the other country handle the rest," Guy suggested. I'm fine with that, as long as the world is still standing fine," Ramiris said as Malim was already dozing off from this boring topic. "How about you, Malim?" Guy asked as Malim woke up before nodding her head. Guy turned to Sona, who just closed her eyes before nodding. "Since it's decided, let's just wait for that time," Guy said as the banquet finally started. Guy looked at Xander expectantly as he just smirked and released the dragon liquor from his storage. "Oh, I've been waiting for this," Guy said as he immediately took a cup and started to drink. Xander didn't drink yet as he just ate with Sona. "You want drink, Xander?" Guy asked as Xander just refused. Left with no choice, Guy let the two maids drink the beverage as they hummed in satisfaction. "Xander, aren't you going to build a kingdom of your own?" Ramiris asked as she barato the food on the table eagerly. Guy also looked at him interested in his decision. Nah, I thought about that first, but decided against it, Xander said while placing a steak on his plate. The two primordials learned how to cook from Xander as Sona was a mess in the kitchen. Why? With your power and intelligence, it wouldn't be hard to run a small country, Guy asked. Well, it's such a hassle, Xander said, as the demon lord sighed. I should have expected that. You treat all things as hassle anyway, Guy said before continuing to focus on his drink. He wanted to know the skill to make this liquor as he wanted to drink this thing every day. Centurato. Though I already missed Yudaha, Xander said as everyone sighed. Malim tilted her head and asked, Who is Yudaha? Sona was the one who explained to Malim who is Yudaha as she became interested in the girl. The banquet continued for the rest of the day as they just discussed about their everyday life. Share your thoughts. Chapter 70, You Want Slice of Life, right? Here in the forest of Jura, a group of humans could be seen trying to enter it. Every time they got closer to the forest, the pressure that they were feeling are getting stronger. They wonder if they could even enter the place, as just by standing their souls are already trying to slip from their body. They suppress the fear as the thing they would obtain from this place is more than enough to live a comfortable life. They were retired soldiers who wanted to make money for their family. So they brought their selves to this suicidal place to find some treasures that they could sell for money. They were walking slowly to avoid getting the attention of dangerous monsters, but what they didn't know was they were already being followed by something. It was a huge monkey that was emitting huge amount of magicules in the air. It was suppressing its real aura by the order of Xander, but it was enough to make the weak humans feel pressure. Hey, don't you think the pressure is getting stronger? Even though we are not doing anything. One guy noticed the change in air as he asked his barato. They stopped and observed the surrounding as they immediately felt the same change. Shoot, are we discovered already? Another guy said while shaking. His face was pale as sweat drenched his forehead. This is a scary experience for them. They only heard about the monsters from their grandparents, but they never believed something like that existed. They thought that everyone who tried to enter was overwhelmed by the strange energy that drifted through the air. Everyone who entered the forest never returned, likely lost to the creature they were fortunate enough to glimpse. They were still alive as the monkey enjoyed messing with them. It was grinning creepily while watching the humans shake in place. The monkey was so busy observing the group of humans that it didn't notice an approaching creature eyeing the distracted monkey. A strange creature crouched over a deep barato it had made in the ground. The monkey shivered, desperate to escape, but before it could run, the creature struck it down in a single blow. The barato of the attack sent a powerful shock wave through the area, flattening the surrounding trees. The humans turned their head as their eyes widened at what they saw. It was a large dark blue wolf with eyes that are surrounded by large, round shadows, and are beady and completely blank, not showing irises and pupils. Shadow could only be seen on it as a huge, sinister smile was planted on its face. This being is the strongest CR Barato Ur in this forest, except for its parents. The humans who saw the being were overwhelmed and collapsed from the shock. The wolf moved past the humans and began to barato the monkey. The monkey was not a weak CR Barato Ur in this forest. It was mid-high as it could defeat a high-class Magen easily. Meanwhile, the wolf was a powerhouse. Its strength easily surpassed that of Charybdis. No, Charybdis is just an ant in front of this being. The wolf ruled the forest. It defeated all those who defy its rule and didn't forgive anyone who made a mistake. Though he treated the dryads as mothers, as they were the one who raised the little guy just from being born. Xander knew about the existence of this guy. He was interested in it, so he named it Guinness. The monster evolved even more, making its strength soar through the top Xander, then didn't bother with it, as he left it with its kingdom. Guinness still treated Sona and Xander its parents even though he was ignored by them. He just thought that he was still not worthy for them. That's why their attention wasn't focused on him yet. Guinness howled loudly, making every creature in the land bow their head towards the sound. They accepted the rule of Guinness here as his strength surpassed them, even more so when he was named by their parents. Guinness returned to its pack where they were just close to the house of its parents. They stayed there to ensure the safety. No, to stop the annoying intruders who dared to disturb Xander. The humans that the monkey dealt with was just a part of it. Every day, humans come to this forest to try their luck without knowing the threat it possesses. Of course, they all meet their end as low-class monsters here eliminate them. Guinness' sense of smell is too sensitive that he can smell everything from the whole huge forest. It can even identify the enemy's DNA, abilities, etc. Normally, Guinness would just send its pack to deal with minor annoyance like those. He would only move when it's a Saint class being trying to enter the forest, but he was bored, so just made a patrol to the whole forest, which he'd done in just 10 minutes. The monster who met him always lowered its head to him, who possessed an aura of a king. The whole forest was filled with Guinness Barato, carrying so much aura that it would be no surprise if they lasted a millennium. At the house of Xander, Sona and Xander was playing chess ignorant to what's happening in their forest. Their territory is rather lonely because no race could make it to the middle to ask for their permission to live. And it's not like they could live peacefully here when it was littered with a bunch of disaster-class monsters. Even an orc lord was born here. He was hoping to become an orc disaster, but was eaten by Guinness, who sneered at the arrogance. "Hey, Xander, it's already been a long time since we came to a human settlement," Sona said, while arranging her glasses. "Hey, Cham, you're right. How about we go now?" Xander asked as Sona smiled excitedly. They were in seclusion, so they never interacted with other beings. The other demon lords also come here, but it was by half a year. Their sense of time was rigid. Xander and Sona prepared to go out, leaving the knockout Carrera on the bed. "Centuredo, what way should we go now?" Xander asked as Sona took a stick before making it stand on the ground. The stick fell and pointed at the east. "I guess that settles it," Xander said as they started walking to the direction. It's been a long time since they did this, so they savor the feeling of the heat and fresh wind hitting their body. They were walking when they heard the sound of horses galloping. They turned their attention to it and saw a big-bellied man handling the horses while a carriage was being pulled behind it. The carriage stopped at their side as the merchant stared at them. "Where you going, lads?" he asked. Sona and Xander looked at each other before nodding their heads. "No particular location in mind, but we wanted to go east," Sona said as the merchant thought for a moment. "Do you want to ride?" "It'll bring you there just for a few coins." Sona raised an eyebrow at that. "There's still good people in this time?" They nodded their heads and entered the carriage. "It might be tight there as my goods still needed to be delivered," the merchant said. "No, it's fine. We're troubling you anyway," Sona said. The carriage traveled as Xander and Sona just talked about magic. Sona wanted to not rely on her overpowered ultimate skill and practiced her magic along the way. Xander and Sona noticed many people hiding in the trees in front of their way. They raised an eyebrow at that. They wanted to see the show, so they didn't inform the merchant. "Halt!" The merchant stopped his carriage when he saw bandits entering his view. "Huh, we got a good one this time. I bet this one's a jackpot." The bandits already started talking to themselves, as the two was confused because they're not looking at the merchant or the goods. Instead, their eyes was looking around aimlessly. "Sigh, I changed my mind. There is no good person in this time," Sona said as she saw the merchant getting close to the bandits while smiling greedily. "Hey, bring me the girl. I need her for a task," the merchant said as the bandits nodded their heads. "You got a boss." Xander opened the box of the goods and saw nothing on it. He was amused by what is happening and saw Sona freezing all the bandits except for the merchant. The merchant stopped at a spot as his whole body shivered. The ice from his surroundings is so cold that his body was starting to get frostbitten. His face turned pale as he started shaking. He immediately went to the floor and started begging. "Ms. Sully." "Hi." The man collapsed as Sona turned her head to Xander, who just smiled. Xander and Sona started picking the pockets of the fallen man as the role was exchanged. They were now stealing things from the stealer. After doing that, Centuredo, they arrived at a place that was full of beastmans. "Xander, did we come to a beastman's territory?" Sona asked while looking at the beastmans who were looking at them with wary eyes. "Yeah, I also think," Xander said while slowly releasing his aura. The beastmans who were looking at them felt a huge pressure descending on them. It was forcing them to kneel. In a huge palace in this place, a lion beast man that is sitting in the throne suddenly stood up as his eyes thinned out when he felt the horrendous aura in his kingdom. He vanished from his place as he arrived outside of his palace. He stared at the man releasing the aura with serious eyes. Even though he is larger than him, his instinct as a beast is warning him all round that this man is not his enemy. "Can you state your reason for coming to my country?" the king named Leo asked while being wary. He also released his aura to lessen the pressure on his subjects. Xander smiled at his action as he pointed his hand at Sona. "One of the demon lords has come to visit your land, Centuredo." He never expected that after just building his country, his belief would be bravado, just like this. He was brought to his knees. That was a huge event that shook his core. "You're strong, but not strong enough to fight against Sona," said, as she inspected Leo. Leo's eyes widened at that. There were even more beings stronger than him. "What's your name?" Sona asked with authority on her voice that made Leo angry. He was a king. He will never bow down and follow someone's order. Leo used all of the magicules on his body to move. He transformed to his royal form as various Beastman's parts was attached to his body. His whole body started shining brightly, making the Beastman awe at his form. This is the reason why they followed Leo. Except for being strong, he also had the ability to use various Beastman's abilities, making him an even more formidable foe for them. Of course, when Leo tried to build his country, there were many Beastmen who opposed to it, thinking that he is only talk but no action. Leo proved them wrong as he demolished their lands and brought down the strongest of their clan to their feet. At that time, the Beastman's instinct to follow the strongest moved. It made them loyal to Leo for his strength and huge pride. Leo's aura began growing along with his magicules. His royal form gave him strength of all the creatures he dominated. A spear appeared on his hand as he waved it. A large aura emerged from the spear, forming a golden dragon on it. The dragon flew to Sona's figure, bringing destruction on its way, but it just stopped in front of her. Wah! Leo was dumbfounded by what happened. The destruction capabilities of the aura should have been enough to destroy anything, even magic, but it just stopped. Sona stared at the aura and dragon before commenting. How cute the Beastmans were baffled by her comment, but froze when they saw Sona flicking the dragon in the air. The moment her finger collided with the bundle of aura, it disappeared in thin air. "That thing was interesting, but it's sad that it was so fragile," Sona said, while smiling lightly. Sona snapped her finger as Leo was back to his normal form. All of his magicules and aura was absorbed by Sona, making him release it. Powerless, Leo could only drop in the ground. "My lady just wanted to visit, but it seems like you don't welcome us. Is it fine to interpret that as being hostile to us? My lady has a bad habit of destroying countries, you see," Xander said, while revealing a mischievous smile. Leo was alarmed by that. He didn't want to let all of the efforts he did to make this country go to waste, so he threw his pride and bowed his head. "Please, don't destroy it." Sona smiled at that as she closed her eyes. Her action brought disturbance to the Beastman as an uneasy silence descended to the land. "Okay," after a few seconds, Sona replied, which made all of them sigh in relief. Xander chuckled at this as Sona got a headache. She didn't really want to act like these, but it was also fun watching their reactions. The thing that Xander said was just a joke. They were living silently in the forest for many years. How could she have time to destroy a country when she didn't even left the forest? "Then, give me a tour to your country," Sona said, as Leo nodded his head. He took it upon himself to do this role, as even a small detail could be interpreted as provocation if his subjects would do it. "Don't be so stiff. What's your name, young man?" Xander asked, making Leo's lips twitch. Leo was already 172 years old. He was already an adult in their race, and his face don't really possess any feature of a young man, as it was surrounded by his huge mane. "Leo, I built this country just a few years ago." Leo began explaining this country as Sona and Xander just listened. They arrived at the farm, which has abundance of fruits and vegetables on it. The two's eyes shone when they saw it, as there are some fruits that can only be found in the future. Do you have wine here? Sona asked as Leo nodded his head with a proud expression on his face. Wine are our best selling point. We have our workers handle the production, Leo said as they went to the wine warehouse. They saw many beast folk stomping the grapes while the stronger ones watched them. This country is run by being the strongest, right? Xander asked as Leo affirmed it. He took a barrel of wine and poured for the two. He handed the wine to them, which they took a sip. Of course, there are no poison on the chalice, as Leo's pride wouldn't allow to go so low like that. Slightly better than normal, Sona said, making Leo dejected. Even if I lose our match, I wouldn't accept the insult to our proud wine. Do you have a better thing to compare to this divine liquor? Leo asked while staring at the two with challenging eyes. Sona just smiled lightly as a bottle appeared on her hand. The moment she opened it, an hypnotizing aroma appeared in the air, making Leo stunned. See, can I ask for that bottle? Leo asked hopefully, but Sona just took a small cup and poured some. No, but you can have this, Sona said as she gave the cup to Leo, who treated it as the most precious thing in the world. He raised it to his nose and took a large sniff. He was amazed by the smell of it as he slowly took a sip of it. What on earth is this? Leo said as the flavor began dancing on his Barato. Can I ask for Barato? He'll trade you a carriage of gold for it, Leo said excitedly, but was stopped when Sona already made the bottle vanish. Now continue with the tour, Sona said, ignoring the broken-hearted beast. Leo continued the tour until the sun finally went down. Sona and Xander nodded their heads. They were satisfied by the tour that happened today. Then you can take this honor as the Demon Lord Sona visited your land at least once. Demon Lord Sona is always in seclusion, and she would only win out if 100 years have passed, Xander said, as Leo's mouth started twitching. Xander and Sona returned to their house while Xander thought of something. Eurysania is already built, huh? Leo also has the same form as Carrion, so he is probably his grandfather or something. Xander smiled when they sensed an aura receiving them. Welcome back, Leader Ujo, Carrera said with a grin on her face. We're back, Carrera. The two returned the greeting as they entered their lovely house. Chapter 71. Tenma War. Xander and Sona was in their house along with Carrera and surprisingly Guinness. They accepted Guinness when Sona saw the lonely look on its face while guarding their house. Carrera and Guinness has the daily routine of having to spar before they would eat breakfast. Xander feed Guinness a large amount of food because its appetite was scary even for a 55 meters big wolf. Xander only named the wolf Guinness because it replicates the battle wolf that he knew from his past life. He just didn't expect that their race would evolve becoming the real battle wolves. Carrera overwhelmed Guinness in terms of power, so she just trained the little guy until he could become even more stronger. Carrera's strength is just behind Malim, so she is a true Demon Lord class right now. Sona surpassed Malim in terms of strength when she evolved. Right now, Sona could even carry the whole world without trying, as Primordial Fiend is not a race from this world. Guy was a primordial demon, not demon, so the difference in strength is huge. If Xander would rank the Demon Lords right now, then it's gotta be Birinci Sona Sitfi. 2. Guy Crimson. 3. Malim Nava. 4. Ramiris. But in terms of technique, then Xander would place Ramiris in the second, as her primitive magic is the most dangerous one in them. Though Sona would still beat her with her ultimate sonic ability, which can even damage great old ones. Sona is the most strongest of them all, as the strength that they have in the canon wasn't with them yet. They were still in the process of obtaining them, so in Xander's mind, they're just weaklings right now. 3 centuries have passed since they went to Eurysania. The former King Leo has already Barato after being overthrown by his own son. His son, who is named Carleo, ruled all of Eurysania by himself, and the land flourished even further under his rule, as he was stricter than Leo. The slaves had to work hard just to obtain food, and those who just laze around would die in hunger or punishment. In those 3 centuries, there are many who claimed themselves as Demon Lord. The Ancient Ones didn't respond, as they just let the fools strengthen themselves. Though there are those who gained the approval of the Demon Lord Council because of her strength. It was a kid vampire that has a unique skill. Kid doesn't mean that she is underage. Rather, the perception of demon lords are twisted that they thought everyone around them is kid. Except for Malim, that is, and Ramiris also entered her slumber. While making breakfast for everyone, all the people in this house, suddenly a disturbance in the forest, as if someone was trying to break in the barrier that they made. Guinness stood up and howled. After a second, thousands of hungry battle wolves suddenly appeared. Guinness ordered the pack to ready for unlimited meal as their stomach growled in anticipation. Xander took his apron as he used clairvoyance. He saw a huge gate appearing in every big kingdom in the world. The weird thing is there is no gate above the Eastern Empire. Xander was also confused why there are angels on the forest when there are no structures built on it. Did it consider the land as Kingdom of Monsters? Wait, we are already here for a millennium. Did a Tenmo War already happen? Xander widened his eyes as he called Guy. Jo, Xander. What's up? Guy asked while looking at the sky and making a soft tootang sound. Guy, a Tenmo War already happened before, right? Xander asked as Guy just replied. Yeah, I mean, one already happened. Why didn't? Oh, you were Barado, that flimsy barrier of yours, right? I'm still having a hard time believing a Barado couldn't damage your barrier, Guy said as Xander just sighed. Because of their peaceful life, he forgot about that huge war. Their barriers are really a curse. Thank you for informing us. We'll fight this time, Xander said as Guy smirked. That's what I was waiting for, Guy said before cutting the telepathy. Xander looked at Sona and informed her with a sad look on his face. We missed something interesting in a long time that we lived here. Sona raised an eyebrow at that. What interesting event, Xander? Xander sighed before saying, Tenmava. Sona widened her eyes before looking at Guinness. Guinness, did you already fought in a Tenmo War? Sona asked as Guinness just tilted his head before nodding. They treat this thing as a party because there are unlimited amount of chickens in that day. That's why he immediately know about it. Sai Carrera was also sad that they didn't experience bashing those annoying pigeons. That would have been a funny scenario. We'll fight this time. Let's go, everyone, Xander said as they smiled excitedly. They left the barrier where they saw millions of pigeons floating in the air. They have no emotion in their face, making it disturbing to see. But instead of weird look in their face, they just stared at it with interest in their eyes. Xander ordered Guinness as he wanted to know his capability. Guinness nodded his head as he howled. The whole pack went to move as every open on their mouths. Tens of thousands of angels would perish. Guinness started to move as he raised his paw before slapping the air. The moment he did that, half of the angels was vanished in existence. Guinness gave a sinister grin on his face before entering his buffet. Carrera just nodded her head at that. She was satisfied with his strength. She was also proud as she was the one who trained him. 100,000 of angels entered his mouth as he didn't even feel full. The angels' numbers didn't decrease as millions just dropped in the gate more. A unique angel also emerged from a gate. He was different from others as he has 3 pairs of white wings from his back. His aura is also much larger than everyone here has, indicating that he is a powerhouse. How strong is that guy, Xander? Sona asked while tilting his head. HM, probably a high-class true demon, Lord being, Xander said, as Sona nodded her head. The angel started speaking. You bugs. Drop your head, he said while raising his aura. No way, Carrera said as the seraphim's face twisted in anger. You dare object to me? The angel said before making a rain of light beams to them. They didn't move as Carrera just slapped those beams, destroying them. The seraphim became even more angry as it raised its sword before swinging down. Sona sighed his actions as he is raising a sword to a literal sword god. Xander raised a finger before bringing it down, slashing everything in the sky. Xander didn't cut the seraphim itself, as he wanted to see his reaction. That slash made a hole in existence that poured vicious thing that erased the angels. Xander immediately closed the hole as it was dangerous. It was like using Ramiris annihilation magic. The angel stared at its amputated hand before his face turned into something hard to express. You insects, it shouted before shooting Barado larger, holy beams that only stopped in front of Sona. Sona used fixation on the beams, freezing them in their place. This skill is the most broken defensive skill, as it can even stop spiritrons. Only hack skills like Ramirez Consume could escape it, as he would simply absorb the thing. It's disappointing, Sona said. As the Seraphim couldn't take it anymore, his aura grew, and the atmosphere around him gained a hazy quality. Bugs should stay as bugs. Its ego was hurt, so it wouldn't care about anything anymore. The Seraphim started to rampage, destroying everything in the surrounding as Sona snapped her fingers as the Seraphim turned ice particles. The angels who were left began to move as millions of town-destroying attacks was launched at them. Guinness saw that it made a loud roar. His action shattered all of those attacks as his pack continued their banquet. Xander and Sona was happy with Guinness. Fenrir was just the kid in front of this thing. Sona was angry that Fenrir was taken from her, but now it was subsided with Guinness' presence. They will bring Guinness to their own world along with Carrera. Let's go to other territory. Guinness can handle everything here, Xander suggested as everyone nodded their heads. Carrera went to some big countries as she wanted to fight a Seraphim herself. The stronger the domain is, the more dangerous the angel that would descend there. Xander teleported the both of them to the Barren Lands, the territory of Fragment of Evil God. The other lands somehow managed to fight back, especially the Dworgen. The dwarves in this age are still strong, not like their canon version that somehow looked pathetic. Falmouth was getting wrecked, as there was no overpowered maids to stop the invasion. The other small countries were wiped off the map, as the angels' number was too overwhelming for them. Centuredo, if Seraphs have the power of a Barado disaster-class demon lord, then Guy is a special S-catastrophe demon lord. He can easily defeat a whole bunch of Seraphs. Guy was chuckling while he unleashed a lot of nuclear magic, taking down a group of angels. The heavens really put a lot of effort as they sent too many Seraphs to Guy's location. Though it was useless, as Velzer just froze those Seraphs until they perished. Guy was having fun battling the Seraphs, who carried a high pride. Guy would mock them before cutting them down. Xander didn't go to the Barren Land immediately. He just sent Sona there. He knew that Sona could handle Dino and DeGruel by herself. Xander arrived at Rabirius, land of the Little Bat, who called herself Demon Lord. Xander was interested in Luminous in this age, so he came to this land. It's just he didn't expect to meet a Carnage. Luminous destroying angels easily with her subordinates, but there was one Seraph that she is having a hard time fighting. Xander watched as Luminous and the Seraph's pride clash with amusement on his face. "You worm, you dare to invade my land." Luminous shouted before she shot a disintegration magic to the Seraph, who was angry at her comment. You have the guts to call me a worm? You lower beings should just die." The Seraph said as she fired a holy beam at the disintegration magic. Xander was having fun watching this, as the two suddenly noticed his presence. "Another fool, trying to butt in here," Luminous shouted before throwing a lethal magic at Xander's place. Xander just smiled before the magic vanished in the air. He also erased the beam that the Seraph fired at him. The two fierce girls widened their eyes at what happened. Even though the one they shot was weaker than they threw at the enemy, it was still enough to defeat any being weaker than them. The two somehow got into mutual understanding before they started attacking Xander together, postponing their battle. Xander just smiled at their action. He treated it as a children's play, so he just got along with it. Xander started acting that he was having a hard time dodging their attacks, making the two aggressive girls smile in anticipation. The Seraph fired a bunch of energy balls to Xander, who got hit in the shoulder before kneeling. "GUH, why did you team up with that pigeon? And here I was hoping to help you," Xander grunted. Luminous smiled at his words. "Fools who barged in my duel like that have no position to say something. And for this worm, they'll take care of her myself," Luminous said as the Seraph glared at her. "Do you really think you could take on someone as powerful as me, Bat?" The Seraph said, provoking Luminous, who flared her aura everywhere. They started bickering as Xander got tired of it. They were ignoring him, so the purpose of the standoff had ended. Xander sighed and stopped kneeling. He stood up before brushing his body, taking the dirt on it. The two stopped bickering as they looked at Xander. They then just noticed that even though there was a hole on Xander's clothes, there was no visible damage on his body. Their instinct turned wild as they back out from the place. Their eyes thinned out when they saw Xander's aura overwhelming everything in his surroundings. You had your fun, right? Then let me have mine too, Xander said, before raising his hand as he clawed the air down. Zung! A sound was heard as luminous territory suddenly changed. The tectonic plates was moved, so some part of the land rised and other fall. The whole territory become mess as it was changed and marked by the fallen angels that was hit by Xander's quake. Luminous widened her eyes at what happened to her land. Her thoughts stopped as she was slowly consumed by anger. You! Luminous glared hatefully at Xander. I hope you learn from this experience. Don't raise your pride too high, as there are beings stronger than you in this world. Even our pet is stronger than you. So behave yourself, Xander lectured Luminous, who was irritated even more. She was being lectured by this guy. How could she accept that? She never heard of this person before, as Xander and Sona never attended a Walpurgis after the one they joined 300 years ago. The Seraph sneered at Luminous, whose ability was being influenced by her emotion. She was already imagining Dagrul being happy because of the destruction of her land. Inside her, a seed suddenly sprouted as the world voice rang all around the world. Individual. Luminous Valentine is having an evolution. True Demon Lord evolution is currently in process. Luminous Valentine's race is changing, transforming true ancestor to divine ancestor. Failed. Attempting to try again. Failed. Again. Failed. Again. Success. All parameters have been greatly increased. Species abilities are domination, blood manipulation, vampire generator now. With regards to daily skills, Demon Lord's ambition universal perception life magic has been added. Guy who was in his territory was surprised by the sudden announcement, but just smirked. He tried to sense where the source of the evolution came from, and his smirk widened as Xander was there. Ha ha ha, that guy probably did something. Guy laughed while slapping his seraph as it became dust. Did Xander do this? Velzard asked as Guy smiled in amusement. Probably Velzard also smiled. Another demon Lord meaning Guy's advantage in the game would widen. Back to the place, Xander grinned at Luminous, who was evolving. Her body was construction itself to form the perfect thing that the girl could inhabit. Her power started growing as the seraph's face turned pale. She can feel the difference in the two of them, Centurado. You can't even handle a single bug. Did heaven send an affected one? One of the seraphs said, while the other nodded his head. The second seraph was about to insult the other seraph when he suddenly collapsed and perished. Huh, that was all he could say before he perished. The seraph on his side widened his eyes. He saw what happened. It was as if a person moved so fast that they couldn't even see it and just struck down the seraph with its hands. Oh no, the same thing happened to him as the seraph exploded into dust with the disintegration magic. The fierce seraph was stunned as fear crept into her. But she was even Barado dumbfounded when the world voice didn't stop announcing. Continuing the evolution. Skill cliffhanger is acquired. Chapter 72, Tenma War 2. Here you go. That protest was effective. The world voice continued announcing as the whole world just listened to it. Continuing the evolution. The unique skill Barado is being upgraded. Attempting to upgrade. Successful. Unique skill Barado has turned into ultimate skill Lord of Dominion, Asmodeus. The user of the skill can now control Barado of beings. Script over. Harvest Festival is now ending. Luminous stopped the information after the attempting upgrade, making the listener curious to what her skill is. Luminous finished evolving as she smiled greatly at the new powers that is residing on her soul. She then turned her gaze to the seraph, who got offended by her condescending gaze. Just because you evolved doesn't mean you will win, the seraph said before firing a volley of light magic to Luminous, who just smiled. A mere fly is talking. How cute, Luminous said as the light magic just vanished in the air. She then used her ultimate skill, taking control of the seraph's death, and killed her. Luminous could only do this to beings weaker than her, so this skill won't affect those who have ultimate skill stronger than her. Though she doesn't know this yet, as her arrogance was still rising to the top. She then turned her attention to the man who provoked her and stopped. Huh, where is he? Did that fool run? Luminous raged as hundred thousands of angels dropped from the sky. Does he think he can run from me in this world? They'll find him. Luminous powers was going out of control as her anger was hindering her focus. Her two confidants appeared and tried their best to calm the enraged Luminous down. "My lady, please stop," Lewis said, but Luminous just ignored him. Seeing that Roy had to come up with a reason, "Your land is getting destroyed, my lady." Luminous heard that as she gradually calmed down. "Roy, report the losses." "Lewis, evacuate the survivors. I'm going to make a religion. I need to raise my information network. I need to find that man at all cost. He will pay for what he done," Luminous said as the two nodded their heads. They were also wondering who the gutsy guy who made their princess pissed. Luminous walked away. She needed to calm herself to control her powers. She only acquired it right now, so her control of it was a mess. She couldn't even properly use it without making a huge damage in the surroundings. She thought of making a religion so that her influence would become even bigger, outranking that of DeGruel. Xander smiled as he achieved his goal and teleported to the barren lands without waiting for Luminous to complete her transformation. He knew that he pissed the girl so much that she would probably hold a grudge against him for 100 years. Not like he cares for any of it. Cinceredo, one of the two, was in a state of rage as he was rampaging all around. Xander also saw a large broken gate Barado the two. He raised his hand and disabled the gate entirely, rendering it useless. The other man, who was battling the woman, noticed the state of the gate, and his lazy look changed into one of surprise. He looked around and saw Xander. He raised his god-class weapon before bringing it down, releasing a huge destruction on the land. That one swing could bring a whole country down, but Xander just raised an arm to catch it as the man widened her eyes at what happened. "Don't mind me. And don't forget about the rule of not looking away when you have an opponent," Xander said, while smiling as Dino's hand froze before it was destroyed. "Guh," he grunted. Dino backed away as he healed his arm. It healed, making Xander raise an eyebrow, but noticed that Sona wasn't fighting them seriously. Rather, she was playing with them, as strong opponents are hard to find when you're already strong. DeGruel shouted before slamming both of his hands to the ground, shaking the whole continent in the process. Sona floated to dodge the attack that brought strong shockwave. She raised her arm before a large icicle made from magic appeared in the air and flew towards DeGruel, who didn't even dodge. The magic dissipated when it hits his body. If Xander was to be asked, then DeGruel would be a dangerous being. He was immune to magic, and his body was the most broken this universe could have. His body ignored the laws of physics. His body is so broken because every time he attacks, the laws of physics is being warped, resulting in a storm of destruction on the land, which is what is happening right now. His attack even made Sona think for a moment whether to receive it, but ended up dodging it instead, showing just how broken his body is. Though what is more scary is Dino. Even DeGruel, who could go toe-to-toe with a full power Veldora, is scared by this guy. Dino, who saw his attack, turned nothing, didn't dwell on it as he continued fighting Sona. His slashes are heavy, but it was nothing as Sona already saw a much better technique. She could easily avoid Dino's swordsmanship. Dino backed out as DeGruel hardened his body to become stronger than Diamond as he punched towards Sona. Sona saw that as she decelerated his fist before freezing his body using a more stronger ice. She then slapped her hand in the air, making a huge earthquake that disrupted the balance of the two. DeGruel controlled the electrical tension between the ground and the atmosphere to make a huge lightning that struck at Sona. Sona smiled before the lightning stopped in front of her. After a second, the lightning vanished as Dino moved. He was analyzing Sona's skill as he wanted to copy it for himself. That is his unique skill, copying another technique and getting stronger the angrier he get. Basically both of Guy and Malim's technique, but the effects are so inferior to them that it would be an insult if someone dared to compare them. Dino was alarmed as he can't get through the enemy. He can't see what his skill is, and even though he already see her use her ultimate skill many times, his own ultimate skill is not working. Why? Dino asked before stomping, cracking the whole land, as DeGruel gave a follow-up punch in the air that also gave in vibration, shaking the land and air. DeGruel growled as his power grew stronger, though it didn't intimidate Sona a bit as she just smiled at the power-up. Dino yawned before raising both of his swords. They were finally getting serious. Sona thought happily. She was starting to get bored of this normal attacks. She snapped her finger as she brought them to another dimension. This dimension is empty and only had a land that is much sturdier than the world of Tensura. Tensura World is already built different compared to others, as it could still stand even after receiving multiple reality warping attacks on it. Dino was surprised by the change of scenery, but didn't complain with it, as he was too lazy to do it. He just raised both of his swords before slashing them to Sona. Those slashes cut the space as it hit on Sona. Sona didn't underestimate her enemy, as she put a small amount of magicules on her hand before slapping the slashes. DeGruel released a punch that bravado the laws of physics, making it a bunch of chaos in one place. Sona just froze the storm before it vanished. Sona was currently enjoying the fight as she played with the two. Even though their attacks could bring fall to a continent, she was still treating it as a simple attack, indicating how strong Sona has become. Though in Xander's mind, Sona is still not the strongest even with her ultimate skill. Great Red and Ophis evolved into something scary, so even this Sona is not a problem to them. Sona raised an eyebrow as Dino's purity started to shift into something darker. Does this guy want to defy God? Sona thought, but didn't interrupt his transformation. She just focused her attention to the wild DeGruel, who was getting angry every second. DeGruel also has the innate ability to get stronger the bravado angry he gets, meaning his power is still rising while they are fighting. His rage is also not subsiding, as he can't do anything to Sona, making him furious. He was already angry when the demon lords began wiping out the fairies and giants, whom they considered allies of heaven. Many of his kin perished during that great conflict, and he was powerless to stop it. Only during this war did his latent demonic nature awaken, transforming him into a true demon lord. Xander and Sona didn't know about the attack, as Xander forgot about it, and Sona was inside their barrier that isolated them from the world. The other demon lords also didn't object to Guy's order to eliminate the threat. Instead, they were bravado, focused on preserving the world instead of letting the ally of heaven roam on it. They annihilate all of the fairies and giants until only those in the kingdom of DeGruel was left. That is why DeGruel is angry. The space broke as DeGruel punched on it. After it broke, Sona was stopped for a moment as DeGruel used that opportunity to land a hit. What he didn't expect was that Sona would also retaliate in his best part, wrestling. Sona shielded herself with protection using her ultimate skill as she started having a hand-to-hand combat with DeGruel. Dino was amazed at what is happening. DeGruel's power could destroy a continent, and here was someone overpowering him in terms of strength. Dino accelerated his fall from grace as he felt his body free. He took a breath before going back to his lazy form. Dino finally used his combat form. His appearance becomes splendorous with 6 pairs of white and black shining wings. Outfits himself with spirit clothing similar to a jet-black colored priest robe, and summons 2 swords to his hands, Holy Sword Excalibur and Demonic Sword Caliban. Sona noticed the change as she froze DeGruel for a moment and went to Dino's front. Since you're done transforming, let's continue our game, Sona said while arranging her glasses. She was wearing her Kuo Gakuin uniform, which she considered her combat suit. Even though the others was weirded out by it, Xander didn't raise any refusal as he said that Sona is beautiful on it. Yeah, let's do it. I want it. Rest, Dino said while yawning. He was already tired from this thing. At first, he just wanted to check the broken gate in the barren lands. He met DeGruel and fought. He convinced DeGruel to stop fighting before this woman arrived in front of them. She introduced herself as a demon lord, making the two wary, as she was their enemy. He just wanted to end this battle so he could return to heaven and sleep peacefully. Dino turned serious as he unleashed numerous powerful sword rays capable of devastating an entire region. Sona formed an ice sword and met the attack head-on. Heavy, she muttered, feeling the strong impact ripple through her hands. Though it rattled her for only a moment, she quickly regained control and bravado the incoming sword rays. Sigh. Monster Dino said while sighing. He raised Excalibur before slashing the air, opening a gate towards other dimension. He tried to escape before the gate was frozen before breaking into pieces. Seeing as his route of escape destroyed, Dino just raised his hand as he surrendered. Fine, it's my defeat, Dino said as he sighed. He just wanted to sleep. Why does he need to encounter things like this? He also hated pain, so continuing to battle the girl would only bring Barado suffering. He was expecting her to at least cause him further pain before leaving, but was stunned when he saw she was already gone. Dino sighed again before returning to the central world. In Eurazania, King of Lycanthrope was having a hard time protecting his place. His farm was already in ruins as he fought against troublesome pigeons with anger in his eyes. Defeat them, Carlio said as the beast people raised their weapons. Their military might is strong, as they are a war country. The normal soldiers was immediately brought to their knees because of how strong the angels are. They continued fighting for a long time until their land was finally pest-free. The people celebrated their victory while Carlio's mood was bad. They already lost their farm, and now a portion of his army was destroyed too. How could he accept something like that? His subjects didn't know that they would be put to a more pressurized system that their country would ever have. In the forgotten capital, Malim's territory, a pink-haired girl was flying in the air while a cheeky smile was planted on her face. Umo, this is the best. I can fight all I want, Malim said while folding her arms. Many seraphims descended on her land as they consider her threat as high. Her followers were also arranged behind her as they were waiting for the fight. You guys, get ready. We are having a nice time this day, Malim said while pointing at them, who just nodded their head accepting Malim's order. One of the seraphs sneered at what is happening. All of their egos are bigger than the moon, so they just treated her actions as stupid. They were going to die anyway. Why bother to put a resistance? We're going to let you have your last moments. So savor it, a female seraphim said while a smug look can be seen on her face. Watching insects do some stupid things are really interesting. The amusement they gave us is enough for us to be satisfied, waiting in heaven, another one said. Malim ignored them as she was used to listening fools talking to themselves like that. Is she ignoring us? The nerve. One seraph was angry at Malim's action as he started to gather energy on his hand before shooting an energy ball to Malim, who just flicked it. Ho! You have some measle skills, insect. But just because you're the daughter of our Lord doesn't mean that we're going to hold back on killing you, the seraphim said as Malim finally finished ordering her troops. We're done. Now let the fun start, Malim said before a pink ball suddenly appeared on her mouth. She released the unique magic only available to her at the enemy. Barado! Malim shouted as every enemy was immediately forced out of existence. Malim's Barado was a miniature Barado. It could consume anything in its path, so every angel was defeated, including the seraphs who had been mocking her. What's that? It's already done? Malim said with dissatisfied look on her eyes. She never expected that they would Centurado so easily. She expected Centurado resistance on their part, so she gave a huge blow from the start. Are we really needed here? One of Malim's followers muttered, but he was slapped in the head by another one who heard it. Another batch of angels dropped in the sky as Malim's eyes turned into that of a star. She raised her arms in the air, as if celebrating as she limited her power to match just those seraphs. She started having fun while playing with the seraphims as she left those normal angels to her followers. She trusted their strength and would not accept a defeat from them, making them serious about this battle. Malim just did what Guys was doing as she was having a fun day. Chapter 73. Tema War 3 in Eastern Empire. Rudra was clenching his head as Velgrind looked at him worriedly. She was always beside him, so she knew that something is happening that is skill that her brother gave to Rudra. Rudra, are you okay? Velgrind asked as Rudra started to collect his breath. After a few seconds, he replied to Velgrind's question. Yes. I'm fine, I just need some rest, Rudra said with a faint bravado. The loss of his family had left him feeling weak in mind, and he was worried that he might be overtaken by his ultimate skill, which was now in the process of developing an ego of its own. He lay down on the Barado and began to think about something. This attack, I hope that there would be at least a damage to those people. Though I doubt it, as their strength is not something that can be beaten by mere pigeons, Rudra muttered, as Velgrind also nodded her head. Velgrind matured rather fast, as she realized that there are creatures that could fight true dragons equally. Though she now believed that they are not her opponent as her powers grow stronger in the past centuries. She trained really hard after experiencing that humiliating defeat in the hands of Xander. Just the thought of how Xander easily beat her without even trying was irritating for her. All she wanted now was to take revenge, but she didn't pursue that goal, yet as Rudra prohibited her. Rudra closed his eyes before saying something. Velgrind, he muttered as Velgrind's ears perked at his words. What's wrong, Rudra? She asked, waiting for Rudra to say something. I have a feeling. Velgrind, please stop me if Michael takes control of me. This is already one of the many reincarnations that Rudra did, so he can feel something creeping into his thoughts. He was already wary of what it was, but his instinct told him that it was his skill doing something. What? I can't do something like that. Velgrind reacted aggressively, as she didn't expect she would hear words like that from his mouth. It's not a request. It's an order from your Emperor, Rudra said, as Velgrind widened her eyes. Rudra saying something like this was alarming. This meant that there is something serious happening, that he was forced to order her to destroy even his own existence. Velgrind knew that the term kill doesn't mean just die. Instead, it was erasing his existence. Velgrind closed her eyes before replying, fine, we'll do it. Rudra observed her for a few seconds before shaking his head. He can see that Velgrind wouldn't do it. She still don't understand the situation, so he will just let her be. Now observe the Empire. He'll rest for a bit, Rudra said before his body crumbled and his soul shot out of it. Velgrind watched as Rudra's soul entered the body of a young kid, the Imperial Prince to be exact. Velgrind was already used to seeing this, so her reaction is not that big. She was just worried since it seems like something is happening to his soul. In the forest of Jura, Guinness was eating thousands of angels when he suddenly sensed something strong approaching. He took a sniff in the air and immediately got the information from that being. It was a dragon. A true dragon, to be precise, is a Western-type Barado with dark blue scales. The Barado was hovering in the air while laughing maniacally as he scorched those pigeons. Guinness made his pack return as they watched the Barado defeat millions of angels. The Barado stopped when the angels were gone. He looked around to look for strong opponents he could find. He was tired of the draw that he gets when he fight de Gruul, so he is looking for strong opponents that he can still play with. The dragon stared at the battle wolves until his gaze went to Guinness, the most strongest of the all battle wolves. He grinned before diving to the ground, intending to crash on Guinness, who just dodged by stepping to the side. The ground shattered as the impact of the dragon planting itself, and it was huge. Guinness stared at the dragon as if it was weird. He then howled and ordered the pack to return to the barrier. He cares for his pack, so unnecessary death is unneeded. Guinness stared at the dragon seriously before howling. The moment he did that, the dragon stood up before doing a roar. The two gave each other a grin as the dragon spoke. Kaha, I am Veldora. What's your name, little puff? Veldora asked, wanting to know more about this creature before it died. Guinness opened his mouth before some words appeared on a G. Nessie said. Veldora tilted his head before gaining an understanding. I see. Guinness it is. Let's have our battle that would shake the whole world, Veldora said before flying. He flapped his wings, destroying a lot of trees in the forest. Guinness also bared his Barado at the Barado as his aura rose to the sky. Ho! Barado, an amazing aura. Still, that doesn't come close to my real power, Veldora said as he also released his aura, wreaking havoc across everything in the land. The sky turned black as a massive storm appeared. Just the wind of the storm could shatter a mountain. The two started fighting as Guinness was being pressed by Veldora. It was to be expected as he is currently fighting a true dragon, the top species that this world could give. Veldora was also amused by Guinness' attempt to damage him, as every attack of his just made a scratch to his durable scales. Veldora raised his claw before bringing it down, causing a huge tear in space that hit Guinness as he fell to the ground. Veldora started laughing at the sky when he saw Guinness falling to the ground. Guinness slowly stood up. It raised its paw before slapping it in the air, blasting Veldora away from the shockwave. Though Veldora just returned unharmed from the attack that Barato 500,000 angels who began descending again. Kuahaha, nice attack, but not enough, Veldora said before opening his Barato as a potent energy started gathering towards it. Veldora released a dragon breathe that Guinness could only watch as it was too fast for him to dodge. He was wondering if this would be his last day on this world. But it seems fate still doesn't want him to die, as someone took him out of the range of the dragon breath. Guinness stared at the blonde girl wearing a maid outfit before widening his eyes. Joe, ruined. You didn't need to fight that terrible Barato, you know, Carrera said, while giving a grin to Guinness, who closed its eyes before returning to the forest. Carrera turned her attention to the still laughing Veldora. And you will pay for destroying the forest and almost killing our pet dog Veldora stopped laughing and tilted his head as he saw the opponent changed. Who are you? Where's that mutt? Veldora asked before a punch landed on his face. He flew shattering few sound barrier as he landed on the ground, making a huge crater on it. He widened his eyes at what happened. This thing only happened when he was fighting with de Gruel or he was being lectured by his older sisters. He turned his head to Carrera, who was just giving a light smile, and turned serious. I might not be able to beat your sisters, but that doesn't mean you are included in it. You are just an inexperienced brat, so taking you down won't be a problem, Carrera said before raising her fist again. Veldora immediately floated as he protected himself with various barrier that wouldn't be destroyed unless unique skill is the one hitting it. Though it immediately shattered the moment Carrera's fist sunk on it. Her fist continued before hitting his mouth, breaking one of his fangs. You, Veldora, cried out in pain as he was about to get rid of the woman before he was bombarded with nuclear magic at point blank, making the explosion so strong that some of his scales were torn loose. Carrera watched the rampaging Veldora, unable to accept that he had been damaged by someone weaker than a Barato. She sighed before delivering the final blow to the arrogant Barato. Though she admired Veldora's attitude and his Barato to fight strong opponents, just as she did. It vanished as he just became pretentious about it. There is no worth in fighting a being like that. It's also boring watching them rage about how they were defeated. Carrera raised her hand before throwing another nuclear magic that blasted Veldora hundreds of miles away. Carrera saw Veldora fleeing, but she didn't stop him. She assured that he would be done with this. He would not return to their territory because of the thing that she did to him. Carrera smiled in satisfaction before entering the house. The Seraphims were boring as they would not even last a single punch from her. Centuredo Falmouth was destroyed as the king started making plans to build it again along with the Serviers. Fool Brosia survived the catastrophe, but with the huge consequences as their population fall. Dworgen was just doing fine, while no harm was done to Eastern Empire. The next day after the war, Sona got a call from Guy. Yo, Sona, are you and Xander still together? Guy asked as Sona blushed. What do you want, Guy? Sona replied. Even though they had been together for a long time, their bond never faded. It was the opposite as they missed each other deeply. Valporg is coming up. Come with Xander, Guy said before cutting the call. Sona paused what she was doing as a gate was suddenly opened at their side, making them dumbfounded. A green-haired maid appeared and was baffled at what she saw. Excuse me, Misery said before returning to the gate as it vanished. Xander's lips twitched while Sona's aura was bursting from her body. She could already see Guy laughing at the northern continent. Centuredo, after a few seconds another gate appeared as Rain was the one who emerged from it this time. Sona-sama, Xander-sama, the other demon lords are waiting, Rain said, while lowering her head. The two nodded their heads as they entered the gate to other dimension. Guy changed the location after that show that someone suddenly entered their banquet uninvited. They arrived at the room where they saw many of them were already there. Ramiris wasn't reincarnated yet, so she's not here, only Malim. Sona, Xander, you came, Malim said, while floating at their side. She was jolly as usual. Xander patted her head before leading Sona to a chair. He is just an attendant in this meeting, as he is not an official demon lord. Sona turned her attention to the newcomers and just smiled lightly, while Dino and DeGrul stiffened her gaze. "Hello, Dino-chan," DeGrul-chan, Sona said as the two was pissed but didn't react on her words. Xander went to Guy's side, who was trying to act cool by just sitting and closing his eyes while showing his destructive aura. "Guy, how did you hook those two?" Xander asked as Guy opened his mouth. "Now that's a trade secret." Xander stared at him for a few seconds before returning to Sona's side. "He doesn't need to know it. He was just curious." Guy chuckled at his actions. "Is this all, Guy? I thought I heard the voice of the world announcing 3 of them?" Sona asked while looking at the 2 newcomers. "Nah, there's another one, but she was busy, so she has no time to come. And since a bunch of them appeared at the same time, they're going to be the second-generation Demon Lords," Guy said while staring at Dino and DeGrul for possible rejections. "But it seems like they were fine with it." "Guy, are they strong?" Malim asked with an excited look on her face. "Probably. They fought Sona there and still live. So they should have the capability." "Oh, and I heard that the giant guy could fight Veldora." Equally, Guy smirked as stars appeared on Malim's eyes. "Let's fight. Let's fight." She started annoying the 2 who was tired of fighting already. They just experienced a beating yesterday. They don't want to taste it consecutively. DeGrul and Dino stared at each other with complex look on their face. "Well, pass, him too lazy to do that," Dino said while yawning as DeGrul just nodded his head. They came to this side as the benefits that Guy offered to them was appealing enough. Also, they don't want to fight Guy, because when they tried to retaliate to his threat, their skills were copied from them. Guy had fun playing with them using their own skill. Malim was sad to hear that, but she didn't stop and try to convincing them to fight her. Dino just slept on the table while DeGrul ignored Malim and closed his eyes. Seeing that they are not listening anymore, Malim pouted and returned to her seat. "Now that's done. Shall we start?" Guy asked as everyone nodded their heads. Guy was de facto leader of Demon Lord Council, as he was the first one who awakened, and also because of his strength. Guy smirked and did something that made Sona twitch. "Sona, please make your attendant report the casualties in your area." Sona tried to stop her laughter as she nudged at Xander, who was just staring dumbfoundedly at the 2. He sighed before informing them that there are no visible damage in their area. Lady Sona's territory is fine, except for some damaged trees that was done by the storm dragon Veldora, Xander reported. Everyone's ears perked at his report, especially DeGrul, since he know how strong Veldora is. He also know how cruel that guy's is, so leaving only damaged trees are impossible except. "Who stopped Veldora?" Guy asked what is on DeGrul's head. It was Lady Sona's maid. The lizard wanted to fight the little companion of Lady Sona, so he was disciplined, Xander said calmly, as if the feat of driving away Veldora is an easy task. Dino was getting alarms all over the place. "Another queen piece in the board is dangerous." "Oh, Jane did that. I guess she did become stronger," Guy said while holding his chin. He would love to fight against Yellow again sometimes. "So in other words, no damage, right?" Guy asked as Sona just nodded her head. "Then let's proceed. Your territory, Malim?" Guy stared at Malim, who just shook her head. "They were too weak. They didn't even last a single attack from me." "It was boring," Malim said while pouting and crossing her arms. "Figures," Guy said. Asking Malim was foolish in the first place. He just did it for formality. "Next you. What place are you going to claim, Dino?" Guy asked as the person just lazily pointed at DeGrul, who raised an eyebrow. "Are you fine with that, DeGrul?" Guy asked as DeGrul thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. "Then it's decided that Dino will live with DeGrul," Guy said, ignoring the fact that he didn't ask about DeGrul's territory. They were also the reason it became a barren land, as that place was where Malim rampaged. "Then let's go to our next agenda for today," Guy said, surprising them. "There's more." "Guy?" Sona asked with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She had been interrupted in her time this morning and wanted to continue it, but now there was Barato to deal with. She couldn't wait any longer. "Relax, you're going to get your time later. We're just going to decide our name," Guy said as Sona forced herself to stay calm. The others pretended to not hear Guy's words to avoid offending Sona. Except for Malim, that is. "What? You two are together? I thought those only are possible to husband and Barato." And aren't Sona a true demon lord? She can't form a family now, right? Malim asked a lot of questions which made Guy chuckled. Cinchureto Malim surprisingly backed down pretty fast. Mo, let's start the name. Malim said, as everyone stopped talking. What aren't you giving your suggestions? We're brainstorming here, Guy said, as everyone somehow couldn't thought of a perfect name. If there were only 4 of them, then Guy would name them 4 Heavenly Kings, which would made Xander cringe for sure. But now there's 7 of them. It wasn't possible anymore. Then, how about super stronger demon lords? Malim suggested, as it was denied immediately. Heavenly Defier demon lords, Law of demon lords, Demonic Heaven Omega demon lords. Various suggestions were given, but was rejected. Their foreheads began to crease as they thought of some nice and fearsome name for their groups. In the end, there was no name that was chosen, so they were given time to think of it. The Walpurgis ended with the demon lord's bad mood, which made the sky rumble. Chapter 74. Xander and Sona, along with Carrera and Guinness, are now in the labyrinth of Ramiris. Today they're going to watch how Ramiris resurrect, as Xander can somehow sense that she would be reborn today. Xander also invited many Dryads from the forest of Jura. The Dryads in the forest are stronger than they were in the canon, as they were also benefiting from Xander and Sona's magicules. Their classes are the same as the Orc Lord that Rimuru fought in the canon. And there's a lot of them, which made it scary. The leader of the Dryads is stronger than the pack of battle wolves. She was the one taking care and taming the monsters in the forest. She was also the messenger of Xander, who they treat as their god, just like how they treated Veldora when he was sealed in this forest. Though Guinness who just stomp at her no problem. In summary to what happened after the Walpurgis, a few months have passed now, and they still didn't choose a name for their circle, which made their headache worse. Luminous still didn't know about Xander, as she was busy building her church and her land again. She didn't participate in any Walpurgis the guy called just for fun. Xander and Sona also stopped participating after that one, so no one really answered Guy's call for another banquet. They were watching in interest as various spirits gathered in one spot. Although Ramiris already fell, she was still loved by the spirits, as they know that it was not her fault for falling. She was forced to do so, as the world was in danger. Guinness was eyeing the spirits, wondering if they taste tasty, making the spirits hide behind Sona, scared from Guinness. Spiritrons gathered in large amount, making Xander's eyebrow raised. He was interested in the process of how she is going to be reborn, so he focused on watching it. The Spiritrons began to construct Ramiris' body one by one as spirits entered those body that was already reconstructed. Every parts of her body that is finished would shine brightly as the spirits cheered at this. They Dryads were also smiling fondly, while tears swell on their eyes. They already missed their queen, as she was asleep for a few hundreds of years. After a few seconds, Ramiris was finally reborn. The rainbow glow on her hair was lessened. It was not shining brightly anymore, just giving a dull shine. Her body also shrunk a little bit, and her control to spirit magic became weaker, though that didn't stop the spirits from embracing her. Huh? Ramiris muttered dumbfoundedly as she was suddenly tackled by a lot of spirits. Even Dryads entered the game and gave Ramiris a big hug. Who are you guys? Wait, spirits. Dryads. Ramiris clenched her head as information slowly entered it. Her memories was starting to resurface, but some was also lost in the process. Every reborn of Ramiris, she would always lost part of her memories to not burden her core. I miss you guys. Ramiris started crying as she hugged all of her followers. They also cried along with her, showing just how much they missed her. Eventually they stopped and calmed themselves as Ramiris turned her attention to the side and saw Xander and Sona, who was smiling at her. Welcome back, Ramiris, they both said as Ramiris smiled at them. Yes, I'm back, Ramiris said before also getting close to them. Xander took something from his storage and tossed it to Ramiris, who just catched it gently. She took a sniff, and her eyes immediately widened. Chocolate, she shouted, gaining the attention of the spirits. Just like Ramiris, they also liked sweets, so they began annoying her to give them some. Ramiris could only comply while grumbling, until only a single piece was left in her hands. She stared at it sadly before another bag was placed on her hands. She saw Sona smiling at her, while giving a gesture to keep quiet. Ramiris nodded her head with a huge smile on her face. She turned around and saw many spirits already forming a line while showing their hands at her. Tears started to form on Ramiris' eyes as Xander chuckled. "Sigh, you could just go to our house later." "We're going back," Xander said, while waving at Ramiris, who waved back. "Il definite di come." They returned to the surface of a labyrinth and went inside their house. "Carrera," the garden Sona said as Carrera bowed her head and went outside to start watering the garden. It became her habit since she was doing for a very long time already. She also learned how to style the flowers. Now, their garden has become something you can only see in beautiful animes. While Carrera was watering the flowers, Xander started writing something on the paper. Sona saw that as she raised an eyebrow. "New manga, Xander?" she asked as Xander just nodded his head as his hand blurred before the whole papers was riddled with drawings. This has become something easy for him to do ever since his body started becoming stronger. Even right now, his body is still not stopping as every second his muscle would become more compact. Xander finished the manga in just 5 minutes as he made it into a book. Sona read the title, One Punch Man. Sona stared at Xander with eyes, saying, "Are you serious?" Xander just smirked at her and handed the manga to her. Carrera also finished watering the plants as she went to Sona's side to read the book that Xander made. Carrera already knew that they were not from this world. They were just having a vacation here. So she was not surprised by the different structures that can be seen in the book. They started reading it, indulging themselves to the romance of One Punch Man, as Xander just looked at the view outside with a smile on his face. They finished the first chapter as Carrera thought about how funny it is to make a bald character that is super strong. Sona also saw the destruction caused by that vaccine man, but he was just one hit by the bald guy. The thing that interested them the most is the last thought of the bald man. Another fight that ends only after one punch. They analyzed it and concluded that he must be so strong that no enemy could handle a single punch from him. They continued reading the second chapter and saw his backstory already. "Are you sure this is fine, Xander? A backstory after just the first chapter?" Sona asked while Carrera tilted her head. She didn't really understand what's the problem. "The only thing matters is the manga rocks." "Yeah, you can continue," Xander said as they continued reading. They read how the crab monster became like that, and they were also dumbfounded that the bald hero was just a weak human since 3 years ago. "I want to know his training regime," Carrera muttered. She wanted to become something like that. Xander just let them read, but he stopped them when he felt the disturbance in Spiritans. He took the book fast enough that Ramiris didn't catch a glimpse of it. "HM? What are you doing, guys?" Ramiris asked as Xander shook his head. Nothing, he said while giving her cookies, deflecting her attention to the food. He still doesn't want Ramiris to know about manga yet, as she would only become Barato lazy and immature. Xander called Guy and informed him about Ramiris' resurrection. He was sad that he didn't witness the thing, as Xander just snorted. Ramiris was munching the cookies in delight at the table as Xander just smiled at her. Ramiris noticed his smile as she tilted her head. "What's wrong, Xander?" she asked. "No, nothing. I'm just glad that you didn't lost all of your memories." "I would be left with no choice but to shake your head until it returned," Xander said with an innocent smile on his face. Ramiris shuddered at his words and sighed in relief. "Well, you don't need to worry. I'm super strong after all. I can even beat you using my 48 special techniques," Ramiris said as she started shadow boxing in the air. They just chuckled at her antics. A few years have passed with the demon lords having no name. Eventually, they were just named Great Demon Lords by the humans, which they accepted since their own naming sense wasn't really that great. Xander also didn't get involved, as watching those people struggle to decide on a name was amusing. The humans feared the demon lords because their strength roamed across the entire land. Their feats was sung by the bards while the evidence didn't really hide itself. The devastated barren lands, the monster den forest of Jura, even the countries that the demon lords destroyed because they tried hunt some of them. The holy land of Rubrios was finally established as many devotees started following it. They were convinced that she really is a god ever since they started praying to her. They somehow gained the ability to use holy magic. Because of that commotion, thousands of believers appeared every day, which made it a strong influence in the world. Humans also gave title to demon lords, which are Guy Crimson, Lord of Darkness; Ramiris, the Labyrinth; Sona Citri, Frozen Sauvere; Malim Nava, Destroyer; Luminous, Vampire Queen; Degrul, Continent's Wrath; Dino, Fallen Angel. Though they only know the identities of the first four, as the others were still vague. Even if they still didn't know about them very well, Cinchureto Ginna's story also spread as humans began calling him the World Eater. Rumors said that a huge wolf lived in the great forest of Jura, towering over everything around it. Of course, Guy is the one who spread that, as he wanted the people to know the threat of demon lords instead of just treating it as a joke. The great forest of Jura became the most dangerous place in the world after that. Xander was just sitting on a rocking chair in his house when he suddenly sensed something in the world. The world's space cracked as a humanoid robot in a form of human appeared on it. It stopped for a moment to scan something, then turned its attention to Great Forest of Jura. Ramiris entered Xander's house in panic. "Xander, something is coming to this world," she said as she started shaking Xander's body. Yeah, I can see that," Xander said as he waited for a few seconds before two people appeared on his side. "Yo," Xander and Runt Guy said while raising his hand in greetings. "Umo, good to see you guys," Malim said while getting close to them. She then stopped and looked at the sky. A portal appeared as Velzard escaped from it. "Geez, Guy, you should have waited for me," Velzard said while greeting Xander. "HM, where is Sona, Xander?" Ramiris asked as she didn't saw Sona in here, which was weird as they was like magnets. They couldn't be separated. "Sona is sleeping. She was tired yesterday," Xander said while yawning. "Did you have another match?" Malim asked while tilting her head. "Cinchureto, how about we do the party in my labyrinth? It's beautiful, right?" Ramiris suggested. Xander shook his head at that suggestion. "We're going to have our wedding in our world. Sona still has relatives there. Though I also have a feeling that I have mine," Xander said, while putting his hand on his chin. "Huh? You still have relatives? I thought it was impossible for you," Guy said, as Xander's lips twitched. "Anyway, that thing is coming. Just sit back since you only came to watch the show, right?" Xander said as they nodded their heads with innocent smile on their face. They were already getting used to otherworldly being entering their world. Guy was wondering if he needed to place a barrier to this world, but just dismissed the idea. It was more fun fighting them rather than stopping them from entering the world. "Are you its target, Xander?" Malim asked. "Probably. Maybe it's the same as last one." "I bet it would call me an anomaly too," Xander said, while reminiscing about the man who could eat anything. The robot girl finally arrived as it floated above the Jura forest. It looked at Xander with confusion on its eyes. Like, how could this man be dangerous? "Anomaly? I came to eliminate you," the girl said while pointing at Xander. "You should know that I already killed the last guy here, right? Do you not know my information?" Xander asked as the girl just sneered. "Of course we heard about you, but what of it?" She looked down on them. Despite her only human features being her head, she was rather expressive for a machine. "We were already prepared to fight divine-level beings in order to cleanse the world with anomalies. Naturally, we have prepared enough firepower to eliminate you." The robot lifted a hand, and a beam of light tore across the sky. Although it wasn't aimed at them, it demonstrated a tremendous amount of destructive potential. The trees along the beam's path was instantly evaporized, and huge clouds of dirt and dust were thrown up in the air. The attack turned a huge part of the forest into a barren wasteland in a blink of an eye. Then she continued. "That was only a single unit's attack, and only a single-digit percentage of its output. Does that convince you? Would you like to die right now?" The robot acted as she was showing off for an audience. "You really like these demonstrations, don't you?" Xander commented. "But it doesn't matter what you show us. I'm not going to die by just like that," Xander said. "I see. Then it can't be helped. We have no intention of talking to dead beings," after all, the robot said. "All weapons. Open fire. Use your maximum output. Reduce this world into ashes." The robots hovering in the sky turned their cannons at Xander as one. Light began collecting at the tips of their weapons. Releasing their full power seems like it was going to take some time, as the balls of light slowly grew in size and intensity. "Can I ask a few questions?" Xander asked while the robot raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "If you're asking me to stop it's already too late," the robot answered, as if she was taking pity on them, like she was expecting them to beg their lives. "I was just wondering, won't you get hit by this too?" If the previous attack had only been a tiny fraction of the weapon's output, then at full power, they would probably destroy the entire world without much trouble. That would annihilate anyone in the world, including the robots itself. This is a simple communication terminal. "Losing one or two of them is of no concern," the robot said. The barato grew gradually stronger. Xander could see it as a black haze covering the whole world, leaving no room for escape. Although the robot girl spoke condescendingly, she had prepared a significant amount of firepower to take him down, showing just how seriously she took him. But she had misunderstood the exact threat that he posed. Die with a single word, the army of giant robots vanished. What happened? Why did they disappear instead of falling to the forest? Malim asked while tilting her head. "What?" cried the robot girl. "They weren't even in this dimension." Malim figured that their bodies were in another dimension and had been killed there, cutting off their connection to this world. "Didn't you higher up tell you that wouldn't work on me?" Xander asked. "How?" "We should be able to attack unilaterally," the robot girl cried. "Attacking from a place where no one could attack is really unfair," Xander said, making Ramiris slap his head. "I don't want to hear that from you," Ramiris commented. "Anyway, you're boring, so you're following them," Xander said, as the robot girl collapsed. The attack was finished just like that. No visible damage except for the first fire of the beam. Guy shook his head as if he was expecting this, while the others just sighed. They literally shivered the moment Xander muttered the word die. The creepiness they felt at that time was so intense that they could vomit from it. "Xander, don't use that ability next time. It's nauseating." Ramira is safe, as Xander just chuckled. Of course it's nauseating since it's something they can't comprehend. Xander knew that, so he just kept quiet. After they enjoyed the show, everyone returned to their prospective land with satisfaction. Even though there is no battle that happened, they still witness how broken Xander's skill is. Even beings from other dimension couldn't escape his death ability. Though Dino has the same ability, it was still based on his strength, whether he could damage the enemy or not. The damaged forest of Jura was being repaired by the Dryads, as they used the magicules floating in the air to fix the damage done by the robot. Xander smiled when he saw the forest already back to its beautiful state. During the fight, Xander took the barrier since he wanted to know how strong the enemy is. But he was disappointed since it was just planet level of destruction. He already expected it since it's a mecha, not a power. Xander felt a movement in the bedroom, so he went towards it and greeted the now awake Sona. "Good morning." Sona smiled at his words. Chapter 75. Another 8 centuries have passed with Xander just lazing around in his house along with Sona. Many things have happened in the world as many countries rised and fell. Fulbrosia was founded as Ramiris died again. Xander was interested in today's happening as he felt his guts saying that something would happen. He called Sona and invited her while letting Carrera and Guinness handle the land. They arrived at the place of disturbance as Xander was surprised. "HM, do you know this place?" "Xander?" Sona asked, narrowing her eyes at Xander, who just sighed. "Well, the owner of this land is probably looking for me. I insulted her too much that she became a demon lord." Sona analyzed his words and arrived at a conclusion. There's only one she in the second-generation demon lords, and that is Luminous Valentine. "And why did you even do that?" Sona asked. "Well, I wanted another part of our group to be strong, so I just did it," Xander said while scratching the back of his head. Sona sighed while shaking her head at his actions. That was the same as saying he is bored at that time. She knew Xander enough to interpret his actions. "So, what is going to happen today?" Sona watched the peaceful land rid of something that would make it interesting. "Just wait for it," Xander said while smiling mischievously. Xander already knew what happened when they arrived at Luminous Land, though he was also interested in those fanatics that are living in there. A minute later, something with destructive aura arrived at the place. Isn't that? Sona asked as Xander just gave a huge smile. Yep, it's that brat. He really doesn't do anything except destroying things. I can somehow understand those two's feelings about this little guy here, Xander said, as Sona nodded her head. Even she would get a headache handling this unstable dragon who do nothing but destroy things. Veldora floated at the top of Rubrio's holy land before he started laughing out loud. Kuahaha! This place is good. It has many beautiful structures that are fun to destroy. Veldora's loud roar was heard all over the land. But instead of getting scared at his presence, the people in the land started cursing him, calling him a heretic and saying they should purge him. Religions are really scary. Xander said, smiling lightly. Are you sure we should just watch and let this place turn into ruins? Sona asked while tilting her head. Nah, we don't need to interfere at all. She can handle this. Probably, Xander said, while being unsure about the last part. Xander. Sona narrowed her eyes as Xander just laughed awkwardly. Anyway, let's continue watching, Xander said, trying to change the subject. The people of Rubrios threw various holy magic to Veldora, who just let it hit its scale while raising his chin. Fools! No being could hope to challenge a being like myself, Veldora said while giving a huge roar that shook the place. The sky was suddenly riddled with huge storms that is threatening to destroy the whole land itself. The heretic is strong. Bring the flamer, one man said before they started bombarding Veldora again with holy fires. For the god, death to the accursed heretic. Everybody shouted as Xander got a goosebumps at this fanatic believers. Veldora just watched their antics with amusement on its eyes. The small flamer is not working. A woman said before another just slapped her head. Fool! If a small flamer won't work, then bring the heavy flamer. The believers started chanting some things like for the god, the will of God, while throwing some attacks with mass destruction to Veldora, who just shrugged it off. The believers widened their eyes when even the heavy flamer didn't work. Some started praying as a blinding light suddenly appeared in front of Veldora. The people below started crying. They were being basked by the blessing of their god, so they couldn't help but release their emotions. Our god has descended. That heretic would Barato sooner. Destroy the heretic. Erase him completely. Don't leave anything Barato. Some words were shouted as Luminous was starting to get annoyed. Shut up, she said as the place turned silent. The people just bowed their head while kneeling. They were just followers. Any order from their god are absolute. Those who don't follow would be purged by the others. Luminous was satisfied with the silence as she stared at the flying lizard in the air. You lizard, what are you doing in my land? Luminous said, while looking down at Veldora, who snorted at her words. Big words coming from Bat. You should have just hid in your cave, then you might have been saved, Veldora said. Luminous was pissed by his words. You accursed creature. Luminous said before throwing a lot of disintegration magic that Veldora accepted with a smug look on his face. But the moment it hit his body, he felt pain. He immediately moved away. What? How did that happen? He muttered. Something like magic is impossible to damage him, unless it's an effect from an ultimate skill. Veldora also retaliated by spitting a huge dragon breathe, destroying a part of Luminous land as she dodged the attack. Now you've done it. You'll pay for this. Luminous raised her hand before crimson energy suddenly appeared in the air, transforming into large spears that shot toward Veldora. Veldora grinned before slashing his claw, shattering the energy spears mid-flight. Luminous widened her eye at what happened before she was thrown away by Veldora's slap. If I was just caught off guard the first one, those tricks won't work on me anymore, Veldora said as he smirked. Xander, don't you think this is becoming really bad? Sona asked while pointing at the battle. Veldora is still stronger than Luminous, even though she is already using her ultimate skill. She spammed Death Streak to Veldora, who would just get injured before healing. Well, I didn't expect that it would be this bad. I was used to us man handling the true dragons that I forgot that they are literally the strongest beings in this world, Xander said. Sona also nodded her head at his words. After Sona surpassed Velgrind, she now doesn't think of her as a treat. True dragons are the peak of existence in this world. Cinchuredo Veldora laughed, thinking he had already won, before a disintegration spell struck him across the face. He turned his gaze toward Luminous, who had just revived herself from defeat. A huge grin appeared on Veldora's face as he realized he could now battle this opponent for a long time, perhaps even forever. She could even bypass the limits that normally end a fight. So maybe she could spar with him forever. Xander saw Veldora raising his claw and was about to grip Luminous, so he stepped in and gripped his claw. Veldora and Luminous' eyes widened. For Veldora, it is because he can feel the strength of the man holding his claw. It was even stronger than DeGruel. And for Luminous, as she already sniffed this scent before. She widened her eyes furthermore when she saw who was holding Veldora's claw. "You!" she exclaimed while looking at Xander. "Yo, did you miss me?" Xander gave Luminous a huge grin while waving his hand. He raised Veldora before throwing him into space. Veldora just blinked before he was now watching the world grow smaller before his eyes. He gained understanding of what happened before he used his wings to stop the momentum and began diving back towards the planet. Not even a second had passed before Veldora already returned to the planet, his landing causing a massive earthquake that nearly leveled Rubrios, if not for Luminous placing a barrier at the last moment. Xander stared at Luminous, who was looking back at him with an intense gaze as he stepped back. "You finally revealed yourself," Luminous said with a wide smile on her face. Xander was creeped out by this as he started backing away. "Oh, where are you going? After I spent the whole 800 years looking for you. Now that I found you, you're going to run again? No, no, no. I won't let that happen. You will serve under me." Luminous began saying some strange things that made Xander and Veldora stop for a second. "I'm going to make you pay by becoming my subordinate. You're going to be my underling," Luminous said before trying to charm Xander using her skill that he just ignored. "What happened to you? I thought your anger toward me was so intense that you wouldn't hesitate to come after me?" Xander asked while a strange look was plastered bravado. "Yes, that was indeed my first goal, but after searching for you for many years, I changed my mind. Instead of just going after you, I would make you suffer," Luminous said, making Xander sigh in relief. Thank God. And here I thought you fall for me." For a second there, Xander's words made Luminous stop. "Fall? What am I feeling right now? This is not love, right? There is no way I could fall in love with this lower being." Luminous' thoughts were running while Veldora was finally losing his patience. He was being ignored the whole time while this two were having a lover's quarrel. "Doinyoma," Veldora shouted as his aura was released from his body. Xander stared at him before giving Veldora a weak punch on the face. Veldora flew away as he was enraged by what happened. Meanwhile, far away from the fight, Carrera arrived at the scene while tilting her head. "What happened here, Oju?" she asked Sona, who just sighed. "I think that woman loves Xander. She is Barado, focused on him. She is currently trying to brush it off." Carrera raised an eyebrow at that detailed explanation. "How do you know that?" Carrera asked. Sona's face turned red before she looked away. Carrera understood just from her reaction. "I see. You also noticed that too, huh?" Carrera said as the blush on Sona's face intensified. "Cough. Let's not talk about that anymore," Sona said while trying to return to her image. Carrera just chuckled at her actions as she turned her attention to the fight. Cinchuredo Xander then saw Carrera before he raised Veldora one last time before throwing him at her. Veldora was thrown at the speed of light as Carrera catched her. Veldora grunted in pain. He raised his head and saw a face he didn't want to meet at all. "Yo, it seems like you're still energetic, huh?" Carrera said with a smile. As if possessing by something, Veldora's body blurred before everyone watched as he fled frantically. "Heh," Carrera said before throwing a gravity collapse at Veldora, who was hit by the implosion and got thrown away across the other continent. Carrera patted her hand, cleaning it from dust, and nodded her head. Xander saw that Luminous is still not back, so he just went to Sona's side before the three of them returned in their house. A few minutes after Xander left, a masked black-haired girl appeared on it. She stared at the still, standing Rubrios as she tilted her head. "Huh, it didn't happen?" Chloe muttered before shaking her head. She can feel Veldora's presence just here a few minutes ago. Something must have happened for it to stop attacking this place. Chloe turned her attention to Luminous and widened her eyes. Centurado, did you see a man here? With gray hair and eyes? With an aura of a sinister being? Luminous started describing Xander as Chloe just tilted her head. She didn't know anyone like that. Even in the future, there was no one with features like that. Did he make Veldora flee? Chloe asked as Luminous grumbled before nodding her head. Excuse me, but you have an ultimate skill, right? Chloe asked as Luminous narrowed her eyes. She was wondering why this girl wanted to know about that. Why do you know about that? Chloe confirmed her suspicions before she was stuck. She didn't know what to explain. Luminous would also find it hard to believe that she was her friend in the future. It matters not. I gained my ultimate skill because of that man. I even founded my religion just to find him, but it was no use. Luminous didn't care about Chloe at all. She returned to her land, leaving Chloe in there. This is bad. Something has changed, Chloe muttered. She needed to know this unknown variable that might change the whole future itself instead of just some minor changes. I still need to seal Veldora. Rimuru-san still need to be born, Chloe said before following Veldora's traces. He found him crashed in Great Forest of Jura, making her sigh in relief that some things still didn't change. She chased Veldora before sealing him using her unique skill. The reason why Veldora could win against Luminous in the first place is because she was wasting all of her time looking for Xander instead of raising the mastery of her ultimate skill. The result was her having a hard time fighting against the likes of Veldora. The Veldora that Chloe encountered was also already beaten black and blue, so the sealing process was not hard. Chloe remembered whose land is this, and that woman was rational enough to be talked to. So she entered the forest and went to the center. Along the way, she also saw the pet of the woman living in this forest. She had a hard time convincing Guinness to let her pass. He only let her because she was interesting. She was not afraid of him and seemed comfortable around him. Guinness liked that, so he let Chloe enter the grounds belonging to her mentor. She found herself in front of a house with a warm atmosphere. When she first entered this place, she was dumbfounded as how does this place contain a comfortable house when it was littered with scary-looking monsters. She went to the door and knocked it. After a few seconds, the door was opened by a blonde maid who tilted her head at Chloe. "HM, who are you?" The etiquette of the maid doesn't scream polite at all as her voice and actions sounded more like a delinquent. Chloe just chuckled at her. She also met this woman in the future, so she know who she is. This woman could handle true dragons by herself, so she's a major powerhouse that helped when fighting against those beings. "Can I talk to Lady Sona?" Chloe asked as Carrera smirked before nodding her head. "Since you survived that hell, then I can at least let you talk to Oju," Carrera said as Chloe thanked her. Carrera led her to a table as Chloe started reminiscing about this place. They also used this place as a fortress as it had a barrier that could handle everything. Even if the world collapsed, this place would still stood up. That's how sturdy the barrier is. Carrera called Sona, who was reading a book in the veranda, and told her she has a visitor. Sona closed the book before going to the living room, where she saw an unknown woman sitting. "Lady Sona, I want to ask a favor," Chloe said while looking at Sona, who just assumed an emotionless face. "Introduce yourself first." "You're in a demon lord's territory," Carrera said, nudging Chloe, who just did it. "I am Chloe, and I'm hoping that you would seal me and kept my body in here." Chloe could only use this plan as trying to ask Luminous is impossible. Sona observed her for a few seconds as Chloe was unnerved by her gaze. She admired Sona because she was fighting in the front line when the war happened. Her ability is too strong that even Guy Crimson couldn't copy any of it. That is the explanation that was said in the future. "Fine, Sona," said, making Chloe surprised. She didn't expect that she would just accept it like that. Sona froze Chloe using ice with the intention of sealing her. After Chloe went to her slumber, Xander revealed himself as he smiled. He realized something special that might have changed the whole situation. Since Xander is an acausality existence, Type 2, Type 4, and Type 5, he is not involved in any time paradoxes. The only Xander can be found in the world is this Xander. There are no other parallel version of him. Though he is form that transcended causality, He won't use it unless necessary. That's why Chloe was only familiar with Sona, as she probably saw her in the future along with Carrera. She didn't see Xander as he is not there at all. Xander nodded his head as he solved a question that was on his brain. This became rather messy, sigh. Centurato, it also became the house of THR Dryads, as they said that they felt peaceful there. Xander just shook his head before smiling. Thinking about the future is troublesome, so he would rather focus on the present, as it is more enjoyable. Right, Sona? Xander asked as Sona just looked at him with a weird look on her face. Suddenly asking something without talking about the route. Is this guy nuts? Chapter 76 time have passed as various events happened. Many beings from various races claimed themselves as demon lords, but they didn't even last a day before their heads exploded. How could the old demon lords, especially those with huge pride, take some ants claiming themselves as demon lords? Guy and the other ancient demon lords just watch in amusement as the second generation trimmed the self-proclaimed ones with their life. Xander was going somewhere today. His destination in mind was Eurazania. It's been a long time since he came there, and the fourth generation demon lords would be born in this millennium. So he wanted to know if he was already born. Xander was rather disappointed with the advancement of Eurazania, as instead of growing strong, it became weaker instead. The kings became incompetent as they put some rules that made some beastman races that was under their rules escape from their tyrant rule. Xander asked Sona if she wanted to go, but she passed as it was boring there. There is nothing special in that place except for its beautiful scenery that they already copied in their forest. They changed some of structures of the great forest of Jura and styled it according to their taste. So Xander could only go there with Guinness by his side. Luminous was still looking for him as he never attended in any of the banquets. He also learned that Luminous started using Lewis as her proxy and instead was using a maid character when attending Valpurgis. The Church of Rubrios became a rather big influence in the world. It became the #1 religion that everyone is praying for. Their dedication was strengthened when they heard the news of their god punishing the true dragon Veldora for trying to trespass on their land. Most of the fanatics changed the real situation that happened as in their mind. Luminous is the strongest in the world. Luminous became rather obsessed with him, as she even posted his face on the church as the husband of their god. The people started treating her the same class as Luminous while calling him the Unnamed One. It says that only those worthy would be able to hear the voice of the Unnamed One, as their ears would be ruptured from how beautiful the voice of the being. Xander's face turned weird when he saw that, as Guy just laughed at him. He was saying that he should just become an evil god to balance the system, which Xander just ignored as Guy was just having fun at that time. Guy is now not annoying Xander about the dragon liquor, as he gained the ability to make anything that came from his memories. Xander walked with Guinness to the place, as it was just in the side of the forest. They arrived there after walking for a few miles. It was nothing to them, as they could even go to the other side of the continent with just one step. Xander saw that Eurazania was prospering again, probably because their new king was a competent one. He made the system easy to comply with by the citizens, which is why he gained their full approval, unlike his predecessor, who did nothing but try to strengthen their military, causing significant casualties among their people in the process. They were now focused on farming, while their military is still being observed. The military might they possess might have lowered, but it was better since the citizens are more important. What is a country if there are no people on it? That is what's in the mind of the current king. He focused on prospering his land, only then making his future son handle the military thing. The king of Eurazania was talking with his ministers in a meeting room when they sensed someone entering their domain. "My liege, your orders?" One minister asked as the king closed his eyes. "We're going to meet the visitors," he ordered, while some ministers were dissatisfied with it. They were from the faction of the former king, so they valued might more than land. The actions of the king are cowardly for them, that's why they hated him. The current king is also looking for an opportunity to pluck this roaches on his numbers. They went outside the meeting room and widened their eyes at what they saw. In their eyes lay the most majestic thing they ever saw. Their instinct are telling them to kneel, but they pushed it off as they are in the presence of their king. Kneeling to others are act of treason. the king wouldn't hesitate to take their heads if that really happened. Though what they didn't know is that their king is also feeling the same. His eyes turned serious regarding this meeting. "State your reason for coming to my country," the king said while releasing his aura, showing authority. Xander just smiled gently before saying, "We came to have a tour the last time Leo tried to fight us." "I hope you won't make the same decision," Xander said, as they were alerted by his words. Now, the only person that was named Leo in their land was the first king. No one was given the permission to use the great name, afraid of tainting it. The king became even more serious as he asked, "Excuse me, but are you Sir Xander?" The king's polite words was not accepted by some vassals, as they were thinking that he would look weak by using honorifics. Did Leo write something about us?" Xander asked while thinking about that jolly guy. Xander's confirmation widened the eyes of the king. He closed his eyes before giving a welcoming smile. "I welcome you to my country, Sir Xander," he said while smiling. The ministers started discussing by themselves. Who is this guy? How could our king change his attitude just by hearing his words? Is he a friend of his? Unlikely. The king tried to confirm something. The king was getting annoyed by their murmurs, so he just informed them of Xander's name. "Fools, be mindful of yourselves. Sir Xander is the subordinate of the Ice Queen. They came here when this place was just founded and made our ancestor kneel to the ground." His words gained a strong reaction to everyone. "What? My king, even though I was in charge of the library, I never read something like that," someone said as the king just explained. "That's because it was the diary of the first king. Only those who hold the crown could read the thing that he wrote," he said, making everyone understand. "Is he really that strong? I can understand the divine being there, but that goudash," someone pointed out as the man was cut down on the spot. "Don't insult our guest. Even our great ancestor who can change the land by himself couldn't handle the aura of the two and was forced to kneel. How would you fare against someone like that?" He roared angrily. Xander chuckled at their antics as he patted the king's back. "It's fine. I was just looking if this place didn't become ruins after his rule. But it seems like they have a competent leader right now," Xander said, complimenting the king for not becoming a musclehead that would charge at everything at one glance. "Centurato, I heard you have a divine liquor that only you can make," the king said while grinding his hands with each other as his voice contained hope on it. You're just like that guy. I remember him doing something like this too," Xander said, while smiling at him. The king was embarrassed by that, but he just shrugged it off as he saw Xander taking something from thin air. The action of Xander opening the bottle was quite intense for him before an insane aroma invaded his nose. This is... Everyone also has the same reaction. Their love for liquor still didn't change, even with time. Xander smirked before doing the same in the past. He took a small cup before filling it with the liquor. He gave it to the king, who seemed to know it, as Xander sighed. It seems like this guy really read the whole diary of the first king, that he even expected something like this. The surrounding beastman gulped in anticipation as they saw their king savoring the scent of the liquor. They were also salivating for the drink, but held themselves back to avoid the situation where their heads would explode because of their king's anger. The king placed the drink on his mouth before his eyes literally shined. "Delicious," he exclaimed as the chair he was sitting broke. Xander loved the experience he had in this land as he returned to his house in satisfaction. He was somehow disappointed as Carrion is still not born, but didn't dwell on it. He's not a fanboy anyway. Xander thought of something as he went to Ramiris Labyrinth. He already built a workshop there, since it's convenient having one. He entered the workshop and took the informations about Reversal and King Peace. Xander called Sona for a minute before asking for her permission to take her spirit, who just accepted it. A second later, a portal was opened before a lump of darkness was thrown at Xander, who just catched it. He stared at the spirit before nodding his head. This spirit was cultivated by Sona's aura. It possessed some of Sona's abilities. It was growing, becoming something like Great Spirit of Darkness, which is the creator of the primordial demons. He studied the reversal, as he would need to add it to the thing he would do. He started making the thing using some special materials like Heart of the Star, the same material used in making Guy's God-class sword. He added the properties of King Peace on the thing, so it would make Sona's strength multiply from 10x to 100x. He intended to make this item with surpassing all weapons in this world, even Genesis-class weapons like Veldora sword or something. He is also sure that this thing would become a Genesis class. As for why, it's because of the spirit. This spirit is still not named, so it still didn't evolve to become the great spirit of darkness. If it really became that thing, then it would be comparable to true dragons. Xander isolated himself from the world for 3 days before he finally finished the thing that he made. And it was a ring. It has the properties of reversal, the ability to reverse the effect of everything. The real reversal couldn't do that, so Xander has to upgrade it. It also has the effect of King Peace. In other words, multiplying Sona's strength up to x100. Xander also made the spirit inhabit the ring so that it would become even stronger. Xander wiped his forehead before smiling. He finally made it. He didn't think too much about it in the millennium that they lived together, but a married relationship wouldn't be complete without the ring. He started to think how to give this to Sona. He doesn't want it to be boring and normal, so he just tucked it inside his storage. He will need to wait for an opportunity to arrive by itself so that he can give it to her. Xander returned to the surface and saw Sona surprised when she saw him. And based on where she was standing, she probably waited for his return for many days already. Sigh, I told you not to do something like this, right? Xander said as Sona just feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Xander sighed before flicking Sona's forehead. We lived with each other for how many centuries now, Sona? I know your habits, and you know mine. I bet you waited for me here for 2 days, right? Xander asked as Sona just looked away. She was embarrassed and also relieved that Xander knew her that much. It would be disaster if he still not know about her things when they were already living in this world for millenniums. So, what did you make? Sona asked while raising an eyebrow. That would be a secret for now, Xander said, while smiling mischievously. I'm already immune to that, you know? Sona said while pinching his side. Xander chuckled before entering the house, where he saw Carrera making food to eat. Xander made Carrera wear her usual outfit, since the maid, one didn't look good on her. Oh, welcome back, Boss Xander. Also let her call him if she want. I'm back, Carrera. How long? Xander asked while yawning. He was famished after spending 3 days underground. Normally, beings like them won't be affected by things like starvation anymore, but since Xander was used to eating, it was strange not to eat something. A few minutes, Carrera answered. Xander nodded his head in satisfaction. She became a good maid now. She can cook, clean, knit, etc. Xander made sure to engrave everything a maid needed to become a maid. Right, boss? Rouge informed me that he's going somewhere out of this dimension, so he said, make Xander handle the world without me. He's always free anyway. That's what he said, Carrera said while laying down the food to the table. Xander started thinking what Guy is going to do. Since it's other dimension, then it's got to be something about the cryptids or insectoids, right? Xander shook his head, not going deeper anymore, as they started to eat. Guy, who was sitting on the throne, finally sensed Xander's presence rising from the labyrinth, so he raised a finger before slashing it down. A tear in space appeared as it became a gate to another dimension. Guy wanted to check the gate in the underworld if it still exists, since he didn't see any of the primordial angels during the last war. They were probably invading other dimensions right now. Guy looked at Velzard before asking, "Want to follow me?" he asked. Velzard smiled before nodding her head. It seems fun, so she wanted to go. It's been a long time since she had her fun anyway. They entered Portal before they arrived at Hell. Guy started flying towards somewhere as Velzard just followed him. There were some bugs that tried to disturb him, but they died just from Velzard flapping her wings. They arrived at the place and saw a still sturdy gate standing there. Good. It seems it still stood strongly, Guy said while nodding his head. Is this what you came here, Guy? Velzard asked while tilting her head. I suppose, though it would be boring if we just come without doing anything, Guy said before a smirk appeared on his face. He was about to enter the gate when a hand suddenly appeared and gripped his arm. Kafufu, this place is off limits, Guy twitched at that voice. Velzard also turned serious, since she didn't sense the being entering their surroundings. When did you come here? Guy asked while his lips twitched. He really didn't want to meet this guy, as he would be annoyed to no end. I was here all along. Is my presence too low for you to sense? The voice appeared again as Guy turned his face to the side where he saw a demon with black hair and golden eyes with a line of red on it. Noir, since when did you become a guardian of this gate? Guy asked while Velzard just listened to their conversation. She lowered her guard when Guy seemed familiar with this demon. Kafufufu, what a foolish question. Of course I would take it upon myself to handle this thing. Lord Veldanava somehow forgot about this place, so I just did it, Noir said while smiling. Guy sighed at his words. This guy is a unique one since he don't pursue strength like most of the primordials. Instead, he is looking for someone who has the potential of infinite. Did someone try to break in here? Guy asked as Noir thought about it for a moment. Indeed. There are some bugs, but they were nothing to handle, Noir said as Guy sighed again. This guy is treating insectoids as ants when demons are generally weaker than insectoids. They are their mutual enemy. Even the king of insectoid is stronger than Guy, but this guy here is just dismissing them as fools who try to cross. And Diablo is a big deal. He guarded this place until he was summoned by Rimuru, meaning that phantoms, cryptids, insectoids never entered this place during his time. Guy, who is this person? Velzard asked while looking at Noir, who was surprised. Oya, you didn't introduce me to your companion yet? How rude of you. I am the Primordial Black. You could just call me Noir. Noir introduced himself while bowing slightly. Guy showed a disgusting look on his face while looking at Noir. He really can't handle this guy. Guy felt like he would get a migraine if he stayed with him any longer. Nice to meet you, Noir. I am Velzard. Velzard also introduced herself. To be honest, Noir didn't really guard the gate to honor Veldanava's wishes. He just found it both amusing to ruin their attempts of invading material world via demon realm. He mocks the angels for invading the world their master created, and handy for having opponents come to him themselves, since the angels' phantoms and other foreign beings are always looking for ways to invade. Kufufu, what a wonderful day this is. I met the younger sister of Lord Veldanava, Noir said while smiling widely. Guy took Velzard's arm before flying again. HM, are you going now? It's regrettable that we won't spend some time together, but I welcome your leave, Noir said as Guy just ignored him. Why are we going already, Guy? Isn't he a nice person? Velzard asked as Guy shivered while looking at her, as if watching something impossible. Nah, I can't handle that guy. He's too troublesome for me, Guy said. Noir for him is something incomprehensible since he would do what would appear on his mind. He would sometimes rule the whole hell, or just become a slave of someone. He never understood his intention, so he always brings surprises to Guy, just like what happened. Though Guy is also relieved that Noir is the one handling it. If the other primordial did it, then the thing would have been already broken by now. Among all primordials, only Noir became Guy's equal, and that already talked a lot. The only reason Noir was left behind in terms of strength is because he abandoned the way of brute force. Instead, he chose pure skill to best his enemies. Guy actually wanted to throw some black holes and supernovas inside the gate to overwhelm the beings on the other side. He just didn't expect that he would meet Noir there, so he stopped and just retreated. Guy and Velzard returned to the central world with Guy being in a bad mood. He felt Noir has the ability to use those gates. He wondered if Veldanava also assigned Noir to some role, just like how he assigned him as mediator and Ram Iris as administrator. Guy just shook his head as he returned to his throne. He started thinking about some things as he closed his eyes. Chapter 77, I don't know if this is progress, but I somehow felt that even his relationship with Luminous is a mess. Sigh, I really can't write Barato. 700 years have passed. Xander was now standing in the middle of a town while people were surrounding him. He stared dumbfoundedly at what is happening. He was just walking and wanted to appreciate the advanced town. He didn't expect that this place would also be full of believers, as they immediately pointed at his face before shouting, "Unknown One." Xander wondered if he really needed to let Luminous hit him once to somehow lessen her anger for him. Xander noticed the observing eyes on him as he immediately ran from the place. He now understood the threat that he is facing. Imagine having the whole world chasing you, since the one who could find the Unknown One would be given a chance to ask anything from God Rubrios, even if the resurrection of a dead being could be achieved. Xander was chased by the people until he was out of sight. He used illusion magic on his whole body before returning to the town. He didn't expect that he would still be held, as if all the people are immune to the illusion. Xander's lips twitched as one of Luminous' servants suddenly appeared. Xander recalled that this guy was the one clown killed. Meanwhile, Roy was looking at Xander while wondering why Princess wanted this man. He possessed no special capabilities except for his good-looking face. Roy stopped thinking about it before trying to control Xander. Xander just shook his head before slapping Roy, making the vampire fly away faster than the speed of sound. Roy was planted on a nearby building as he grunted in pain. He didn't expect that the man was strong. Centuredo, for the will of God. For the will of God. Xander heard a loud chant as he just shivered. Fanatics are scary. After a few seconds, Xander escaped. Luminous appeared while still giving an illusion of shining. She stared at the surroundings and found no traces of Xander, so she just returned to her palace with her forehead creased. Xander arrived at his place and saw Sona was readying herself. "HM, you have an appointment, Sona?" Xander asked as Sona brushed her hair before turning her attention to Xander, who was already seated on the sofa. "Yes, and you're coming too, along with Carrera," Sona said as she took hold of his barato and led him toward their room. "Get changed now. It's been a long time since we entered a Valpurgis," Sona said, as Xander just sighed before changing his clothes. Guy already made the rule of only bringing 2 attendants during Valpurgis, as it was annoying when the newcomers bring hundreds with them just to flare their prides. So today Sona would only Xander and Carrera, even though she wanted to bring Guinness to show off her pet. It was off limits. Xander finished wearing his butler outfit. They made that setting sense in history of this world. Xander was the servant of Sona. They just waited until Misery arrived using a portal. "Greetings, Lord Xander," Lady Sona Misery said while bowing her head. She just glimpsed at Carrera, who smirked at her before guiding them. Xander fixed his image before they entered the portal to Other Dimension. The moment they entered the room, they saw everyone was already there, only waiting for them. "Oh, there they are," Guy said as he crossed his arms while smirking. "Xander, you're late," Ramiris said as she buzzed all around them. Her form already shrunk to the size of a 10-year-old child, making Xander sigh inside as she never matured. Instead, she was becoming even more dumb. And, fun fact, Ramiris' intelligence is lower than average. Malim also floated beside them. "Umo, good." She nodded her head. "Please refrain from playing Lady Ramiris," Lady Malim, Xander said while pushing the glasses between his eyes. "HM, what are you talking, Xander? And why are you in that outfit?" Ramiris asked as Malim also tilted her head. "New fashion, Xander?" she asked. Xander sighed at their actions while Guy just laughed loudly. His disguise was already destroyed, so he just took his outfit before wearing a more comfortable one. He also took his glasses. The moment he did, that one voice was heard among the attendants of Demon Lord who were sitting in the round table. "What?" They stared at the maid who was behind Demon Lord Luminous. Xander turned his attention towards the voice and widened his eyes. He forgot about her. Xander thought that she would not enter the Valpurgis as she was busy looking for him. "I found you," Luminous said before she vanished on her place as she tackled Xander. Xander was dumbfounded at what is happening as he could only stare at Luminous, who was not letting go. Instead, she was holding onto him barato firmly than before. "Wait. Luminous, we're in Valpurgis," Xander tried to tell her, but she just ignored it as she used her crimson threads to bind Xander and tried to use her ultimate skill to control him. "No, Valpurgis is useless. Now that I found you, I will never let you go," Luminous said while her eyes held no emotions on it. Only blank could be seen on it, making Xander shiver. "Xander, what's the meaning of this?" Sona asked while narrowing her eyes at Xander. "No way, you two? We are together for 2 millenniums, right?" Xander said. Luminous' eyes blanked even more when she heard that. "So you were living with this woman for many years, while hiding from me?" Luminous slowly said while glaring at Xander. "Hey woman, hands off." "He's my husband," Sona said with warning on her voice. She was just messing with Xander when she asked that question. She knew Xander would never cheat on her since they were always together in the long life they lived here. "Huh, you should back off, old hag." Luminous didn't back down as she glared at Sona. Guy just watched this with amusement in his eyes along with the newcomer demon lords. They didn't expect a shuraba to happen when they are being introduced today as demon lords. Wait, stop. It's not the time for this. The Walpurgis will start now, Xander said, making the newcomer raise an eyebrow. They wondered how strong, big the guts of this man to interrupt the argument between demon lords. But they were surprised when the two backed down. After everyone was already sitting on their chair, Guy gestured his maids to start the introduction. Misery stared at Guy before saying, Demon, Lord of Darkness. Guy Crimson Sama, she turned to Sona, who just closed her eyes. Devil, Ice Queen. Sona Citri Sama, she then turned to Ramiris. Pixie, the Labyrinth. Ramiris Sama Ramiris was introduced as she puffed her chest. Dragonoid, the Destroyer. Malim, Nava Sama Malim, just yumyud while nodding her head. She then turned to Luminous. Vampire, Queen of Nightmares. Luminous Valentine Sama Luminous just nodded her head while she adjusted her disguise, which had also been compromised because of Xander's presence. Giant, Continent's Wrath. Degrul Sama Degrul just closed his eyes. She turned to the sleeping guy, Fallen, Sleeping Lord. Dino Sama. Dino just raised his hand while still sleeping. Dark Elf, Magic King. Kazarium Sama, the Dark Elf, just nodded his head. Misery turned to the Beastman. Lycanthrope, Beastmaster. Carrion Sama Carrion just smiled. Harpy, Sky Queen. Fry Sama Fry just smiled lightly. The introduction ended as every newcomer was staring at Xander with interest. He wasn't introduced, meaning that he is not a demon lord. Guy stared at the three before humming. Barely acceptable, but since we were short in numbers, let's just accept them, guys. Words infuriated the three as they released their auras. The second-generation demon lords just raised their eyebrow before also releasing their aura. They are no pushovers. Mere ants try to show their powers were just a joke for them. The newcomers widened their eyes before they were starting to get crushed by the pressure. Their perception of reality began changing at that moment before they just thought that they were the strongest. But right now they're being pressured, and by just second generations at that. They immediately reeled in their aura to avoid harming the additional numbers in their circle. They are the only demon lords left, as Guy already hunted those presumptuous ones who claimed themselves as the strongest. The three were visibly winded, catching their breath as fatigue set in. Kazarium analyzed everyone in the room and noticed that he couldn't get any information from them. The only one he got was from the attendant of the vampire. And the scary thing is they have the same amount of strength. Even the maid behind the Ice Queen is stronger than him. He kept his mouth shut and just listened to the upcoming conversation. So, what's the agenda today, Guy? Or is it only welcoming those three? Sona asked while looking at Guy. Chem? Of course not. That would be boring. Instead, today we're going to do something fun. Guy said mysteriously as the others perked their ears. We're going to decide another name. Yay. The room was suddenly descended with silence. The newcomers were confused by the silence as Carrion raised his hand. HM, what's up, new guy? Guy asked as Carrion looked around. What happened? Why are they down? He asked as Kazarium and Fry listened. Don't worry. They're just overreacting, Guy said, with an assuring smile on his face. Is that so? Carrion was not convinced as everyone looked sullen. Only the Ice Queen's two attendants were looking at the scene with amused look on their eyes. Then let's start, Guy said. The horror descended as everyone's horrible naming sense appeared. The three newcomers could finally understand what was happening, say. How many days did it take before great demon lords were established? Carrion asked as Ramiris looked at him with dead eyes. It's not that long. Just 7 years. They widened their eyes at what she said. They were depressed by such stupid things. Kazarium could only lament as he was not the one who possessed the strength of the ancient demon lords. They act like children's. They continued until Guy ended the Walpurgis. Kazarium left a message that his successor would succeed him if he Barato, as the others didn't care about it. Who would care about a cautious outcast who even hid his face in front of them? Nothing matters to them except for strength. If you have no power, then you're a coward and useless. You could die all you want and they would never care. That's just how demon lords think. Carrion and Fry also returned to their territory with heavy feelings. They just experienced the vast difference in strength with the others. They felt like they were not fit to be in the circle anymore, though they still need the title to put an anchor to their rule. At Great Forest of Jura, Xander and Sona returned to the forest, but instead of just 3 of them, another person came along. Xander got a headache by this thing as he led them inside their house. "So you were living here, huh?" "I expected a more luxurious house," Luminous said, while observing the humble house. "You want luxury, right? Then go return to your palace, and don't come back here," Sona said, while gesturing to the door. "Oomph. I wouldn't be fooled by something like a provocation," Luminous said, but her forehead was already showing a vein. "Then, why did you come here anyway?" Sona asked as she took a sip from the tea that Carrera brewed. "I want him. So, give him to me," Luminous said while pointing at Xander, who just sighed, wondering how did he even gain Luminous' attention. "You know that's impossible, right?" Sona said while raising her eyebrow. Xander was hers. She wouldn't accept something like this. "That's why I want a duel," Luminous said, while she narrowed her eyes to Xander, who just looked away. Luminous was confident that she could beat Sona, as she is not a true dragon like Veldora. She was just a devil, and Luminous' ultimate skill is also one of the reasons why she was so confident. She trained her ultimate skill for the past centuries because she doesn't want to lose anymore. Centurado. The mere condition has shaken her this much. Just the thought of her memory of Xander being erased made her furious. She was about to refuse when she saw Sona, smiling victoriously. Deal. She accepted the wager as Sona smiled. Provoking people with huge ego is really easy. Luminous called Roy and Lewis for a second to let them handle the religion. She then prepared herself. She can't afford to lose this battle, as that would make all of her efforts drown to waste. She used all of the time of her life to find Xander, and now she found him, they're going to be separated again. Luminous started thinking if there are other ways to solve it without lowering her pride. Xander looked at Luminous with sympathy on his eyes. "You know. You don't need this, you know." Xander said he also knew that she has been looking for him, so he recognized her effort. Luminous smiled lightly when she saw Xander's worry. She closed her eyes before saying, "It's fine. I should be able to do at least this much," Luminous said, was a glint sudden appeared on her eyes. "So that's why? You need to prepare yourself after I finish this." Xander's lips started twitching at that. He could only sigh. Xander was about to persuade her again when Sona looked at him with narrowed eyes, so he stopped. They went in the middle of Forest of Jura as they stared at each other. Carrera went in the middle as she would be the fight's referee. She looked at the two and saw they are already ready, so she raised her hand before dropping its start. After just saying that, huge beam of lights suddenly appeared and went to Sona. Sona looked at it before freezing them in the air. As if Luminous predicted that, she gave a follow-up disintegration spell that has a large area of effect. Then again, Sona just froze it no problem. "Damned woman!" Luminous shouted while stomping her feet on the ground, breaking it. She put Barato on her legs as Barato blurred towards Sona, who was just looking at her calmly. Luminous made a sword using her energy midway before slashing at Sona. Sona didn't back down either as she made an ice sword. Then they began a clash. Each time their swords met, a huge shockwave would appear, trimming a large part of the forest. And every second they already clashed hundreds of thousand times. Their perception of reality is faster after becoming a demon lord. It was quite an amazing battle. From afar, the effect from the two weapons looked cool. Luminous then began turning serious. She looked at Sona with condescending eyes. "This is your last warning. Back down, woman," she said as Sona just smiled gently. "Go ahead, give me everything you got." "They'll accept it with open arms," Sona said as Luminous was confused but shrugged it off. Luminous' ultimate skill started reacting as she was now using it. She want to give all of she have with this one particular ability. She want care about the surroundings if they would be included on it, but she needed to do this. Black and green aura began erupting from her body, indicating the use of ultimate skill. Sona didn't do anything as she wanted to know her dedication for Xander. She didn't know anything about what Luminous have done since they were always in the forest, doing nothing but living a peaceful life. Luminous aura skyrocketed as took a large breath. "Take this. Barato streak." Luminous shouted as she raised a hand before Barato her fist around something on it. Suddenly the land began to wither, and the black aura swept through the vicinity. Monsters, plants, animals, and even microorganisms fell to its power. Sona smiled gently when she saw that, but just like what she said, she intended to accept it with wide arms. So she waited for the aura to hit her, which only took 0.5 seconds. Zing! A silence descended on the place. No living being could be seen within 100 miles, all of them dead, with the exception of Sona. She stood there closed eyes but visibly still breathing. Luminous was stunned by the scene. How? You should have been dead, she exclaimed, not understanding what just happened. I apologize, but your comprehension of death is lower than mine. I've been living with death for 2 millenniums now. I've watched him kill dozens of times. I saw how he did things, what happened to the creatures he killed, or even tested if they can be resurrected, Sona said. So it's only logical that someone who has higher comprehension of death can rewrite a minor death spell that was given by someone, right? Sona explained as Luminous became more baffled. What are you talking about? Death? Who? Luminous couldn't understand the current situation at all. I'm sorry, little girl. I understand your feelings and efforts, but Xander is mine, Sona said before Luminous became an ice statue within a second. Xander saw this as he shook his head. Seeing someone who cares for him get bodied like this leave a weird feeling on his guts. Carrera checked on Luminous before shaking her head. The battle has ended. Sona's citrus win. No one cheered or anything. They just closed their eyes to pay respect to the hard-working girl. Sai, you have no choice now. You need to erase her memories, Xander said while gently barato the ice statue in front of him. Sona shook his head at his words. I did say that I would erase her memories of you, but I didn't say that I would erase it all, right? Sona said as Xander tilted his head. What are you going to do, Sona? Sona smiled lightly at his words before she erased luminous memories about Xander, but she left some minor informations. If she truly does want you, then she would eventually remember anything. I left some small informations, so she would look for you if you really are important to her, Xander sighed at her words. That's more cruel, right? You're going to make her suffer more, Xander said. No, this is the least she need to do. I just can't hand my husband that I've been loving for many years now, right? Still. Thank you, Sona. For giving her a chance, Xander said as he hugged Sona, who just smiled warmly. No. Thank you, Sona said before standing on her tiptoes and giving Xander a quick friendly peck on the cheek before pulling away with a smile. Things like this are barato precious now that they long for each other's warmth. Chapter 78, after defeating Luminous. Sona used a large-scale magic that would make everyone forget about Xander's appearance. The unknown one became even barato mysterious. Only the strongest beings in the world could remember what happened. Even the class of Archdemon wouldn't be able to remember it. Guy just watched everything happen with an amused look barato. He wondered why Sona wanted to hide Xander. Sona also teleported Luminous to her palace, where she was found by Roy. Right now, Luminous was lying on her huge sleeping platform. Her eyes fluttered before slowly opening. She looked around, confused, and tried to recall her memories, but they were full of holes. What happened? She pressed her hands to her head, trying to bring those memories back, but the only thing she remembered was the blurry shape of a man. She remembered 2 encounters with a man. The first one was in Tenmo War, where he made her evolve using his words. The second one was beating Veldora, who was trying to destroy her country. She gripped her chest when she felt a disturbing feeling swelling up. What? Luminous muttered when she felt a wet sensation on her cheeks. She wiped it and was dumbfounded when she saw it was a tear, huh? She quickly swiped all of the tears that are falling from her eyes. What is happening? I'm crying. I can cry. Luminous started asking some things that has no answer. She felt that something special was taken away from her. She then started recalling what she did for a whole 1,500 years. She saw her painting a picture of someone before posting to the whole religion that he is her husband. But the confusing thing is that she can't remember anything about the man. It's like her memories were gobbled up? Huh? Did someone mess with my memories? That's impossible. Luminous denied that thought. The door was opened before Roy and Louis entered. They were stunned by what they saw. Princess is crying. This is probably the most weird thing they ever saw in their life. What's wrong, Princess? They asked as Luminous just stared in the air. I don't know. She said, making them confused. Luminous looked at them before asking. Roy, Louis, do you know who the unknown one is? Luminous asked as they tilted their heads. Of course. We know. What? What happened to our memory? The two exclaimed. They swore that they already knew the man itself, but now he suddenly vanished in their memories like nothing. Luminous saw their reaction, and she was convinced that somehow really took their memories about the unknown one. I made a poster about him, right? Bring it to me, Luminous ordered as Louis walked straight to her bed, making her confused. She saw Louis taking her pillow before taking something underneath. Luminous' eyes widened when she saw a poster. Don't tell me. I kept this thing under my pillow? Luminous asked incredulously. No. Even her past self wouldn't do something like that, right? That's just straight degenerate. Louis closed his eyes, as if pained to admit it, before nodding his head. Luminous widened her eyes. She started thinking that it might be better to not remember her memories. But something inside was stopping her from doing that. Luminous shook her head before looking at the poster. HM? What is this supposed to be? In the picture, instead of figure of a man, there was just a dark picture along with many eyes on it. It was quite creepy. It seems like the one who did the memory manipulation didn't leave any traces. Even pictures were vanished, Roy said as he also took a peek in the picture. Luminous could only think of any suspect that could do something like this. Xander, who was relaxing in his house, was interrupted by Carrera, who informed him something. Apparently, the Rubrios is in turmoil. Since no one can remember the face of the unknown one, they thought that the being was dissatisfied with them. That's why it erased all of its informations from the world. Fanatics began kneeling in the floor while praying for forgiveness until Luminous gave an oracle that the unknown one is in slumber, making the believers calm down. Wow, she's fast, Xander said. Luminous was starting to gather information about Xander. It seems like she was also going to ask the other demon lords. Carrera also informed Xander about a new rising hero, making him smile as the Platinum Saber finally revealed himself. Bored, Xander said before thinking of something interesting. The Puppet Nation is still probably standing right now. Carrera, want to come with me? Xander asked as Carrera tilted her head. To where? Xander just smiled. We're going to explode some things. After hearing that, Carrera immediately nodded her head. Explosions are the best. Those who say otherwise are just plain wrong. Carrera just followed Xander as they started flying in the sky. Carrera saw Xander going towards east. She wondered if he's going to make Urizania explode. They arrived at the creepy place where there is a large territory that is full with magical defense. Whoa, this thing is creepy. The defense looks so tempting, it makes me want to destroy them, Carrera said, as Xander just nodded his head. Then, what should we use? Also no using of gravity collapse, as that would be boring, Xander said, before conjuring a fire that is from the section of nuclear magic. Sounds nice, Carrera said, before taking an abyss core from somewhere and throwing it at the place. Xander also fired at the same time as the place exploded. Boom! Xander and Carrera smiled. Art is explosion. Xander conjure another thing. This time, it's a holy fire katsu. Xander shouted as the holy fire exploded, destroying a part of the domain. Whoa, that was nice, it's my turn, Carrera said before shooting a beam that made a huge explosion. All the magical barriers that is said to handle everything broke at the same time the nuclear magic landed. I'll end this with an explosion, magic, Xander said before rainbow magic power started circling all around as it formed a round ball full of mana. Explosion! Xander shouted before a huge mushroom appeared on the land. What was that? That was so cool, Carrera said excitedly with stars on her eyes. The process of the move was so amazing for her. Especially the colorful mana that formed the explosion. She loved it very much. Humu, this is a perfect artwork, Xander nodded his head, while looking at the huge crater from where Amrita was located, the capital city of Puppet Nation of Distaff. Carrera also nodded her head in satisfaction. while they were bombarding the place with explosions. The owner of the territory was being manhandled by Leon Cromwell. Khazariam considered Leon as presumptuous, as he claimed himself a demon lord. The nerve of Leon pissed Khazariam that he came here to teach him a lesson, but what he didn't expect was that he would be the one receiving a lesson instead. Khazariam has a lot of experience in his life. He was one of the royal elves who angered the Barato princess Malim Nava, resulting in the Barato of their land. Many tried to rebuild it, but Malim would not allow it, and the work was undone again and again. Khazariam had no choice but to separate from his kin as he made a city of his own, and that is the Amrita, his most prized one. A lot of special barrier has been placed in there to counter even Malim. He went from being an elf, dark elf, deathman to Kigali. He was even scared to his wits when he met Malim at the Valpurgis. That's why he kept quiet to avoid suspicions from the destroyer. But right now, Khazariam was throwing nuclear magics left and right towards Leon, who just shrugged it. This thing has no damage for him. Leon raised a hand and released a beam of light that sent Khazariam flying for miles. Khazariam cried out in pain as he began to recover. But it was useless as Leon appeared Barato him while striking at the Magic King. Khazariam grunted in pain as he started throwing hundreds of lethal magic of different variety, from nuclear, gravity, to even holy. But it was Barato by the light that is surrounding Leon's Barato. Everything that is grazed by the light was decomposed. Khazariam finally realized that he was out of match before he started to flee. He readied his backup plans in case he fell here. Leon raised an eyebrow as he saw the demon lord running away. Suddenly, thousands of light appeared on his back before hitting Khazariam, who kneeled to the ground. "Ku, you damn brat," he shouted, but Leon just stomped on his head. "If you were this weak, then you shouldn't have tried to challenge me," Leon said before raising his hand. Holy breakdown as soon as he said that. Cinchureto. What he didn't know was that Khazariam's soul slipped out of the ground before started running away. He was cursing his reckless actions as he returned to his territory, not knowing that there is nothing left there, only a huge hole that is deep enough to make a huge city inside. Xander POV. AN. This is literally the first Xander POV that I made. I just hope that I could give life to his bland personality. I am currently resting next to Sona while thinking about why I didn't think about this before. This is wonderful. Her company is so amazing that I could stay here forever. Boring things eventually entered our life as no more interesting events happened. We are back to our peaceful life in this forest without disturbances. Even though I love troubles, I also don't hate peace, as just being on this girl's side could fill me up. Though I started missing Yudahar recently, our perception of time became rather twisted, so the millennium that we spent here just felt like a year for us. Sona also started to miss her family, but I held her back as the canon would start in 3 to 4 centuries. Though I do wonder if canon still exists since I messed up many things already. Like making the Forest of Jura a monster den, adding Sona to the council, destroying the relationship of Chloe and Luminous, gave a power-up to Luminous and Primordial Yellow. Guinness also became our official pet since Sona wanted one after she lost hold of Fenrir. At least Guinness is still stronger than Fenrir. Well, I just let events flow since I never really cared about anything except for Sona and Yutaha. I might have trained some people, but the reason for that is because it's convenient. I don't need to move myself if I have someone strong to order around. I also watched Khazariam's reaction when his soul returned to his domain. It was funny watching him staring at the huge crater on the ground for a few hours. He probably started questioning life at that time, as all of his life's efforts was just erased to the ground. Well, if I was the one that experienced that, then this universe might collapse immediately. I shook my head as I kicked those thoughts out of my mind. I started thinking about the fight in the future. Just thinking about the fight against other races already pumped me up. My hand suddenly reached out before gently resting on Sona's knee. I heard Sona let out a soft breath, but she didn't move away. I guess that's just how much she loves me, huh? Sona started gently touching my hair as she looked at the scenery in front of us. We are currently on the veranda, so the view is out of this world as usual. Just looking at his heals my soul. I wonder if I even have one. I think it's time. I stood up from Sona's lap before stretching. Sona just watched me as I did something. The restriction that I placed in my body since coming to this world was being released. Sona raised an eyebrow as she felt that she somehow heard a chains breaking somewhere, but just widened her eyes when my body suddenly started shining. I smiled as I finally accepted the powers that should have been given to me the moment I arrived in this world. Third POV at the northern continent. Guy suddenly stood up while the wine that he is drinking broke on the ground. Darn, what is this? He muttered before the throne's gate was broken by the frantic Velzard. Guy, what's happening? She asked while staring at the place where the magicules are gathering. Her powers activated as it just presented a huge row of trees. She immediately realized that familiar place. Sona? Xander? She exclaimed as Guy started pacing back while thinking of something. Do you mean he doesn't possess any skill when he arrived here? That's impossible. He was too strong to not have at least one ultimate skill. Guy began muttering something while his Barato tapped the floor in unease. Every strong being in the world felt every magicule in the air being drawn in by something. The true Barato raised their heads to see what's happening. Rudra closed his eyes as he thought another problem would occur again. Malim's eyes turned serious, while Ramiris was shaking. Something like this never happened before, even when Veldanava was still here or when Guy and the angels drove Ivorage to the other dimension. Censurado Feldway defeated an uncountable number of enemies as he stared into the distance. Another unknown variable has appeared. Should I use this being to make Lord Veldanava stop hiding? He muttered before continuing, with the battlefield still raging. Censurado. He wondered if he can even escape if he already returned to his former team. He just entered the Demon Lord Council to become a spy for the Mystic Angels. He don't intend to get close to everyone except de Gruul, as he was confident that de Gruul would follow him in his decision. The Demon Lords saw Sona, who was also staring at Xander with surprised look on her eyes, but then an understanding look replaced it. Sona, what is happening to Xander? Ramiris asked as she floated beside Sona. If I have to say, I guess he's taking the restriction from his body. I mean, he didn't receive any skill since coming to this world, so he might be forming it right now, Sona said as she arranged her glasses. What? He doesn't have a skill. Ramiris shouted, gaining the attention of others. Guy, what do you know? Sona asked while looking at Guy, who was in serious mode. This was rare. The world is probably making a new skill for him. Not a skill that is in the system, but his own skill, Guy said as Malim nodded her head. Ramiris also understood why the world is gathering the magicules in one place. Xander then did something that baffled them. He touched the gathered mana before it started expanding to the size of the whole world itself. What was that? How'd he do that? Guy asked while looking at Sona. You probably didn't know since we didn't inform everyone, but Xander has the ability to manipulate the size of everything. At first he can just manipulate matter, but it seems like his ability evolved again, Sona said while watching Xander expanding the magicules more. She wondered what skill would be made using that much mana. Everyone stared at the process until the voice of the world finally revealed its existence. Error. System is being manipulated. Individual. Xander Ranvil is Barato the system to work. Conditions met. Error. Creating a skill in process. Origin skill. Error. Creating a Lord skill in process. Error. Everyone tilted their head as the voice of the world glitched, and based on its words, Xander is probably trying to force it while the system is defending itself. Origin skill. Lord of Mist Nyogsothep successfully made. The following are its abilities. Endless 9. It is the power born from rejection, and anything user rejects won't affect them, be it magic or mystery. The Black Blade, Volition Blade, has the special power to slice through possibilities, realities, truth, and fiction. With a single slice, he can cut an entire multiverse in two. Absolute negation. Anything the user doesn't acknowledge as an attack will lose its effect. With just a thought, he could rend reality warping useless. End of script. The scene ended with Xander descending to the ground. They felt his presence becoming more incomprehensible. It was becoming more chaotic that even the grass that touched his aura couldn't be healed anymore. Xander, what abilities did you got? Sona asked as Xander stopped the announcement halfway, meaning they only heard about the name of the skill that gave them goosebumps. It's nothing special. My original ability is more special than this, Xander said. Everyone stared at him with weird looks on their eyes. How could he compare that broken ability to kill anything with a single thought to an ultimate skill? Even Guy had to admit that he wouldn't be able to defend against that out-of-the-world ability. If you want to know about my ability, then it's like this, Xander said before gesturing to Guy, who just smirked before throwing a dangerous nuclear cannon to Xander. The nuclear cannon vanished when it hit Xander's body. The people tilted their head at the phenomenon. What has happened? Malim asked while looking at Xander. If I got to keep it simple, then I firmly believe that the nuclear cannon is impossible to conjure, so it just ceased to exist, Xander said, as they understood the power. Is there other more? Guy asked as Xander gave him a stinky gaze. Well, it's a secret for now. It would be boring if I just reveal it willfully, Xander said while smiling as they sighed. I have a feeling that they would invade in the next 300 years or so. That's why I raised the number of my abilities, Xander said, as Guy became serious. After that, everyone left the forest as Xander and Sona returned to their home. Was hoping to turn this into a cliffhanger, but just decided against it. Chapter 79, Xander's gaining a skill was sensed by the whole world. Luminous, who was lying on her bed, heard the voice of the world. She heard it announce a name that strangely feels weird, as if the name was familiar with her, that it kept appearing on her mind. She started thinking about the name itself, as her head was attacked by a migraine. She thought that the name might be connected to the unknown one, or maybe it's the person itself. She took a paper before writing the name with the category of important clues. She smiled before calling Roy to let him investigate what happened. Sona POV sigh. Xander did something outrageous again. We returned to our house after that show, as Xander was somehow happy. Sincerado, he would always use it as a comfortable spot since he described the feeling as wonderful. I was of course embarrassed doing something like that. However, living with Xander for a long time has lessened my embarrassment. I somehow gained an immunity to weird things that Xander does. Even just this morning, I didn't even feel the surprise as I thought that it was just a Xander thing. There was a rule that I made when I was still with my peerage. Although I miss them, I know that time run different on this world from there, so I am not worried at all. That rule is to consider everything that they could not understand or something that even science couldn't explain to be a Xander thing. My peerage didn't object with anything at all. Instead, it was the opposite, as they immediately accepted the rule. It seems they were also getting weirded out by Xander's actions. Xander's full of surprises, but being with him really increased my tolerance to it. I can now handle something that would have made the whole world slack-jawed by watching it. Even Guy isn't excluded from his surprises. Well, it was no surprise, as he was rather passive when we came to this world. Only going to act when the scene really needed him to. I looked at Xander's face, who was sleeping on my lap while the corner of my lips raised. He is really cute like this. I do wonder why my interest in him never faded in the long time we lived together. Is it one of his doing? Or is my feelings too strong that it wouldn't let go of him? I smiled at the thought as I looked at the book in my hand, Fate's Stay Night. This book amazed me a lot since the system on it is so intricate. Servants, Magecraft, Holy Grail. Who wouldn't be interested in something like that? It's only been a few days since Xander gave this to me, but my knowledge was enhanced by reading this book. Though it was also weird reading King Arthur as a girl when the one in my world was a guy. The noble phantasms amazed me. It gained my attention when I read the description about it. I also asked a lot of things to Xander about the thing that he just answered lazily. Manifestation of a person's legend. Doesn't that sound amazing? I gained a lot of inspiration by watching this. I wanted to replicate some of the noble phantasm using my ultimate skill, but I put it off right now. We still got a lot of time in this world. Xander also informed me that we would leave this world in 300 years, so I still have a lot of time. Xander also mentioned something interesting to me. It's about making a castle using the body of a god. If I was still the young girl from 2 millenniums ago, then the mere thought of using a god as a material would baffle me a lot. But now that I have my experience and abilities, it seems simple to me. I'm also sure that no god could handle my power in the world of DxD right now. While Shiva is still questionable since I didn't really know anything about his powers. Xander is the biggest blessing that I met in my life. Because of him, my life changed. Before meeting him, I have a feeling that the world's fate is tied to Rias, and I am just a side character to the story. But after meeting Xander, that feeling vanished, as if the world doesn't have a choice but to cut his connection to Rias and the Dragon Boy. He also raised the level of my peerage and brought me to this world that has nothing but advantages. I'm glad that I met Xander. Third POV. Xander woke up and saw that the sky was already riddled with many stars. He yawned before smiling at the sleeping Sona. Sona is so considerate for him. Since she didn't woke him up, she just slept in an uncomfortable position just to let him rest in peace. Xander carried Sona's body, carefully afraid of waking her up before placing her on the bed. Xander placed a blanket on her body before going outside. Tomorrow, Xander is going to make something again. But tonight he's going to test the ability that he gained just earlier. Even though he already has the main idea of the skill, he still doesn't have the perfect mastery on it. Mastery in one's own ability is rather important, because failing to do that would lead to mass destruction. Especially Xander's case, since his ability already touched the boundary of a normal skill could have. He went outside of the house before going far away from the house. He also ordered the monsters to stay away from the area in case they don't want to be hit by some of Xander's attacks. Seeing that the place was already empty, Xander took a breath before taking a wooden sword from his storage. You don't want to use super strong sword because he might accidentally cut this whole universe itself if he is not careful. Xander closed his eyes before relaxing his mind. He then draws his sword and holds it above his head. He takes a step forward, and the air around him crackles with energy. Xander takes another step, and the air around him ripples with power. He takes a third step, and the air around him shatters like glass. Xander took the fourth step, and the air around him parts like a curtain, revealing a rift in reality. He takes a fifth step, and his sword slices through the rift, destroying another reality far away from this one. Xander looked around, satisfied with his work. He sheathed his sword and used his other ability. He believed that a rift in reality is impossible, so the thing was nullified and closed by itself. Xander finished the first one, so he proceeded to the next. His first slash was perfect enough since his sword skill is supporting him. Xander teleported to somewhere special in this world. Xander stood in the middle of a dimensional plane, surrounded by swirling colors and strange shapes. He held his wooden sword on his hand. He took a deep breath and closes his eyes. He held the sword above his head and then brings it slashing down in an arc. The sword slices through the plane, creating a rift in the fabric of the other dimension. A bright light shines out from the rift, which begins to expand rapidly. The inhabitants of this dimension widen their eyes at the scene. They never expected a madman to suddenly appear and create a rift in their dimension. Xander took a step back and watched as the rift grows larger and larger, eventually engulfing the entire plane. The inhabitants didn't even have a chance to scream before they were engulfed by the rift, destroying their body and soul in the process. Xander stared in satisfaction as the rift disappears, leaving only a few remnants of the dimension behind. He has destroyed it completely. Xander left the place with a huge smile on his face. What he didn't know was that this place is one of the dimensions that the mystic angels conquered, meaning he just offended a race without him knowing. After Xander left, one person with 6 pairs of wings suddenly appeared. Huh? It stared confused at the place. He was sure that he teleported to the right place, but all he saw was remnants of the world. There is nothing there. Everything was erased, literally everything. The angel turned serious before thinking of something. Someone destroyed this place? Who dares? The seraph was enraged as his face turned red. The nerve of that guy. He started looking for traces and saw some mana and started following it. His inspection led him to Central World. His face turned grim as he teleported back to his comrade's side. He needed to inform this. They still can't recklessly enter that world, as they're still in the process of cleaning the insects that just brought filth to the world. Xander's POV today, Carrera and I are having a journey. We're going to visit her former place. El Dorado, to be exact. It was now founded, so that place should be beautiful too. I'm already excited to see how it look. Carrera was also excited as she has a wide smile on her face. No doubt that she wanted to release some frustrations. And the most effective target for that, immortal demons. Right, today we are going to hell after visiting El Dorado. Leon was permitted to use the title Demon Lord by Guy as he acknowledged his strength. Guy even mentioned that Leon might win against him with a probability of 1 out of 1 million. Leon already tried to challenge Guy because he was insulted by his words, but ended up returning to his land with body full of injuries. That story was so funny that I laughed hard when I heard it from Guy. Leon might be the only entertainment guy I have in the canon, so he is probably an interesting person. HM, Carrera, is already tamed, so there is no problem in outburst unless she was the one who was provoked first. We went to the border of the continent and saw a huge ocean that goes as far as the eyes can see. Carrera and I looked at each other before grinning. Do you want to race? I asked while Carrera just widened her grin. She borrowed a bright yellow swimsuit she had brought along. Do you like it? Boss. Carrera asked while she started circling all around me. I couldn't help but give an excited smile before patting her back. You bet I did. Carrera laughed. I focused my attention on the ocean, afraid that I might lose control and overwhelm her here. That would destroy all of our plans. Are you ready? I asked as Carrera just nodded her head with an excited look on her face. I placed restrictions on my body, limit my physical capability. Now, it was the same as Carrera. Then let's start. I shouted before we both dived in the water. Since flying is boring, we just competed in swimming. After a few minutes of swimming fastly, we arrived at the shore of the continent as Carrera just punched her hand at the ground. Even though we have the same physical capability, I still beat her in her game. I just smirked at Carrera, who just looked away with a humph. I chuckled at her reaction before looking at the side, where our army was already waiting for us. Carrera regained her energy as she saw them. Boss, it seems like they know manners. They even received us here, even though this is the border of this continent, Carrera said cheekily as I just laughed hard at her words. Right, they are kind enough to do that, I commented, as they didn't change their stance and stay wary about our presence. Boring Carrera lost her interest when she saw them not reacting. Leon finally couldn't handle watching our skit as he asked, "Who are you? You should know that this is my land, right?" Leon asked as we nodded our head. "Humu, we both came to see if this place has some nice view on it," I said as Carrera just went to my side while nodding her head. "Again, who are you?" Leon asked again. This time his body was already shining, indicating his seriousness. "Well, he's the stiff type, huh?" I thought as I shook my head. "You can call me Xander. And this is Carrera." I introduced ourselves as Leon widened his eyes a little. "Xander, are you the one who messed the system?" He asked as my eyebrow raised by itself. "You could say that. I just want a skill. Why did it need to be so defensive about it?" I muttered the last part as Carrera just sighed. "Boss, your action is already being spread in the world, you know? People are talking about it everywhere," she said as I looked at her. "Seriously?" She just smirked as an answer. "Anyway, can we have a tour in your country? You have one, right?" I asked while looking at Leon, who already calmed down. He was thinking of the pros and cons about this thing as he just nodded his head. There are no direct problem, as from what he observed. The person in front of him was a rational man. He can also observe him while he visited his city. "Fine, Leon," simply said before he turned into light. He intended to return to his palace. Leon arrived at his castle, but stopped when he saw that we were already by his side. I just looked at the beautiful castle and nodded my head. "This is beautiful. I admit it." Carrera was also appreciating the gorgeous view, while Leon just started thinking how we arrived at the same time as he did. Leon's ability is based on photons and light, so his speed was the same, moving at the speed of light while still being followed. He's probably thinking millions of thoughts at this moment. We didn't bother Leon and left him at his world as we went outside the castle. Carrera and I smiled when we saw the beautiful place. We were tempted to destroy this beautiful art, but held ourselves back. I should use some reference to the palace and maybe renovate our house. It stood for millennium without collapsing, even though the one living inside are monsters that could destroy the world if they wanted to. "Leon, we're going to have a tour," I said while waving my hands to Leon, who snapped out from his thoughts. "No, I need to come you with." I am afraid that you cause needless trouble to my citizens, Leon said while we just smirked. We didn't refuse his words as we just strayed in the beautiful city. Even the barrier is amazingly nice to the eyes, making me wonder how strong Leon's aesthetics is. We also tested some local foods, but they were disappointing. I guess the world is still not advanced enough, huh? We did the tour for an hour where Leon just kept looking at us all the time. Oi, stop staring. It's creepy, Carrera said as I almost choked from her words. Barato shook trying to stop my laughter as I watched Leon's dumbfounded reaction. Leon closed his eyes before saying, I apologize, see. He's not an unreasonable one. Just hard to talk with. AKM, that's fine. You don't have to worry. Even though we were tempted to see what would happen if we plunged in gravity magic here, we are still sane enough not to do it, Carrera said, as I chuckled. Leon was alarmed by her words as he started holding his sword. He narrowed his eyes at us. He was wondering why did he even bother to bring troublesome people like us in his territory. Don't worry, we won't bite. We just wanted something to comfort our eyes. And this place is the best, I said while Leon lowered his guard. After an hour, we got bored watching the scenery, so we just said our goodbyes to Leon, who was still looking at us with complicated eyes. He's still probably wondering if we really didn't come to trouble his territory. We went to the place where we entered and took Carrera from. This thing looks more normal than I thought, I said as Carrera snickered at that. What? Didn't you see this before, boss? She asked while I hummed. We did indeed see this before, but we were excited at that time that we forgot to check about it. But now that I see it again, there is nothing special about this gate, except for the spatial travel, I said. Well, what did you expect? Sinister-looking huge gate with some creepy aura oozing from it? Carrera asked as I looked at her surprise. Really? I just giggled at her reaction. Can you still use this place? I asked as Carrera tilted her head confused. I should be able to. She looked at me. Isn't Noir the one holding the real mastery when it comes to using gate? I asked as Carrera finally understood. Don't worry, this is my territory after all. Simple things like that is simple, Carrera said while standing taller. We looked at the gate before an excited smile appeared on our face. This would be the best place to release some explosions since demons would just respawn somewhere unless you destroy their core. We stepped towards the gate and got ready for the beautiful fireworks we would place in the underworld. Chapter 80, we finally reached this place. Thank you for still Barato. The underworld third POV Xander and Carrera entered the gate as they saw the world of the underworld. Upon entering, many demons that had yellow hair immediately prostrate in front of Carrera. They also acknowledged Xander's existence since Xander pummeled their leader many years ago. Welcome back, milady. Boss. A series of shouting occurred as the two just nodded their heads. So, the real reason is? Carrera asked while giving them a wide smile. The demons also gave an excited smile before drawing their weapons. Xander decided this thinking that demons are really battle maniac. Carrera clenched her fist before she went to the middle as everyone surrounded her. They are not conceited enough to think they could take her in one-on-one, especially when they felt her aura more stable now. That is weird since everyone in Yellow Faction always loved to show their dominance to others. That's why everyone who is surrounding Carrera right now is releasing their trying to intimidate Carrera, who just smiled. They started fighting with Carrera, just destroying thousands of them, each punch. Xander, who was watching it, felt a presence getting close to him. He saw a sane-looking old man in butler's suit. Who are you, old man? Xander asked as the old man bowed his head. Greetings, Lord Xander. I am John Simas, butler. When she was still living here, Xander raised an eyebrow, surprised that there are people who are in control of themselves in here. Xander was about to get close to the old man to talk more when the old man suddenly drew a sword from somewhere. Please give me the honor to duel you. Xander's lips twitched, but before he could talk, the old man already dashed towards him. The place turned into a battlefield full of explosions going everywhere. The numbers of the demons were like of the angels. They just kept coming around as if they were unlimited amount of them. Xander already defeated the old man and is now throwing explosions everywhere with a huge barato. It's been a long time since Xander let loose like this. The last one was in the Tema War. Xander tested something about his ability as he took a wooden sword from somewhere. Xander saw another demon trying to punch him. Xander raised his wooden sword before bringing it down. as the world fractured like a mirror. The phenomenon only happened for a second before the world started fixing itself, and it seems like Carrera was the only one who saw it. After doing the thing, Xander just stood there and let the demon hit his body. The demon raised both of his fists before launching hundreds of punches in a second. But what baffled him is that Xander was just standing there without doing anything. Xander looked at the destroyed surrounding before him as he stared at his unharmed body. Even his clothes are still intact. He smiled, satisfied with the experiment. What he did is basically cut the possibility that the demon's attacks would do any damage to him. So anything the demon threw at him became null, though the environment was still damaged as it was too strong. Satisfied with the test, he finished the demon off before floating in the air again. Katsu. A powerful blast occurred that made a mushroom cloud appear on the land. Stars appeared in everyone's eyes as they stared at the fireworks. Cinceredo, she would not accept something like that, especially when it's from her subordinates. Carrera opened her arms before releasing a portion of aura, disintegrating everyone who was close to her. Gay, she's strong. That's what everyone thought at that moment before they backed down. They felt like they would also vanish if they entered the range of her aura. What's wrong, brats? Cat got your barato? Carrera provoked them with a smirk on her face, and that was effective as every demon's face turned red. Their eyes became barato before they lunged at Carrera, who just gestured them to come. They would not accept any looking down like this, even if it's from the primordial itself. Carrera just shook her head at their temperament, thinking that they are too hot-headed. Xander stared at her with weird eyes, as she was like that too in the past. In fact, everyone here only got that personality from their leader. Carrera threw a punch, knocking half of them back as they stared at it wide-eyed. Xander also raised his feet where a white thing was circling him, and he kicked the air. Zone Barato. Barato. The surroundings started Barato, ing, before the demons were blasted away by the shockwave. The place turned silent as Xander and Carrera just laughed loudly. Releasing pin-up frustrations like this are really the best. Ice Continent guy, Crimson POV, watching the whole world never bored me. Even though this role is such a hassle, is the only thing that kept me from being bored of Barato, so I gotta thank Veldanava for that. That guy just went in Barato when he still didn't fix those troublesome pigeons that I am sure would come soon. Though I am relieved that Noir is the one handling the gate right now. He probably just thought that it would be amusing destroying the efforts of those pigeons. That's why he's guarding that gate. A demon entered the room while lowering his head. Stated, I ordered, as the demon lowered his head more. Someone wanted to meet you, Lord Guy. She said she wanted to ask something. The demon said as I raised an eyebrow. Color me surprise. Why did this woman came here? I shook my head before gesturing him to let her in. The door opened as a white-haired woman entered the room. There is something weird about this girl. Luminous. What's wrong? Did you come to ask more about your beloved? I asked as her eyes widened. You know about him? Huh, that was weird. Why is she acting as if she don't know in a dash? I see, it's that event, huh? Ha. Sona is too possessive to let this girl enter. I do wonder how Yudaha gained her approval to become that man's second partner. My thoughts didn't even take a second before I answered. Since he didn't appear before you by himself, then I won't barato with your business, I said while waving my hands at her. Luminous looked at me seriously. Cinceredo Luminous stared at me for a few seconds before nodding her head and walking away. Still Sona is that strong, huh? She can even erase a true Demon Lord class like Luminous memories. Well, I bet she can even play with true dragons if tested. She was always by Xander's side, so I never really inspected her carefully. Cinceredo, I still hope that Xander wouldn't look for another girl. Me and Sona are enough. Still, this world is rather chaotic. How on earth did the humans not notice something like this as abnormal? I mean, the air is full of many particles that it's messy to look. The past 2 days were hectic. I didn't notice my magicules were roaming in the air, resulting many beings coming to my house and trying to take me away. Though they just vanished in the air when I erased them. Unique skill is already too much for them, huh? I could use this. A devious smirk was planted on my face. Father and mother are also scared by the creepy presence that keeps appearing in our house. But I think that father already knows about the supernatural world. He saw me using my ability once and didn't say anything about it. Instead, he supported me and told me that just follow what I wanted, typical father-like. There was some bragging about their ranks being ultimate class devils, but they also just disintegrated by my skill. Today's guest is Barato Peculiar. Who could have guessed a Mahu Xiaojo would appear in my door? She has a strong presence, but still pales in comparison to mine. This person is probably a careless stranger that lost her way and just made it to this house. So, what are you doing here? I asked while crossing my arms. I do this every time with Xander since he seemed to love it. Of course he would. A beautiful woman giving him her attention. He should be honored. Hello, are you a friend of Sotan? The magical girl asked with bubbly that irked me. Jolly persons like this are really my nemesis. I was a lonely girl before I met Xander, so they are the worst compatible for me. Sotan? Who is that? I asked, weirded by the nickname. Her name is Sona Citri. She is my younger sister. She's been missing for 2 days already. What? This is Sona's sister. No, that's impossible. Sona is strict and follows rules, and this girl looked like someone going to a party. The difference is too huge. I narrow my eyes at her. Don't joke with me. Who are you? The woman seemed to be put down by my words as she gained a depressed atmosphere around her. I won't be fooled by that. Xander already tried something like that, and it only ended badly for me. The woman noticed that it wasn't working. I really am Sona-chan's sister. Here. She gave me a card that made me, even Barato, suspicious. I mean, how on earth are Citri and Leviathan connected? That's my work ID. Here is my birth name. The woman said, taking the I.D before replacing it with another one. I looked at it and saw Serafal Citri, born 5 centuries ago. I stared at her, who just tilted her head. You're still suspicious? Then here, the woman named Serafal handed me a picture as I nodded my head. This seems like Sona. I see. Then enter first, I said before letting her in. Some creepy things were looking at us from the sky, so I erased them. Centuredo, watching her reaction might be fun, but I guess it's time to talk seriously. If you want to know about Sona, then she's not here, I said as Serafal listened carefully. She's another world. I also lived there for many years, but returned here since it was boring without electronics. I said, Macant Serafal confused. Many years? But only 2 days have passed, Tiri. Her face got an understanding look as I smiled at her. Bingo. The time is different there. Based on my experience, they probably lived for 2 millenniums. Their Serafal's face turned weird. What? Sotan is now older than me? She's worried about that, huh? Anyway, I think Sona became more powerful in there since that world system is different from this one, Centuredo. That was amazing. Serafal became surprised at my words. Did you have a marriage at that world? She asked, the most important one, as I just shook my head. The two said that they wanted to do the wedding in this world. She smiled at that before thanking me. Do you want some kind of protection? What's your name again? Serafal asked embarrassedly as she forgot the introduction part, since she was really worried. Barato, a close companion of Xander's. I smiled while taking her handshake. So he brought someone else along, huh? As expected, Serafal muttered as I just twitched at her words. Well, I had to try to push myself towards Xander, but it was successful since he accepted me anyway. Can you tell me the events of this world, Serafal-san? I asked as she just nodded her head excitedly. She began explaining the happenings in the world while I just listened. The events of this world is more chaotic than the one there, though the beings on the other side are more stronger. Can you also share some stories about your lives there? I'm interested. Serafal asked. I bet you are. That world is the definition of fantasy, I said as I began reminiscing about my experiences there, fighting against many challenges, growing stronger, and spending time with Xander. Oops, I slipped there. Serafal and I started talking about our experiences as we got to know each other better in the process. Tenshuro world. Xander POV, we finished fighting against the horde of demons as we went to Carrera's castle. We arrived there and stopped. Now what on earth is this? I asked as Carrera just scratched her head. Well, since I didn't live here anymore, it was probably hit by someone while they were fighting. My lips twitched at her words. There was no castle left, only ruins. Let's just bring horror in this land, shall we? I said while Carrera regained her excitement. We started flying before going to other Primordials land. Every time we saw a lot of demons gathering somewhere, we would always drop in gravity collapse spell annihilating them. It was fun since we were now being chased by the other primordial. Violet and white primordial to be exact. Don't run. We are still going to PLI, Violet said, while throwing some poison at our way, as we just dodged it. A dark streak was suddenly released as I took a large breath before exhaling it. The black aura was erased the moment my breath hit it. Carrera smirked before slapping Violet with a gravity-based magic. Coo! Violet grunted before being planted in the ground that resulted in a huge crater on it. Blanc saw that as she raised an eyebrow. You've gotten stronger, didn't you, John? Carrera just sneered at her. You've gotten weak too, you loudmouth cow. Carrera's brass attitude appeared as she spat on the ground. Blanc's eyebrow started bravado as her anger rose. She gave a closed-eye smile before asking, Do you want to fight that badly? Even though you were stronger than before, that wouldn't make a difference. Before Blanc could finish her words, she was also slapped by Carrera, who just appeared by her side. Watching them fight is entertaining. We ran again as the two's aura rose again. The game of tag that we have been playing have been fun so far. Violet tried to target me, thinking that I am a subordinate of Carrera, but was just blasted when I planted my foot on her stomach. Half fools. He is not my subordinate, but my boss. Carrera sneered at them while I just smiled. Blanc widened her eyes lightly at her words. Did you fall too low to become a human servant, John? She asked while having a disgusted look on her face. I wonder if I can even call boss a human. And don't call me John. I am now Carrera introduced herself while showing her teeth. Wah, Yellow got a name. Violet appeared as her body was already healed. Is that human nuts? Naming a primordial Violet asked before a fist hit her on the face, throwing her hundreds of miles away. Stupid dog, know your place, Carrera said before looking at me. I smiled at her before we ran again, making the two angry. After playing tag for many hours, we returned to the central world, leaving the beaten Violet and Blanc, who were just staring at the sky with blank look on their face. How could that be? Yellow is stronger than us. Violet muttered as Blanc didn't reply. She was still in shock by what she saw. Their bodies was slowly regenerating. Hell, is their home, so something like this is easy. Violet saw that Blanc was somehow broken, so she just left her and teleported back to her broken castle that was bombarded with blasts by the two. That was fun. We should make a schedule to do something like that, Carrera said as I just giggled. Indeed, it was too tempting to just forget. I reminded her to tell me about that when we arrive at home. I tend to forget things really fast. That was a really nice experience. I wonder what Sona is doing right now. Chapter 81 Xander POV. It's been 3 centuries, and I have to say, I didn't get bored at that time. Especially when we always bombarded the whole area with our magics. Sometimes Sona would come with us, since she was also interested in what can make us happy, but after seeing it, she stared at us with bravado eyes for the rest of the day. There are many things that happened. Leon became our friend? I don't know, he just treated us as weirdo, since we always swam the whole ocean just to reach the other continent. Even though Leon rarely talked, he is still treating us as guests. That was rare, since everyone who tried to enter his continent without permission would always be killed by him or his subordinates. In the hell, Blanc and Violet held a grudge against us, so they started training. Every time we go there, we would always lower our level and then make them think that they're already catching up. This gave them the motivation to catch up, but always results in failure, since we would gain another power-up when we visited them. On the first 3 visits, the 2 primordials would always fix their castle after we destroyed it. But after the 4th destruction, they stopped and just lived in a simple house. Quite a big change for the prideful primordials. They stopped thinking about their ego and tried to do everything just to get back to us. And we wouldn't forget to rile them us, since it would be boring if they just stopped knowing how big the gap is. Rimuru is finally born, though he is in hard mode now, since every monsters in this forest are stronger than in the canon. The weakest monster would be the same class of Charybdis. Cinceredo, I guess plot armor is on the work, huh? Even with all of these overpowered monsters, he could still roam in this forest freely. Or maybe since the monsters are so strong, they can feel Veldora's presence inside of him. They were the one who watched Veldora's cave, after all. Rimuru is already starting to make his village with some monsters that should have been rare in the canon. Kijin right now are just common goods in this forest. Hobgoblins are the first monsters he met, and they didn't get intimidated by Rimuru's aura since they were used to all the stronger monsters in the forest. They fought before Rimuru destroyed them, and they followed him. But enough of Rimuru. I would just visit his town when it's already built, and am sure that the fate would force that thing to happen. Guy was saying something about the world plunging in chaos. I have an idea about what he mentioned, but I won't interfere with it. Fighting when the enemy are at their peak performance is the best. Doing a surprise attacks is boring, so it's out of the move. We'll just wait for those insects and pigeons to arrive. They would be the last thing we would experience in this world, and we would probably return to our own world. It seems like time could really make people forget things. Even the fact that Demon Lord Sona's territory is the Great Forest of Jura is forgotten. Well, I can't blame them since we're not really too active like Guy, who would destroy a whole country if they go too far. Malim was remembered since she would always travel everywhere, while Ramiris was forgotten. Only her name was remembered, but only those knowledgeable knows. Dino is still quiet. I wonder if he would still betray us, knowing our capabilities. Almost all of the ancient demon lords are stronger than their canon version, since I made sure to make Carrera challenge them every half a decade. They can see that Carrera was catching up to them, leaving them with no choice but to train harder. Especially Guy, who was taking Carrera's presence very seriously. In ancient time, Guy's only rival in the whole world was the weird guy that is guarding the dimensional gate. His mind couldn't accept the fact that another one was appearing beside him. Ever since I gained my origin skill, Malim and Guy would always try their luck and fight me, though they would always return beaten black and blue. All of their abilities were nullified since I firmly believed that it doesn't exist. Just like how I viewed my ability to kill as absolute, I also viewed their abilities as absolutely impossible to exist. The scary thing about this ability is if I believe that fantasy world isn't fake thing, then every fantasy world in the universe would cease to exist along with the characters inside it. Fantasy world is stupid in the first place. I lived in a modern society before dying. I knows the boundary of fantasy and real life, so I would use that common sense to defy those beings and abilities. Right now, you, reader of my story, can you really say that fantasy and magic exist in that world of yours? Of course not, right? If you think it exists, then you're completely delusional. Ghosts and spirits might be acceptable since there are some evidence, and it could be proved using Devil's Way, but enough talking to you since you are just rubbish anyway. Fantasy and magic doesn't exist. Back to beating the demon lords. After destroying them many times, they have no choice but to accept that I am stronger than them. Especially Guy, who has the sin of pride itself for his skill. His pride is bigger than anyone else. He won't accept someone stronger than him. I guess I could say that they learned the hard way, huh? Malim also made some new cool moves that would destroy whole solar systems if used stupidly. She practiced it on me many times as she said some rather reasonable words that made me give up. Quite word really, Malim using logics. She said that this world would be destroyed if she used it on the ground. She also mentioned that I am the only one who could tank it without sustaining any damage. She gained her inspiration on making that ability from the person who interrupted our first Valpurgis. Her ability won't be stopped by any ability. It was a serious spatial anomaly with powerful energy draining that even Sona's stabilization field couldn't contain. The Barado she used it, I had to repair the rift in the barrier that she created. After that, I brought her to a controlled dimension to practice, which she exploited every time we entered one. We would always return with the whole dimension wiped out. Guy got jealous of Malim's ability, so he started training. I still don't know if he already finished the ability since I never asked him about it, but judging from his good mood, I think he already finished it. Enough with this long monologue. I stood up from the chair before calling Sona, who was dozing off in a chair. Sona, I'll make something for you. Want to come? Sona raised an eyebrow before standing up and following me. Today, I'm going to make something that would surpass the Genesis class in this world. I held Sona's hands before calling Guy, Malim, and Ramiris. I wanted to brag to them about the thing that I would make. Watching them gawk at my work is still satisfying. And here I thought that surprises could not satisfy me anymore. They didn't refuse before Guy and Malim arrived immediately. Ramira's travel is also instantaneous since she holds the authority inside her labyrinth. Even laws are controlled by her. So, what interesting are you going to make, Xander? Guy asked while looking at me. Umo, I'm excited about it. Malim's jolly voice rang, while Ramiris just stayed quiet, but her eyes couldn't hold the curiosity back. Chill, you're going to see it anyway. The process won't be that long, I said before I teleported us to one of the dimensions that Malim broke. What happened to this place? Guy asked while looking at the surroundings. He was surprised that nothing existed here, as if it was sucked dash. Ah, I see, he said while looking at Malim, who just smiled innocently. She probably didn't remember this place, since it's rubbish already, so she just tilted her head at Guy's tired gaze. Xander, start now, Ramiris said, while shaking my body. Ramiris' form already assumed the same one in the canon. Fine, I said, shrugging her off before taking something from my storage. The moment the thing was taken out, everyone began panicking as some even rampaged all around. I understood what was happening before healing them. Of course, even they wouldn't be able to stand in the presence of this thing. I closed my eyes before believing that something like madness induction from this abomination doesn't exist. It's illogical that something could make a person insane just from being by its side. Everyone breathed heavily as they gained their calmness. Xander, what on earth is that? Guy asked as he stared at the strange dark object with a shocked gaze. He immediately panicked right after Xander picked it up. Something I dealt with earlier, don't worry about it. I suppressed its ability to affect people's minds. Just don't too. See it? Centureto, whoa. She was amazed by it as she regained her calm before looking at the object again. Stop. What are you doing? I somehow regretted bringing these guys. I told Guy to restrain Malim as he held her back. I used Black Blade, cutting this thing as it was too huge for the thing that I would make. I began manipulating the Watcher body as it slowly turned into a sword. The sword's aura is blinding them because of how potent it is. They can feel that it is a strong sword since it was emitting a chaotic aura. You're going to give me that, Xander? Sona asked as I just smirked. I took Sona's hands before looking at her soul. I plunged the sword in her soul as the others stared baffled. Xander, what are you doing? Ramiris said while trying to push me away from Sona. I just shook my head before the sword vanished and entered Sona's body. I can see her soul being nurtured by the sword as it was getting stronger in every minute. What is the name of this sword, Xander? She asked as while manifesting the sword in front of her. It's your choice. That sword is your anyway, I said, because with my origin skill, any sword would do, and I could still do the same effect as the one in front of Sona. Sona clenched the sword as the information about its ability entered her head. As if possessed by something, Sona swung her sword as everyone shrieked. Zang! Everyone returned to the central world. I ordered them. But when I turned my attention to them, they were already out of the place. They learn fast, I said before taking a wooden sword on my own. I swung my sword, stopping the destruction of this verse. The dimensions that are breaking suddenly stopped when Xander's sword was already swung. I slashed my wooden sword again, making Sona unconscious while still holding the sword. I took the sword who was trying to return to Sona's soul before glaring at it. The sword shivered on the spot. If it has a human form, then its forehead would probably be full of sweat. You ungrateful thing. I made you, and you try to destroy everything after gaining an ego. Do you want to become something like this? I asked while pointing at the lump of dark Barato as the sword shook. Don't be aggressive, or only the end will meet you. The sword started shaking at my words. It seems he truly knew the consequences of Barato by my ability. I should probably seal this guy. Something only Sona could release, of course. I'm an exception to that. The problem is, how should I proceed with it? What kind of thing should I connect this bratty sword to? I started thinking until I remembered a certain overpowered character that has a same overpowered sword that could erase the reason of everything. I took some great red scale and Ophis Barato before controlling it. I melted it and mixed the two things before I enlarged the mixture. A large castle suddenly began forming from the mixture. It took a lot of my concentration to make this thing. Anything would be under the authority of Sona once they entered this castle. I just left the castle here, since no one can touch it anyway. It can also regenerate itself in case being attacked by conceptual things. I returned to the central world along with the fainted Sona. We arrived there and saw Guy and the others waiting for us. HM, you're still here, everyone? I asked while tilting my head as a vein popped on Guy's head. As if we could leave just like that. What happened? How about the erasure of this world? Guy asked questions that made the other demon lords listen carefully. Don't worry, I already stopped it. That cursed sword tried to control Sona, so I sealed it somewhere. I said as they sighed in relief. Umo, good. We're going back, Xander. Malim said before she turned into pink blur as she vanished. Guy also did the same as he returned to the northern continent. Ramira stayed and just kept buzzing on my head as she asked many questions. She needed to know many things as she was the administrator of this world. Dangerous thing or needed to be observed. In the end, she stopped when I gave her a cookie. I also entered the house and went to the room. I tucked Sona inside the covers and also laid beside her. I rested beside Sona as she hugged me back. This is indeed a blessing. I hope it would stay like this forever. Third POV in the DXD world. Yutaha was currently meeting the Gremory and Citri peerage. Yutaha hated the attention she was getting, but held it in. There are people who cares about Sona and Xander. She couldn't just shrug them off, especially when she was living with them for 5 centuries. Tsubaki asked a question while the others just listened. Yutaha-sama, right? Can you tell me how Lord Xander and Lady Sona is doing? Are they in a difficult world? Or do they have a hard time keeping up with it? How long have you been living there? A lot of questions appeared as Yutaha scrunched her forehead. Stop. Just one question at a time, she said while looking at Tsubaki, who calmed down. In that case, are they okay? Yutaha nodded her head. That's the most stupid question you could ever ask when knowing that Xander is with her. That guy dotes her too much, Yutaha said, while somehow jealous by how Xander treated Sona. Tsubaki didn't get offended as it was true. They saw the capability of Xander by their eyes, and all of their abilities also came from him. How could they doubt his ability to take care of Sona? I apologize, I'm just worried. Then how long did you live in there? Yutaha was starting to get pissed by this atmosphere. It looked like she was being held hostage, and they were gathering informations about her. I don't know right now. I lived with them for 5 centuries and returned her after because it was too boring there, Yutaha said as they widened their eyes. 5 centuries. They could help but exclaimed as they started thinking, how many years did they live now? Since when did you return to this world? Utaha-sama? Tsubaki asked. HM, just a few days ago. So they probably live a millennium or maybe 2 there. TCH, I wish I didn't return immediately, Yutaha said while clicking her tongue. The other just tried to process the information they just heard. Hearing that Sona is older than her brother weirded Rias out. Then, how strong is Sona right now? Rias asked while turning serious. They were training hard for many days already. HM? Based on what I sense on this world, there are no one that is stronger than Sona here, except for those 2 flying lizard above, Yutaha said, as they became even more shocked. The group has no choice but to return since processing the information they heard was too much for them. Rias is also going to report this to her brother, since it could be beneficial going to Otherworld. She wanted to go there and train. Yutaha sighed in relief when the Gremory peerage already left. She tilted her head at the white-haired girl who was strangely worried when she mentioned Xander's name. Yutaha then was escorted to Citri Mansion, where she cherished the moment where she could live as a princess in a castle. Chapter 82, Great Forest of Jura Ramirez POV. It's been many weeks since I came to this world. Everyone was nice. Though there are also some fierce monsters, I just ignored them as they seemed scared of me. I wonder, though, when Great Sage was telling me that they are 1,000 times stronger than me. Report. Veldora Sama's presence is oozing out from UO. So that was it. This means that those monsters are really strong, huh? They can even sense Veldora's presence when the Kijin and Hobgoblins that I took under my shoulder didn't notice it. Well, it was for the better, since it would only cause trouble if they get too scared of me. My village was already burned once by a spirit called Ifrit, Centurado. But in the end, I didn't have a choice, as she was fading away after Ifrit escaped from within her. I don't know why, but I cried as I let her go, as if something special had suddenly vanished and I couldn't reach it anymore. And now we are in a meeting. The reason for this meeting is the horde of high orcs that are marching towards this land. My town is in the border of the forest since it would be too dangerous for the people living if I placed it inside. The monsters there are too cruel. They might go hunt everyone just because their moods are bad. That is what I learned after dealing with those monsters. So, what kind of monster is an orc lord? I asked as everyone began giving their informations about the being. They considered it as a scary being that is part of a demon lord Ha. I never really met one. I don't how to the monster's strength. Is it really marching towards us? Sui, can you look where they are right now? I asked while the blue-haired Kijin just nodded his head. They are currently battling against the Lizardman tribe. Lizardman? Is it one of the people of the self-conceited guy who came here days ago? When we were talking, a green light suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Sui widened his eyes as he didn't notice the presence of the intruder. I just raised my eyebrow at the intruder and was shocked by what I witnessed. Is this a forest spirit? She has a mysterious, elegant aura about her. I was simply surprised by her unexpected appearance. It seems my disappointment was felt by the woman as she chuckled. Ah, how embarrassing. I want to disappear right now. Good day, everyone. Please forgive me for my sudden arrival. I am a dryad named Trainee, and I am currently one of the people who take care of the forest. Oh, a dryad, hum. She's really the perfect example of it, especially those vines surrounding her body. Ito. Trainee-san, what is the reason you came here? I asked while she just gently smiled. My higher-up gave me the go signal to help you. Lord of Monsters, Trainee said as I tilted my head at her words. Lord of Monster? That sounds really cool. Still, there's a council in this forest? I asked as Trainee thought for a second before answering. Yes, this forest would be ruined by those lawless monsters if there is no hierarchy placed on it. I understood what she was going at, certainly. This forest would be just destroyed if there is no order controlling it. Though what interests me is someone so strong that they could put those monsters on their place. What help are you talking about, Trainee-san? I asked. I was ordered to fight alongside with you. The orc lord evolved and became an orc disaster. It became dangerous that the higher-ups won't let it roam, free, Trainee said, as I nodded my head. Well, it would be dangerous, right? You're scared that it might erase the whole forest, right? I can understand you, I said as Trainee just tilted her head as if confused. No, we're not worried about that. The monsters in this forest are powerful enough to take down the orc disaster with just one swing. It won't even be able to step deeper before being defeated the moment it tries, Trainee said. Are the monsters really this strong? This is getting me worried, and by judging how everyone was just nodding their heads, it seems they know about it. Then why are you worried? I asked, still confused. Why is she worried about a measle orc disaster? That. We are scared to make the owner of this forest to move. What? This forest is owned. Then aren't I making a town in a territory of someone? And it's strong too. This forest is owned by someone. I asked as everyone also looked at Trainee. They also didn't know about it, huh? A gentle smile appeared on Trainee's face. Yes, they're quite a kind couple. They even made the Queen of Spirits live in their territory, and for that we are indebted with them. So, it's a couple, huh? Can you tell me something about them, Trainee-san? I asked as Trainee just shook her head. That's disappointing. They're living in silence in this forest for 2 millenniums already. They don't want any disturbance approaching their abode. What? 2 millenniums? And they still love each other? How envious. Wait, are they fine with me making a town in their forest? I asked the most dangerous question while everyone waited for Trainee's answer with sweat on their forehead. Though the key genes seems like pretty calm. Do they think I can handle everything? That's too much, you know. It's fine. They said that the forest is too silent. They wanted some entertainment too. Just make sure to pay your respect once you build your town. It would be bad if they got angry, though I doubt that since I never saw them getting angry, Trainee said, making a sigh in relief. The meeting continued until we made our decision and started preparing to fight against the orc disaster. Based on Trainee's tone, it's not too hard to fight, right? Third POV Xander, Sona and Ramiris are sitting on the sofa while watching the show happen. They saw Rimuru currently fighting against hundreds of thousands high orcs alongside with the key genes. Trainee is also rocking it since her power is strong. Every dryad in the forest is forced to adapt to the situation where monsters would just destroy them if they are not stronger, so they trained and gained this strength. Do you think they will win, Xander? Ramiris asked while drinking milk from a small cup. Well, the fate is on that guy's side, so it won't be a problem for them to win. They even have Trainee by their side, so this would be easy, Xander said while watching the Kijin defeating the horde of high orcs. You're right, Ramiris said while nodding her head. She can see that they are having a hard time reducing the numbers of the high orcs. They watched as Rimuru stood before the orc disaster with Trainee on his side. Rimuru was already sweating a lot inside by the appraisal that he got from Great Sage. He never thought that it would be this strong. He don't know if he could fight this thing, but he'll try his best. Rimuru stared the orc disaster who was annoyed by his existence. Trainee also gives some help by using nature to restrict the orc disaster, making it easy for Rimuru to fight. He cut the orc disaster's head, which just regenerated immediately. The orc disaster released a punch in the ground, breaking it. A large crater was made because of that punch that made everyone fighting wide-eye. So that pig is finally starting to get serious, huh? Sona said while sipping on the coffee that Xander made. Yep. It would be too optimistic to think that orc disaster could be defeated just like that, Xander said, while smiling. The scene is starting to get in the climax as Gelmud appeared and ordered the orc disaster to move. Gelmud also revealed some of his plan with the orc disaster, which made it stop. Gelmud didn't even notice before his whole body was already in the stomach of the orc disaster. The orc disaster gained a small boost in strength from eating the piece of trash Gelmud, so he started rampaging. A lot of high orcs died on his rampage because they were too close to him, while the Kijins, goblins, and direwolf just backed out, letting Rimuru handle the orc disaster. Oi, this is bad, Rimuru muttered before shaking his head. Rimuru didn't enter the battle mode, as he immediately went to the orc disaster's body before started eating it. The orc disaster tried to fight back, but it seems like fate is really interfering as he lost control of his power for a second before Rimuru gained the upper hand in the eating contest. Hey Cham, it's done, huh? Sona said before standing up and returning to her room. Cinchuredo. The Tempest become more prosper as they gained more visitors. They were also accepted by the Dworgen King as a country when they saw Trainee, along with Rimuru. Because orc disaster is strong, Rimuru also gained a lot of strength by eating the pig. Though the duel between Gazel and Rimuru still have the same results as in the canon, just because Rimuru ate the orc disaster doesn't mean that he could fight against the likes of Gazel. Even if Rimuru is a newborn demon lord, he still wouldn't be able to do it. It is mentioned that Gazel's strength is the same as Hinata Sakaguchi, so Rimuru, who almost lost to her, even though he already evolved, would still lose against Gazel. Rimuru named the remaining high orcs, making them stronger. He still don't know that Veldora was already grumbling inside his stomach. The Rubrios Chuch's influence became even more stronger because of luminous efforts. She didn't just stand in the side like what she did in the canon, but help aggressively instead. She was still looking for clues, but she already have a man in mind for the one she was looking for. Some of her memories also returned to her, making her suspicion even more concrete. She was planning something, but didn't open the information to anyone, even Hinata or the Valentine brothers. Luminous is just looking for the right opportunity to reveal the evidences and take the unknown one for herself. Sona and Xander knew about her progress, but just let her. The fact that she didn't give up midway is enough for Sona. Luminous kept in check the 7 luminaries as they are starting to get on her nerves. They have the guts to try something while their god is still observing them. That is the only reason why Luminous still let them live. They are her entertainments. Now at Xander's side, he didn't really do anything special as he just waited for some notable events to happen. Malim already went to Tempest as she became the best friend of Rimuru. Even Ramiris was forced to go when she saw Malim having fun there with the foods, and so Sona was tempted to go there. Since it's been a long time that she went out, Xander has no choice but to go with Sona there. Xander POV, well, I guess it's time to make some appearance, huh? Sona was already preparing as she went out of her room wearing a casual outfit on this world. We just walked towards the town as we enjoyed the scenery during our walk. Sona also enjoyed the scene as a smile can be seen on her face. Carrera was with us, but she was ignored completely as we just enjoyed each other's company. We now cherish the time we spend since during our long time living together. We already saw some couples being broke because of some things. But the most common is cheating. Every time I see one, I would put them through lifelong hardship. Cheating is forbidden. That is my and Sona's motto. We avoided close friendships with the opposite gender for years because of that rule. We arrived at Tempest, where we were welcomed with wide smiles from the citizens' faces. I nodded my head in response. Sona just smiled as she began looking at the food that is being sold in the street. Even though I can cook those foods too, she didn't want to eat my cooking since she says that it was too otherworldly. She can't feel any nostalgic feeling on it. I just accepted her reason, since it's true. She could never feel nostalgic by my food since they don't taste normal. She probably wanted something normal that can keep up with her common sense. I can sense Ramira's presence somewhere in this town with Malim. I erased mine and Sona's presence to not get the attention of a certain pink-haired demon lord. We just had a tour in this town while eating various foods that brought our spirit back to earth. I swear to make food at the same level as this. Sona, do you like this town? I asked while she stopped putting the takoyaki on her mouth before smiling widely. Yep, this brings me back to earth. Even though the structures are still the same in this world, I smile back as others looked our interaction with gentle eyes. They probably thought of us as a young couple. Our forms are not really like 2,000 years old. We have the same look when we entered this world, meaning we have a 17 years old look. Are you going to get married soon, young man? You got to cherish your woman. To the vendor of the takoyaki talked to us as we stopped. Yes, it may be a year or so, I said as he smiled. We never really talked about the marriage, as we would only eat in our main world. Then take care of her. People in this world are rather weird. If they see a woman that beautiful, I bet they would do their best to take her hand. I grimaced at those words. Something like that already happened before. Someone tried to hit on Sona, but ended up regretting it for the rest of his life. Even healing magic didn't work on it or any potion. The injury was severe, but he deserved it when he tried to hit her while I was beside her. Sona laughed when she saw what happened, saying that I was too overprotective and that I ruined a young man's future with my reaction. Sona pitied that guy, so she turned him into a woman. We were walking in the road. Someone suddenly bumped on us as we looked at the guy. I'm sorry. The guy apologized, but we just ignored him. We were walking straightly. He was the one who bumped on us. But it seems like some guys didn't like that. Hey, you should apologize, right? You didn't even try to look at Lord Gabaru. Are you even a man? A bunch of jeering was heard as Gabaru was placed on a difficult situation. We heard the shouting, so we turned our heads at it. Hey man, you should apologize to Lord Gabaru. He's one of the higher-ups in this town, you know. I raised my eyebrow to the lizard man. I turned my face to Gabaru, who was being looked by his subjects with hopeful eyes. I deliberate apologized, and you just walked away? How could I accept such thing? Gabaru has no choice but to follow, even though his instincts are already screaming at him to stay away from this too. Sona looked at me before I nodded my head. Then I'm sorry, I apologized. It's that simple. I just need to apologize, and no trouble would come again. The lizard man seems like they didn't expect my answer, as they were dumbfounded. It's Finn. Gabaru was about to accept when another one cut him off. How insincere. How could an apology be that insincere? Gabaru's face turned weird as he was about to make an excuse before another lizard man beat him to it. Right? We just need to settle this with Endul. That man should know sincerity. After tasting Lord Gabaru's lesson, they were quite confident on him. Sona giggled by my side as my lips started twitching. I went in front of Gabaru before looking him in the eyes. Do you really want to do this? I asked as Gabaru's eyes shivered in fear. Yes, Gabaru-sama could do it easily. I heard one lizard man saying before closing my eyes. This is quite troublesome situation. I thought before looking at Gabaru, who had no choice but to take a stance. I shook my head as I readied my fist. This would probably bring attention to us, but it's not like we hid in the first place. The world simply forgot about us. It's that simple. Chapter 83, third POV. A commotion was seen as they heard Gabaru was fighting someone. Many citizens went to the place to witness the battle as Xander just sighed. Sona, who was watching it, giggled in amusement. She can rarely see Xander getting headache like this, so this is a rare scene. Everyone watched as Gabaru took a stance while Xander just stood unwavered by Gabaru pointing his weapon at him. What's happening? Apparently, that person bumped into Gabaru and didn't apologize. Yeah. Gabaru would be punished by Lord Rimuru. If this continues, a lot of people were talking about the commotion as many executives heard it. Rimuru, who was just eating in the dining area, also noticed it as he started jumping towards the scene along with Malim. In the fight, Gabaru took a deep breath before lunging at Xander, who just sidestepped as he placed his foot under Gabaru's one. Gabaru lost his balance as he stared on the ground thinking about what happened. He immediately stood up before powering up himself with a war cry. HAA! The spear was raised before he thrusted it with force on his hands, making the ground crack with it. Xander took Garu's stance before controlling the flow of the spear and redirecting it to the user. Sheik! Gabaru widened his eyes as a hole was placed on his shoulder. What was that? He muttered before shaking his head. Losing yourself in the middle of a battle is a fatal mistake. That's why he used all of his mana-breaking mana things in the surroundings before he pointed it at Xander. A whirlwind was rotating in the end of the spear as it escaped and flew towards Xander. Xander raised his hand as it started emitting white light before punching the whirlwind as a crack appeared all over it. The whirlwind broke along with Gabaru, who is now laying on the ground. He can't even raise a finger because of how damaged his body is. Xander looked at his work before nodding his head. He went to Sona's side and was about to walk again when they were surrounded by a huge crowd. Excuse me, but could you follow us for a moment? A red-haired Kijin said, smiling lightly towards Xander and Sona. Sigh, we shouldn't have done that, right? Now we gained quite a lot of attention, Xander, said Sona, who just smiled. Indeed, attention is troublesome. Benimaru saw the two of them talking with each other, ignoring him. Sir, I'll ask again, could you come with us? He asked now, with edge on his voice. Xander didn't like that as he stared at him with blank eyes. Benimaru widened his eyes before taking a step back. That was too disturbing even for him. He placed his hand on his katana before a hand slapped it and pointed at him. Hey, don't treat them like that. They're my friends, you know. A wild Malim have arrived as she reprimanded Benimaru, who was just baffled by this turn of events. While Malim was doing it, Ramiris flew towards the two with Rimuru on her side. Oh, the two shut and finally went out. Did you bump your head onto something, Xander? Ramiris asked that question as Xander just took her by pinching her wings before shaking her in the air. Ouch, ouch. Stop. It's making me dizzy. Ramiris complained while throwing her hands everywhere. Ramiris? Who are they? Rimuru asked while looking at Sona and Xander, who are not emitting any aura. He treated them as normal people with a strong constitution, since even Great Sage said he couldn't read anything from them. Great Sage stopped thinking for a second because of its master's comprehension. They're Xander and Sona. My friends, Ramiris said as Rimuru lips twitched. That introduction really didn't mention anything. Nice to meet you, Rimuru said before taking his human form and asked for a handshake. Xander didn't refuse as he took his hand. Rimuru widened his eyes at Great Sage's report. This individual couldn't be read. Act with caution, he finally understood Great Sage's first report. It's not that he is too normal. In fact, it was even strange that Great Sage couldn't read something. It's because this man is too strong. That's what Rimuru thought while looking at Xander, who just tilted his head. Rimuru also shook hands with Sona as he felt his whole body cold. Great Sage said that no magicules was detected. Who are they? Malim, can you elaborate? Rimuru asked Malim, who was smiling excitedly. Umo. They're always in isolation, so the world forgot about them. But they're living in this forest, you know? Malim said as Rimuru was alarmed by that. Living in this stupidly broken forest? Can a person even do that? Rimuru then remembered a certain individual that could do it as he turned his head to Malim. Does that mean they're on the same class? Nah, that's too much, right? There is no way three of them could be found in a simple town like this, Rimuru thought. Rimuru invited the two to his house as they just followed because of the two kids annoying them. In there, they talked while Rimuru's subordinates was always an edge. They felt like their aura are strangely familiar, more so for those who live longer. They swore that they already know this aura and even revered it. They spend the whole afternoon talking with each other. On a dark room, 7 people could be seen discussing something. That guy already went out. Cinchuredo, it's unforgivable to take Luminous Samus' attention all by himself, one said, as everyone frantically nodded their heads. He's a pest that needed to be exterminated. Luckily, Luminous Sama is still not doing anything. This is our only chance, one mentioned, as they all smiled creepily. I got information that he is staying in that monster town for a few days. I think it's enough to lead the crusade, one of them said. Let's just crush those monsters in the process. Purifying this world of monsters is our religion's purpose, isn't it? The creepy one said, as everyone just smiled. He's probably a weak one. He is always hiding behind that woman's back. We need to separate them somehow. I agree. That woman is troublesome. They finished their meeting as plans started rotating. Luminous, who was relaxing on her bed, had a feeling that something would happen this time. "Milady, the 7 fools are planning something," her old butler said, while closing his eyes. "Gunther, I told you right? Don't inform me of useless things like this," Luminous said with an irritating look on her face. "I apologize. I just wanted to inform you that they're going to attack Great Forest of Jura." Luminous raised an eyebrow at that. "Continue," she said as Gunther bowed his head. "I overheard that they're cleansing that forest of pests. They're probably talking about the new town of monsters being built there." Luminous' interest was drawn to that. "That woman didn't interfere with the construction?" Luminous said while remembering that black-haired ice woman. "There is no detected movement from the Ice Queen. I think she's letting them live there." Gunther said as Luminous started thinking. Luminous already has a person in mind that connects with Unknown One. She just don't know how to push the topic to the person, as just like the other ancients, she might be shut down too. When she asked Malim and Ramiris at that time, they just run away without saying anything, making Luminous pissed for many days. "Let them be. I want to watch the show," Luminous said as she smiled mysteriously. "You're going to be mine soon, Xander." Luminous muttered something that Gunther ignored. Luminous watched as the 7 fools tricked Hinata to raid the town of monsters. They mentioned Luminous' name, making Hinata suspicious, but didn't refuse it. Monsters are meant to be eradicated. That's what the whole Luminism is all about, though they don't know that Luminous didn't make that rule. It was only made because of the fanatics' believers thinking that Veldora is a heretic. Xander's POV living in Tempest is comforting for the 2 of us who didn't experience any Earth-like feeling on this world. We didn't go to Ingrasia because we might take the attention of a certain Grandmaster. And it's not like we were afraid of him. Instead, we liked him because of how his mind works. I wonder how will he play with this Rimuru, since he is much stronger than the canon version. We rented a whole mansion for us to live. Sona loved the familiar feeling of living inside a huge house. We were living in a simple 1-story house during our life in this forest. A change is rather welcomed. Ramiris and Malim also visits us daily, as they wanted to brag about what they do every day. Rimuru also got extremely curious about us. Because of the 2's actions, how could 2 ancient demon lords' friend be a simple person? They still didn't know about the real ruler of this huge forest, as the oldest person in here is just 300. Our time was already past that time. Something is going to happen. That was what our guts say.